Volume 1, Chapter 1. My fate was decided in the Empire's selection. Praise His Imperial Majesty. It was the day I completed the second selection test. The orphanage director chuckled and patted my shoulder, his bloated, greasy fingers betraying how well he'd stuffed himself over the years. You're going to be the masterpiece of our orphanage, Luka. Despite being a greedy pig, the director had an eye for talent. 3 years later, when I turned 15 and became a cadet of the Imperial Guard, his words proved true. The day I left the slums of the lower sector, I underwent a baptism of steel. Imperial scientists severed my limbs, replacing them with cybernetic prosthetics, a luxury of artificial arms and legs that most lower-class citizens would never even lay eyes on. I could shatter boulders or bend steel with my bare hands and leap over 2-story buildings with a single bound. The Irregular of Orphanage 72. People called me that. It was rare for anyone from the double-digit orphanages to reach the level of the Imperial Guard. The majority of Imperial Guard cadets hails from single-digit orphanages or is the offspring of nobles. Still, there was no class-based discrimination in selecting cadets for the Guard. It was simply a matter of capability. Those with better genes, raised in superior environments, naturally exhibited superior abilities. That was the norm. Occasionally, someone like me, an irregular, would defy that difference, but in the greater picture, the existence of irregulars like me was insignificant. Upper officials might call you an irregular, but do you know how they truly call people like you? The commander of the Imperial Guard looked down at me during the interview, then continued without waiting for my response. They call you a genius, someone who defies natural limitations and adverse conditions, creating outcomes that fall outside the norm. I didn't smile at the praise. I am merely a loyal servant of the Empire and His Majesty, I replied, placing my hand over my heart. A model answer, Luka. The edges of the commander's eyes glowed with an icy blue light. His name was Hemilas Kasthoria, one of the Empire's strongest soldiers. Thank you, Commander. A sudden shyness came over me. It was hard to meet the commander of the Imperial Guard's eyes. It's fine to be exceptional, but don't be different. If you want to live a long life, that is. With that piece of advice, the interview came to an end. I was required to live at the Imperial Guard Training Center for 4 years. The first year of cadet life passed in a blur of relentless training, so intense that I barely noticed the days slipping by. Each morning, I'd open my eyes in the barracks bed and begin training. Every night, I'd close my eyes with an exhausted body, only to find it was already morning again. An Imperial Guard had to master every combat skill of the Empire and be proficient with all military equipment. Swordsmanship, spear technique, marksmanship. These were basic. We trained to become experts in operating every kind of heavy weapon and equipment. Every quarter, they tested our nervous system compatibility and limits, replacing my prosthetic arms and legs with higher-grade versions. It was a gradual process to increase energy output, allowing the nervous system to adapt to high-performance cybernetic limbs. Through this series of adaptations, we would eventually earn the right to operate the Legion, the exclusive combat armor of the Imperial Guard. Today is an important day for all of you, a sort of midterm assessment. On the final day of our first year of training, the commander gathered the cadets in an underground coliseum, a space modeled after ancient Earth ruins. 40 cadets, including myself, stood motionless, waiting for the commander to speak. His Majesty the Emperor, he began, pointing toward the opaque glass on the upper level. He informed us that the current emperor, Kresha, and his family were present behind it. Some of the cadets murmured quietly, as if in prayer, to praise Kresha, the founder of the Empire, the first emperor, the father of the nation, the guardian of humanity. Although the Empire's founder had been dead for centuries, he was still venerated. Under their watchful eyes, you will display your abilities. On the other side of the Colosseum stood a group of condemned prisoners. We would be fighting against these armed death row convicts. You may choose any weapon you like, said the commander, gesturing to a wall where various weapons were displayed. There were swords, spears, and several firearms. Only one among us opted for a firearm. I cast a quick glance at the odd one who picked a gun, then shifted my gaze. Zing! I drew a sword. The blade was smooth, coated with a monomolecular layer capable of slicing through steel. Though an Imperial Guard had to be proficient in all weapons, melee weapons, especially swords and spears, were held in the highest regard. Melee weapons were impractical in battle unless wielded by a highly skilled fighter. For regular soldiers, firearms were more efficient. For this reason, the Imperial Guard specialized in melee weapons, priding themselves on being able to defeat enemies armed with firearms using just swords and spears. Creak. 5 armed convicts stepped onto the coarse sand arena from the opposite side. Soon, each cadet took their turn, stepping forward to face the condemned inmates. I watched every duel in the arena, waiting for my turn. No cadet had died, but even when they succeeded in executing their opponents, some ended up with severe injuries. A lack of skill was often to blame. Before long, my turn approached. I noticed the cadet going before me, the one who had chosen a gun. "So, you're planning to use a gun? If you're confident, that's fine," the commander remarked, looking at the unusual cadet with the firearm. After a year of training together, I knew this gun-wielding cadet's abilities. Though he'd chosen a gun, he wasn't a coward, he was exceptionally skilled. The gun-wielding cadet entered the arena. Bang, the gunshot echoed. If he'd chosen a gun, there had to be a reason. With near-supernatural skill, he moved fluidly, like he was dancing, firing his shots. Clang! Without looking, he fired, intercepting a bullet fired by one of the convicts. It wasn't luck but calculated precision, a technique that allowed him to deflect bullets with bullets. As expected. As one would expect from House Karthika. Cadets murmured in admiration for the gun-wielder. Before long, he was face-to-face with the convicts. The prisoners, now demoralized, were pulling their triggers in vain. Their magazines had long since emptied. Impressive. He had demonstrated the gap in skill, subduing the condemned with ease. Bang. He pressed his gun directly to the convict's forehead and fired. It was practically close-range execution, not unlike using a bayonet. If anything, it was a more challenging approach. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out from beyond the opaque glass. Bowing his head and bending at the waist, the gun-wielding cadet made a lasting impression on the emperor. If you were going to use a gun, that level of skill was required. His performance left no room for doubt about his abilities. "Unfortunate, Luka. Comparisons are bound to be made," the commander said, smirking. A surge of defiance roared within me. Though I hated to admit it, my temper was far from mild. "We'll see who's really unlucky," I replied, realizing I may have overstepped. I glanced at the commander, but he only shrugged, laughing. Click. As I entered the arena, the door closed, sealing off any path of escape. Either all the condemned would die or I would. There were only 2 possible outcomes. Zing! I raised my sword to my face. The hum of the blade was unsettlingly sharp. Bullets are manageable. I can deflect or dodge them. This was a basic competency for an Imperial Guard. But for us cadets, it was far from guaranteed. A comrade who was injured in this test served as proof. What I needed in that moment was superhuman focus. Through special drug administration and multiple surgical procedures, our nervous systems had been chemically enhanced. There were minor side effects, but it allowed us to achieve an artificial state of heightened concentration, maintaining an accelerated thought process akin to the moments before death. In simulation training, I managed to deflect bullets several times in succession. My abilities are sufficient, but being able to do it 9 times out of 10 wasn't enough. In reality, a single failure could mean death. Only a perfect success rate would make this skill dependable in live combat. Huff huff! The 5 convicts emerged into the arena, breathing heavily. They looked terrified, warily eyeing the young cadet before them. It was the pressure of facing a member of the Imperial Guard. Even if I was only a cadet, they were demoralized by the name of the guard. Click, click. The convicts watched me, firearms in hand. For a moment, we were locked in a standoff, neither side moving. I examined them closely. Their bodies were patched together with cheap cybernetic augmentations, the functionality of which was questionable. Their limbs were illegally modified and asymmetrical, leaving some of them lopsided and unbalanced. They barely met the most basic standards. If they were unarmed, I could kill them all with my eyes closed. But they were holding guns. A lucky bullet to my head or a vital area, and I'd be dead. Complacency would be fatal. Swish! I steadied my stance, focusing forward. As I assessed the battlefield, my mind shifted into the combat-focused thought acceleration that had been deeply ingrained through training. The pattern of crossfire from the 5 convicts formed several possible scenarios in my head. Overlaying these fire patterns revealed a safe path, a route I could exploit. Of course, it was only a prediction. If I advanced and got hit, I would pay the price for my lack of skill. For now, I just have to trust my instincts and move forward. In a split second, my decision was made. I kicked the ground, and as if on cue, gunfire erupted. With my high-performance prosthetic legs, I could sprint faster than a vehicle over short distances. Bang! I ducked. A bullet grazed past, close enough to brush my hair. It felt chillingly close. Death was closing in on me, but the thrill of success outweighed any fear. In that moment, I must have been smiling. Bang! More gunfire erupted. I twisted my body and sharply changed direction. The abrupt stop put strain on my left ankle, causing a creak. I could hear the sound of a few components shifting out of place. For now, I have no time for minor issues. I only needed to keep moving for 10 more seconds. Thud. Sliding to shift my momentum, I pushed off the ground with my fingertips and sprang forward, hardly losing any speed. I closed in on the convict furthest to the right. From here on, he was within sword's reach. My domain. My arm moved and the blade traced its path. Slice! The convict didn't even have time to scream. His head slipped off in a clean cut, his mouth opening and closing like a gasping fish. Good, one down. My hormonal system was attuned to combat, so the guilt of killing was faint, dissipating as quickly as it came. I scanned my surroundings. Using the body of the convict, I just killed as a shield would make it easy to take out the remaining enemies. But this is a place to display my skill. Surviving wasn't the goal, I needed to catch the Emperor's eye. I recalled the sight of the cadet performing tricks with his gun. Could I pull off something similar? I'd never attempted it before, but right now, it felt possible. My senses sharpened to an extreme. As if the fog had lifted, my expanded awareness rendered my surroundings in 3 dimensions, like a radar map. I could predict each enemy's position and movements even with my eyes closed. The paths of their gunfire appeared to me as countless lines. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. I angled my sword forward and tilted it just slightly. Ting! A bullet struck the blade and deflected to the side. Ag! A scream echoed as the deflected bullet pierced another convict's eye. The screaming convict collapsed to the ground shortly after. I did it! But there was no time to celebrate. A barrage of gunfire followed immediately. Ting! Ting! I tilted my blade repeatedly, deflecting bullets one after another. Each deflected bullet twisted in trajectory, embedding itself into the bodies of the convicts. Whoosh! My arm moved so fast it seemed to leave afterimages. Sparks flickered from my overloaded elbow joint, and my unsteady eyes felt as if they were scraping dryly. A faint smile crept across my face. I had surpassed my limits. My value was rising. But this neural fatigue is severe. My focus was running dry, and I felt my field of vision narrowing. After today's battle, I would need a full day or 2 of sleep to recover. Huff! Only the sound of my rough breathing filled the silent arena. I was the only one left standing. The convicts lay scattered around me, each with bullet holes in their heads. I was on the verge of collapse, but I forced myself to suppress the fatigue. Clap, clap, clap. Applause was heard from above, and I bowed in formal acknowledgement toward the unseen emperor. Creak. The door opened, and I returned to where the guard captain and my fellow cadets were waiting. Ballistic trajectory control techniques aren't in the cadet curriculum yet, are they? The commander remarked, looking at me. Until now, I hadn't known this technique even had a name. I just copied what the previous cadet did, I replied honestly. There was no reason to hide it, and besides, I was eager to finish speaking and rest. I felt as though I could collapse at any moment. That wasn't an exaggeration. Ile Karthika is from a renowned household. He was already taught the curriculum in advance. It's different from an orphanage kid like you using ballistic control. I wasn't sure how to respond. Excessive modesty wouldn't look good, but neither would arrogance. This was one of those times when diplomacy was required, diplomacy, one of my weakest skills. Before I could finish, the commander patted me on the shoulder. I'm not interrogating you, it's praise. Now go and get some rest, and don't forget to get your prosthetics repaired. Under the stare of the other cadets, I limped out into the hallway. By now, my gait had turned into a hobble. It looked like my left prosthetic leg was completely wrecked. Chapter 2, Creak, Creak. A rough-looking android detached my damaged prosthetics and started maintenance on them. As it replaced a few twisted parts, the red error indicator on the maintenance screen switched to green. I will connect the nervous system, Luka. Got it. With my response, the android attached the connection point between the biological tissue and the machinery. Clack, a dull pain spread. It felt as if dozens of needles were piercing my thigh simultaneously. If there is any issue. No, go on. I folded and stretched the once broken leg as I spoke. The android stood up and walked away in a stiff manner. The room was silent. I closed my eyes and began to meditate, dulling my senses just enough to let my strained nervous system rest. It was all something I'd learned at the Imperial Guard Training Academy. I enjoyed my time alone. For me, even this felt like a privilege. At the orphanage, I never had any time to myself with a dozen or so kids sharing a single room. At that moment, the days at the orphanage felt like a distant memory. In the Imperial Guard, even cadets had their own rooms, a remarkably luxurious accommodation. Moreover, as graduates from the Guard were essentially elite officers, a promising future awaited them. It's practically a guaranteed path to success. The Imperial Guard was a unit directly under the Emperor's command, a prestigious position that any citizen of the Akrusha Empire would die for. When the opportunity arrived, I couldn't afford to let it slip away. I was more desperate than my peers. Unlike them, who were of noble birth, I, born from the lower class, had no other path but to become a cadet in the Guard. Lost in thought, I furrowed my brows slightly and opened my eyes. I'd heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside the door. Knock, knock. Even the knock sounded neat. After a single breath's pause, a voice followed. I am Ile Karthika. Luka, I wish to speak with you. Ile Karthika, I knew him well, the gun-wielding cadet who had fought the death row inmates before me, that was Ile. I had a feeling I knew why he was here. Truthfully, I'd been aware of him throughout the training as well. Come in. I greeted Ile, sitting in a formal posture. The door opened, and Ile entered my room. Ile Karthika, a boy from a renowned household. His brilliant blonde hair and bright blue eyes gave him an aristocratic appearance. Even without mentioning his name or background, people would view him as a noble young man. Even the plain gray cadet uniform suited him elegantly. May I sit down? Ile looked at the chair by the window and spoke. The sun had long set, leaving the outside world shrouded in darkness and dampness. I don't intend to keep my guest standing. Sit down. I watched you today as you fought the death row inmate. Quite impressive. Ile raised his chin slightly as he spoke. His pupils, already replaced with cybernetic eyes, occasionally glowed faintly at the edges. If you came here wanting to exchange flattering words and foster some kind of friendship, you've come to the wrong person, young master. Logically, there was no need to speak so aggressively. But perhaps because my nervous system was worn out, it was hard to hold back my irritation. It was as if I hadn't slept in days. I was in a rather sensitive state. Well, that was just an excuse. I knew there was a deeper reason behind my sharp attitude. The root cause was my jealousy. Coming from the orphanage, a place for those of us without even a two-digit status, I couldn't exactly welcome a noble boy of my own age with open arms. Unlike me, limited to prosthetic limbs, Ile's body was enhanced with cybernetic organs and various implants. Ile simply shrugged and pulled a pill from his pocket. If you take this, it'll temporarily reduce your nervous system sensitivity. It'll help you rest more efficiently. Ile placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it first, as if to show that he fully understood my condition. That only made me like him even less. I don't need it. With that level of fatigue, it'll affect your training tomorrow. You know as well as I do that this isn't something you can just push through with sheer willpower. You're exceptional, after all. I closed my eyes and sighed. Ile was right. I was well aware of my current condition. I was being swayed by inefficient emotions. Swish. I reached out and took the pill. It was a type of sensory suppressor. Gulp. The effect kicked in almost immediately. It was nothing like knockoffs made in the streets. Even as my senses dulled, it didn't feel unpleasant. It was a soothing sensation, akin to the warm ease just before drifting off to sleep. The irritation that had been hard to endure settled to a manageable level. I felt like I could even manage a compliment I didn't mean. Your skills weren't half bad either, Ile. I just did what I saw you do. Ile was a marksman who could hit a bullet with another bullet. Had I not witnessed it up close, I wouldn't have even considered deflecting bullets with my blade. It's more impressive to pull off something you've never learned on the spot. As you can see, I have a mechanical eye for combat, so it's not hard to calculate trajectory. But you pulled off with just your instinct. Ile tapped his eye with his finger. His words didn't seem insincere. It felt like he was genuinely complimenting me. Suddenly, I felt petty. And who really dislikes compliments? I was no exception. I kept my expression carefully neutral. So, what brings you here? I heard you're an irregular from an orphanage. I wanted to hear about that. I've never been to the lower sector. It was a comment that could have come off as offensive. The well-off young master is curious about life at the bottom, apparently. But his tone was careful and polite. Above all, I sensed genuine curiosity. There's nothing much to tell. The streets are filthy, and the people are rough, more than rough, really, they're brutal. Junkies with busted limbs drag themselves through the back alleys, collapsed from whatever drugs they're on. Even knowing it's dangerous, starving kids sneak out of the orphanage at night to scour the garbage heaps. Hold on, the orphanage is supplied with resources according to its head count. At Ile's comment, I let out a dry laugh. And you think all that makes it down to us. The orphanage is supposed to raise talent for the Empire. That kind of embezzlement shouldn't be allowed, or is that too naive of me? Ile gave a bitter smile. I didn't bother to deny it. Embezzlement or not, it doesn't matter to me anymore. I'm going to be part of the Imperial Guard. At some point, my rationality had pushed aside the negative feelings. Thinking about it, I had no reason to be envious of the noble young master. At this moment, Ile and I stood as equals. Someday, we'd be fighting side by side. Only a fool would maintain bad relations with an ally. If you have questions, go ahead. If I know the answer, I'll tell you. There was a note of ease in my tone. Ile gave a faint smile and rested his chin in his hand. Then, have you ever been outside the Empire? I narrowed my eyes slightly. His question was odd. It was hard to read his intent. I was born and raised in the capital, Akbaran. I replied calmly. Ile continued to smile as he stood up. So was I. With that, Ile left my room. The commander of the Imperial Guard often made an appearance at the cadets' training and educational sites, usually on days when the exercises were either dangerous or particularly significant. Today, it was both dangerous and important. Clank. A cold sensation clamped around my wrist. My limbs were bound in restraints, allowing just enough movement to wiggle my fingers and toes. Turning my head, I saw other cadets in the same state. Their faces showed clear signs of tension. My own expression was probably not much different. Pain tolerance training. Among the various curriculums, this was notorious as the most horrific. In essence, it was training to endure torture. I looked through the glass at the people on the other side. Retired Imperial Guards serving as instructors stood there with indifferent expressions. Behind them, scientists and technicians moved about. The commander of the Imperial Guard stood with his arms crossed, watching us. His gaze lingered on me briefly before shifting to another cadet. Crackle! An electric current jumped from the electrodes attached to my head and limbs. My body instinctively tensed up. It's just a fake signal, it's not real. I repeated that to myself, but the sensations in my brain were no different from the real thing. Thud! A piercing sound filled the room from the speaker overhead. It wasn't as if anyone had actually stabbed me. A stab wound to the abdomen. I looked down at my stomach. My abdominal muscles were spasming. Even though no one had touched me, my skin was reddening as if bruised. Bang. The sharp crack of gunfire scrambled my mind. My shoulder throbbed as though I'd been shot there. Slice slash. A slash signal crossed over my arm as if a blade had carved through it. The discord between reality and the signals left my brain reeling. It sounded like a joke, but it was real. It hurt, a terrible, filthy kind of pain. Don't let your brain fool you. Fool your brain? The commander's low voice resonated through the room. None of the cadets were truly listening, though. Everyone was grimacing, barely enduring the relentless pain. Some had lost control over their bodily functions entirely. Don't let your brain fool you. Fool your brain. I forced myself to repeat the words. Whoosh! This time it was a burn. The room felt as if it was heating up, the sound of flames rushing all around. My hands and feet trembled, and I felt every pore of my body opening in response. Training or not, I felt like I was going to die. I twisted my body, trying to break free from the restraints. It wasn't a particularly dignified sight. "Help, help me! PL please, arg." Thankfully, it wasn't my voice. The cadet next to me was screaming. I hadn't pissed myself yet, and the groans escaping my throat were still manageable. I'd say I was holding up pretty well, all things considered. "Remember why you're enduring this pain." The commander of the Imperial Guard's voice sounded distant, as though it were coming from far away. The reason I was enduring this pain. The reason for this grueling training. Advancement? Sure, that was part of it, but for the Empire and His Majesty the Emperor. Someone let out a desperate shout. That's right. I knew it well. The protector of humanity, the heart of the Empire, our Emperor. For His Majesty the Emperor. The cadet next to me mumbled. I parted my lips slightly, wondering if even whispering those words might ease the pain. But what? Vroom. The next stage began. My breathing grew faster. It was difficult to breathe. The sound of water sloshing grew louder until even my ears felt submerged and muffled. Drowning, just a false signal, and yet it felt so real. Damn it, damn scientists. With all their intellect, they'd created a device for this kind of torment. Don't let your brain fool you. My mouth was filled with blood. I must have been chewing on my lips and cheeks with abandon. Fool your brain? Damn it, what's that even supposed to mean? I tried to open my mouth to scream, but my lungs held no air. It felt as though they'd shriveled up. Breathe. It's not real, it's fake. It's not real. I wanted to bash my skull and pummel my brain into pulp. This stupid gray matter couldn't even discern reality from deception. What an utter fool. When would this cursed torture end? They call this training? Are they joking? BZZZZT? I heard the electrical signal powering down. The pain that had coiled around my body began to fade. Ha ha! I gasped for air. I had no strength to lift my head, let alone open my eyes. Even with the signals gone, the aftereffects of the pain that had torn through my nervous system and brain lingered. Step, step. Footsteps stopped right in front of me. I opened my eyes faintly. Luka, was it bearable? It was the voice of the commander of the Imperial Guard. He was standing in front of me. I wanted to spit out a stream of curses, but I held back with the last ounce of my patience. Since it's fake, it's bearable. Yes, it's fake. The commander extended one of his hands toward my face. I frowned in confusion. What the hell is he? The commander was smiling coldly. His rough hand were approaching my right eye. But this time, it's real. The moment he finished speaking, half of my world went dark. Pop, the commander had extracted my right eyeball. My eye was no synthetic implant. It was my real eye, connected to the optic nerve. Squish. He pressed my eyeball between his thumb and forefinger until it burst. Fear, bewilderment, and confusion. The colors of my emotions shifted rapidly within me. The pain was trivial. There was only an empty sense of physical loss. It was a pain I could tolerate, nothing compared to pain tolerance training. Instead, a cold clarity seeped into my mind. Damn it, the training worked. I couldn't deny it. Even having lost an eye, I didn't lose my composure. It was just an eye they'd remove someday anyway. My body would eventually be replaced with a full prosthetic. While you're at it, I would like to request an eye that has the feature to predict trajectories. The commander's eyes widened, and he laughed. Apparently, he was pleased with my response. SSSHHH. Blood tears streamed down from the empty socket of my right eye. I lifted my head and looked around with my partial vision. Now I understood why the commander had come to me. Everyone else had passed out. Damn, Chapter 3. Did you endure the whole thing to the end? You should have just fainted gracefully when you needed to. You really have a stubborn side to you. It was the day after the pain tolerance training had ended. Ile Karthika, who came to see me, spoke in a way that made it hard to tell if he was praising or mocking me. Probably a bit of both. I managed to hold out. I answered shortly as I drank some water. My mouth burned, my throat felt raw, and my fingertips trembled sporadically. I lost my balance without realizing it whenever I walked. The aftereffects of the pain tolerance training lingered heavily in my body. I would need several days of treatment and rest to fully recover. Haha, that eye patch suits you. For a moment, I thought a space pirate had shown up. Ile said, looking at my face. Once my nervous system recovers, I'm scheduled to get a mechanical eye implanted. It's a better model than yours. Ile frequently visited me during my recovery. With a light smile, he spoke in a relaxed, gentle tone. He gave the impression of someone who would be a better fit as an administrative official than in the Imperial Guard. Still, his incredible skill was undeniable. The difference in ability among the cadets was becoming distinctly noticeable. Ile and I were the most outstanding. This wasn't arrogance, it was a fact. In most training exercises, the two of us would alternate between first and second place or compete for the top ranks. In terms of overall scores, Ile was likely just slightly ahead of me. During the rest period, I felt restless. I wanted to return to training as soon as possible. As soon as I had somewhat recovered, I hastened to get the mechanical eye implanted. The doctor suggested removing and replacing my remaining eye as well, but I refused. The surgery is being paid for out of the commander's pocket. I had overheard this. The removal of my eye had been an impulsive act by the commander. For that reason, I'd heard he was personally covering the cost of my surgery. Well, with the commander, he probably has money to burn anyway. Comes from an impressive family too. Even so, I didn't like the feeling of incurring unnecessary debt. It wasn't done with malice. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about the commander's actions. It seems like the commander has quite an interest in you. You've caught his eye. That's what Ile said too. I could sense the commander's attention on me. For that reason, losing one eye didn't bother me. In the end, I received a better eye sooner than I would have otherwise. My biological eye was something I would have discarded eventually. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. For 2 days, I couldn't sleep properly because of the high-pitched sound from my right mechanical eye. By the 3rd day, the sound had stopped. My brain and nervous system finally adjusted to the new implant. You mastered it much faster than expected. Is that what makes you a talent of the Imperial Guard? The doctor gave a small chuckle as he spoke. He brought a precision scanner to my right eye, observing the intricate movement of my pupil. Once the examination was complete, I looked into the mirror. Bzzzzzzz. As soon as I focused on it, my right mechanical eye activated, its outline glowing brightly. A virtual interface appeared on the retinal display, projecting augmented information about my surroundings. Activate ballistic trajectory prediction. This was the most critical function. With no firearms nearby, there were no trajectory paths to display. Yet, the headache was severe as a massive amount of information flooded into my brain. My brain was expanding and restructuring its neural network to adapt to the newly added function. It would take quite some time to fully utilize this feature. Until the system adaptation is complete, take 1 pill a day before bed. The doctor, who had been watching me, handed over a pill bottle. It was filled with medication designed to aid neural cell formation and bonding. Thank you. Thank Hemilas, the commander, instead. I'm only doing this for the money. Hemilas, hearing the commander's name, felt strange. We usually called him by his rank, so I rarely heard his actual name. Thanking the man who gouged out my eye, as absurd as it sounded, I genuinely felt grateful. Anyone hearing this would think I was out of my mind. Our training was now entering the 3rd quarter of the 2nd year. So far, 2 out of 40 had dropped out. Unless death intervened, most Imperial Guard cadets completed the rigorous 4-year training program to become full-fledged members. Attrition was rare. However, low attrition didn't mean the training and education were easy. The Guard prided itself on being the harshest unit in the Empire, with cadets required to master the full spectrum of knowledge necessary for both combat troops and officers. Imperial Guards were elite soldiers, adaptable enough to become immediate combat assets in any situation or mission. Only cadets who pass the initial selection process are brought into the Guard's training program. Almost no one drops out halfway. The ones who couldn't endure probably paid extra to have their results altered. Ile spoke while aiming his pistol at the target. His pupils, connected to his firearm, were likely displaying an interface that assisted his aim. Swish! I drew my own gun. Around the shooting range, the gunshots of others occasionally echoed. While the Imperial Guard had a preference for melee weapons, they didn't neglect marksmanship training. Guards needed to be proficient with all equipment and weapons the Empire had to offer. Is it really possible to manipulate the selection process results? I asked again. Ilay's grin deepened. There's no proof, but my gut tells me so. The Empire has been divided by rank and class for far too long. The illusion of meritocracy is slowly fading. With enough status and wealth, even the incompetent can make themselves appear competent. That's a dangerous thing to say, Ilay, I warned him. To be honest, his bold words worried me. Could an Imperial citizen really say something like that, even if he was from a renowned household? Worried? I chuckled bitterly as I pulled the trigger. It seemed that I had grown close to Ilay. Me, an orphanage kid, worrying about an heir of a noble family. Just as proof of that, Luka, those like you without any support system have never failed the advanced soldier cultivation process. They can't meddle with you using money or tricks. Only those who are truly exceptional make it. It's strange that they even have a special title like irregular for people like you. Of course, with his powerful background, he could afford to speak this freely. If I held similar thoughts, I'd never dare to voice them. In fact, I'd never even considered them. Could nobles really be incompetent? I had never thought of such a thing. Nobles were superior, while commoners, especially those from the lower classes, were incompetent. The Empire provided fair opportunities to all citizens through the selection process. Failure to seize that opportunity was seen as proof of incompetence, condemning one to an unsuccessful life. That's what I'd been told my whole life. I was living proof of it. Though I came from the lowest class, I rose up by seizing the opportunity provided by the selection process. Luka, I know what you're thinking right now, but you only got this chance because your talent was undeniable. Letting someone as gifted as you stay outside the system would be more dangerous. Rather than letting a spark turn into an uncontrollable blaze, they'd rather bring it into the oven. The sound of gunfire partly masked Ilay's voice. He fired in rapid succession, each bullet piercing the same spot, leaving only a single hole in the target. And when an irregular like you, who rose from the bottom, succeeds, people can convince themselves that if they fail, it's because of their own lack of ability and accept the system as it is. The more I listened, the more dangerous Ilay's words sounded. Instinctively, I felt repulsed. In my view of the world, nothing he was saying made any sense. If I were to report exactly what you said to the headquarters, you won't be able to get away with it, even if you're a Karthika. Ilay looked at me with an unwavering smile, his finger still pulling the trigger. Even while looking away, his aim remained impeccable. I know you won't do it. If you truly intended to report me, you wouldn't have even mentioned it in the first place. Thanks for worrying about me, Luka. Ilay spoke as if he were reading my mind. It annoyed me because he was right. The Akresha Empire had two long-standing adversaries, the Belato Federation and the Holy Korite Alliance. Both were nations that had settled on planet Novus before the Empire. Opportunists who mistake cowardice for wisdom. That was what we thought of the Belato Federation. Hypocritical zealots who preach sweet peace and justice while preparing for war. The Holy Korite Alliance wasn't viewed any better. If anything, they were considered slightly more tolerable than Belato, but only barely. The Empire scorned Belato and regarded Korite as an enemy, but there were those we viewed with even greater contempt. Belato and Korite, both branches from humanity's original roots on Earth, at least had some basis for mutual cooperation. There were times in the past when they'd reluctantly allied together. After all, they were still human. But entirely different alien species who shared no such roots weren't even worth associating with. Seeing aliens within the Empire was rare. If a foreign species happened to become a victim of a crime within the Empire, they received no protection or even the right to defend themselves. To us, discrimination against alien species felt entirely natural. Aliens had always tried to deceive and exploit the Empire. If we extended a hand of goodwill, they would only cut it off and steal it. That's the knowledge I'd heard and learned countless times. Yet I'd never personally encountered aliens, or even Belato or Korite people, for that matter. Today would be the first time I'd see a Koritan, but it wouldn't be a pleasant meeting. There would be bloodshed, though not ours, only theirs. Luka and Ilay will act as platoon leaders in this training. If any trainee has an issue with that, stand up and leave. The commander spoke while sitting on a rock with Ile and me standing on either side of him. In front of us, the cadets stood motionless, like machines. The cadets remained silent. No one objected to making Ile and me the platoon leaders. Beyond that canyon lies a Khoritan outpost illegally occupying our territory. The commander pointed with his index finger toward a place beyond our sight. Drawing out his words, he finally issued the order. No prisoners, kill them all. This was also part of our training. Without needing further instruction, the cadets gathered around Ile and me. Our only weapons were melee weapons of personal preference and a single handgun each. The handguns we were issued were so low-powered, they couldn't even pierce lightweight combat armor. They were practically meant for last-resort suicide or close-quarters execution. We moved along a narrow cliff path in a silence so deep we could hear each other's breaths. After about 30 minutes, we took a short break. Without a word, everyone took turns keeping watch. Luka, see that? Our distinguished senior is watching us from afar. Ile spoke, drinking from his water. Following his gaze, I looked toward the forest on the ridge above the canyon. Focusing intently, I could make out a shape shifting in the forest's shadows. The blurred outline was unmistakably the Legion, the full-body mechanical armor of the Imperial Guard. It looked like a steel giant standing among the trees. Officially, he was there to protect us, but his presence also served another purpose: surveillance. Surveillance? What exactly was he watching for? I shook my head to clear away the thoughts that followed. After the brief break, we resumed our march. Eventually, we spotted the outpost perched above the canyon. The front was enclosed by walls, but the rear, which backed onto the cliff, was open and exposed. They would never suspect we would climb up the cliff path. CRKK. We climbed the steep cliff barehanded. A fight would soon begin. Kill them all. No prisoners. I recalled the commander's order. When Ile and I reached the edge of the cliff, we raised our heads just enough to survey the area. The other cadets clung to the cliff below us, waiting for instructions. Chapter 4. My right mechanical eye was worth every penny, enhancing its detection across the visible light spectrum and allowing me to perceive the surrounding objects. The enhanced and corrected view was as clear as daylight. I saw 2 Khoritans standing on the cliff edge. They wore clothes that billowed in the wind, the loose sleeves and hems fluttering. Their once white clothing now appeared worn, faded, and nearly gray. The 2 Khoritans pulled out cigarettes, placing one in their mouths. The lighter's flame flared brightly before fading away. I blinked, turning off the glow of my mechanical eye, and raised my hand. I'll take the left, you take the right. With a brief hand signal, we divided our roles. Ile and I would simultaneously strike the outpost from both sides. Whoosh, I was the first to scale the cliff. I pushed off the ground, hand gripping my sword's hilt. Clang, clack, I passed right between the 2 men who had been smoking. Their dropped cigarette butts hit the ground, the red embers trailing as they fell. Then their heads also rolled onto the ground. With my attack as the signal, a silent massacre began. Swish! The cadets and I stormed the outpost, slashing and stabbing everyone in sight. Wheeing, wheeing. The alarm belatedly echoed throughout the outpost. The front of the base grew chaotic as guards stationed at the perimeter rushed toward us. Ah, Acker. Upon seeing our precise movements and attire, they instantly recognized who we were. Fear gripped them immediately. They were already as good as defeated before even putting up a fight. Bang! An enemy gunshot echoed. It was a shot fired wildly in fear. None of us were foolish enough to get hit by it. Everyone instinctively scattered. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Gunfire continued in rapid succession. I skillfully evaded the barrage of bullets, advancing by circling around. Other cadets temporarily concealed themselves or used corpses as shields. I closed in on the Khoritan, firing the machine gun. He frantically tried to turn the gun toward me, realizing too late that he should have drawn his pistol instead. "You damn devil!" the Khoritan shouted as he looked at me. I shrugged slightly and swung my blade. Slash clang. The Khoritan's head split vertically from the temple, separating into 2 halves. The red cross-section of his philtrum and jaw was exposed with an unreal smoothness. I kicked the headless Khoritan, toppling him over. Too easy. It seemed that Ile and I alone could wipe out this outpost. As expected, it was only natural. After all, we were destined to become elite soldiers of the Empire. I walked through the chaotic interior of the outpost as if I were taking a casual stroll. "Mo mother em mom." I turned my head at the sound. A Khoritan boy, around my age, was crawling along the ground. At first, I thought he might be injured. He's just too scared to even move properly. He wasn't using his perfectly healthy legs. Pathetic. The boy, still frantically calling for his mother, sensed my presence and raised his head. I hesitated for a moment, meeting his gaze. "For the welfare of the Empire's citizens and the glory of His Majesty." I mouthed the words silently, attempting to steady my mind. But an uneasy feeling crept over me, and I halted my hand. If only the boy had a knife or a gun in his hands, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd cleanly sever his neck. A non-combatant who offers no resistance. But my orders were to kill every Khoritan here. Thunk, I drove my sword downward. It grazed the back of the boy's neck, embedding itself in the ground. "Lie down like you're dead, then you might survive," I whispered while pulling the sword free. My heart was stirring with doubt and unease. If another cadet noticed my actions, my life could be in danger. But I acted on impulse, risking that danger. A wave of guilt, untouched even by murder, suddenly swept over me. "This isn't right, Luka. The Empire's command is absolute. It must not be disobeyed." Even now, I should slit the boy's throat. I bit my lower lip, glaring down at him fiercely. The Empire's orders were pushing against my back and my hands. My body wanted to act not of my own will, but by the Empire's will. And I didn't like that. I hesitated. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced through the boy's head. He was likely dead before he even registered it. I looked toward the origin of the gunshot. Ile stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, smoke lazily drifting from his pistol. He looked at me, shaking his head slightly from side to side. It meant he'd seen everything. But it was Ile, and because of that, I felt relieved. If it had been any cadet other than Ile who saw me hesitate, I would have had to find a way to silence that cadet, by persuasion or, if that failed, by any means necessary. Ile won't report my hesitation to the superiors. In any case, today's fool is me. My mind snapped back into focus. I realized exactly what I had almost done. I'd nearly endangered both myself and my comrades by sparing some nameless Khoritan boy out of misplaced mercy. I looked back up at Ile on the rooftop, intending to at least nod in thanks. But at that moment, Wuong. The air distorted beside Ile. I opened my eyes wide. Even my military-grade mechanical eye couldn't immediately process what was happening. It was a phenomenon that defied the laws of physics. Bang! An explosion erupted next to Ile. It wasn't caused by a projectile. The air around him had simply warped and then expanded violently. "You worthless bastards!" A rough voice boomed out. I immediately sprinted toward where Ile had been. Ile, caught in the explosion, had fallen from the rooftop, a good 3 stories high, and landed on the ground. "Luka, there's a Force user. I was careless. I've got no excuse." Ile was barely standing, leaning against a wall. He seemed to have shielded his head and body with his arms and legs, sparing his life. His limbs, which had absorbed the brunt of the blast, were now exposed, with components and bundles of wires sticking out. "I'll handle it. You stay put." I focused on the clearing at the center of the outpost. That's where the disturbance was coming from. Force. It was my first time encountering one in person. I only knew about them from knowledge alone. A kind of superpower. Force users could create phenomena that defied the laws of physics. The explosion that had struck Ile was one such phenomenon. Did the commander of the Imperial Guard know there was a Force user here? If they'd given us a warning, Ile might have avoided injury. I shook my head as I ran toward the clearing. A foolish thought. We should have been prepared for anything. Ile was injured because he was careless, and his carelessness was also partly because of me. Because of my hesitation, Ile was injured. For the first time in a long while, I felt disgusted with myself. Don't ever let this happen again, Luka. In the clearing, the fight between the Force user and the cadets was already underway. This isn't a military base. It's a settlement. The people you killed were just trying to survive. The Force user's shout was filled with rage. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, but a faint blue aura rippled over his skin. His loose Khoritan clothing billowed around him, defying gravity. Bang! Explosions erupted in the direction the Force user gestured. His rage-fueled attacks swept the cadets off their feet, flinging them in all directions. Bang! One of the fallen cadets fired a shot. A thin barrier surrounded the Force user, but the feeble pistol shot failed to penetrate it. This isn't a good matchup. With our current equipment, he was a difficult enemy to confront. No need to panic. It was my first time fighting a Force user, but I'd already learned how to handle one. Today was simply the day to put it into practice. It's never as simple in the field as it is in theory, but I gripped my sword in one hand and my pistol in the other as I charged forward. Bang, bang, I fired, knowing it would do no real damage. The shots were meant to draw his attention. "I'll take care of this guy," I signaled to the other cadets. We hadn't yet fully secured the outpost. Following my directions, the cadets dispersed to finish taking control of it. "Where do you think you're going? You bastards, come on, come at me." As the cadets scattered, the Force user became visibly flustered. So he was planning to act as a decoy on his own. There's no need for us to fall for that. I focused on the Force user's arm. In order for one to use Force, the user needs to perform a preparatory action. If I watch his actions, I can react accordingly. The Force user's ability revolved around explosions, following a clear cause-and-effect sequence, like pulling a trigger to fire a bullet. He determined the direction of each explosion with a hand gesture, and just before each blast, a necklace wrapped like a chain around his hand would glow blue. That necklace was the catalyst for his ability. Hand gesture, the light reaction of the catalyst, and then the explosion. That was the sequence. Now that I understood the process, I had plenty of time to evade. Dodging bullets was harder. It was only due to the unfamiliar nature of his attacks that the other cadets had fallen so easily. Boom! An explosion went off beside me. I moved only at the last moment, speeding up just before each blast. The Force user furrowed his brows, watching my unpredictable movements. Boom! Another explosion erupted. The range was wider than I'd anticipated, and I took some of the impact. Staggering, I caught myself on the ground and jumped to the side. Kaboom! The spot where I had been standing exploded. The blast radius was expanding, and the intervals between explosions were now shorter. He was adjusting his attacks to counter my erratic movements. Grrrrrrrr. The Force user was pushing himself to the limit. Veins stood out on his face, red and strained. But I was also pushing myself to the limit. I'd like to drag this into a war of attrition, but I can't sustain high-speed maneuvers for long. Even with my high-powered prosthetic legs, the rest of my biological body couldn't keep up. The sudden stops and accelerations were making my hip joint scream. At this rate, I'll break down first. I had to charge while I could still maintain top speed. Whoosh! I lunged straight forward. The Force user stood at the end of my path. Faster! I ignored the pain. If my body broke down, the Empire would fix it. As long as my head remained intact, the rest would be dealt with somehow. Whoop! The Force user steadied his breath and thrust both hands out in front of him. Seeing the glow of the catalyst necklace, I anticipated an explosion and accelerated. But the explosion I expected didn't happen. My heart dropped. The scythe of death brushed against the back of my neck. A feint! A fraction of a second later, the air in front of me warped. The Force user knew how to wield his ability skillfully. His quick adaptability suggested he had extensive combat experience. If I pull back now, my body was accelerating too much to stop. Slamming on the brakes would shatter my hip joints. Even if I survived this moment, I wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. I'll push forward even faster. The decision was instant. It could mean my death. Despite seeing the signs of an impending explosion, I didn't back off. I charged straight through the warping air. It felt as though my skin was tearing against searing, hot spikes. Kaboom! The explosion went off right behind me. Scorching pain slashed across my back. In a critical moment, pain had to be ignored. I didn't pay attention to the state of my body. My focus was solely on the Force user. Finally, my sword reached him. I stretched my arm, driving the tip of my sword into the Force user's chest. The blade tore through his force barrier, slicing through his skin and muscle, embedding itself deep in his chest. Gaga! The Force user staggered, looking at me. Blood spilled from his mouth as he raised the hand holding his catalyst necklace toward me. The necklace glowed a faint blue, a precursor to a force explosion. Is this his final attack? I had no way to dodge it. I raised my head to look at his face. He, too, was looking at mine. "Now that I see you up close, you're just a kid." The Force user muttered faintly as he lowered his hand. My eyes widened. Wuong. The Force aura that had gathered in his hand dispersed, brushing past me before dissipating entirely. There was no explosion. Thud, the light faded from the Force user's eyes. His lifeless body collapsed weakly to the ground. Chapter 5. The Force user had a profound impact on me. My back, battered by the explosion, was a total wreck, devoid of any intact spot. My pelvis and hip joints, damaged from high-speed maneuvers, had turned pitch black with necrosis. For a lower-class citizen, it was a severe injury. Artificial skin made from synthetic fibers, military-grade alloys to replace bones. Even just these would cost quite a bit. If I hadn't been a cadet in the Imperial Guard, I doubted I'd be able to pay it off, even after a lifetime of work. For this level of injury, a lower-class family would give up on treatment and request euthanasia instead. Fortunately, as an orphan, I had the solid support of the Imperial Guard in place of a lower-class family. By the time I drifted in and out of anesthesia a few times, the surgery had been completed. I turned around and looked at myself in the mirror. The artificial skin adhered smoothly to my back. Only faint, map-like seams remained, unevenly aligned. The doctor said that once the integration is complete, the seams won't show at all. Though it wasn't necessary to make it this pristine, the care taken in the surgery was obvious. Creak, I stretched out my hand toward the table and displayed my body map in a hologram. The joints and bones that had been replaced with metal glowed in blue. They seemed like they could last for a century. This is a body I'll eventually discard anyway. In a few years, I'd have a fully mechanical body. My natural flesh was like a baby tooth, something to be used temporarily and discarded. If I'd expended it with as much purpose as I had now, I couldn't ask for anything better. At any rate, I survived. I let out a small sigh as I sat on the edge of the bed. The Force user's final moments replayed endlessly in my mind. The Force user withdrew his attack at the end. He didn't kill me. No matter how many times I thought about it, I reached the same conclusion. The Force user had let me live. He'd looked closely at my face, then withdrawn his hand with a bitter smile. I also tried to spare the Choritan boy, but that's because he was a non-combatant, incapable of killing me. I found it hard to forget the Force user's last words. He had looked at me and called me a kid. "I am already a warrior, a soldier. If you spared me simply because I was a kid, you're a fool." It infuriated me. If there was any way, I wanted to bring him back to life and fight him once more. Thanks to the old man's pathetic mercy, I survived. I didn't want to admit it, but like it or not, it was the truth. An unchanging, immutable truth. I don't believe in an afterlife, but if there is a world beyond, I hope he's watching me from there. I'm going to kill more Choritans in the future. Watch your own people die by my hand and regret it, even from the afterlife. That was my revenge on him. I would never make the same mistake he did. I spent an entire month running and walking inside a water tank filled with healing fluid, charged with microcurrents. I felt fully recovered, yet the doctor still refused to issue my discharge report. Another month dragged on like that. The healing fluid in the water tank was blue, a depressingly pale blue at that. To make things worse, its texture was unpleasantly sticky. Spending hours every day walking and running in it made me feel like I was losing my mind. I started to think I'd rather be stabbed or shot than go through this. For the past 2 months, I was no different from a rat running on a wheel. I need psychiatric counseling. I addressed to the Imperial Guard commander through the hologram screen. He looked at me with a puzzled expression. "Are you traumatized from the injury? That doesn't seem like you." "No, it's not related to the combat." I quickly shook my head. As a mere cadet, I shouldn't be contacting the Imperial Guard commander over something like this. But I was that desperate. If I spend even one more day here, I'm going to grab the doctor by the head and shove him into the tank. This isn't a joke. The commander burst into loud laughter as soon as he heard me. He laughed for a long time before finally speaking. "Psychiatric counseling isn't necessary. You're perfectly normal." The next day, a member of the Imperial Guard came to get me. My attending physician looked dissatisfied, but signed the papers the guard handed over. One glance at the guard's uniform was enough to recognize him from a distance. His black coat with a crimson lining hung heavily, almost sweeping the ground as it swayed. On his chest, there was an embroidered golden insignia of a sword. Thud, the guard who had escorted me out of the hospital, stopped walking. He looked down at me, his gaze steady. I saw his shoulders and arms shift slightly. Here it came. Thud, the guard's heavy fist landed in my abdomen. I doubled over, groaning. It felt like my insides were twisting up. You know why you're getting hit, don't you? The rim of the guard's pupils glowed with a red light. I overstepped my boundaries. I managed to squeeze out a response. The impact made it hard to catch my breath. Good. If you'd said you didn't know, I would have beaten you to a pulp and sent you back to the hospital. A mere cadet had made a personal request to the Imperial Guard commander. I didn't offer any excuses. In truth, there was nothing to excuse. I deserved it, plain and simple. Thank you. I clasped my hands behind my back, leaving my torso exposed. If there were more blows to take, I was prepared for them. The guard, seeing my stance, gave a slight smirk, barely lifting the corners of his mouth. Make sure you become an Imperial Guard, Luka. I feel like training you would be worth it. He spoke while placing a hand on my shoulder. 2 days had passed since I returned to the training grounds. Being able to move my body again made me feel alive. So, how does it feel to come back from the afterlife? Ile spoke as he lifted a 100-kilogram dumbbell with one hand. During free time, many cadets gathered at the training grounds. Look who's talking. You nearly died too. I replied while doing handstand push-ups. Ile had also been caught in the force explosion and sustained considerable injuries. Maintaining a delicate balance, I pushed off the ground with my arms. Spinning in the air, I landed lightly. Luckily, even after a couple of months of rest, my reflexes hadn't dulled. I was ready to jump right back into training. Even with cybernetic implants that had predetermined energy output, training was crucial, not for muscle development, but for the nervous system's coordination and responsiveness. An untrained civilian couldn't control a full-body mechanical armor well enough to utilize its performance, and they'd barely be able to manage their own movements. They wouldn't even be able to defeat me in my natural state. A body the mind can't keep up with only leads to disaster. In particular, we had undergone chemical treatments to optimize our nervous systems and completed rigorous daily training to prepare for eventual use of the full-body mechanical armor, Legion. The commander must have known the Force user was there. He just kept quiet and put us to the test. Ile remarked, throwing a punch while still gripping the dumbbell. His arm accelerated, and he began shadowboxing with the 100-kilogram weight, the motor sound from his cybernetic arm roaring intensely. No fatalities, so that's good enough. Get up here, Ile. I spoke nonchalantly as I stepped onto the sparring ring. Luka, my arm was completely wrecked in the fight, so I upgraded to a better one. Think you can handle it? You're full of talk. Did you replace your arm, or was it your tongue? I wiggled my index finger to taunt him. Ile tossed the dumbbell aside and hopped up onto the ring with ease. Luka, don't you think it's a bit strange that there were no fatalities? He assumed a fighting stance in front of me as he spoke. Sounds like you're saying it would have been better if there had been casualties, I replied, lightly throwing a punch. Ile tilted his head back, easily dodging it. Whoosh, we threw punches and kicks in quick succession. We were only loosening up, moving just slowly enough to dodge each other. Of course, slow was a relative term. If any of those blows landed solidly, they'd have enough force and speed to break bones. That's not what I mean. That Force user could have killed me, I think. He deliberately kept his distance and triggered the Force explosion. That's why I survived, and so did the other cadets caught in the blast. Hearing Ile's words, I couldn't hold back the irritation bubbling up. How weak could that Force user have been? He'd only wanted to subdue us, not kill. That's why he ultimately fell by my hand. I let my anger drive the speed of my punches up. Ile reacted quickly, deflecting my fist to the side. Hey, are you trying to smash my face? Ile grumbled at the sudden increase in pace. I've always wanted to flatten that smug face of yours. Seems I raised a tiger cub. There was a hint of amusement in Ile's relaxed grin. Oh please, who's raising who? Now let's go all out, Ile. I paused, taking a deep breath and focusing. I visualized expanding the bandwidth of my nervous system. Electrical signals and chemicals surged through the extended neural pathways, connecting my brain and body in perfect synchronization. I could see the pores on Ile's skin with my heightened vision. I could even hear his heartbeat in my ears. My sense of smell became so acute that I could probably guess what he'd eaten for breakfast. Ile, too, had finished activating his body. His eyes had a faint glow, like he could see right through me. The clanking in the training grounds came to a halt. Other cadets had gathered to watch the match between me and Ile. Hands and feet moved in a blur. I sharpened my senses, dodging and deflecting Ile's attacks. He did the same. The shifts between offense and defense happened so rapidly that it was hard to tell who held the upper hand. A high-pitched sound, one only I could hear, resonated from my limbs. Now that we'd entered high-speed combat, I was quickly approaching the limits of my mechanical body. My movements were starting to slow, just slightly. I needed to either stop here or bring this to a decisive end. Looks like Ile really did upgrade his arm to something better. Ile's arm was still moving at full speed. I opened my outstretched fist, attempting to grab hold of his arm. Creak, my fingertips caught onto Ile's arm. Pulling on it, I threw him off balance. Success! Ile wobbled. The opening was brief, but for me, it was more than enough time. Thud, I kicked his leg out from under him and slipped to the side. Thud, Ile fell and looked up at me. I waved my hand, which had started to smoke. The cadets who had been watching let out low exclamations and gasps of admiration. They could all tell that I'd turned the disadvantage around with a bit of quick thinking. I thought I'd win this time. Ile panted, chuckling. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, I always had the upper hand. If getting stronger were as easy as adding better parts, then why would we go through all this trouble? I extended a hand toward the fallen Ile as I spoke. Ile took my hand, standing up while fixing his gaze on me. His usually steady smile faltered just a bit. He cautiously began to speak. Luka, back then, you. Sensing the eyes of the other cadets, Ile trailed off. Even without him finishing, I knew what he was going to say. I wondered why he hadn't asked me sooner. He probably wants to know why I tried to let that Khoritan boy go. Thanks to Ile, I managed to cover up my mistake. His bullet had gone through the Khoritan boy's head instead of my blade. I still remembered that moment with perfect clarity. It was a mistake. It won't happen again. I responded quickly. Hearing my words, Ile narrowed his eyes, giving a slightly forced smile. By now, I could read his expressions well enough to get a sense of his emotions. Most likely, Ile wasn't looking for this kind of canned response. He remained as unreadable as ever. Chapter 6. The life of a cadet in the Imperial Guard lasted 4 years, and we were nearing the end of our second year. At this point, a new class joined beneath us, and most of our instructors who had trained us had moved over to them, making themselves scarce around us. You too are capable of aiming for the Centurion rank. Strive forward for His Majesty, the Emperor, and the citizens of the Empire. Our head instructor, who had overseen us for the past 2 years, said this before he transferred to the new class. By you too, he was referring to me and Ile. By the second year, the hierarchy among classmates was also fully set. Any talent that might blossom had already done so. We had learned all the fundamental combat techniques. All that was left was to apply them through practical experience. Centurion. The organization of the Imperial Guard was straightforward. There were 1,000 Imperial Guardsmen, consisting of 10 centuries, all commanded by a chief centurion. The commander of the guards, the chief centurion, is also the centurion of the 1st century. The remaining 9 centuries were divided according to service length and role. For a cadet like me, who had completed full-body mechanization, the first post was in the 10th century, the lowest-ranking unit consisting of rookies. After gaining experience in the 10th century, one could advance up to the 5th century, and beyond that, each would be assigned to one of the 1st to 5th upper centuries based on specialty and role. If I became the 10th centurion, promotion would come fast. It'd mean being recognized as outstanding among new Imperial Guardsmen. The position was one that any cadet with high training scores aimed for. I'm not particularly ambitious about becoming a centurion. Luka, do you want to be a centurion? When we were alone, Ile spoke with his usual carefree tone. Unlike you, I have nowhere to return to. If I don't rise, I'll only sink. With an Imperial Guard record, you'll be treated as an elite wherever you go. You're now in a place that doesn't care about where you come from. Try to relax a little. Ile tapped his fist lightly against my chest as he spoke. Ile was right. I had risen to a position where I could afford to take it easy, but my anxiety was also what drove me. The ever-present sense of standing precariously on a tightrope. I didn't want to lose that. Suddenly, a question about Ile arose. Why does Ile want to become an Imperial Guardsman? Ile was incredibly talented. Honestly, I thought when it came to talent he surpassed me. The difference was, Ile didn't push himself as desperately as I did. He seemed to take everything lightly, yet his results were similar to mine. Swish. I leaned my arms and back against the railing. The privileged young master jumped up onto the railing with a bound. Whoosh! Ile stood on the railing, facing the wind. At a glance, it looked precarious, but to us, it was as steady as standing on level ground. Our family, the Karthika family, is a renowned house that has produced many generals of the empire. Ile spoke as if he had read my thoughts. I was already accustomed to this sort of presumptive way of speaking from him. Ile Karthika. As someone from an orphanage, I couldn't grasp the full scope of the Karthika family's influence. All I understood was that they were a prestigious household. So, you're saying that the path to success is open to you even if you only do the bare minimum. I spoke with a sneer. Half of it was a joke, but the other half was genuine. Ile chuckled, then leapt up, performing a flip on the narrow railing. His feet traced a clean arc in the air. I originally wanted to be a scholar, an archaeologist who delves into the mysteries of ancient arcane civilizations. An archaeologist? It was the first time I'd heard of such a job. At my question, Ile smiled a light, almost whimsical smile. In Belato or Korite, it's a somewhat promising career. The arcane civilizations have endless secrets to uncover. I fell silent for a moment. Just as Ile had shielded my naive act of mercy, I, too, refrained from reporting his subversive words to the higher-ups. If that's what you want, then just go for it. After extending my senses to confirm there was no one nearby, I spoke. In the Empire, studying arcane civilizations without permission is forbidden. And besides, my family wouldn't allow me to do anything other than serve as a soldier. A noble house earns its reputation by consistently producing talent in a particular field. Ile spoke as if he bore the weight of the world's sorrows, his eyes filled with melancholy. Are you saying it's sad you can't do what you want? What a pampered complaint. I was angry. This time, I meant it. The city's underbelly was filled with people who didn't even have the guarantee of surviving each day. Wanting to do something was a luxury. For them, work that kept them alive was what mattered. You're right. To you, my words probably sound like a spoiled complaint, but for me, it's real. Ile stood there, unruffled. You need to go hungry and suffer a bit more. I spoke with contempt. Even at my harsh words, Ile didn't flinch. My family doesn't know about my dream. You're the only one I've told, Luka. If I reported what you just told me, you'd be finished. But you won't do that, just like I kept your secret. That time, you showed mercy to a Khoritan. Ile squatted down on the railing. He lowered his gaze to match my eye level. I frowned, studying Ile's face. I only hesitated because he was a non-combatant. Even if you hadn't acted, I would have killed him in the end. The commander ordered us to kill all the Khoritans there. The fact that you hesitated at all means you're someone who could defy orders from the top. Don't spout nonsense. I'm loyal to the Empire and the Emperor. They acknowledged my talents. The Empire's enemies are my enemies. Ile looked at me, then moved his lips. Even if that enemy is me, whoever it may be, I spoke with hostility. It was now clear. Ile Karthika was dangerous. There was a possibility he could become an enemy of the Empire. Luka, if you truly went beyond loyalty to pure obedience, you'd be trying to kill me right now. I didn't respond to Ile's words. I only glared at him sharply. Ile nodded, as if taking my silence as his answer. He then leaned backward and jumped off the railing. Looking down, I saw Ile land effortlessly from the height of the 3rd floor. That reckless bastard, I muttered as I watched Ile's retreating figure. Ile lacked nothing, status, talent, everything one could envy, yet he was chasing after something strange. You'll end up dead that way, idiot. I sighed involuntarily. For cadets in their 3rd year, after basic training, it was a continuous cycle of live operations. It was also a period when casualties increased. Rattle, rattle, rain poured down relentlessly. Ile, 3 other cadets, and I pressed our waterproof hoods down tightly as we pushed through the dense forest. 5 cadets walked in silence through the rain. Our mission was reconnaissance. As cadets, we had to take on all sorts of minor missions to build diverse experiences. Someone without field experience would, in the future, only spout unrealistic theories from behind a desk when put in charge. For soldiers, and especially for commanders, incompetence and ignorance were the greatest sins and failings. Swish! I raised my hand to signal a break. We gathered under a tree to shelter from the rain. One of the cadets, who lacked sleep, closed his eyes and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Sleep control was also one of the combat techniques we had learned. Crunch, crunch. As I chewed on a ration bar, I scanned the surroundings. With the rain falling at night, visibility was poor. The forest, lashed by the wind and rain, swayed ominously as though it might devour us. Somewhere out there, a legion-clad Imperial Guard is surely watching over us. Even though it was a real operation, it was still part of our training. If we encountered enemies beyond our capability, the Imperial Guard would step in. The Force user last time, Command must have deemed them manageable for us, and that turned out to be the case. Had Ile not been injured first, he and I would have been enough to handle that opponent. If we had coordinated our attacks, we would have dealt with them easily. This mission is a reconnaissance mission. I closed my eyes, reviewing the mission in my mind. The place we were stepping into was an uncharted neutral zone. It wasn't yet under anyone's territory. Anyone we encountered here could be considered an enemy. Ile isn't his usual self. I shifted my gaze, observing Ile as he drank water. His face didn't show any signs of fatigue. Rather, he seemed visibly excited. Is he really that thrilled just to see an arcane ruin? The arcane ruins were the target of this reconnaissance mission. The site was surrounded by waves that interfered with monitoring, so we had to conduct an on-site inspection. Swish, I stood up, patting Ile's shoulder. It was our turn to stand watch. Isn't it amazing? There were civilizations that explored the stars before we humans even existed. Ile chattered excitedly. I couldn't share his fascination and merely shrugged. The ancient arcane civilization. I knew only the basics. I'd heard it was a civilization that spanned the entire universe in the distant past. Traces of it remained wherever one went in space. I don't care about the arcane or whatever. They're just people who died ages ago. Despite my negative reaction, Ile neither looked disappointed nor offended. Luka, it's because of the past that we have the present, and that record allows us to predict the future. Even though Ile explained it like it was profound, it didn't resonate with me. He didn't seem intent on making me understand either. After resting and recovering, we prepared to move again. Just before setting out, one of the cadets approached me. Claude Ramonis. The Ramonis family wasn't as influential as the Karthika family, but it was still a notable household. Even as someone from the lowest ranks, my cadet life among noble heirs had taught me about the subtle balances and power structures within noble families. Luka, I have a younger sister. Claude Ramonis brought this up out of nowhere. I tilted my head, puzzled. So, if you're not involved with anyone, I'd like to introduce you to my sister. I'm an orphanage kid. There wasn't a single cadet who didn't know my background. Whether you're from an orphanage or a noble family, we'll end up as Imperial Guards all the same. Who knows, you might even be my superior one day. I looked at Claude's face. He wasn't teasing, nor was he speaking casually. He's serious. It was a sudden proposal, yet in a way, I understood it. Coming from an orphanage, I had no ties to complex political affairs. Ile once mentioned that some families might appreciate my unburdened background. I don't think it's a bad offer. I know you're close with Ile, but there aren't any women left in the Karthika family. I haven't thought about anything like this before. Besides, we're on a mission. I paused before replying. I'm not asking you to answer right now. Just think about it. Claude nodded and stepped back. Ile, who had overheard my conversation with Claude, nudged my arm with his elbow. Quite popular, Luka. Shut up. We continued moving toward the ruins. As we neared the center of the forest, remnants of partially destroyed metal structures began to emerge. So this is an arcane site. Ile scanned the surroundings, moving closer to one of the shattered pillars. VMM. When Ile's hand touched the silvery metal pillar, a faint blue light rippled from the point of contact before dissipating. This structure is millions of years old, yet it still has an energy response. Ile couldn't hide his awe. Ile, we're on a mission here, I frowned. Oh, sorry. For a moment, it seemed like Ile had forgotten the mission entirely. His face was filled with wonder, open and unguarded like that of a child. It was the first time I'd seen this side of him. Whoosh! I signaled to reorganize the formation. We planned to examine the structure and scale of the arcane ruins and then head back. And if there happened to be any artifacts to recover, we were to collect them immediately. Silently, we moved between the covers provided by broken walls. The silvery roads branched out in all directions, converging at what appeared to be the center of the ruins. Claude, over here, I gestured to Claude. Normally, I would have partnered with Ile as the lead scout, but he seemed too distracted today to be reliable. The other cadets were in position behind pillars and walls, rifles at the ready. Under their cover, Claude and I approached the ruins. Viting. I activated my mechanical eye on the right, attempting to analyze the surroundings. However, the unique energy waves from the ruins deflected the analysis attempt. My eyelid throbbed as heat began to spread from my forehead. Crackle. A strange noise came from up ahead. Claude and I held our breath, moving slowly and cautiously. There's something in front of us. Inside the ruins stood 6 massive pillars. At the center of them was a pedestal that looked almost like an altar. I opened my eyes wide. Creak crackle. Above the pedestal, a cube was hovering, rotating in midair. It was about the size of a human head, and with each rotation, the color of its sides changed. A continuous sound of gears seemed to echo from within, as if machinery inside was interlocking. And beneath that cube stood someone. The moment I identified them, my face froze and then twisted. Damn! Every nerve in my body was on edge. My instincts and reason were both screaming danger. If the Empire had the Imperial Guard, then the Holy Korite Alliance had the Paladin. One of those Paladin was standing right in front of us. I recognized it instantly just from the armor. The elaborate armor, adorned with fine detail, was a mix of blue and white. Melee weapons like a spear and sword were strapped to his back and waist. His face was hidden beneath a helmet pulled low. VMM. The Koritan Paladin turned his head. A blue light flickered from within his helmet. His gaze was fixed directly on us. Whoosh! The Paladin made a gesture. The spear on his back glowed with a blue light, lifting into the air by itself. The spear shone brightly as if the light was engulfing it. The brilliant light was paradoxically chilling. We knew instinctively that it was dangerous. Koritan Paladin were unparalleled masters of force abilities. Claw! I couldn't finish my sentence. Everything happened in an instant. Just as the spear disappeared, it whizzed past me. Crunch! The spearhead pierced straight through Claude's temple. The spear continued through his body, impaling him before embedding itself into a pillar. Claude was dead, and I was next. Chapter 7. Blood streamed down Claude's face, whose head was impaled by the spear. Though his brain had ceased, his body trembled with residual signals like the last echoes of consciousness. There was no time for prayers. Buzz. The spear embedded in Claude's head glowed once more. That light was force. A thin thread of the aura connected it to the Paladin's hand. With the Paladin's body encased in armor, it was nearly impossible to distinguish what was serving as the force's catalyst. The spear of the Paladin shimmered again, transforming back into light, and withdrew from Claude's head. Swish! The light slashed through the air. The spear, now in physical form again, returned to the Paladin's hand. Creak creak, a headache flared up. My right mechanical eye switched to combat mode, attempting to predict the spear's trajectory. All it produced was a flood of errors. There was no way to calculate it. The force's powers, which defied physical laws, were beyond computation. The Paladin of the Holy Korite Alliance distorted space and transformed matter into light. Forget these meaningless calculations. I dismissed the trajectory prediction function of my right eye and shut it off. I had to rely on my instincts and intuition, not the computer's calculations. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Cadets who were covering Claude and me opened fire. They tried to maneuver closer to my position while shooting. We were competent soldiers, but fully armored paladins were not foes we could handle with our combat abilities. His combat prowess rivaled that of an Imperial Guard equipped with the Legion. Even if we tried to escape, there was no escaping the Paladin's reach. We had to fight to buy time. The Imperial Guard reinforcements will come. An Imperial Guard member observing us was likely on their way right now. The wait would last only a few seconds, but each of those seconds felt unbearably long. Buzz, the Paladin's spear was glowing once more. It was hard to tell when to dodge, even though I saw it coming. But I couldn't hesitate. I crouched down, tucking my body and legs tightly before diving to the side and rolling away instinctively. Then, I dove to the side, rolling away instinctively. Whoosh! The spear appeared where my head had just been. The trailing glow of force lingered behind it like a tail. I wanted to check the Paladin's next move, but even dodging the spear aimed at my back was overwhelming. Creak! The floating spear spun around, changing direction. Its tip was now aimed at me. It seemed impossible to dodge this time. After Claude, I would be the next to die. Yes, I had lost this battle before it even began. I had believed I couldn't withstand this enemy and had only run, cornered into a dead end. Like a pig being led to slaughter. When the enemy swung their sword, I had to swing mine. That was the way to survive on the battlefield. Showing your back only meant a bullet in the back of your head. I gripped the hilt with both hands. Underneath the synthetic skin, the circuits of my prosthetic arm glowed a deep red like blood vessels. I pushed my energy output to the maximum. Before that spear disappears, I would strike first. Koang. I advanced and slashed at the spear hanging in midair. It was before the light of the force fully enveloped it. Crash! My interference triggered a force explosion. The spear, having lost control, spun wildly before embedding itself in the ground. Crackle, crackle. The synthetic skin on my prosthetic arm peeled off in layers. My fingers, caught in the explosion, were broken, twisted, and left tattered. Current sparks flew from exposed wires. The spear has stopped for now. It looked like the connection between the Paladin and the spear had been severed. I turned my gaze toward the Paladin. Sheeing. The Paladin pulled out a sword instead of the spear and lowered it. Light surrounded the blade. Whoosh! He swung the sword through the air repeatedly. The trail of the blade formed crescents of light, gathering into the shape of a crescent moon. There were 3 crescent blades in total. As soon as they took full form, they cut across the ground, racing forward. I opened my eyes wide. This was easier to predict than the spear. I thought I could dodge it. But this time, it wasn't aimed at me. The crescent blades descended on the cadets who were covering me. From behind, groans and low screams escaped. I couldn't tell how many were hit or killed. All of this unfolded in under 10 seconds, yet each moment felt unbearably long. Just as defeat began to feel inevitable, the rescuer we'd been waiting for arrived. Bang! An explosion struck beside the Paladin's head, filling the air with thick, acrid smoke. Screech, screech. I moved my pupils toward the sound. Eyes glowing red emerged, cutting through the underbrush. A member of the Imperial Guard, clad in the Legion full-body mechanical armor, emerged from the ruins. Stripped of all unnecessary and fragile organs, this being was a weapon unto itself. The armor seemed to move with a life of its own. My right mechanical eye recognized the Imperial Guard. Information flashed before my eyes. The Imperial Guard's standard combat mechanical armor, Legion model designation, Hector. The pinnacle of the Empire's advanced technology had appeared in this place. Whoosh! The cloak that shrouded Legion's frame fluttered. Its limbs were long, and its waist was narrow. It had no digestive organs and, naturally, no mouth. The Legion combat mechanical armor, with its armored form, had no human face and could not display expressions. As a result, it showed not even a hint of emotion. There were no parts or functions for eating, sleeping, or reproduction. Though designed purely for combat without regard for human activities, the Legion mechanical armor seemed to retain a fierce instinct for battle. It was a weapon that pursued extreme practicality and efficiency in warfare. Thunk! The Imperial Guard Legion extended his hand and pulled the trigger. In his hand was a crude revolver. It was called a handgun, but its caliber and power were on par with artillery rounds. Boom! The bullet fired by the Imperial Guard struck the Paladin repeatedly, yet the Paladin appeared largely unharmed. Each explosion triggered a faint, translucent glow from his force shield. The blue and white armor showed not even a smudge. Click. The Imperial Guard tossed the gun to the ground, then reached toward his back. Creak. A weapon latch on his back opened, and the halberd, hidden under his cloak, emerged with a massive presence. He swung the weapon, which was as large as his own body, with ease. Thud. The Imperial Guard brought the blade of the halberd down to the ground and started striding toward the paladin. Vreeing, the paladin advanced with his sword, as if moving to meet the Imperial Guard. The paladin was a head shorter than the Imperial Guard, yet the intimidating aura of his force, visible as an aura of light, made him seem equally imposing. The two monsters exchanged no words. They acted as if it were only natural to consider each other mortal enemies. Only murderous intent and animosity passed between them. Kaang, the Imperial Guard's halberd collided with the paladin's sword. Blue sparks and red embers burst forth, scattering toward each other. The movements of their weapons and arms were so swift they were nearly impossible to track. Their sounds and movements even fell out of sync. Crack! The paladin's shoulder armor shattered under the impact of the halberd. Screech! The sword sliced across the Imperial Guard's chest. The metallic exterior tore like fabric. Crash! The halberd and the sword clashed head-on, and a struggle of strength began. Scree! The Imperial Guard gripped the halberd with one hand and began pushing the paladin back. The paladin's body staggered, bending backward as though he might fall. The mechanical strength of the Imperial Guard seemed to give him the advantage. Crack! The Imperial Guard reached out with his free hand and grasped the paladin's face. A grinding sound came from the paladin's helmet as the metal dented. He seemed ready to crush the skull and seize the brain within. At a glance, it seemed like the Imperial Guard was winning. But the paladin pulled one of his hands away from the hilt, leaving just one hand gripping his sword. Even with only one hand, he was still holding his ground. The paladin, who had been losing ground with both hands, was now holding steady with just one. Something was off. A feint! That thought crossed my mind. The paladin was pretending to be pushed back. He was angling to exploit an opening, even if it meant exposing his head. These two monsters were so evenly matched that he had to take such a gamble to stand a chance. Whoosh! The paladin moved his free hand. His fingers twitched, re-establishing a force link with the spear that had flown away. If the spear was once again bound to his force, it would soon return to its luminous form. I had to stop the paladin from controlling the spear. I tried to grip my sword, but all my fingers were shattered. I couldn't hold it. Buzz! While I hesitated, the spear embedded in the ground started to tremble, then rose up. The light around it intensified, enveloping the spear. It would soon aim for the Imperial Guard's head. Today, luck just wasn't on my side. An extreme solution came to mind. The only things I had left were my legs. I didn't even have time to sigh. I braced myself against the ground and leapt, spinning through the air. As I rotated midair, I brought my heel down hard on the spear shaft. Screech! With my powerful strike, the spear wobbled, tipping to the side. But the light enveloping the spear started crawling up my leg, spreading cracks of light through it like an infection. At any moment, my foot could explode. Shraa! The spear, covered in light, disappeared. The resulting explosion threw me to the ground, and I rolled, hearing the sound of bones breaking all over my body. Lying on the ground, I moved only my eyes, trying to assess the situation. What happened? The spear had grazed past the Imperial Guard's head. It had missed it. My interference had helped, it seemed. Crack! Crack! The helmet clutched in the Imperial Guard's grip was crushed, almost reduced to half its size. From the gaps in the helmet, red blood was trickling down. Victory was within the Imperial Guard's grasp. Vreeing, the light around the paladin's armor was fading. But in exchange, the glow of force in his left hand grew even stronger. The paladin extended his light-wrapped hand toward the side of the Imperial Guard's head. The Imperial Guard tried to tilt his head back to dodge, but the explosion was faster. Boom! A force explosion at point-blank range. The impact was so immense that even the paladin was caught in it. It was, quite literally, a move of mutual destruction. The ground trembled as dust and smoke billowed upward. Clang! Clang! Before the smoke had even settled, I heard the sound of metal colliding and crumpling. Ah! As the echoes of the explosion faded, everything came into sharp focus. I opened my blood-filled mouth, stunned at the strange scene before me. The paladin's left arm had been consumed in his own explosion, vaporized all the way to the shoulder. Then my gaze fixed on the Imperial Guard. At first, I didn't immediately understand what I was seeing. Crack, crunch. The Imperial Guard had mounted the paladin, mercilessly pummeling his helmet with his fists. The crushed helmet had flattened, resembling a tray. Broken skull fragments and flesh smeared the Imperial Guard's fists, turning to a mushy pulp. It wasn't the brutality of the scene that shocked me. The reason I couldn't look away lay elsewhere. The Imperial Guard has no head. The Imperial Guard's head had been blown away in the force explosion, leaving only part of his neck and lower jaw. His final biological component, the brain, was gone. In other words, the Imperial Guard was biologically dead, and yet Legion was still moving. Ooh! The Imperial Guard let out a roar of victory. A hollow cry resounded, reverberating through his throat. Even without a brain, the Imperial Guard did not cease his struggle. Screech! The Imperial Guard rose to his feet. Cybernetic prosthetics often continue to move through residual signals even after losing their brain. But this Imperial Guard was not moving through residual signals. Creak, creak. The Legion full-body mechanical armor walked forward. With no human brain to control it, the movement of its limbs was awkward, yet it was clearly driven by some kind of will. I felt a visceral sense of repulsion. Looking at that sight, an unbearable loathing stirred within me. It felt as if the human mind wasn't the master controlling the mechanical body, but rather just another part, a mere component of the machine. The Imperial Guard stood over my fallen head, reaching out his hand as if to lift me up. He didn't seem to know that he was already dead. If ghosts exist, would they look like this? I didn't take the Imperial Guard's hand. Instead, I spoke words that I probably shouldn't have. Are you really still alive, even in that state? The Imperial Guard flinched. He raised a hand as if trying to feel his own head. Swish, swish, his hand swept through empty air. Only then did he seem to realize that his head was gone. He continued to swipe at the place where his head used to be, then let out a scream. Ooh. The hollow sound that escaped his throat was hoarse, the voice lost along with his vocal cords. Thud, the Imperial Guard knelt down and collapsed beside my head. He had lost the final piece of his natural body. The moment he became aware of that, he met his complete death. All signals from the computational device that had been assisting his prosthetic movement ceased. I've been. Lying there, I looked up at the headless Imperial Guard. Striving to become a monster like this all this time, undergoing full-body mechanization, eventually being granted Legion, the symbol of the Imperial Guard, it had been my only goal in life. But for the first time, a different thought surfaced. Legion might not be liberation from a weak body, it might be a prison for the mind. How dangerous, Luka? Chapter 8. I lay sprawled on my back, staring up at the night sky. Beyond the shoulder of the fallen Imperial Guard, stars were sparkling. It was the first time I'd ever seen such a clear night sky. A sight I could never see from the Empire's capital, Akbaran, stars in the night sky. They're beautiful. Perhaps this scene would be the final image of my life. I've been shivering for a while now. The thrill of battle had faded, leaving only the crushing weight of pain and death pressing in on me. Ha, damn it! Only then did I notice that my side had been torn open in a long gash. Blood was streaming out in torrents. If I wasn't careful, my insides would spill out, offering an unpleasant view. I wasn't in any shape to get up and move on my own. With my mangled hand, I tried to press against the torn wound on my side. Creak, creak. My tattered fingers were malfunctioning. It only seemed to be worsening the tear. Forget it, damn it, I blinked. Whether I died or not, the stars continued to shine brightly. Beyond that sea of stars lay Earth, the place where our ancestors once lived. Step, step, footsteps echoed. I raised my head slightly, gazing ahead. I wasn't the only survivor. I forced a faint smile. You're alive, Luka. Ile, missing an arm, staggered toward me. The others? I asked, and Ile slowly shook his head. They've all been cut in half, whether sideways or up and down. It looked like the paladin's sword aura had hit its mark. Only Ile and I survived. Ile stood beside my head. Kneeling, he stared silently at the dead Imperial Guard, then pushed the body back, letting it fall. Luka, you're badly wounded. If this goes on, you'll die. I know, even if you don't say it. Ile checked over my condition, but his expression was odd. His gaze kept glancing eastward, over and over. Yes, Ile Karthika, your heart's set in that direction, isn't it? Now's a good chance. An official missing in action during a mission, it's a clean wrap-up. It wouldn't be strange if a single body wasn't found. Luka, Ile squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them. He turned his head, looking toward the east. I understood the meaning of that gaze. Our empire lay to the west. To the east was the territory of Korite and Belato. Ile had always wanted to leave the empire. Even if he never directly said it, I could tell. If you're going to go, go now. Don't think about trying to heal me. The follow-up unit will be here soon. I lay there, watching Ile. He looked at me with a distant gaze, then turned his eyes away. Step. Ile walked past me. His footsteps grew fainter as he moved away. I couldn't understand Ile's thoughts or actions. He had both the talent and background that anyone in the Empire would envy. His life was practically guaranteed to be one of success. And yet, Ile was abandoning it all to leave the Empire. No matter how hard I try, I just can't understand you, Ile. But I could respect it. I wanted Ile to live as he wished. If I was lucky, maybe I'd hold out until the follow-up unit arrived. If not, then it's the afterlife for me. I took a slow, steady breath. I closed my eyes, then opened them, staring at the stars. It wasn't a terrible feeling. Step, step. The footsteps, which had faded, began to grow closer again. I let out a laugh, mixed with a sigh. Ah, laughing hurts. What are you doing, you idiot? I looked at Ile, who had returned. He knelt down, pressed one hand against the bleeding wound on my side, and began administering first aid. Maybe I really am an idiot, just like you said. Ile smiled wryly as he spoke. Once I was taken back to the Empire, I was summoned from place to place as soon as I recovered. It seemed this relic site mission had become a major issue for the higher-ups. Even senior officials, whose titles alone gave me a headache, came to hear my report. They discussed complex political matters in front of me, speculating about potential diplomatic friction with the Holy Korite Alliance. An Imperial Guard had died, and 3 cadets had lost their lives. But that wasn't why this was causing such a fuss. Imperial soldiers dying was an everyday occurrence. I was flipping through a catalog of cybernetic products. What I had now were temporary prosthetic arms and legs, which allowed only basic functionality for daily life. The lack of power energy output for combat left me feeling like I was shackled, with a heavy sense of restriction on my limbs. They found an artifact at the site we visited. There's a lot of debate over who owns it, Ile said. True to his background in a renowned household, he was well informed on matters like these. It seemed he picked up a lot from here and there. An arcane artifact. I remembered the cube spinning in the center of the site. I'd suspected it was no ordinary object, but I hadn't realized it was an artifact. Have they recovered it? They're forming a recovery team made up of experts. For now, the Imperial Guard is protecting the site. It's worth it. Some artifacts can serve as strategic resources for the nation. Ile went on talking about the artifact. Apologies, but since I wasn't interested, I let most of it slip by, only half listening. If the Holy Alliance doesn't let go of this historic site and artifact, a fairly large battle could break out. It won't escalate into an all-out war, though. All-out war was something every nation sought to avoid. The Akresha Empire, the Holy Korite Alliance, the Belato Federation. If any 2 of these countries engaged in all-out war, the remaining one would reap considerable benefits. For that reason, each nation continued to wage limited conflicts, containing the losses to manageable levels. It wasn't something that mattered much to me. Well, it mattered in some sense, but I wasn't interested. In the end, it was just work for the high-ranking officials involved in politics. All I had to do was fight when ordered. That's what it meant to be a soldier, a member of the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard. I recalled the Imperial Guard who had met his end at the relic site. Even after his head had been blown off, he'd moved like a ghost. A phantom effect caused by residual signals. The Imperial Guard captain had dismissed it with that explanation after hearing my report. A predictable answer, and not the answer I wanted. He listened to my words and responded even after death. It wasn't just some phantom effect. The questions remained unresolved, lingering in my heart. But I wasn't foolish enough to delve into what the higher-ups wouldn't answer. I found myself lost in thought, unable to turn even a single page of the catalog. Luka, for the prosthetic arm, I would recommend the F-24 Ruse model. The adjustment period is short, so you'll be back in action sooner, and its performance is even better than the one you had before. Ile leaned in beside me, pointing at the catalog. I glanced at Ile. He looked calm. He hadn't run from the Empire, instead he'd chosen to save me. I have no regrets, because to me, you're worth it. Ile, catching the meaning in my words, replied. I didn't say anything further. It was around the time I'd gotten used to my new prosthetic arm and leg. I stepped into an unfamiliar room. The space was unusually bright for a cadet training facility. The walls were a warm shade of white, and a few potted plants were scattered along the shelves. Thanks to the sunlight streaming through the windows, the room was bright even without lights. A visitation room. It was a place where cadets could meet with acquaintances or family members. As someone from an orphanage, it was a place that had no connection to me whatsoever. Well, I scratched my neck, staring forward. I didn't know what I was supposed to say. Sitting in front of me was a girl who'd come to see me. I already knew who my visitor was. Lillian Ramonis. She was the younger sister of Claude Ramonis, who had recently died. Lillian was still dressed in black mourning clothes. When she noticed my presence, she stood up. Her half-lidded eyes gave her a languid appearance. This isn't our first meeting, is it? Lillian spoke carefully. I nodded and took a seat in front of her. We saw each other at Claude's funeral. I felt uncomfortable in many ways. After all, I had been the captain on the mission in which Claude died. It would be proper for me to accept whatever accusations she has. I mentally prepared myself and waited for Lillian to speak. She simply looked at me in silence. Claude spoke a lot about you, Luka. It was an unexpected comment. Tilting my head slightly, I expressed my curiosity. About me? He said he had a capable friend among his peers. He even asked me if I'd consider meeting you. Claude had tried to set me up with Lillian. It seemed he'd already mentioned me to her on multiple occasions. Are you aware of my background? That's why it's actually better. I was even more puzzled. As Lillian Ramonis, she could likely marry a young man from a family far more prestigious. In this vast empire, there were certainly people with a stronger background and more ability than me. Better, you say? It means fewer unnecessary steps between us. How about you? Lillian leaned forward, propping her chin up with both hands. Her direct approach only made me more uneasy. I would have preferred the straightforward chaos of a battlefield filled with whizzing bullets. I don't know much about you, Lillian. This was the most polite rejection I could muster. Engaging in this kind of conversation, which didn't suit me, was already making my tongue itch. We could get to know each other from now on, couldn't we? I don't know much about you either. This woman wasn't easy. Despite her relaxed expression, she was relentless. If I tried to shake her off too harshly, it felt like I'd be leaving part of myself behind with her. I need a bit of time to think about it. I think it's a good opportunity for you as well. Others would be envious, you know. I flinched. Conditions that others would envy. On reflection, there was nothing wrong with what Lillian said. This was a chance to be connected with a woman from a distinguished family. If I wanted to rise higher, I would need connections and family influence. Lillian could provide that for me. Ideal. For a man in my position, a woman like Lillian would be desirable. But it was what others would want, not what I wanted. Suddenly, I thought of Ile Karthika. Despite having all the privileges that others envied, he wanted to escape the Empire. I'd always thought it was an incredibly foolish thing to do. So this is what it was. Turning down Lillian's proposal would be just as foolish, but right now, I wanted to do exactly that. Luka, Lillian tilted her head, looking at me. I gave my answer. I refuse. I kept it brief, without any flowery language. For the first time, a flicker appeared in Lillian's eyes. She was probably running through 1,000 thoughts in her mind. Thud, I rose from my seat. Even if Lillian felt insulted, I couldn't help it. If I tried to decline politely, I had a feeling she'd cling to me to the end. Clasp. Lillian grabbed my wrist in a firm grip, stronger than I'd expected. I must have been rushing things, Luka. No, that's not. She cut me off, smiling. Let's start as friends. I'll come see you again. She released my wrist and spoke, then walked out of the visitation room before I could respond, showing me her back. Not easy, I murmured to myself. She was a difficult woman in more ways than one. Chapter 9. I went to find Kinuan, the hand-to-hand combat instructor. It wasn't unusual for cadets to visit instructors for personal reasons. Especially by the third year, after completing basic training, cadets would identify areas where they needed improvement and build their own training curriculum. It's unusual for you to come looking for me. Kinuan, seated inside his office, looked at me as he spoke. Like the other instructors, he was a retired member of the Imperial Guard. I came because I had something to ask. Have a seat. Would you care for some tea? Kinuan rose from his seat, his loose clothing fluttering as he moved. Before I could even answer, he was already pouring tea. Thank you. I accepted the tea and took a seat. Sip. The tea was bitter and astringent. I barely managed to keep a neutral expression. If he weren't my superior, I'd have cursed and asked if he seriously paid money to drink this garbage. Kinuan inhaled the steam from the hot tea and carefully took a small sip. He looked serene, savoring the tea with a sense of leisure. I observed Kinuan. He had a middle-aged face, calm to the point that he didn't even give off a military vibe at a glance. But Kinuan was strong. I'd felt that difference when learning hand-to-hand combat under him. He was different. If it's hand-to-hand combat, there's nothing more for you to learn. You're already excellent. Even among past cadets, few were more skilled in combat than you. Interpreted another way, it meant that there were still those better than me. Being excellence at the cadet level isn't enough. There was no point in dragging this out. I got straight to the point. There's no need to be greedy. I could barely sit back and watch as the Imperial Guard and the Holy Korite Alliance's paladin fought. Well, of course. Isn't that because you're still a cadet? I read the reports and records myself. You carried out your role admirably, using your abilities to the fullest. Kinuan chuckled slightly. Strictly speaking, I failed the mission. My fellow cadets, including Claude, had died under my command. If it hadn't been for the intervention of the Imperial Guard, we would have been annihilated. You were up against an opponent you couldn't defeat, even at full strength. It wasn't your fault. That was a failure of the upper ranks. In fact, your evaluation has only risen since that mission. The upper ranks evaluation doesn't matter. I need the capability to respond, even when faced with an unexpected adversary. Kinuan closed his mouth and narrowed his eyes. I raised my head, waiting for Kinuan to speak. Time is on your side. You'll gain more experience and receive better prosthetics in the future. You'll grow stronger even without rushing. The upper ranks, having lost cadets due to this miscalculation, will also proceed with more caution. Kinuan spoke gently, as if instructing me. I held my neck and back upright, meeting his gaze steadily. I heard that you, instructor, are also from a 2-digit orphanage. Kinuan was like me, a fellow irregular who had risen from the bottom. The difference in quality between single-digit orphanages and 2-digit ones was stark. Orphanages from number 1 to number 9 housed children with superior genetics. Rumor had it that many of them were illegitimate offspring of noble families. They received ample support from the Empire. Kinuan and I were from 2-digit orphanages, where potential talent was low and the Empire's support was scarce. Yet, a few exceptional individuals managed to rise despite from such harsh conditions. The Empire is fair. It gives everyone a chance. People thought this way. I had thought so, too. However, according to Ile, the Empire had merely used irregulars to plant that illusion among its subjects. It was a subversive thought. I shouldn't dwell on it any further. Swallowing hard, I focused on Kinuan's words. Luka, you have greater potential than I did. During my cadet days, I barely avoided last place in most of the training exercises. My peers whispered behind my back, saying someone unfit to be an Imperial Guard had slipped through. His words surprised me. Becoming an instructor was a high honor. Only those with distinguished achievements in the Imperial Guard could be granted such a position. It was hard to believe that Kinuan had been a poor performer during his cadet days. Of course, that was within the context of cadets. Across the Empire, he must have still been an exceptional talent. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Kinuan chuckled softly, watching me in silence. I've read your service record, instructor. Especially. Kinuan had established himself as an indispensable figure in significant battles during his active service. He had earned countless military honors while serving in the Imperial Guard. After a pause, I continued. I heard that you infiltrated enemy lines and distinguished yourself using a non-combat prosthetic. Kinuan had once feigned surrender at a front line where they were locked in a standoff with the Bellotto Federation for months. The prosthetic he used at the time was a low-power, everyday model unsuitable for combat. The Bellato Federation accepted Kinuan's surrender, seeing him as unarmed. Then, a catastrophe ensued. Kinuan killed the officer interrogating him, then stormed the meeting room, slaughtering the officers in charge of the battlefield, causing a temporary disruption in the front lines. The Empire seized the opportunity to launch an offensive, forcing the Federation to retreat to its front lines. I don't have the clearance to view the detailed records from that time. I didn't know how Kinuan managed such a feat. The soldiers of the Bellato Federation weren't fools. Kinuan must have had something beyond common sense that allowed him to pull it off. You're quite curious. This wasn't a compliment. For an Imperial Guard or any soldier of the Empire, those words served as a warning. Don't seek knowledge beyond your authority. Hold your position in silence. Be loyal to the Emperor and protect the citizens of the Empire. I understood this well. Just a year or two ago, I wouldn't have acted this way. I realized faintly. I'm changing. I was gradually deviating from the virtues required of a soldier of the Empire. No matter how I thought about it, it was all because of that damn Ile. He was having a bad influence on me. My apologies, instructor. I was about to stand up. As far as I knew, Kinuan was the most competent among the instructors. But I had no intention of pestering someone who wasn't convinced. Do you plan to go to every instructor like this? Many will view it unfavorably. Reputation matters as much as skill. I don't intend to flatter others to climb the ranks. I plan to rise by my own strength. I have no background to rely on, after all. Kinuan quietly observed me, then smiled. He stood up, holding his knees. Follow me, Luka. Kinuan came to a stop in front of an empty training room. A lens on the doorframe opened, beginning visitor identification. Shortly after, the sound of the lock releasing signaled the door opening. The walls and floor of the training room were all cold metal tiles. With so much empty space, even a breath would likely echo. You've always been an excellent cadet. Kinuan spoke as he walked to the center of the training room, his hands clasped behind his back as he turned to face me. Thank you, I replied reflexively. Especially with your high marks in hand-to-hand combat, it's been a point of pride for me as your instructor. Now, show me what you've learned so far, Luka. I immediately assumed my stance, preparing for battle. There was no reason to hesitate. If this was a test, I had to pass. This was an opportunity to learn from the battle techniques of Kinuan, who had been through it all. My right mechanical eye analyzed Kinuan's full-body prosthetic. It was a low-power, everyday model. Other instructors and members of the Imperial Guard used combat-level specifications, even during downtime. If we're just talking about the grip strength of my prosthetic arm, I'm at least 10 times stronger. Overall, my specs were much better. My only disadvantage was that I didn't have a full-body prosthetic, making the durability of my biological parts weaker. I regulated my breathing, gathering my full strength. I wasn't taking this lightly. Even with a low-spec prosthetic, Kinuan was strong enough to take down a cadet like me with ease. I don't recall ever teaching you to hesitate. Seems you've forgotten the basics. Kinuan spoke, his hands still clasped behind his back. Then, pardon me, I murmured as I moved forward. Clack! The metallic tiles echoed with a cold sound. The Empire's martial arts prioritized lethality and efficiency. Strikes aimed for vital points with the shortest, quickest motions. Whoosh, I moved with textbook form, springing forward with my body's momentum. My probing punch aimed for Kinuan's face. Though it was light, a direct hit would likely crush his skull. Swish! Kinuan smoothly tilted his head to dodge my punch. I hadn't expected such an attack to land on him anyway. Close the distance with the strike. I extended my other fist, fingers loosely spread to grab hold of Kinuan at any moment. If any of Kinuan's limbs got caught in my grasp, I could twist and rip it out at the joint. Tap! Kinuan lightly tapped the inside of my wrist with the back of his hand, gently pushing it aside. With this simple motion, my body tilted. My arm and torso wobbled, like a train derailing off track. My unsteady foot faltered. I didn't try to steady myself as I fell. Breaking my attack sequence would leave me open to counter. I was already within Kinuan's strike range. Instead, I pushed harder into the fall, catching myself with one hand on the floor while swinging my unsteady leg up toward Kinuan's chin. Even I thought it was a sharp improvisation. I was secretly hopeful that this move would catch Kinuan off guard. I shifted my gaze to look at Kinuan. He was smiling. The moment I saw that smile, I was certain that I'd already lost. Thud. Kinuan brushed aside my kick with a downward push of his palm. Whir! My body spun through the air like a wheel. Unable to regain control, I fell flat on my back. What on earth? I couldn't hold back the words of amazement that escaped my lips. It was a kind of awe. Kinuan had only tapped me lightly, but each time he did, my body stumbled and lost its balance. In the end, he deflected my kick, twisting the force of my movement. This wasn't a technique found in the Empire's standard combat manual. At that moment, I was certain I'd made the right choice coming to him. It's a personal form of self-defense. Kinuan extended a hand to me as I lay on the ground. Is it something I could I started to ask but stopped mid-sentence. Kinuan's hand was visibly trembling, and it wasn't just his hand. His whole body quivered uncontrollably, a sign of malfunction in his neural functions. There's always a price to pay for shortcuts. Kinuan gave a bitter smile. Chapter 10. Kinuan, having just sparred with me, sat in a meditative posture to regain his composure. I remained silent, observing him quietly. Kinuan's combat method. My suspicion was correct. Kinuan possessed a combat technique that wasn't found in the Empire's official manual. Luka, what did you feel and learn during the sparring just now? Kinuan asked me, his eyes still closed. It felt like I was under a spell. My body moved out of my control, as if on its own. It hadn't been a pleasant experience. Until now, everything I'd learned had focused entirely on controlling one's own body, whether that body was flesh and blood or a mechanical prosthetic. But after sparring with Kinuan, it felt as if all the techniques I had learned became meaningless. It's called Archi's Victima. Usually, it's referred to as the Archi's combat method. Kinuan spoke, narrowing his eyes. The slight trembling of his clasped fingers had ceased. It meant his nervous system stabilization was complete. Archi's Victima? I'd heard of it before, yet my curiosity only grew. So, you learned it before you became a cadet. Kinuan nodded slightly at my words. I became a cadet 3 or 4 years later than most. At that time, the Imperial Guard's attrition rate was severe, so the selection criteria were more relaxed. Listening to Kinuan, I voiced the question I had organized in my mind. But there's something I don't understand. From what I know, Archi's Victima is a form of self-defense used by street thugs. It's not a proper combat method. I tried to phrase it as tactfully as possible. Frankly, it was the kind of crude technique often used by third-rate fighters. You're right. People think of it as one of those combat methods learned by gangs in the lower sectors. Nowadays, anyway. The lower sectors were poorly policed, forcing people to defend themselves frequently. Combat methods using prosthetics had spread in various forms like a trend, but most were worthless in real combat. There was no way the Archi's combat method, accessible even to back alley gangs, could be as impressive as it was. It was a combat method with significant depth. I think the Archi's combat method you demonstrated could even be adopted as one of the Empire's standard combat methods. I spoke candidly. Kinuan offered a faint smile. It's true, the higher-ups had considered it, but the Archi's combat method has 3 issues. Kinuan pointed upwards with his index finger, then held up 3 fingers. He seemed to be waiting for my response. After a moment of thought, I spoke. Is it that it's difficult to master? Even from that brief sparring session, I could sense how difficult it would be to master it. As expected of a prodigy, you're sharp, Luka. And the other 2, one of the remaining 2 was easy to guess. Is the cause of the brain dysfunction you're experiencing due to the Archi's combat method, instructor? Yes. And as for the last one, it's something you can't understand right now. Kinuan didn't disclose the final issue. I didn't press him on it, as it wasn't my main concern. If it means I can become stronger, I'm willing to accept that level of risk. Besides, I've heard that one of the side effects of the neurological chemical treatments we received includes brain dysfunction. So even if the risk increases slightly. I expressed my determination. However, Kinuan shook his head. That's not for you to decide. You are already the Empire's asset. Do you know how much has been invested in you so far? The cadet training program may seem extremely dangerous and harsh, but it's designed to stay within a level you all can overcome. With death at your side, your senses sharpen. Experiences gained on the edge of life and death aren't superficial, they're etched like a brand. This is why the cadet training maintained a level of danger where any mistake could lead to fatalities. Then, without outright rejecting it, "Why did you bring me here?" I spoke rather aggressively, glancing at Kinuan to gauge his reaction. Using and learning the Archi's combat method doesn't immediately lead to dysfunction, but it's just a matter of time, whether sooner or later. You will be the first to feel any abnormalities in your brain. When that time comes, can you swear you'll stop using it? I opened my mouth, almost nodding out of habit, ready to agree. I must not answer falsely. Kinuan's pupils glinted faintly. He was a senior irregular, decades ahead of me. It would be foolish to underestimate him. For someone with his insight, a cunning lie would be obvious. I had a good sense of how others perceived me, an arrogant, ambitious guy. Had I lacked a bit more talent or gone down the wrong path, I'd have ended up as gutter trash, dead in some back alley of the lower sector. I can't swear to it, but I will try my best. This was the best answer I could give. Come find me here at this time starting tomorrow. Fortunately, it seemed I'd answered correctly. Kinuan patted my shoulder. I nodded, intending to express my gratitude. My vision spun in an instant. Somehow, Kinuan had hooked his foot around my leg. No matter how strong one's energy output was, it was useless if one's feet were lifted off the ground. I've been caught off guard again. After knocked me down, Kinuan passed by my head and spoke. "Luka, always prepare for an attack in front of me. Keep your senses expanded at all times." "Yes, sir," I replied from where I lay. "Hey, are you getting any proper sleep?" Ile, who had just returned from a mission, spoke to me. It was the first time I'd seen him in half a month. Ile was definitely perceptive. Recently, I've been cutting back on sleep. Not just for a day or two, I'd been sleeping less for nearly 2 weeks. It was all because of Kinuan's training. My condition was bound to be poor in every way. I've just got a lot going on. Anyway, how did your mission go? I shifted the topic. Ile shrugged his shoulders. It was boring, just taking care of a malfunctioning android. Every mission they send us on lately is like this. Feels like child's play. It's probably because of that last reconnaissance of the ruins. Even the higher-ups are being cautious. Don't you think that's also why the commander's been absent recently? The Imperial Guard commander, Hemilas, used to occasionally show his face at the training grounds. But now, it seemed like it had been over 3 months since we'd last seen him. Ile held his tongue for a moment, then shook his head. "No, that's not it. There must be something else going on. I've picked up a few things through my family's contact network." The Karthika family, Ile's family, had many high-ranking military officers. Anything significant would surely reach the Karthika family's ears. If it's something serious enough for the commander to get involved. Could it be a rebellion or something? I joked. In truth, it was an extremely dangerous remark, but around Ile, reckless comments often slipped out. Well, Ile couldn't answer immediately and swallowed his words. I widened my eyes, studying his face. He was unusually flustered. "Is it for real?" Ile nodded reluctantly. "It's not confirmed yet, but they say there's a faction plotting rebellion. Once the investigation concludes, a purge will probably begin soon." Even I was at a loss for words. Just the term rebellion was sacrilegious. If there was indeed such a movement, it wasn't something to speak of lightly. A rebellion. From my perspective, it made no sense. Beyond our borders lay clear enemy nations. Tensions remained high, and full-scale war could break out at any time. The Empire needed an iron-willed emperor and a united army. What nonsense! Are they planning to start a rebellion with the enemy right in front of us? I spat the words out, laced with anger and contempt. No matter how radical Ile's thinking might be, I expected him to agree with this. But I was wrong. Ile, lost in thought, spoke cautiously. "If you dismiss it as mere nonsense, it'll only fester from within." Before he could finish, my hand moved. I grabbed him by the collar without even realizing it. "Ile, I can tolerate you being the Empire's black sheep. But if you're an enemy of the Empire, even I won't just stand by. That's my line in the sand. I owe my loyalty to the Empire." To my surprise, such loyal words had come out of my mouth. I hadn't known I could say something like that. Ile, with his collar in my grip, looked at me intently without a trace of shock. He observed me, his eyes half closed. His gaze was piercingly cold. Calm down. I'm someone who passed the Imperial Guard's aptitude tests. Do you think I'd become an enemy of the Empire? Ile tapped my wrist lightly as he spoke. Regaining my composure, I let go of his collar. So don't say things that could be misunderstood. I don't want to see your name on a list of traitors. I know, I only say this because I can in front of you. Ile adjusted his disheveled clothes and laughed. Don't laugh, it's annoying. I nudged him with my shoulder and walked toward the vending machine. Ile, following me, had the nerve to ask me to get one for him too. By the way, I heard Claude's younger sister came looking for you. I know Lillian too, she's actually pretty. She was a strange woman. I cut him off firmly. If she's showing interest in you, you might as well make something of it. She's a lady from the Ramones family, after all. A chance for advancement. Annoyed, I tossed the newly vended drink to Ile. No thanks, I'm not interested in climbing up by clinging to some woman. I've rejected all her requests for visits since then. I have no desire to be toyed with by a rich girl's curiosity. Well, but still, I told you I'm not interested. Ile was oddly persistent. I made it clear that I didn't want to discuss this topic. Ignoring him, I turned back to the vending machine to select a drink. Tap, tap. Ile, sipping his drink, tapped me on the shoulder. He pointed his finger toward the direction of the visitor's room. I followed his finger with my gaze. Beyond the window of the visitor's room, a familiar face was watching me. Lillian Ramones. Lillian was inside the visitor's room. Even a noble lady wouldn't be able to enter a military facility without permission. The cadet visitor's room was, without a doubt, a part of the military facility. It wasn't hard to guess who had let Lillian in. I frowned and looked at Ile. Damn it. Ile shrugged awkwardly, hearing my muttered curse. Sorry, Luka. Lillian asked me earnestly. The Ramones family and mine have had ties for a long time, so it was hard to refuse. Chapter 11. Ile and I entered the visitation room. Lillian Ramones was dressed in a black dress adorned with violet embroidery. As soon as she saw me, she spat out her words, laced with thorns. Luka, why have you been avoiding me? It seemed her pride had been hurt. After all, she'd likely never experienced rejection from anyone in her life. Because I'm not interested. I replied coldly, not even bothering to take a seat. I planned to draw a line before this became even more troublesome. Luka, still. Ile tried to mediate with a smile on his face. I didn't even look at him. Ile, shut up. This situation alone is more than annoying enough. At my words, Lillian's eyes went wide with surprise. The Karthika family ranks higher than the Ramones family. I'd just spoken harshly to the young master of the esteemed Karthika family. It was undoubtedly an unconventional scene. Did I do something wrong to you, or is there something about me that you dislike? Lillian rose from her seat and approached me. I don't have the luxury to spend time on women. As you know, I'm from an orphanage. Unlike you, if I slip up even once, I'll never get another chance to rise. Then, wouldn't it be all the better to get close to me? It seems you don't understand me, Lillian Ramones. If I rely on you to succeed and rise up, then everything I've built could collapse on a whim of yours. But a tower built with one's own strength doesn't fall so easily. So, you're saying you're close to Ile Karthika, but won't benefit from a noble family's advantages. That's contradictory. Lillian glanced briefly at Ile as she spoke. She might think that way, but it wasn't something to say in front of him. Ile looked troubled. She must have assumed he was a pushover. Then again, he wasn't the type to be harsh with a girl, practically a little sister to him. My relationship with Ile isn't because he's from the Karthika family. He's someone I trust with my life, my comrade and friend. I'm sure Ile feels the same. In battle, what protects us isn't family prestige or fame. It's only the comrades standing beside us, I said without even glancing in Ile's direction. I didn't want to see his smug grin. Lillian was at a loss for words, her face frozen in frustration. If she ended up cursing at me and stormed out, it would probably bring me some peace. I braced myself, suppressing my combat reflexes, ready even for a slap. You truly have no intention of giving me even the slightest chance, do you? Lillian spoke, as though struggling to hold back her emotions. She looked up at me, then lowered her head. I felt a small pang of guilt. Still, I didn't want to leave any room for misunderstanding. If there's nothing more to say, I'll be going. With that, I turned my back and walked out of the visitation room. Ile didn't follow me. Instead, he stayed behind to speak with Lillian. This was likely an uncomfortable situation for Ile, who had served as a mediator. But he had brought this upon himself. I sat down on a bench away from the visitation room and waited for Ile. Before long, he came out and dropped down beside me. "Luka, what? You went too far just now. There was no need to be that cold." Ile sighed. He seemed worn out from trying to placate Lillian. If I hadn't gone that far, she wouldn't have backed off. Well, maybe so, but why are you so adamant about rejecting Lillian? You could at least try seeing her casually. I couldn't respond immediately. Even I couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. It was purely instinctual. I simply felt that rejecting her was the right decision. I traced back through my thoughts. To me, Lillian was an unknown entity. I can't understand why she's clinging to me. I get why the late Claude tried to introduce her to me. He saw potential in me and wanted to link me to his family. But Lillian doesn't know me well. Even so, she's trying to get close to someone like me who has nothing to offer. There must be some reason for it. If that reason was mere curiosity, then I had all the more reason to keep her at a distance. Curiosity is a fleeting emotion. Even children in the slums, once they tire of a toy, toss it into the trash without a second thought. So, in short, you're rejecting her because you don't know her well enough. At this rate, you'll end up a lifelong loner. Ile teased provocatively. I almost snapped back but stopped myself. I didn't know anything about Lillian. I couldn't understand why she wanted to approach me. Her identity and motives were completely unknown. No matter what you say, my decision remains the same. Don't bring up Lillian again. The unknown is dangerous. I had no desire to be the first to eat a strange fruit without knowing whether it was poisonous. It had been about a month since I began learning Arky's combat method under Kinuin. Kinuin took me with him to the lower sector. We rode the elevator down and passed through the checkpoint that served as the boundary between the upper and lower sector. This place is familiar to both you and me. Kinuin spoke as we entered the lower sector. The upper sector was located at the city's center, while the lower sector lay outside. The further out we went, the more law enforcement diminished to the point of near absence, and the streets were filthy with decades of uncollected trash. To be honest, I had forgotten my roots, the sticky, sordid life at the very bottom. Returning here felt strange. "Move it, damn it. You're the one who was standing around like an idiot, you punk." Harsh voices echoed through the street. As we walked along the main road, I saw 2 fights between vagrants and nearly fell victim to pickpockets 4 times. The air, choking and lukewarm. Old memories kept resurfacing. My mind drifted back into the past. Underneath the capital Akbaran lay a lava field. Geothermal energy drawn from there powered the entire city. Unfiltered wastes and heat from the power plants is released in the lower sector where the poor lived. "Luka, this way." Kinuin, with his hood pulled low, looked back at me. He pointed to a narrow alleyway. He knows the geography of the lower sector better than I do. He must have frequented this area. Despite being originally from the lower sector, he'd spent decades as an Imperial Guard. Why would someone in his position be so knowledgeable and come here so often? The question lingered in my mind. Step. As I walked through the alley, I remained on high alert. I could feel the eyes of vagrants and beggars on me, ready to turn into robbers if I showed any weakness. The alleyway, snaking between illegally expanded buildings, felt like a maze. Only a few faint beams of light managed to reach the ground, threading through like needles. The deeper we went, the sharper the stench of rotting organic matter and rusty metal pierced my nose. Uneasy, I lifted my arm, looking at the prosthetic hand, bare of even synthetic skin. The prosthetic arm and leg I had equipped had low energy output, only suitable for daily activities. The sense of limitation was unsettling. It felt like shackles on my limbs. Kinuin had insisted I wear prosthetics with low energy output for this trip. I didn't know his purpose, but if I wanted to continue training under him, I had to follow his instructions. With this body, I can't even dodge a bullet. If someone ambushed me from beyond my senses, I'd be helpless. Because of that, I was more tense than usual. I don't feel like I've learned much under Kinuin so far. For the past month, I've been practically visiting Kinuin every day. Each time, we'd spar 5 times within roughly an hour. There wasn't much instruction. Kinnuin wanted me to figure things out for myself rather than teaching me directly. If you can't pick it up just by watching, then no amount of teaching will help you learn. Perhaps sensing my frustration, Kinnuin had said this, and he wasn't wrong. By now, I'd managed to grasp the essence of Arky's combat method. Arky's combat method was distinctly different from any combat style I had learned so far. As far as I understood, Arky's Victima was about repurposing the combat skills I already possessed. Most combat training involves learning specific new methods and mastering them. But Arky's combat method analyzes, dismantles, and reassembles my existing abilities. In other words, it was more of an optimization of my combat method. To borrow Kinnuin's words, he even used the term superior combat algorithm. That's why so many half-baked fighters pick up a few superficial aspects and start parading around like they're masters of Arky's combat method. True users of Arky's combat method were exceedingly rare. At some point, the narrow alley began to open up. With the growing crowd, the atmosphere became livelier. I thought that once I became a cadet in the Imperial Guard, I'd never have to come back to the lower sector. I wanted a life where I wouldn't have to breathe this kind of filthy air again. I said this as I kicked away a pickpocket reaching for my pocket. He cursed under his breath and vanished. That made 5 now. You're the type to succeed. You're persistent and have the talent to match. Whether that was praise or sarcasm, I couldn't tell. A little further, the alley came to an end, and a large open square with a market emerged. Looking up, I could see precariously constructed buildings with extensions that spread out like branches, tangled like a spider's web to obscure the sky. Underneath these structures, ready to collapse at any moment, people were buying and selling goods. The black market, I said as I stood beside Kinnuin. I hadn't come this far before either. It's the freest place in the Empire. Kinnuin spoke, his eyes gleaming. The heart of chaotic disorder. I replied with a grumble. The reason I'd never been to the black market was simple. Because it's recklessly dangerous. More than a few kids had vanished after coming to the black market out of curiosity. Even if they returned, they were often missing an eye or an organ or two. Well, seeing the black market that I had only imagined in my childhood felt strangely surreal. Though these are items from several generations ago, they're openly selling military goods. Military weapons and prosthetics were brazenly displayed for sale on the stalls. The shop owners were all armed, and gangs patrolled the streets in place of law enforcement, wandering around as if marking their territory. I halted. Kinnuin, who was walking ahead, had stopped. He was looking at a building guarded by a gang member. The entrance for spectators is over there. The gang member standing guard said to Kinnuin. Instead of eyes, he had a single visor-style goggle implant, and circuits glowed under his artificial skin like decorative tattoos. I have business with the supervisor of this establishment. Kinnuin spoke calmly. His confident demeanor made the gang member hesitate. What's your connection to Brother Aleph? Ah, so the supervisor's name is Aleph, is it? The gang member scowled as soon as Kinnuin said this. This crazy bastard. Get lost right now? The gang member threatened Kinnuin, raising his gun at him. Quite the sight. How many people in the Empire had dared to aim a gun at an Imperial Guard and lived to tell the tale? If Kinnuin revealed his identity here, this thug would likely wet himself and collapse. Tap. Kinnuin tapped his thigh with his finger. A signal meant for me. Swish. I lowered my stance, moving carefully out of the gang member's line of sight. And then, in a single swift motion, crack. I closed in on the gang member's side, wrapping my arm around his neck and shoulder, locking him in a chokehold. As his gun barrel tilted upward, Kinnuin moved safely out of its line of fire. The gang member trembled in my hold. With my arm locking his joints, breaking free through sheer strength would be difficult. Kinnuin took the gun from the gang member's hand and casually inspected it. Soon, the barrel of the gun was aimed at the thug's forehead. I suggest you bring Aleph here right now. It won't end badly for you either. If you understand, nod. The gang member quickly nodded. I caught Kinnuin's signal and released my hold. You, swallowing his curses, the gang member went inside the building. I watched him go, then voiced my question. By the way, what kind of place is this? It's the Colosseum. I fell silent, almost as if I were broken. I had a feeling I knew why Kinnuin had brought me here, and why he had insisted I come with weakened limbs. Is it what I think it is? That's what I like about you, you're sharp. No need to spell everything out. I suppressed the urge to punch Kinuan in the face and sighed. Click. I looked down at my hand. I could feel the weakness in my grip. I'd have to fight in the Colosseum with this hand that couldn't even crush a stone. Just the thought made me sigh. Chapter 12. The Colosseum manager, Aleph, was a sleek-looking man. He sat in a tattered, split-leather chair, puffing on a cigarette. Behind him stood 2 gang members armed with guns. Aleph motioned with his chin, acknowledging Kinuan and me. Send this guy into the match. No match fee, and I don't care if he dies while fighting. Kinuan cut straight to the point. Aleph raised an eyebrow, flicking his cigarette butt at Kinuan. Whoosh! I reached out and knocked away the cigarette butt. It seems you're mistaken. We didn't let you in to entertain your requests. We brought you to a place where it's easier to clean up a corpse. Aleph shrugged, laughing. The gang members behind him laughed as well, fingers on their triggers. Where's the previous guy? Tora, I mean? At the mention of Tora's name, Aleph flinched. He's dead, got caught fixing fights. As the two talked, I assessed the atmosphere. Aleph's words were a kind of bluff. If they really intended to kill us, they would have attacked already. He was willing to negotiate and talk. I focused, tuning into the sounds of anyone nearby. There are 2 more armed gang members outside the door. I prepared for things to go south. If I shielded my head and heart with my arms and charged forward, I could probably subdue the gang members in the room. I'd take a few bullets, but it shouldn't be fatal. Then, if things escalated, the 2 outside would come in. At that point, I'd retaliate using the gun from one of the downed gang members. It'd be best to take 1 shot before the door opens to check for any aiming deviations. No matter how skilled I was, I couldn't guarantee a headshot on the first try with someone else's gun, though Ile might be able to pull it off. This weak body is such a hassle. If I still had my original prosthetic limbs, I'd be confident I could subdue them without a scratch, just for the sake of imagining the ideal scenario. First, I'd kick the solid metal desk at the gang members, using it to obscure their view as they went flying. Then, I'd punch right through the metal desk, smashing straight into the gang member's head. The 2 gang members waiting outside would then burst in through the door. By then, I'd already be gripping a gun, clinging to the doorframe, pressing against the wall or ceiling. Bang, bang, 2 shots to the top of their heads and it'd be over. With point-blank shots, there'd be no need for aim adjustment. While I indulged in this fantasy, Kinuan continued talking. Tora's not the type to rig a fight. At Kinuan's words, Aleph scowled. However, he didn't resort to violence. Aleph couldn't easily treat Kinuan with disdain. There was an undeniable aura around Kinuan, a sense of danger that emanated from his mannerisms and speech. He had the presence of someone who'd been through it all. Hey, if you're so keen on rambling about some has-been, why don't you go across the street? Plenty of women there who'll listen to all sorts of nonsense, as long as you're paying credits, that is. Despite Aleph's warning, Kinuan went on with what he wanted to say. The Colosseum's quite a profitable business, isn't it? Looks like you killed Tora to take it over. I'm not here to blame you. After all, Tora got his position by killing his predecessor. That's just the way of the streets. Who the hell are you? Do you have a death wish or something? Who's killing who now? Aleph shot up from his seat, and the gang members behind him raised their guns. Sit down, Aleph. And you all, lower your guns. Unless you're keen to join Tora, I don't repeat warnings. I stood expressionlessly at Kinuan's side. Honestly, deep down, I wanted Aleph to attack Kinuan. I was intensely curious to see how he'd handle this situation with his weaker prosthetics. Unlike me, he wouldn't rely on some plan that involved getting shot. Damn it! Aleph raised his hand to signal his men to stand down. He sat back down. Aleph was capable enough to hold a certain status in the back alleys. At the very least, he had an instinct for sensing danger. He'd instinctively concluded that crossing Kinuan was a bad idea. Smart move. Aleph had just saved his life. So, you're serious about sending this guy into the Colosseum as a fighter? Aleph said, sizing me up. I could see his pupils faintly glowing as he analyzed my limbs. You have my word, I won't hold you responsible if this boy dies. He was casually waging my life, but I didn't voice any complaint. I was the one who'd asked for this training. Not that it mattered, Kinuan, as my instructor, already held the right to decide whether I lived or died. Life or death isn't the issue. You can't put on a shoddy match. His limbs aren't even built for combat. His body's still all soft flesh. Once it starts, he'll get smashed to a pulp and sent flying in under a second. You think the audience is going to buy that? A reasonable argument. I had the urge to nod in agreement at his words. I felt I might start liking this man little by little. The Colosseum in the black market was teeming with fools who'd risk their lifespans for illegal modifications. These were people who didn't care about side effects, living only for the day. But in exchange, they'd gained power. Today might very well be the day of my own funeral. I guarantee you, I could shut down your business in a single day. You're welcome to test it out. Pull the trigger if you want. Do I look like I'm asking for a favor? Kinnuan spoke with sheer nerve, his tone rich with years of experience, blending threat with command. If I tried saying the same thing, I'd have bullets flying at me in seconds. Every move Kinnuan makes is calculated from the start. Kinnuan had brought up the previous manager first. Because of this, Aleph assumed that Kinnuan, with his imposing demeanor, must be a big shot. And of course, he's right. Kinnuan is beyond anything you could imagine. The Empire was well aware of the black market's existence. They could sweep in and obliterate it at any time. This place only operated under the Empire's tacit permission. Aleph's hands and feet showed faint tremors, and his pupils were unfocused. He was anxious. He was likely using all his sources to figure out Kinnuan's identity. It was a wasted effort. The information networks in these back alleys would never hold any details on an Imperial Guard. There's much I have to learn from Kinnuan. I observed Kinnuan's demeanor. He dominated his opponent and took control of the situation without resorting to force. I didn't have that kind of command over words. Fine, I'll pair the boy with a suitable opponent at his level. Will that do? But I'll need something in return for my troubles. Aleph opened the way for negotiation. Kinnuan, as if he'd been waiting, dangled a tempting offer. I know where Torah kept his vault. You likely have Torah's eye, which is the key to it, don't you? Aleph was momentarily speechless. His pupils widened with excitement. I'm truly curious about your identity now. How much exactly do you know? Just a ghost from a past you don't need to know about. Kinnuan gave a faint smile. At the mention of Torah's vault, Aleph adjusted his posture, his former arrogance vanishing. Would it be acceptable if I confirmed this information about the vault, sir? His tone had become exceptionally respectful. I struggled to hold back a smile. Kinnuan and Aleph spoke in whispers. Once the confirmation process was complete, Aleph clasped Kinnuan's hands in both of his. Just say the word. If you'd like to watch the match, we have VIP seats with fine drinks and women if you'd like. Kinnuan waved off Aleph's flattery. Just the drinks will do, and don't go easy on this one, match him with a top fighter. With that, the conversation was wrapped up in no time. 2 hours from now, get yourself ready. As soon as we arrived at the Colosseum's waiting room, Kinnuan spoke. He walked over to the camera mounted in the corner and twisted it off. Given Aleph's overly accommodating attitude, he probably wouldn't mind minor property damage like this. Who is Torah? He's an old friend of mine. So Aleph killed your friend, instructor. He deserved to die. He played the role of gang boss in the Colosseum, so it's only natural he'd accumulated some karma. Kinnuan spoke in a detached tone. My guess was that they'd been fairly close. If it were me, no matter the backstory, I'd have beaten Aleph to death on the spot. What's in Torah's vault that made Aleph's attitude change like that? Hidden assets. Judging by his reaction, he's probably been searching for it all along. My first thought was that it was a shame. You should have just beaten him up and taken Torah's eye then and there. That's what I would have done. If a fight had broken out, I might have been fine, but you would have gotten shot. I couldn't deny that. If it had come to a fight, what were you planning to do? I let out the question I'd been holding back. You're really curious about that, huh? Win this fight, and I'll tell you. Kinnuan pointed to a screen on one side of the waiting room. An ancient display, at least several decades old, flickered with a faded image. Gabriel the Steel Fist. On the screen was a hulking fighter with silver, gleaming arms. He was a good 2 heads taller than me. Gabriel's profile also popped up. He stood 2 meters 30 centimeters tall and weighed over 300 kilograms. His nose was crooked in a zigzag, likely broken more than once. His thick lips had been split and healed repeatedly, giving them a grotesquely swollen appearance. His eyes were unusual too, each from a different manufacturer, making them mismatched in both size and color. He was a truly hideous-looking guy. Looks like he'd be popular with the ladies. Kinnuan chuckled as he spoke. He wasn't being sarcastic, that was a genuine statement, and I understood exactly what he meant. I was from the lower districts too, after all. A guy who's popular with the ladies around here is one who earns good money and kicks the bucket fast. Remember the advice I'm about to tell you, Luka. It's the most important thing in the Archie's combat method. Kinnuan spoke just before I stepped into the Colosseum. Advice? I stood still in the corridor leading to the Colosseum, waiting for Kinnuan's words. Adapt to what's given. I frowned involuntarily. Adaptation was a word I didn't like. I was taught that adaptation is defeat. Water doesn't lose, it only changes form, you have potential. I noticed from the moment you deflected a bullet without a ballistic trajectory prediction system. And when you came to me on your own, I was genuinely surprised. It was as if someone with the right talents had been drawn here by something. You're giving me praise all of a sudden. Well, it might be your last moment after all. Kinnuan said it with a fierce smile. I laughed aloud in response. Maybe it was because I was in the lower districts, but I felt more at ease than usual. Kinnuan probably felt the same. After today, I thought I might be able to get closer to Kinnuan. If, as he said, I survived. Step, step. The Colosseum drew nearer. Aleph voice boomed through the speakers. Challenging Gabriel the Iron Fist in his first match, could this boy be a David? A mere novice who's not even lost his innocence. His name is good boy, clearly made up on the spot. Shaking my head, I entered the Colosseum. Boo, what kind of idiot comes out here? Did you come here to die, moron? What's this? Did they really sell tickets to this match? Complaints filled the Colosseum. But through it, I could faintly hear the delight of their twisted desires seeping into my ears. Oh, we're in for a good show. Is today the day? A slaughter show. It's been ages. Who knew Aleph would put on something like this? The dark desires of people eager to see the blood and guts of others. That kind of anticipation pushed at my back. They were eager to see my limbs ripped apart, my chest and belly crushed. I even spotted some freaks clutching themselves in excitement. Not bad. In fact, it was good. I finally felt like I was back home. I smiled. Chapter 13. The name Luka was common in the Empire. Even at the orphanage where I stayed, there were 2 Lukas. When I was young, they called me Little Luka. Only after I came of age did they start calling me Luka. Around that time, another kid named Luka arrived. They called him Little Luka, just like they once did with me. Old memories came back. Throughout my cadet life, I kept the memories of the orphanage locked away. It was a place I would never return to. I never once ate until I was full. Once or twice a month, an Imperial official visited the orphanage. The vehicle would be loaded with supplies, but half of them would disappear the next day. Those diverted supplies ended up scattered across the lower districts. Even when I was starving, I didn't neglect my training. I read whatever dusty books were lying around, untouched, and built my strength by lifting rusty hunks of metal. Are you an idiot? Don't waste your energy, you'll just get hungrier. At first, there were many kids who laughed at me. I smashed my fists into their faces and took their meals. If I wanted to get stronger, I had to eat more than the others. It was better for it to become my flesh and blood than to rot in the stomachs of losers. You think doing this will make you anything? You're just another 2-digit like the rest of us. If you were really special, you would have been sent to a single-digit orphanage by now. With a bloody nose, the kid cursed me to the end, sniveling. In the end, I proved them wrong. When I was 12, I went through the second selection exam. My name made it onto the candidate list for the Imperial Guard, and at 15, I officially became a cadet. I am not a loser, and I never will be. Muttering to myself, I opened my eyes. Reality came into view. The Colosseum of the Black Market, my opponent is Gabriel of the Steel Fist. My current prosthetic limbs are low-energy output, non-combat models. Conditions couldn't have been worse if I tried. Seems like Aleph overdid it with the drugs today. To be matched with a brat like this, whatever, as long as I get paid. Gabriel was saying this as he strode toward me. I watched him in silence. An asymmetrical, unbalanced, modified body. He probably can't even sleep at night without painkillers. Gabriel's prosthetic limbs were all from different manufacturers. It seemed like he'd somehow managed to get them to work together, but it was a temporary solution at best. The oversized arm and fist especially pulled his shoulder forward, making him hunch. His spine was probably just as twisted. The exterior wasn't any better than the interior. His weight distribution was off, causing him to lean as he walked. His skin, stretched to the limit to bear the excessive weight, was torn in places, and where flesh met machine, he suffered from chronic inflammation. But he's strong. He was a man who'd torn his body apart solely to become stronger. Maybe I could have ended up like him. Ha, can't even open your mouth, huh? Are you scared? You've got a pretty face, why not just serve me at night? Gabriel stood before me, waving to the cheering crowd. He scanned my body, then smirked. He'd figured out my limbs weren't combat grade. You're going to need some help, all right. Today, you'll be crippled. Better hope you've got some money saved up. I glanced up at the stands as I spoke. Through the glass-fronted VIP box, I could see Aleph and Kinuan together. Gabriel only raised an eyebrow at my provocation. To him, this was no more than a greeting, nothing to get upset over. Ha, I'll stomp you down nice and slow until you're begging to serve me. Gabriel stepped back, and I noticed angel wing tattoos on his back. With that hideous look, angel wings were just laughable. I shrugged, taking 5 steps back myself. BZZZZT. On the display wall surrounding the Colosseum, the betting odds flashed. Just as I expected, my odds of winning were set at around 50 to 1. The betting pool was barely balanced. Ladies and gentlemen, here begins the brutal and ruthless world we live in miniature. Will you be trampled underfoot, or will you rise and trample others? Aleph grabbed the mic and shouted, while Kinuan watched the Colosseum with his arms crossed. Beep! A worn-out buzzer marked the start of the fight. I steadied my breathing and took a stance, spreading my limbs slightly and facing Gabriel. If I block, I die. The power difference was overwhelming. If his fist hit me, I'd be dead. Gabriel wasn't slow just because of his size, either. Thud! A sound like thunder erupted as he leapt and brought his fist crashing down from above, aiming to flatten me. That's not a trained fighting or combat method. His moves are broad and full of openings. If I had my original prosthetics, Gabriel would be dead in a second. A slight dodge to the side and a quick jab would have made his head burst like a soft fruit. Adapt to what's given. I recalled Kinuan's instructions. Wishing for what isn't there won't solve anything. No matter how desperately I wish, a gun won't just fall from the sky. I had to face Gabriel with only the strength I currently possessed, no matter how lacking it was. I stepped back. The Colosseum was too narrow to simply retreat. I had to circle around him as well. Crack. The spot where I had just been was smashed in. The sheer destructive force was impressive. Mass and speed don't lie. I trained under Kinuan for a month. At that time, I hadn't managed to lay a hand on him. He deflected every one of my attacks. Now I had to recreate that here. Whoosh! Gabriel's fist whistled past me, grazing just in front of my face. The air pressure alone was enough to make me waver. What the hell are you doing? Playing tag? Are you kidding me? If this is it, give us a refund. You think we came here to watch this? The crowd's boos echoed all around. They'd come for violence and bloodshed. I didn't take my eyes off Gabriel. I wasn't here to play circus clown. Whatever those people wanted to see was none of my concern. And I just finished my assessment. Seems Kinuan didn't bring me here to get killed after all. This was the first time I'd fully analyzed someone during a fight. Now I could see Gabriel's movements ahead of time. He moved exactly as I expected. Focused solely on output, ignoring balance, Gabriel couldn't execute complex maneuvers. Looking past his bulk and raw power with a cool head, Gabriel was just a slow-moving cannonball. This is it. With confidence settling in, I allowed myself a smirk. It seemed to rile Gabriel up even more. His swings became wild. An odd exchange ensued. When Gabriel's shoulder twitched, I moved in sync with him. To anyone watching, it would look as if Gabriel had simply missed me, not that I had dodged his blows. What iron fist are you talking about? Looks like even your brains rusted through. Just die already, you idiot. Go get your eyes checked if you can't see, moron. What are you doing? The crowd's jeers were now directed at Gabriel. I was able to dodge even before Gabriel threw a punch. In a way, it was only natural. When I pushed my senses to their limit, I could even predict trajectories. A subtle twitch of the shoulder was the trigger, his line of sight was the barrel. Arm length was the effective range. Compared to a gun, his movements had ridiculously long preparation times, limited range, and a blatantly obvious trajectory. Tack, I pushed Gabriel's arm aside, deflecting it. It was exactly what Kinnuan had done to me countless times during our training. If you read and understand the direction of force perfectly, even a small force can deflect a greater one. Stumble, Gabriel's fist, driven by his own momentum, struck the ground, causing him to lurch as if he might topple over. The precarious balance and symmetry of his form were shattered. I could clearly see where to strike to make Gabriel fall. There was no need for overwhelming force. So this is how Kinnuan always saw me. Damn it, no wonder my attacks never reached him. Thud. I kicked Gabriel's knee with the ball of my foot. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have worked. My meager strength couldn't bring down Gabriel's solid legs, but with his balance broken, it worked. Crash. Gabriel staggered and dropped to one knee. Confusion flashed across his face as he tried to rise and brace himself, but my follow-up strike came first. Crunch! I struck out again, slamming my knee into Gabriel's face. His right eye shattered. He still had one eye left, but his depth perception would be thrown off. My body flowed around Gabriel like water. He was the one moving and acting, but I was the one in control. In the Colosseum, everything is under my prediction. The space between Gabriel and me was entirely mine. Thanks to the controlled environment of the Colosseum, there were no outside variables or interference. If this were a real battlefield, I wouldn't be able to maintain this level of focus. On a real battlefield, countless variables and interferences exist. But here, in this controlled environment, I could maintain an almost prophetic level of concentration. I couldn't deny it. Kinnuan was an excellent teacher. This should be about enough. I shifted my gaze and backed up against the wall. Gabriel charged at me, thinking he had his chance. "You!" With a roar, Gabriel swung his fist wildly. Propulsion units activated at his elbow, venting gas as he did. It was probably his best move. Whoosh! I dodged it by a hair on purpose, giving him the chance to go all out to the very end. Screech! A metallic tearing noise sounded as Gabriel's fist sank deep into the iron wall behind me. This part was especially rusted and warped. Taking a few steps back, I watched as Gabriel's arm lodged itself in the metal wall, which clung tightly around his fist, trapping it. You rat bastard! Gabriel tried to pull his arm free. His strength was so great that the metal wall creaked and the connected screws began to shake. "I told you, you'd better have a lot of money saved up." I slipped behind Gabriel as I spoke. "You damn!" Gabriel couldn't finish his sentence. I leapt up, wrapped my legs around his head, and twisted. It was a twisting motion that used the rotation of my entire body. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, his neck bones misaligned with a satisfying sound. I was probably smiling right now. After all, I was a human modified to enjoy combat. Good boy. Good boy. The crowd's cheers filled the Colosseum as if they'd tear the place apart. They praised the victor and hurled curses and insults at the defeated. As the tension released, a wave of fatigue swept over me. My mind felt thick and stiff, as if I hadn't slept for days. I waited for the door to the waiting room to open. As soon as the door opened, the medical staff came rushing in. Smiles were plastered across their faces. They were likely planning to squeeze every penny out of Gabriel, whose neck was broken. "Well done, good boy. Congratulations on your initiation into Archi's Victima." Kinnuan, who had come down to the waiting room at some point, looked at me as he spoke. I frowned at the phrase "good boy," then let out a sigh. It seems that adapting doesn't necessarily mean losing. And take this to cover Gabriel's medical costs. I won some money betting on you. Kinnuan handed me a credit chip. When I saw the amount displayed on the chip, my eyes widened. Even so, Gabriel's probably going to hate me. You'll have to meet him and see for yourself. If there's an opportunity to win someone over, it's best not to create unnecessary enemies. Show just enough kindness not to be underestimated. I want to become a warrior and a soldier, not a saint. Kinnuan placed his hand on my head and whispered, "You're still young when it comes to relationships, Luka. The kindness I'm talking about isn't goodwill, it's an investment. Little by little, you build it up so you can draw on it when you need it. Today, I simply collected my investment in Torah." Kinnuan's smile was chilling. I realized I'd been seriously mistaken about something. I'd subconsciously thought Kinuan valued my talent and taught me because of that. We shared the same background, which gave me a sense of kinship. What an arrogant thought. One day, my time would come too. Kinuan would collect his investment in me, and probably in a way that I couldn't refuse. Chapter 14. Gabriel was in a pitiful state. Lying in bed, he was using his tongue to tap on the display, selecting an artificial spine product from the catalog. If he didn't get proper treatment, he'd be crippled for life. A doctor stood beside the bed. This model has a narrow signal bandwidth, so it won't be compatible with your current cybernetic prosthetic. The one you're using now has such a high energy output. Even if you force the connection, the performance won't be the same as before. There might also be occasional malfunctions or paralysis issues. I recommend Xeonic's Hyper-Lindel Model number 9. The doctor skillfully navigated the catalog, showing an attitude that made it unclear whether he was a doctor or a salesperson. Well, in this field, they were pretty much one and the same. The latest model, how am I supposed to afford that? Are you trying to swindle me, you bastard? I see other guys walking around just fine with cheap stuff. Gabriel shouted in protest, but the doctor didn't even blink. That's because those people didn't modify themselves as excessively as you have. If, at the very least, the arms and legs were from the same manufacturer or were compatible, the signal bandwidth would be consistent, so an older model would have been no problem. At the time, I didn't have any money, so I just attached whatever I could get. In that case, I can purchase your current arms and legs and fit you with others that match the budget. Then you shouldn't have any mobility issues, even with an older spine. At the very least, for combat use. Gabriel, who was usually so aggressive, was visibly intimidated. And it made sense. His fate rested in that doctor's hands. What are you talking about? Forget combat use. I can't even find a second-hand one for daily use. The one you're using has so many modifications that no one would want it even if I sold it as used. You'd only get the value of the parts. For a brief moment, a glint of greed flashed in the doctor's eyes. It was a lie. Do you even know how much this thing cost? Come on, we're the official supplier for the Colosseum, so we're at least doing business transparently. Anywhere else, they'd strip you down to the bone. Even if his aim was to make a profit, his reasoning was painfully true. Better to be scammed by a slightly more honest crook. And then, finally, Gabriel noticed me. His broken eyes filled with a blood-red rage, as if he might weep bloody tears. You bastard! Gabriel strained the veins in his neck. It looked like he still had some strength left, even though everything below his neck was paralyzed. What's the point of shouting when you're a cripple? I approached Gabriel and tapped his cheek lightly. Crunch! Gabriel tried to bite my fingers. I quickly pulled my hand back, pondering for a moment. Kinuan told me not to make enemies. It wasn't easy to show kindness to someone radiating hostility. I'll kill you, I swear, I'll kill you. Stop talking and try it now if you can. The moment I said it, I realized my mistake. A habitual taunt had slipped out. If I got into a war of words with Gabriel, it would only lead to more insults. Ignoring him, I turned to the doctor. How much is that Hyper-Lindel Model number 9 you mentioned? What? The doctor tilted his head, looking puzzled. He couldn't grasp my intent, likely unable to imagine that I'd be paying for Gabriel's treatment. No saint would exist in a place like this. I practically shoved the dawdling doctor aside, snatching the catalog display. This should be enough. After confirming the price, I tossed a credit chip onto Gabriel's chest. Gabriel's eyes went wide, glancing repeatedly between the credit chip and me, trying to make sense of it. What's the meaning of this? Are you mocking me? Can't you see? I'm covering your treatment costs. Why would you? Gabriel's pupils wavered. Gone was the fury. Instead, he trembled as if afraid I might change my mind. Remember this debt, Gabriel. I'll come to collect it someday. Whether this would benefit me in the future or not, I couldn't know. But to borrow Kinuan's words, I was planting a seed. Are you really a good boy? My name is Luka, idiot. You'd better finalize that payment before I change my mind. I said irritably. Gabriel hurriedly poked at the catalog with his tongue, prodding the doctor to complete the transaction. Good, Luka? Gabriel looked at me after making the payment. His voice was calm, and his gaze softened. Hesitantly, he continued. I don't know what whim led you to do this, but if there's ever a time you need my help, just say the word. I'll help however I can. I stared at Gabriel, then nodded. Not a bad feeling. The experience in the Colosseum had shaken the foundations of my combat skills. It felt as though everything I'd built had been distilled into a single, pure essence. VRRR. I tossed aside the worn-out prosthetic limbs I used in the Colosseum and heard a welcome sound. The limbs responded as I wanted, with power levels rising and falling as I wished. But now, I don't need to keep the energy output constantly high like before. Even the enemy's strength and the surrounding environment can become my weapons. I would make everything on the battlefield my own. As my perspective widened, I felt more at ease. In the heat of intense exchanges, I could almost see the flow of power as trails and lines. Ile, today might be a little different, I murmured as I stepped in front of Ile. He was an outstanding student, my rival for the top spot. Even though I might have the upper hand in martial arts, it wasn't to an overwhelming degree. Ile aimed a kick at my head. I deflected and pushed his kick aside. With the direction of force disrupted, Ile lost his balance. I then extended my leg and struck his shin outward. The direction of force leading Ile split. His upper body leaned left, while his lower body leaned right. His attempt to stabilize himself was thrown off, rendering his highly touted, high-powered prosthetics useless. With minimal effort, I completely toppled Ile. Luka, what the hell did you just do? Ile looked up at me from the ground, his expression one of disbelief. He'd been caught off guard by my maneuver with almost laughable ease. Just by changing how I use force, it made such a difference. I looked quietly at the palm of my hand, which now held newfound strength. My mind was as clear as if a veil had been lifted. A pleasant chill ran down my spine. I've gained strength without even upgrading to better prosthetics. It would be a lie to say I wasn't exhilarated by my own power. In just over a month, I'd learned and gained this strength under Kinuan's guidance. My decision was right. Once again, I had proven myself, just as I had back at the orphanage. I learned this from instructor Kinuan. There was no reason to hide it. It wasn't some great secret. The martial arts instructor, but this doesn't look like any martial arts from the standard manual. Being perceptive himself, Ile caught on quickly. Arki's combat method differed fundamentally from the Empire's standard method. The Empire's combat method was all about overwhelming with strength and speed. It was based on the assumption that I was stronger and faster than my opponent. Hence, it was straightforward and efficient. In favorable terms, it didn't need any tricks. I mentioned the Arki's combat method to Ile. You're kidding, right? Arki's? A predictable reaction came from Ile. The Arki's combat method we knew was the exclusive domain of the gangs in the lower districts. It's true. Arki's, that's just thug street fighting, isn't it? Like grabbing sand and throwing it when you fall, or shoving glass shards between your fingers to stab. The commonly known face of Arki's combat method was just a thin surface. Use the environment and objects around you, respond flexibly to your enemy. In other words, it's fine to be dirty and underhanded as long as you win. Naturally, the gangs loved it. It's hard for me to believe too, but the one who taught me called it Arki's combat method, so I just have to believe it. Luka, let's go one more time. Ile was unusually fired up with a competitive spirit. Normally, he wasn't all that enthusiastic in training. Even putting in moderate effort, he was talented enough to reach nearly the same level as me. In terms of raw talent, he was probably above me. We both got back into position and clashed. VRRRM, I raised my prosthetics energy output to maximum in an instant. Ile was wary of my technique that could disrupt his balance. But this time, I went in with a strong strike. My fist aimed for his side. Just barely, he lowered his elbow to block, and his body lifted slightly off the ground from the impact. Boom! Even in Arki's combat method, it wasn't always about using weaker force to overcome stronger force. That was just one approach. If you could use both techniques of strength and finesse, you alternated between them. Even the hardest metal could crack and break from a sudden change in temperature. Using two extreme methods in tandem could effectively bring an opponent down. Damn, this! Ile looked visibly shaken. I could sense his next move by reading his gaze and the preliminary motions of his combat reflexes. Just like when I fought Gabriel, I could anticipate what Ile would do next. It's not that Ile's level is as low as Gabriel's, making him predictable. I simply knew Ilay's habits and combat style well, making his next move easy to foresee. With the Empire's standard combat method, the move here would be to preempt Ilay, completely blocking his attack. If you were faster and stronger, you could subdue him without giving him any opportunity to strike back. But I lured in Ilay's attack and struck back in the opening that followed. Whoosh! As soon as Ilay regained his balance, he thrust his right fist forward in a counterattack. I dodged it and swung upward at his elbow from below. When you could read ahead, you could precisely target any weak point. Crack! Ilay's elbow joint shattered. I'd broken it cleanly enough that an android repair should be able to fix it. You've gotten stronger, Luka. Ilay, sitting where he'd fallen, spoke as he looked up at me. I reached out to help him up. Unlike usual, he hesitated before grabbing my hand. His reaction was oddly cool. I made a mistake. Seeing Ilay's reaction, I recalled the others who had been overtaken by me in the past. Their pride had been crushed right before my eyes. Until now, even though Ilay and I had outperformed each other in specific areas, there had never been a stark, one-sided difference. Even though Ilay wasn't the type to obsess over physical strength, today, his pride must have taken a serious blow. I got too carried away, acted like a damn kid. When you gain power, you want to use it. Honestly, this urge isn't any different for adults or kids. If I showed any sign of remorse here, it would only further wound Ilay's pride. And we weren't the kind of friends bound together by cheap pretense. You sulked because you lost without a chance to fight back? I twisted one side of my lip as I spoke. Yeah, I'm sulked, you bastard. Ilay stood up, laughed, and smacked my chest with his elbow. I could feel a bruise blooming in my chest. Oof, looks like he was really upset. Chapter 15. I visited Kinuan for the first time in a while. It was my first visit since going to the Colosseum. Kinuan was reading a paper book, a rare sight these days. Looks like this new combat method has become second nature to you, Kinuan said, looking at me. He had closed the book so its cover was hidden. Thanks to what I learned from you, instructor, I've become stronger. I could really tell while sparring with other cadets. That strength was yours from the start. You've only changed how you use it. It's a kind of reallocation and optimization. I looked at Kinuan, filled with anticipation. My skills had noticeably improved in just a month. I could feel my body itching, heating up. I couldn't wait any longer. I want to move on to the next stage. Do you remember the name of the book I was reading and then closed? Kinuan asked abruptly. I hesitated before replying. I don't know. I only remembered that the book's color was blue. Kinuan tapped the table with his fingers upon hearing my answer. A pattern in the shape of a sharp eye appeared as a hologram. In an ancient language, Arches means sharp eye. Do you know what that means? Insight. My response was swift, as if I'd prepared for it. Kinuan's eyes widened slightly, as though surprised. It was a simple deduction. The Arches combat method maximizes insight, allowing one to assess and optimize both the environment and the enemy, as well as oneself. Because insight has always been the essence of the Arches combat method. It's always been both the beginning and the end. I added to my statement, "You've understood it perfectly, Luka." Kinuan had never explicitly spoken about the true nature of the Arches combat method. He had always referenced it indirectly, through metaphors and actions. Mastering and approaching the Arches combat method based on only these fragments was the first step and qualification for learning it. I felt like I had a vague sense of what the next stage of the Arches combat method would be. Kinuan's next question followed. Do you remember how many times I tapped the table to activate the hologram? I didn't know this either. I hadn't paid attention. I don't know. At my answer, Kinuan tapped the table again to turn off the hologram. He closed his eyes slightly and spoke. You keep your terminal in your left inner pocket, and your right leg has a slight synchronization error with your nervous system. You'll need to get that serviced later. When you entered my office, even though you're not left-handed, you opened the door with your left hand. That's because you suddenly boosted the output of your right arm during sparring this morning, so it must still feel numb. I unconsciously brushed my hand over the front of my upper garment. As Kinuan said, the terminal was in my left pocket, and just as he'd pointed out, my right arm still felt numb from the strain on my nervous system. He's probably right about the right leg synchronization not being perfect either. I hadn't even noticed these imbalances in myself. Most likely, it would have taken a few more days before the errors increased enough for me to realize something was wrong. Kinuan's observational skill was remarkable. He knew my body better than I did. So this time, it's about maximizing observation. Don't overlook even the smallest details. By gathering minor clues, we can see the outline of the whole picture. Do you remember the question you asked me last time? I knew exactly what he was referring to, and I still hadn't received an answer. You mentioned that even if a fight broke out in Alep's office, you'd be able to get out safely. At that time, armed gang members were stationed both inside and outside Alep's office. We were as good as unarmed, and no matter how skilled we were, it would have been nearly impossible to escape unscathed. When the fight began, I would have lowered myself to avoid the line of fire. I frowned. I didn't find his response convincing. The ones with guns were Aleph and the gang members. If your first move was to hide, you'd miss your chance to attack and end up riddled with bullets. You would secure the chance to attack. In that situation, you'd face the gang and Aleph head-on, even if it meant taking a bullet or two. Honestly, I didn't like Kinuan's answer. What I'd wanted was a clever way to turn that situation around. What would you have done if I weren't there? What if I chose to hide or run instead of attacking the gang? If you weren't there, I would have avoided that situation entirely. We would have met in a more crowded place. And the idea of you hiding or running is nonsense. You're a soldier trained to act with a strong, aggressive approach. You don't make self-preservation-driven judgments or take such actions. He was right. I would have subdued Aleph and the gang somehow, even if it meant getting hurt. So, in the end, if a fight broke out, I would have been injured one way or another. Kinuan was assuming my injury as if it were an inevitable outcome. For the first time, I felt a hint of contempt toward him. Luka, you're under a misconception. The Archi's combat method isn't some miracle or magic that defies reality. It doesn't make the impossible possible. I have more experience and a sharper judgment than you. In that situation, it's right for you to play the role of a shield. You likely wouldn't have noticed that Aleph's fingers were modified into guns, nor that there was a hidden passage behind the left wall cabinet. Noticing my dissatisfaction, Kinuan continued to speak. You probably intended to take down the guards first and then deal with Aleph as he drew his gun. But if you'd followed that sequence, you'd have taken a bullet to the back of the head. Aleph can fire with a simple movement of folding his fingers. By hiding and getting out of the line of fire, I can stop Aleph while you subdue the gang. Do you understand now? I couldn't say a word. I hadn't known that Aleph's fingers were modified into guns. That was an unforeseen factor in my plan, nor had I known about the hidden passage. I understand. Kinuan's observational and perceptive abilities were superhuman. Even within the same space and time, he gathered far more information than I did. And there was something here I wanted to confirm. Excessive expansion of perception can cause brain dysfunction. Kinuan tapped his temple with his finger. Take note of this, Luka. The Archi's combat method pushes the brain to its limits, utilizing all available resources. Do you know what that means? It can't be used as the standard combat method for the Imperial Guard. I flinched at his words, a chill running down my spine. I realized I'd overlooked something important. Soon, I understood exactly what Kinuan's words meant. You can't use the Archi's combat method while wearing the Legion, damn it. I couldn't hold back my frustration. Someday, if I became a member of the Imperial Guard, I would be granted the Legion, a full-body mechanical armor. During critical battles, I would go to the front lines equipped with the Legion. The Archi's combat method would be meaningless for me when I wore the Legion. The Legion, a full-body mechanical armor that concentrated the Empire's cutting-edge technology, couldn't be worn continuously by anyone. As it operates on high-bandwidth signals, it requires the full capacity of the brain's resources. Even with this, additional auxiliary processors need to be layered on just to control the Legion. This holds true even for elite soldiers who have trained their entire lives. I should have realized this sooner. I felt like my past month had been rendered meaningless. I even began to feel a surge of resentment toward Kinuan. Trying to steady my breath as it threatened to grow ragged, I took a deep, quiet inhale. For an Imperial Guard who's been granted the Legion, the Archi's combat method is a useless skill. Unless, of course, it's a very unusual situation. Mastering the Archi's combat method took both talent and time. It was an absurdly inefficient fighting method. At best, it was just a slight aid to the diversity of combat method. Ha ha! Kinnuan laughed, his shoulders shaking, as though he found this all too amusing. Seeing him laugh while I frowned only deepened my irritation. If I'd known from the beginning that it was incompatible with the Legion, I wouldn't have tried to learn it. All of this. It's my own foolishness. I couldn't really blame Kinnuan. If I'd been just a bit sharper, I would have realized the true nature of the Archie's combat method sooner. You're truly exceptional. Remarkably so. I thought it would take you at least another couple of months to figure it out. Even with his sincere compliment, I couldn't bring myself to smile. Since Imperial Guards don't wear the Legion at all times, learning the Archie's combat method might still be helpful. But I don't see the need to master it at the cost of increased risk to brain function. I managed to restrain my frustration as I replied. So, is this the end? Thank you for everything up to now, Instructor Kinnuan. I'll visit from time to time. I saluted as I spoke. Luka, you're welcome to return anytime if you change your mind. But that wasn't going to happen. I didn't visit Kinnuan for more than 2 weeks. Then, one day, a summons arrived from the Imperial Guard commander, Hemilas. It had been 3 months since I last met with the commander. He seemed to be leading a very demanding schedule. Ile did say there were hints of rebellion within the Empire. That must be why the commander is so busy. Reflecting on this, I found myself standing outside the commander's office. The symbol of the Imperial Guard, a golden sword, was displayed there, elaborate yet not ostentatious. SSSHH, before I could even touch the controls, the doors slid open to either side. I saluted and looked toward the commander, who was seated inside. Take a seat and wait for a moment. The commander's pupils constantly shifted in color, signifying that his communication targets were changing by the second. Additionally, he had numerous holograms projected, handling communications and lower security information simultaneously. Is a rebellion truly happening? It was the first time I'd seen the commander of the Imperial Guard so busy. For the past year or two, he'd shown up at cadet training frequently, making me wonder if he simply didn't have much to do. I sat in my chair, waiting for him to finish his work. Luka, how have you been lately? The commander paused, then spoke, the holograms surrounding him vanishing all at once. For him to ask about my well-being was unusual. After a brief moment of thought, I opened my mouth to reply. I've been spending my time in personal training. It's been a while since I last received an assignment. You won't be receiving any field missions for the time being. We believe your abilities are already more than sufficient. You're at a level where you can be an immediate asset without needing more field experience. You've proven as much by fulfilling your role under harsh conditions at the ruins. Whether this was good or fortunate, I wasn't sure. While it felt good to be recognized, being sidelined from missions stung a bit. It meant losing chances to gain more combat experience. I appreciate the recognition, but I'm not sure how I feel about being left out of deployments. Missions will be prioritized for other cadets who need more practical experience. I hope you can understand. A soldier follows the decisions of their superiors. I listened closely, waiting for the commander's next words. It was about time he got to the main point. He hadn't called me here just to chat about this. I hear you've been in frequent contact with Instructor Kinnuan. The higher-ups were aware of every move a cadet made. They probably even knew about my visits to the black market in the lower district and my participation in the Colosseum. Cadets like me are the Empire's assets, after all. I was about to reply, but the commander continued speaking before I could. You've been learning the Archie's Victima technique under Instructor Kinnuan, haven't you? The commander even mentioned the exact name of the Archie's combat method. Learning a combat style not listed in the Empire's manuals was not exactly exemplary behavior. Did he call me here to reprimand me for learning the Archie's combat method? It felt slightly uncomfortable, but it wasn't a problem. I didn't plan to continue studying the Archie's combat method anyway. I'm not learning it any further. The commander's eyebrows rose. It seemed he hadn't expected that I'd already quit. There have been several cadets who tried to learn the Archie's combat method under Instructor Kinnuan, but not long after, Kinnuan was the first to give up on teaching them. My eyes must have wavered slightly. The commander didn't miss the subtle hint. If I'm not mistaken, it doesn't seem like Kinnuan was the one to give up this time. You were the one who quit first, weren't you? The Archi's combat method is incompatible with the Legion. I felt it held no value for someone bound to become part of the Guard. You've already figured that much out, have you? Isn't it ironic? Those who lack the aptitude for the Archi's combat method get turned away by Kinnuin, while those who do have the aptitude soon realize they have no reason to continue with it. And so, aside from Kinnuin, there's no one who's truly mastered the Archi's combat method. Anxiety crept up in me. I had the unsettling sense that an order I wouldn't like was coming, and such premonitions rarely missed the mark. Do you want me to continue training in the Archi's combat method? To be precise, I want you to maintain a close relationship with Kinnuin, and to do so, it would be best for you to keep learning the Archi's combat method. This is an order. I opened my eyes wide. It was a form of surveillance. The commander was wary of Kinnuin. Against my will, a flood of speculations raced through my mind, but I couldn't question it. I had to set aside my doubts and follow orders. That was what it meant to be a soldier of the Empire. Above all, I had a feeling that uncovering the truth would put my life at risk. The best way to protect a secret is often to eliminate the one who knows it. Understood, I will continue learning the Archi's combat method. There was only one response I could give. Luka, know that I'm keeping an eye on you. You're the type who's destined to advance. The commander's words left an impression. Destined to advance. I seem to recall hearing something similar from Kinnuin as well. Chapter 16. I had told Kinnuin that I wouldn't learn Archi's combat method. Now, I feel reluctant to go back on my word. However, this was an order and a mission from the commander of the Imperial Guard. It seems you've changed your mind. Since I'm the one who told you to come if you ever did, I won't ask further. Kinnuin granted permission readily. Thank you, instructor. Since you're here, let's go out for a bit. Do you have anything else to do? I'll get ready right away. Kinnuin and I changed into civilian clothes. The place Kinnuin headed to was the lower district. We took the express elevator down and passed through the checkpoint. The soldier at the checkpoint verified both Kinnuin's and my identity before saluting us respectfully. As we entered the lower district, the scenery quickly changed. There were several old buildings that had stood since the early days of settlement. Walls with peeling paint were covered in pollutants, and children peeked out through broken windows. Woo! Every time the warm wind blew, weathered concrete crumbled and scattered as powder. Kinnuin entered a shabby shopping street. The android at the entrance of the street, intended as a guide, had only its upper body left like a bust. W welcome, H hello, C customer. The android stretched out its arms to greet us, but its movements were stiff and its robotic voice, filled with static, made it hard to understand what it was saying. I looked around. For the lower district, there were quite a few people who looked well-dressed. This was a shopping area frequented by the middle class who managed to make a decent living. As proof of the presence of public order, security drones patrolled the main road. Anyone committing a crime here would end up shredded by the bullets of the security drones. Thunk! Kinnuin stopped in front of a shop. Behind the glass window, cheap toys and hologram game consoles were displayed. There was even a poorly made model that was supposed to resemble the Legion full-body mechanic armor. Do kids still want things like this? Kinnuin asked me. I also used to stand here, totally absorbed as a kid. You're still young. From Kinnuin's perspective, it was true that I was still young. I opened the store door and waited for him to go in first. Shopkeeper. At Kinnuin's voice, the shopkeeper opened his eyes. Though a customer had arrived, he propped up his chin indifferently and gestured towards the display case. If you're looking for something, dig around in there. Don't ask me, I don't know. What a rude attitude. I looked him over. He had an air of complete lack of enthusiasm that made me want to kick him. From here to there, give me everything. You can deliver, right? Kinnuin pointed from one end of the display case to the other. The shopkeeper tilted his head in confusion at first, then his eyes went wide. All of it. Hey, is this some kind of joke? I held out the credit chip Kinnuin had given me in front of the shopkeeper. Just answer. I asked if you can deliver. I frowned as I spoke, ready to break one of his fingers if he spouted nonsense again. Oh, of course. Yes, we can. Just provide the address, please. Finally snapping to his senses, the shopkeeper hurried into action. In this area, it was rare for someone to buy items outright without haggling. If the shopkeeper's brain was functioning properly, he would have realized that our status was far from ordinary. About that, sirs. After checking the address, the shopkeeper gave an awkward smile. What is it? You shouldn't be short on money, right? Well, delivery to that area won't be possible. It's under vehicle restriction until the day after tomorrow. Because of that Genesis or Nemesis or whatever they're called, those terrorist bastards. Got it, no need to explain further. What to do? Kinnuan looked at the pile of boxes stacked like a mountain. The issue wasn't the weight, but the volume. No matter how we tried, it would be hard for 2 people to carry everything. We'd also attract a swarm of petty thieves. If we call Gabriel, we might manage somehow. His rough look should keep any weirdos from following us. I took out my terminal, and Gabriel's image appeared on the holographic screen. Hey, good no, Luka, what's up? Get over here, didn't you say you'd help if I needed it? Just out of nowhere, demanding I come? I've got things to. I said get here now, Gabriel. Before I decide to pull out that artificial spine I paid for. I threatened him. Gabriel grumbled with a voice full of curses but quickly agreed to come. Before long, Gabriel entered the store. As his massive figure stepped inside, the shopkeeper's face turned pale with fear. Gabriel looked like trouble, no matter who was looking. You called me out here for something this trivial? Do you think I'm just an errand boy around here? For what it's worth. After hearing our situation, Gabriel scowled. Shut up and just carry it. With a sigh, Gabriel hoisted a large number of boxes onto his shoulders, suiting his massive frame. He looked me over from head to toe, his gaze lingering especially on my arms and legs. That's your original prosthetic, huh? Looks like it's high performance. And it's got great balance, too. Were you some rich family's young master? Is that why you don't seem to need money? Gabriel prattled on. For such a big guy, he was needlessly talkative. Stuff your pointless curiosity up your ass, not just about me, but especially about the person standing behind me. Gabriel's gaze lingered briefly on Kinnuan. I'm not dumb enough to mess with someone who even Aleph treads carefully around. I do have some sense, you know. With our load in hand, we headed out onto the main street. Calling Gabriel had the intended effect. With a huge guy with a rough look beside us, no pickpockets or petty thieves dared come close. This is the orphanage street, right? Is all this stuff a gift? Doing some volunteer work or something? Gabriel remarked as he turned onto a familiar road. I also just realized that the destination was an orphanage. Orphanage 47. At the entrance, Kinnuan put a cigarette in his mouth. Although I'd spent quite a bit of time with him, it was the first time I'd seen him smoke. You two just set the boxes down in the open yard and take a break. With that, Kinnuan entered the orphanage building. Damn it, I was hoping for something more impressive. Like maybe a brawl with a rival gang or something flashy like that. Hauling gifts for a bunch of orphanage brats, they really called Gabriel the steel fist for this crap? The moment Kinnuan disappeared, Gabriel started grumbling. If there was a fight, I wouldn't need to call you. I replied while carefully stacking the boxes. It was a habit ingrained from my cadet days, always arranging things neatly. Luka, I know you're strong, but this world isn't that simple. Just being good in a fight doesn't mean you'll survive. Connections and strategy matter too. Gabriel tapped his finger against his head. The idea of him saying strategy made me want to laugh, even if he might know about connections. I scoffed and stared at the orphanage building. Kids in the same position I once was. They looked scruffy and starved, but their eyes were bright with anticipation for the gifts. Struggle your way out of here. Grow stronger and climb up. Don't settle for anything less. The words rose up in my throat. The fate of kids from lower-tier orphanages was generally obvious. Those with combat aptitude became low-ranking soldiers, practically disposable. Yet even that was one of the better outcomes. Dangerous, yes, but at least it was a respectable job with pay. If they were lucky, they might even rise to the rank of non-commissioned officer. Kids who don't even make it as soldiers. They're thrown out on the streets. Then, waiting for this moment, con men and gangsters swoop in to suck them dry, down to their very marrow. Even if a wretched fate soon befalls you, don't blame anyone else. Missing the opportunity the Empire offered is your own fault. I muttered to myself inwardly. I got out of here. I rose from this terrible pit on my own and climbed up, grasping the rope of salvation. While others said it couldn't be done, I persevered and built my strength. This must be the orphanage where Kinuan grew up. Did he donate and give charity because he made it? Seems even Kinuan had a bit of a soft side. I'd never do something like this. I don't extend kindness to those who can't seize opportunities themselves. Luka, just who is that Kinuan guy? Doesn't seem like he's family. If he's such a big shot that even Aleph can't stand up to him, I figure I'd know of him. If you want to keep your neck intact, mind your own business. I replied shortly, and I meant it. We hadn't met many times, but Gabriel wasn't a bad guy. How did I know? Just the fact that he could keep his word and stick to his principles made him one of the decent ones around here. Waha! Soon, the orphanage doors flew open. As if they'd been waiting, the kids came rushing out, diving into the gift boxes I had organized. Thank you, ugly mister, handsome big bro, the kids beamed as they spoke. Look at these little brats talking like that. Gabriel only laughed instead of getting angry. He wasn't the kind of guy to get riled up by kids' comments. Gabriel's worth keeping around. The money I spent on him hadn't gone to waste. I observed Gabriel. Thanks to the new model spine, which gave him great durability and strength, his body balance had improved significantly. His once hunched back was now much straighter. The expanded bandwidth of his nervous system likely also reduced the strain on his body, easing chronic muscle pain and insomnia. To put Gabriel's upgrade simply, it was like clearing a bumpy, narrow road and making it wide. Even if his cybernetic prosthetics were poorly matched and optimized, widening the bandwidth as much as possible helped him hold out. In general, people in the back alleys preferred this straightforward approach over more intricate adjustments. What are you looking at? Don't tell me you're falling for me. Sensing my gaze, Gabriel turned back. I made a sour face at the absurdity of it and shot him a nasty glare. Jay, just kidding. Damn, no need to look like you're about to kill me. Gabriel quickly took back his words. If you have time, get a proper mechanic to tune your parts. Your expensive components aren't performing at their full potential. At my advice, Gabriel just scoffed. Optimization needs to be done regularly. Do you think I have the time or money for that? If it weren't for your help, I'd probably be crawling on the ground, begging. And when those bastards who despise me piss all over my head, I wouldn't be able to say a damn thing. This should be enough to get you through the next 6 months. I took a blank credit chip, tapped it against my terminal, and input the amount. The display lit up with the balance. Hey, what's the meaning of this? If you're trying to hire me for an assassination job, you've got the wrong guy. I may be from the bottom, but I'm not that low. Gabriel didn't take the credit chip immediately, which only made me trust him more. Think of it as an investment in the future. For little tasks like today, if I need your help, I'll call on you from time to time. Good boy, I'm not your lackey. If you want to act like a boss, why don't you go ahead and form a gang? Think of it as cooperation. I don't plan on treating you like a subordinate. I won't make unreasonable requests. Reluctantly, Gabriel accepted the credit chip. It was a large amount for him to turn down. For me, too, it was a considerable expense. A cadet's salary isn't exactly generous. I'll take it, but just know I'm not your underling. Got it, so enough talk. And make sure you use that money solely for maintenance and performance upgrades. Don't waste it on anything unnecessary. I emphasized that last part. Gabriel, clearly feeling a bit guilty, just nodded. He didn't seem like the type with structured spending habits like most people in the lower district. Before I knew it, the open area was littered with wrapping paper. The kids were each holding toys and game consoles. Some who didn't get what they wanted started brawling and squabbling. Gabriel and I didn't intervene, we just watched. Yeah, fight for what you want. Not everyone can get an equal share. If you need something, take it. If one person is enjoying something, another has to go without. The world isn't bountiful enough for everyone to have everything. We know that all too well. Before long, the orphanage door opened, and Kinuan, having finished his conversation inside, stepped out. Luka, let's have a word in private. Kinuan walked toward a shelter set up behind the orphanage. Inside was a worn-out bench. Creak. Kinuan sat down on the bench with his back to me. I stood behind him, waiting for him to speak. I come out here from time to time. The director's face looked quite healthy, too, must be good at diverting a bit of food for himself. I doubt an orphanage director's salary is all that generous. Instructor, did you grow up here? Who knows? I've forgotten the place I was born and raised. I just stop by nearby orphanages like this once in a while. Maybe I've even been to your orphanage before." Kinuan looked somehow weary. At this moment, he seemed like just a retired member of the Imperial Guard. Would the commander of the Imperial Guard really need someone like me to keep an eye on him? That question lingered in my mind. Kinuan suffered from brain dysfunction. His nervous system, unable to withstand the overload, had been damaged. Somehow, he seemed to endure it with sheer willpower, but he faced many limitations. Perhaps it was arrogant to think so, but if I somehow dragged him into a war of attrition, I might stand a chance of beating him. Relax. The man in front of me was just a veteran buried in the past, an old soldier whose glory had faded. Maybe that would be my future self one day, if I was lucky enough to survive that long. "So, Luka, did Commander Hemilas send you to me?" Kinuan spoke casually, as if it were nothing, yet he suddenly brought up the name of the commander of the Imperial Guard. My pupils must have dilated like a prey animal spotting its predator. Instinctively, I raised my prosthetic energy output, preparing for battle. Intense tension filled me from the crown of my head to the tips of my toes. Does he know I came on the commander's orders? How much does he know? Is he planning to take me down here? Could Kinuan really have something up his sleeve? Countless possibilities raced through my mind, each one worse than the last. "Luka, if you don't want to die, calm down. I doubt I could subdue you without killing you." Kinuan spoke without even glancing my way, keeping his gaze forward. I steadied my breathing. The output of my prosthetic was gradually decreasing. I am a soldier of the Empire, that's all I can say. I closed my eyes and then opened them again, speaking calmly. Chapter 17. The tense silence between Kinuan and me grazed the edge of my throat like a sharp blade. It was an uncomfortable situation. There was little I could do out of my own discretion. It hadn't even been a few days since I'd received orders from the Imperial Guard commander, Hemilas, and here I was. "You've taken on the mission but lack any real knowledge, so you can't even determine a direction for your response, can you?" Kinuan commented casually. I maintained a blank expression. Kinuan could see right through a person's inner thoughts with even the smallest gestures or words. His insight was practically mind-reading. Withholding information entirely had been my solution. However, even that was a clue and information to Kinuan. I couldn't help but be swept along unilaterally, with no control. The information imbalance was severe. Right now, I know nothing about the situation. Inside, words of disgust rose like nausea. "Luka, I don't intend to blame you. Obeying orders from a superior is only natural. In fact, your judgments are consistently correct. Watching you pick the very best options from a limited set of choices is nothing short of impressive. But..." With his back to me, Kinuan turned his head to look at me. Not wanting him to read my thoughts, I simply closed my eyes. This wasn't a good decision, either. It's easy to read the flow of someone's thoughts when all they do is pick the right answer. You have a strong drive and a considerable desire to achieve. Yet with discernment and restraint, you don't become a problem for your superiors. You're the very model of an exemplary soldier as the Empire demands. Truly, you're a fitting irregular who has risen from a 2-digit orphanage. It was not, by any means, praise. That was how it felt. I shouldn't look into Kinuan's eyes. I forced myself to keep my eyelids shut. Eyes contain a wealth of information. The direction of emotions could be determined by the movement of pupils in response to spoken words, and their depth and intensity revealed by the flutter of eyelids and the contraction or dilation of pupils. Kinuan spoke softly. His voice was rich yet gentle. "Don't think all of this is merely a coincidence. Consider first whether approaching me was even your own choice. Since the moment you began using ballistic trajectory control techniques without any auxiliary computation device, the higher-ups must have started their preparations. A fellow irregular with an aptitude for the Archie's combat method appeared after all." I couldn't hide my agitation. My body laid bare the full stir of my emotions. All of this is my free will. During a reconnaissance mission, I encountered a formidable enemy. I thought I needed more power. So, I went through the instructor's records to find someone special who could assist with my training. All of this was a choice made by my own will. No one else influenced my decision. That's what I believed. It was my choice. Unable to hold back, I opened my eyes and mouth. "Luka, everyone in this world is a slave to someone. The only difference is whether one knows they're a slave or not. Free will is nothing more than a product of imagination, a delusion that we've chosen something by ourselves. Kinnuin stood up, gripping his knees. He extended his hand toward my shoulder. Suppressing my combat reflexes, I allowed his hand to make contact with me. Allowing physical contact with someone I was on high alert against was difficult for me. I'd been trained that way all my life. Go back. If you want to report this to Hamilas, feel free. I thought over how I'd report this to the commander. Kinnuin's words were difficult. However, one thing was clear. Deeply subversive. If I reported Kinnuin's words as they were, the higher-ups would likely order me to undergo another psychological evaluation. Frankly, I wasn't confident I'd score as highly as before. I was shaken now. And it wasn't just because of Kinnuin's words. He was also an influence. I followed Kinnuin as he walked ahead. We didn't exchange a single word on the way back. Was a subversive element. Though he was my friend, that was an undeniable fact. In the past, I would have kept my distance from Ile sometimes questioned the Empire's system and voiced his objections. I had no intention of reporting him, but I certainly didn't plan on agreeing with him either. The Empire recognized me. I'd risen from the very bottom to this point because of the Empire's system. No matter what anyone said, I was a beneficiary and living proof that the Empire's structure was sound. Not everyone could live in abundance. Those who created more value and the elite soldiers who defended the Empire from external threats naturally deserved more. Those with abilities essential to the Empire received better treatment. What possible objection could there be to this? Still, it was true that I'd been affected by negative influences lately. Who? I sat in Seiza and meditated. I organized everything that had happened, recalling Kinnuin's words over and over. Reporting what happened with Kinnuin is the right thing to do. Hesitating could lead to needless misunderstandings. Deciding not to report was not a choice I could make based on personal judgment. As a soldier, it was my duty to report exactly what I'd experienced to my superiors. But they're going to conduct a psychological evaluation on me. There was no avoiding the suspicion that I might have been infected by subversive thoughts. I'd undoubtedly score lower on the psychological evaluation compared to before. If my score hadn't been high from the start, it wouldn't be an issue. But a decrease wouldn't be good news. It would indicate that I was becoming contaminated by harmful ideas. It was truly a bothersome situation. Did Kinnuin plan for this too? I was gradually starting to understand the man named Kinnuin. He wasn't an old soldier lost in memories and the past. Nor was he a beast whose claws and fangs had fallen away. Kinnuin was still a fierce, blazing inferno. He was merely holding back his flame-like mane, hiding it beneath the surface. That's precisely why even the guard commander was cautious of Kinnuin. I couldn't know the fundamental reason for that, but it was clear enough. For now, it's best to stay close to Kinnuin and learn the Aki's combat techniques. They may not be efficient, but they're not without their benefits. If I trained to the point where it affected my brain function, it would take a long time. When that moment approached, I wouldn't need anyone to tell me to stop using the Aki's combat techniques. I'd stop on my own. If I want to report to the guard commander, I need to be ready to pass the psychological evaluation. The decision was made. I opened my eyes. I need some of your time. I immediately called for Ile. Ile was engaged in simulation training. He was wearing a helmet adorned with cables, with electrodes attached to his limbs and bare upper body. Periodically, Ile's body twitched. His muscles spasmed as if he were genuinely moving. He seemed to be fighting hard in a virtual reality environment. At a glance, the training intensity looked extremely high. He'd be exhausted once it was over. It's unusual to see Ile training so diligently. Ile generally took his training lightly. Becoming a soldier had never really been his interest. He was simply covering for his lack of passion with his natural talent. Even if Ile had grown up in a 2-digit orphanage, he was the kind of person who would still be selected as a cadet for the Imperial Guard. I had fought my way up with everything I had. So watching Ile sometimes made me angry. Cheek! Steam leaked from the edges of Ile's simulation helmet. The hydraulic cylinders moved and the helmet lifted upward. The electrodes attached to his limbs detached and fell away. Ha ha! Ile was breathing heavily, his face drenched. Sweat poured down from his chin and hair like rain. He looked as though he'd been running for hours. "Here, drink this." As I entered the training room, I tossed a drink over to him. Ile reached out and caught it without even looking. His pupils were unfocused. I waited until Ile came to his senses. It took some time for a brain immersed in virtual simulation to return fully to reality. The mind had to gradually reorient itself to the real world. Tricking the brain. Entering a simulation is essentially tricking the brain. Returning to reality is the process of realizing it's been deceived. Once you've experienced it a few times, you know it's not a particularly pleasant feeling. "Ah, sorry to keep you waiting." Focus returned to Ile's pupils. He stood up from his seat, wiping off the sweat with a towel. It took him less than a minute to regain his sense of reality, 2 or 3 times faster than the average cadet. This meant his mental resilience was exceptional. "Well, I'm the one who called you here because I needed you. It's only fair to wait. It's not urgent, so go freshen up." I spoke as I watched Ile head toward the shower room. Like other cadets, Ile was well built. The artificial skin on his prosthetic limbs blended seamlessly, and the joint connections were barely visible. Inside the shower room, loud noises resounded. It was an automated system that handled everything from washing to drying on its own if you simply stood still. Ile came out soon after. He pulled on his cadet uniform piece by piece from where it hung on the wall. "Haha, what's the occasion? You coming to find me first is almost as nice as a birthday gift." He tugged down his shirt around his chest. Judging by his smile, he seemed to have completely shaken off the simulation fatigue. "Let's talk outside." With a nod, I exited the simulation training room first. It was quiet outside. Over the wall, I could see the younger cadets on the training field. "The weather's great. Maybe I should have called a girl and gone out." Ile threw out the suggestion, though it clearly wasn't serious. "Ile, so you actually train on your own. I'm impressed." "Well, you totally crushed me last time. That really got under my skin." So that's what it was. I guess Ile was a guy, after all. It was only natural to feel competitive when you suddenly get beaten by someone you thought was on the same level. "Last time, you mentioned that prestigious families manipulate the selection tests, right?" I began the conversation. To think I'd be the one to start discussing something so subversive. 2 or 3 years ago, it would have been unimaginable. It's something everyone knows in secret. Anyway, anyone unqualified won't make it through training and gets filtered out. For reference, the selection tests also include a psychological evaluation. "How did you pass the psychological evaluation?" I didn't beat around the bush. I asked him directly. It was the kind of question one might argue shouldn't be asked. "You manipulated the selection test." It was practically the same as saying that out loud. The psychological evaluation isn't something so loose that it can be passed with deception or lies. And I didn't believe that Ile had passed the evaluation through entirely legitimate means. Ile narrowed his eyes, looking at me sideways, only moving his pupils. He didn't answer immediately. He was likely trying to understand the intent behind my question. Without waiting for Ile's response, I spoke again. "If there's a way, teach me now. I might need it soon." I was openly revealing my own subversive intent. "I won't ask why you're asking this, Luka. If it were something you could say, you would have told me by now." It might sound strange to say this when asking about manipulating the psychological evaluation, but this benefits the Empire. I emphasized that my loyalty hadn't changed. I wanted to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Ile paused, then slowly moved his lips to respond. "Present a patterned version of yourself to the outside world, and place your true self as an observer within. That way, you can get through the psychological evaluation." I tilted my head slightly, mulling over Ile's words. Before long, I frowned. "What kind of nonsense is that?" Ile laughed as though he'd expected my reaction. Chapter 18. Sealing away the self you want to protect, keeping it deep inside. Even ordinary people without mental control training sometimes forget memories or develop split personalities due to a shock. In our case, we're doing it consciously. Ile explained additionally. My expression grew even darker. It wasn't that I couldn't understand the theory, but it didn't seem like something I could actually do. The mind doesn't divide neatly like the body. If control slipped even a little, it would collapse, merging together like a fluid. That it's possible. Damn, if you're saying it, it must be possible. I sighed. Luka, when we smile, the brain thinks something happy is happening even when there's nothing happy going on. Our brain's simpler than you'd think. If you try to fool it, it can be fooled. Psychological evaluations only probe as far as surface-level consciousness. So, how do you do it? Ile paused briefly, then spoke. You condition your behavior and thinking patterns, like brainwashing yourself to be a loyal soldier of the Empire, living as if you're playing the part of that loyal soldier. Then, the self of a loyal soldier starts overlaying your surface consciousness. What starts as fake becomes real. The brain follows our actions and forms its thoughts based on them. Repeated acting influences the mind until the brain believes the character it's performing is real. The more I heard, the more plausible it seemed. It didn't seem impossible. What's the catch? If you keep that fake self too long, it gets harder to remove, and the original self sinks deep beneath the subconscious, like a chest rusting shut at the bottom of the sea. Even if it's opened, it becomes impossible to separate from the fake self it's fused with. Calling it fake or real, both are real in truth, so it makes sense. Ile nodded in agreement to my words. You catch on quickly, as expected. Where did you learn all this? From books and data from other countries. Especially Bellato, there are interesting old records there. Records from humanity's time living on Earth. That made sense. The Bellato Federation is descended from those who remained on Earth until the end. Luka, I started imitating my father a couple of months before the selection exam. He's the most loyal soldier I know. Every morning after waking up, I'd mention one of the past emperors by name and offer a prayer of thanks. Ile described his own method. I listened to him, then thought for a moment. It didn't seem as hard as I expected. No need to imitate anyone else. All I had to do was act like my past self. Back then, I had scored high on the psychological evaluations. Someone who held no suspicion toward the Empire, who felt only hatred at any subversive talk. The taste in my mouth went bitter for no reason. I was reminded once again of how much I had changed. Thanks for the advice. No need to thank me. Whatever you're up to, be careful, Luka. To think a day would come when I'd hear that from you. A sigh escaped me. You're not a noble like me, so you don't have any background protection. You need to be even more careful than I do. It wasn't sarcasm. Ile was genuinely worried about me. If manipulation of the psychological evaluation was discovered, Ile, coming from a renowned household, would somehow manage. But for me, that would be the end. I'd be stripped of my prosthetic limbs and left on the streets, or worse, dragged off to some place not on any map and forced into labor until death. Turning my back on Ile, I simply raised my hand in farewell, saying nothing. It didn't take long to establish my external self. All I needed to do was project my past self in its entirety. The past, after all, wasn't drastically different from who I was now. Even if I took a psychological evaluation now, my score wouldn't come out that low. The problem is that my score was excessively high in the past. The higher-ups would look at my lowered score and conclude it was an early symptom of ideological contamination. First, I cut off all contact with Ile. Understanding the reason, he didn't bother reaching out to me either. Among the people I knew, Ile was the most anti-Empire type. However, I couldn't skip out on my meetings and training with Kinuan. I made an effort to ensure I wasn't affected by him in any negative way. Thankfully, Kinuan never mentioned anything about what had happened at the orphanage. He acted as though it had never occurred, treating me normally. Sometimes, Kinuan would take me down to the lower districts, mostly for training. Today was one of those days. Luka, you have 20 seconds. Subdue everyone inside. Kinuan spoke in front of an ominous-looking building in the lower district. He gave no further explanation. I raised the energy output of my prosthetic limbs to a suitable level. The faint vibrations from the mechanisms reached even the biological parts of my body. Clunk, the door handle at the entrance wouldn't budge. It was locked from the inside, but that didn't matter to me. Crack, the grip strength of my prosthetics could rip through sheet metal. I twisted the handle, breaking the lock to pieces. At the same time, I kicked open the door to get a clear view. All right, time to begin. I pushed my focus to the limit. I forced all the information within my field of vision directly into my brain, like a dried sponge soaking up water. When humans concentrate, their field of vision naturally narrows. But I expanded my field of view even as I heightened my focus. This was the sensory perception expansion unique to the Arky's combat method. Throb, throb, a headache was already starting to set in. The gang's office. The gang members were lounging around the rundown office in a messy sprawl. On a wall display, a video of a man and woman in a lewd scene was playing, and scattered below it were data chips, lying around carelessly. At the table sat 3 gang members absorbed in a card game. One gang member was lying on a bed, his eyes glazed as if he were under the influence of drugs. Another was slumped on a torn-up couch, watching the explicit video. There was also someone in the bathroom. I could sense movement there. I'd somewhat expected the place to be full of gang members. Even before opening the door, I'd faintly caught the smell of gunpowder and the distinct bitterness of energy weapons. Not even a second had passed yet. My observations were complete. Next was insight. Then, the judgment. I assessed their appearances, the atmosphere, the state of their weapons to gauge the threat level and set my priorities. My mental organization was complete. Like a tightly drawn bowstring, I released my restrained combat reflexes. I was trained to react to any threat. Crack! I lowered myself and kicked off the ground. The concrete floor beneath me split apart as if it had been torn. The distance between the gang member with the shotgun and me rapidly closed. Ha ha! To him, it would appear that as soon as the door opened, I'd close the gap. His mind was momentarily blank. Without even finishing his judgment, he couldn't enter a combat stance. Clang! I flicked the barrel of his gun upward with my fingers, making it shoot up. As his arm followed, his chest was left wide open. Crunch! My fist struck his chest with a powerful blow. Just below his skin was a gel layer meant to absorb impact, replacing the dermis layer. I'd anticipated this from the way his chest looked as if it were filled with liquid. However, it didn't fully absorb the impact of my punch. His back curved forward like a shrimp. The gang member's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness, though his fingers remained tightly locked around the gun thanks to the mechanical lock. Crack! I twisted his fingers back, breaking them. As his fingers extended beyond their range of motion, they snapped one by one. Swish! I caught the falling shotgun and aimed it to the right. I didn't need to look. I already knew where the enemy was. Every detail was clear in my mind. In my brain, the surroundings and enemies appeared like a 3-dimensional map. With no one yet moving properly, there were no variables to worry about. My right arm, now holding the shotgun, began to change. The sound of mechanical components locking in place came from my elbow, and the joints grew stiff, as if poorly oiled. Bang! I fired the shotgun one-handed, without even bracing it against my shoulder. My locked elbow absorbed the recoil entirely. This was why high-quality prosthetics were worth their price. Small auxiliary features like these came in handy. Clink! The shotgun shell ejected stylishly, leaving a faint trail of heat in its wake. Ow, my hand! A sharp scream filled the air. After the shot, I glanced to confirm the target. The bullet I fired had blown off the hand of the gang member lying on the bed. Since it was a biological limb, bits of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. White bones stuck out pathetically from the torn stump of his wrist. What the hell? Shit! Shit! Finally, the other gang members began to react. It was only after 2 of them had already gone down. Bang! The first shot aimed at me came 3 seconds later. The gang member who had been watching the explicit video belatedly pulled the trigger. His pants weren't even pulled up yet, leaving his lower body exposed in a humiliating way. Die, damn it, just die. The panicked gang member frantically fired off several more shots. I tilted my head to dodge the bullets, looking at him with a dull expression. They were all pathetically incompetent. For people who made their living through violence, I hadn't expected them to be so sloppy. In his panic, his shots missed even if I stood still. I didn't even need to dodge. This kind of shooting was absurd. I fired back. The guy was wearing chest armor, so he wouldn't die from it. Bang! The gang member flew back, crashing into the wall display. The screen shattered, and the woman's moans mixed with static before fading out. That was it for the armed gang members. The rest were only equipped with knives and stun batons. Naturally, they trembled at the sight of me holding a shotgun. Looking at those idiots, I felt like it'd be a waste of ammo. If you don't want the limbs you've saved penny by penny to get smashed, knock yourselves out. One gang member holding a stun baton hesitated, then jabbed it at his own jaw. The others followed, picking up the fallen batons without prompting and doing the same. They collapsed one by one, emitting faint smoke. The grotesque farce had come to an end. I looked at the bathroom for the last remaining trace of movement. All that's left is the suspicious presence in the bathroom. I frowned deeply. The moment I focused, I realized that the sounds and smells coming from inside were off-putting. The faint moans of a woman and a stench I'd rather not imagine entered my mind, stirring unwanted thoughts. Damn bastards. I was exercising a significant amount of patience right now. I wanted nothing more than to crush the skulls of these gang members lying at my feet. Creak, I opened the bathroom door. Inside, a woman dressed in nothing but tattered rags was trembling violently. Chains from her shackles were bolted firmly to the wall, and dry traces of blood remained on her upper lip from repeated nosebleeds. Between her legs and beneath her feet, the lingering filth and odor of abuse had settled, clinging to the floor. Grit. I clenched my teeth, and the doorknob I was holding crumbled in my grip. Clang. I grabbed the chain embedded in the wall and ripped it out. It had been there for so long that rust had begun to eat away at parts of it. I looked at the woman. Her cognitive abilities seemed severely impaired. She couldn't even speak properly. She retreated to the far corner of the bathtub like a wild animal, letting out only dull, guttural sounds. Well done, good boy. Took you about 12 seconds. Kinuan entered behind me, speaking at last. I answered him without even looking. Can't we just kill these bastards? Kinuan squinted as he took in the state of the bathroom. He'd also noticed the woman. These scum, repulsive as they are, still have their uses. We're outsiders here. Overstepping and disrupting the order of this area would be unwise. Order for this sort of lowlife. I started to speak, but then closed my mouth. I felt lightheaded, too far from calm. I needed to cool down. There are plenty of people in this world who lack the means to protect themselves, including this woman. Without power, this is what happens. Isn't that something you understand well? Kinuan took off his outer garment and draped it over the woman's shoulders. For a brief moment, a glint of emotion flickered in his eyes. Does Kinuan know her? It might have just been my imagination. How could anyone speak so calmly if they saw an acquaintance reduced to this state? This woman had suffered because she lacked strength. I had clawed my way up to avoid a life like hers, fighting with everything I had to reach this point. Normally, I'd have looked at a woman like her with contempt, thinking she was a fool who failed to seize the opportunities the Empire offered. But seeing her up close now, I couldn't find it in myself to judge. All I felt was pity for her, and anger at the grotesque, unjust structure of this society. It was disorienting. The mental state I locked down to pass the psychological evaluations was coming undone. I'll head out first. I tossed aside the shotgun and stepped outside. Chapter 19. Kinuan often took me to the lower district, and without any information, he pushed me into fights. The purpose of these fights was not victory. The focus was on how much more optimized I could make my combat method. It was fundamental to always grasp my capabilities, but I had to read everything about the enemy, from the direction of their toes to the movement of their gaze, as soon as I saw them. After that, I needed to assess the surroundings and craft a path that would work to my advantage. Once this so-called fight training session was over, Kinuan routinely stopped by a certain place. Creak. I opened the door and stepped into a small mechanical workshop. The woman at the workbench looked at Kinuan and me, then pushed her goggles up. Oh, welcome. She greeted us with an oil-stained face. So this woman is a mechanic. She was the woman I had rescued from the gang's office not long ago. After hearing her story, I learned she had been missing for several months, enduring terrible things. Fortunately, she hadn't completely broken down mentally. As soon as her psychological therapy concluded, she was able to return to her daily life. Gilda, could you get me a coffee? Black. With enough oil floating on top to taste it. Kinuan called her name. Gilda stopped what she was doing and got up. Without a hint of reluctance, she opened the door to the break room, then looked in my direction. And Luka, would you like some milk? I'll have coffee as well, without the oil. If I drank milk here, Kinuan would definitely mock me, so I mentioned coffee even though I didn't like it. SRRRK. As soon as Gilda entered the break room, I confronted Kinuan. Do we really have to stop by Gilda's workshop just to drink coffee? I already asked Gabriel to check on her from time to time. Gilda's the woman you saved. Doesn't seeing her living so resolutely make you feel at least a little proud? I'd be lying if I said it didn't, but I wanted to uncover the truth behind Kinuan's words. You knew Gilda, didn't you, instructor? Even if she doesn't know who you are, you knew her from way back. A hint of surprise flickered across Kinuan's face, but it disappeared in an instant behind his smile. Gilda is also from the orphanage. She had a knack for mechanical engineering from a young age, so I even sponsored her studies at one point. She probably doesn't know I was her sponsor, so keep it secret. Kinuan pressed a finger to his lips as if to urge silence. I couldn't delve further into his hidden feelings. The momentary ripple in his expression had been brief. Clatter. Gilda came out carrying a tray with 2 coffee cups. One of them was making a bubbling sound from the oil. A fine coffee indeed. Kinuan commented as he sipped his oily coffee. If I drank that, it would probably burn a hole in my stomach. That coffee was meant for people with cybernetic implants replacing their internal organs. I took a sip of the regular coffee. Honestly, it was bitter. I almost wanted to grimace. I could barely bring myself to take another sip. SRRRK. Seeing my hesitation, Gilda silently offered me a bowl of sugar cubes, as if thoughtfully extending it. I don't really have much to offer to my saviors. I should have bought some cookies at least. Cookies would be fine. Luka would like that. He's still young, after all. That's true, isn't it? I'll make sure to get some next time. Listening to their conversation, I gave up trying to chime in. Kinuan glanced at my expression and chuckled as if amused. Gilda was about 7 years older than me and an experienced mechanic. She said it had been 3 years since she'd opened her shop. I had heard the reason behind her abduction before. She really just had terrible luck. One of her friends ran off with gang money and ended up crashing at Gilda's shop for a few days. Because of that, the gang took Gilda too, as an added measure. Of course, that friend is no longer in this world. Without our rescue, Gilda would have fallen beyond help. Although she seemed fine now, her mind had been driven to the brink. There would probably still be lingering aftereffects. Maybe nightmares every night or something like that. How's business? I imagine you lost a lot of regulars while you were away. Kinuan asked, drinking his coffee halfway. Gilda gestured to the prosthetic legs and arms hanging from the ceiling in clusters. Thanks to that, I'm just taking on whatever jobs I can now, even the ones that don't pay. But Gabriel's maintenance keeps me pretty busy. There's so much to work on with all the inconsistency in his modifications. Gilda glanced at us and then closed her mouth. She had questions, but held back. She didn't know that we were from the Imperial Guard. And she didn't pry into her savior's backgrounds. She was a wise woman. I found myself feeling a certain respect for Gilda, who was living her life with resilience. Gilda and Kinuan chatted idly. I sat there, waiting for the conversation to end. Suddenly, I sensed someone approaching and looked toward the entrance. Even before the door opened, I knew who was coming in. Gabriel. Gabriel opened the door and came in. He flinched when he saw me and Kinuan. To be precise, it was Kinuan that startled him. Gabriel had a natural fear of Kinuan. He couldn't gauge the depth of Kinuan's character. Gabriel knew well that if Kinuan wished, he could erase someone like him without a trace. What's this, Gilda? Since when did you start serving drinks? If that's the case, get me a beer. Gabriel tried to mask his surprise with bravado, but chose a seat far from Kinuan. I'd give you one, but you're showing signs of nervous system overload from prolonged overuse. Stay away from drugs and alcohol. Are you my doctor? Not like I plan on living long anyway. When the time comes, don't go whining to be saved. When your nervous system fails, you'll die in horrible pain. You don't just drift off in your sleep and die peacefully. Gilda's tone was cynical, as if she'd dealt with people like Gabriel many times. Gabriel just shrugged and chugged his beer. After downing half in one go, he stared directly at me. You're the one stirring up the underworld these days, right? What's your game here? Rumor has it you're making a name for yourself. I'm hearing more and more bosses say it's time to take action. If people like that get involved, I won't be able to protect Gilda. In essence, he was speaking to Kinuan as well. Gabriel knew that I was acting under Kinuan's orders. If the gang bosses started coming after us, Gilda would be in danger too. I glanced at Kinuan. There was no way he wasn't aware of the same facts Gabriel and I both knew. Regardless, we won't be able to come here for a while. That's not something you need to worry about. The one most shocked by this was Gilda. I was a little surprised, too. Kinnuan had never said anything like this to me before. If you say for a while, how long do you mean? It could be a few months or even a few years. You both know we don't belong to the lower district, don't you? Don't try to dig any further. If you value your lives, that is. Even without adding those words, Gilda and Gabriel understood perfectly well. So we really won't be coming to the lower district for a while? I couldn't go to the lower district on my own. I wouldn't receive clearance from the higher-ups. Honestly, I felt a little disappointed. It seemed I'd grown a certain attachment. Today could be the last time I'd see them. Perhaps that's why Kinnuan stayed longer at Gilda's workshop than usual. Casual chatter flowed between Gabriel and Gilda, with them at the center. Since I couldn't reveal details about myself, I stayed silent and just listened to the conversation. Gabriel and Gilda. I was gradually beginning to understand the kind of people Gabriel and Gilda were. They each made efforts in their own way to survive in this world. After her ordeal, Gilda faced reality and got back to work right away. Gabriel, always taking risks, did his best not to be looked down upon in the world he belonged to. For them, that was the only way forward. But they couldn't change the reality surrounding them. They hadn't managed to escape this place. It was true that I had talent, but just because I had talent didn't mean I hadn't worked harder than they did. I'd lived far more fiercely than Gilda and Gabriel, perhaps several times or even dozens of times more. My achievements and status were earned through sweat and blood. Don't pity those at the bottom, Luka. They aren't worth it. I muttered that to myself as I drank my coffee, loaded with 5 sugar cubes. Now it was finally drinkable. The preparations for the psychological evaluation were complete. When I stepped out of my quarters, the weather was overcast and still. I walked to the Imperial Guard commander's office, focusing on controlling my inner self. The persona I show is a patterned version of myself. Repetition makes it real. With my mind composed, I arrived at the Imperial Guard commander's office and reported everything about Kinnuan instructor's suspicious behavior and words. The commander silently pondered over my report. He released a thoughtful sigh and moved his lips. "Is that the end of your report?" "That is all, sir." Kinnuan instructor started cadet training later in life. He's someone who normally wouldn't be able to join the Imperial Guard. But at that time, the Empire had to embrace impurities if they were needed. It was a period of widespread unrest. Kinnuan stood out within the Imperial Guard. I felt that deeply myself. I couldn't understand why someone like him was still being tolerated. There's no way the higher-ups don't know about Kinnuan's ideology and actions. Kinnuan didn't even seem to bother hiding it. He was an impurity in the Empire. A question rose in my throat, but I held it back with patience. Curiosity was not a soldier's duty. The commander continued as I kept silent. "Even I don't fully know what kind of man Kinnuan is. Since my earliest days as a rookie, Kinnuan has been a central figure in the Guard. I suspect he's mostly been assigned unofficial missions." I couldn't hide my surprise. No, this was something anyone would be shocked by. It meant that even the commander of the Imperial Guard didn't have access to information or records about Kinnuan. The commander didn't say any more about Kinnuan. Knowing more would probably do me no good. Knowing a secret was dangerous. Secrets had to be kept, and the surest way to do so was through death. In any case, it's true that Kinnuan seems to have taken a liking to you. He's sent cadets several times before, but none of them lasted long. The words "didn't last long" lingered in my mind. I wanted to ask what he meant by that. Was it because they lacked the aptitude to learn Arky's combat method, or had they met with some other fate? It was just my guess, but I had a feeling that among the cadets who had approached Kinnuan, some hadn't made it out alive. "Luka, if you're curious about anything, feel free to ask. I'll tell you whatever I can within reason." "I only follow orders, sir." My response was immediate, without hesitation. I am a loyal soldier. The Emperor's sword and the Empire's shield. Even if commanded to leap into a pit of fire, I wouldn't hesitate. "You're exceptional, but you're not perfect yet. Right now, you're in a state where you could be easily influenced. You'll need to undergo another psychological evaluation." It was as I'd expected. I accepted the psychological evaluation calmly. Beep. The commander opened a holographic interface to adjust my schedule. Using his authority, he arranged the psychological evaluation for this afternoon. The updated schedule appeared on my retinal display. After finalizing the appointment, the commander closed his eyes, pressing his fingers to his temples. It seemed he was handling several troublesome issues, even aside from Kinuan's matter. He hesitated slightly before speaking. Luka, let me speak frankly. There are two outcomes for an Imperial Guard cadet assigned to this kind of mission. Either they're silenced, or they rise to prominence within the core of the Guard by proving their merit. I want you to be the latter. I was someone they could eliminate at any time. I had no background, no connections, an outsider. I was perfect for this kind of assignment. I held no resentment. It was natural for a soldier to be used as a tool of the Empire. I'm simply here to fulfill my role. If I emerge unchanged by the end of this, I trust you'll support me just as strongly, Commander. This level of ambition was safe to show. My drive for improvement and achievement was notably high, after all. If the results are satisfactory, I'll be your background. To be precise, I'll adopt you as my own. Luka Custoria, not a bad ring to it. I froze entirely, my eyes widening. This reward exceeded all expectations. An unwieldy smile nearly spread across my lips. The commander's name was Hemilas Custoria. And Custoria, one of the most renowned households in the Empire. Damn it, I was so thrilled I almost swore. This was a deal between the commander and me, a chance earned solely by my own merit. I couldn't hide the surge of emotions rising in me. The commander could surely hear the powerful beating of my heart. I just realized that I might be more shallow than I thought. The commander smiled quietly. I saluted and exited the office. Chapter 20. I wore a helmet tangled with disorienting wires. The extended wires were connected to the supervisor's computer. On the helmet's projected display, metaphysical images and words flashed by quickly. Occasionally, questions alternated in a male and female voice. High-frequency sounds intermittently came from the helmet, which scanned the brain's reactions. No matter how many times I took a psychological test, I never got used to it. It always left an unpleasant aftertaste when it ended. My head throbbed. My breathing was rapid, and my chest churned as if I had just woken from a nightmare. "It's finished, Lukanim. You've worked hard," the android said as it tilted my helmet up. I nodded slightly and stepped out of the medical chair. My gaze stopped beyond the semi-transparent glass. Beyond it, other medical staff and the supervisor were likely discussing the results of my psychological test. There won't be anything unusual. I was confident in this psychological test, especially since the Imperial Guard commander's subtle hint of a reward had deeply stirred me. The commander's protege, a member of the Custoria family. It was more than enough to fuel my desire for achievement. Determination to accomplish this mission surged naturally within me. That intense drive was enough to consume all stray thoughts. I monitor Kinuan while mastering Arki's combat method. I left the examination room. The medical staff and the supervisor did not immediately show me the test results. However, with my confidence in achieving a high score, I felt no anxiety. Taking a moment to breathe, I took out my terminal. Beep. A few messages had accumulated on the terminal. Among them was a message from Kinuan. "Rest for a while. Rest is also part of training." The message was brief. Interpreted differently, it meant not to come by until further notice. Beep. I checked the next message. "Luka, come by if you have time." It was a message from Ile. Ile had also helped me with this psychological test. If it hadn't been for him, I might not have been bold enough to push forward. I recalled my past self and readjusted my psychological state. I could cut away the hazy, weak parts. I should keep my mental state like this as much as possible. This was a favorable time for me. I wouldn't go to the lower district for a while, nor would I contact Kinuan. I might as well take this opportunity to shed any lingering sympathy toward the weak. Ideally, I would also reduce my interactions with Ile. He also had a bad influence on me. Until my mind was firmly set and my form fully solidified, I had no desire to see Ile. However, Ile's message this time felt strangely urgent. I could sense his anxiety and agitation in the short message. Step, step. Today, my motor nervous system felt stable. My steps were light and steady. I felt like I could run several kilometers without losing my breath. After walking a bit, the lingering headache from the psychological test quickly disappeared. My mind and body were at their peak. I felt like I could do anything. If I trained my motor nervous system extension right now, I might break my limits. This wasn't just a feeling, it was almost a certainty. Everything was going smoothly. Bang! As soon as I entered the training room Ile had reserved, booming noises erupted one after another. Ile was punching the sides of a punching bag in alternating strikes. Each time his fists hit the bag, it echoed with a loud, resonant sound. Thud! The punching bag, weighing over a ton, shot up to nearly touch the ceiling with each strike. Without speaking to Ile, I leaned against the wall and waited. He was unleashing his emotions through relentless, intense strikes. Whir. Under the artificial skin of his arms and legs, overheated circuits emerged like tattoos, and rough steam seeped out from his sweat glands. Ile was pushing the energy output of his prosthetics to their limit. At the junctions where machines met flesh, his skin couldn't withstand the impact, pressing down and tearing to the point where blood flowed freely. The backlash from his strikes was so forceful that the shock absorbers in his joints couldn't hold up. Clang! Finally, the punching bag hit the ceiling. Ile, his eyes wide open, watched the bag as it descended. Whir. The motor in Ile's legs spun rapidly. He spun around and kicked the falling punching bag. I briefly covered my ears. His foot struck the bag, and the air shook slightly, almost as if something had exploded. Crack! The ceiling tiles connected to the punching bag shattered. The bag flew across the room and embedded itself in the wall. Ha! Ile, who had just sent the bag flying, panted heavily. He bent over, gripping his knees. His right leg, which had just executed the kick, emitted a creaking sound as a gap formed. With his damp hair hanging down, Ile stared at the floor. I stayed silent, waiting for him to look up. After all, he was the one who called me. If he had something to say, he'd bring it up first. Drip. Ile's blood and sweat were dripping together. I'd never seen him, usually so composed, this intensely agitated. SSSHHH? Ile injected his limbs with a syringe filled with coolant. Steam, laced with the heat of vaporization, poured out from his arms and legs. Who? Only then did Ile tilt his head back and exhale in his usual manner. He brushed his damp bangs back and looked at me. Did you pass the psychological test? Thanks to you, I answered briefly, lifting myself off the wall. Having cooled his limbs, Ile applied ointment to the skin at the joint areas. Ile was far from the type to engage in self-destructive behavior. For him to push his body to this extent meant he was dealing with a significant amount of mental distress. I wondered what could be the source of Ile's suffering. The first thing that came to mind was the death of his family. Ile, if there's anything I can help with, just let me know. I said it casually, but Ile looked at me intently as if he really had something to ask. I can't say it just yet, but, I narrowed my eyes. Soon, just once, grant me one favor. I couldn't respond immediately. For Ile to speak this seriously, it wasn't some trivial matter. It might even require me to risk my life and career. My greatest worry was that it was likely to go against the Empire. It was rare for Ile to make such an earnest request of me. I resisted the urge to nod. If I hadn't fortified my mind from the psychological test, I might have said I'd help. Ile probably knew my mental state right now too. At this moment, I was a soldier more rational and unwavering than ever. Which is why Ile is asking me now. Ile hadn't tried to exploit any wavering or weakness in my heart. He'd made this request at the peak of my resilience. Truly honorable of you, Ile Karthika. I'll do my best, but I can't give you a definite answer. My response was diplomatic. Ile might think I was being cowardly. Thank you for saying that, Luka. Ile gave a bitter smile. I felt a heaviness settle in one corner of my chest. Ile, if you're in danger on the battlefield, even if the odds are slim, I'll save you, even if it costs me my life. I know, I don't think you're being cowardly. In the first place, it's shameless of me to ask without even telling you what it's about. Before being Ile's friend, I was a soldier of the Empire. Let's make that clear and move on. I closed my eyes and opened them again. My gaze would be as dry as any lifeless object. Is that all you needed? Yeah, but you'll eventually find out what I'm asking for. I'd rather it be nothing more than my own needless worry. It would be a lie to say I wasn't curious about what Ile's request could be. However, I made no effort to satisfy that curiosity. Do not seek out unnecessary knowledge. That's a virtue of an Imperial Guard. For the next 10 days, I didn't see Ile. He seemed to be busy preparing something in his own way. I was spending each day diligently without Ile or Kinuan. I'd even succeeded in expanding my motor nervous system, allowing me to use a higher energy output prosthetic. There was little progress in Arki's combat method. Arki's combat must be learned in actual battle. Self-study and training alone had their limits. Gilda, Gabriel. It had been a long time since I'd last seen either of them, but I felt like I could go my entire life without seeing them again. My heart was hardening. I buried my confused emotions in the ground like trash, pressing the earth down so tightly that not even a whiff would seep out. Luka of the Custoria family. The sound of those words wasn't so bad. Right now, it was my immediate goal. Another 15 days passed. I could feel myself turning to steel. Yes, this is my true self. I had regained my real self, the self who had walked out of the orphanage and stood before the Imperial Guard training center. It was a month later when I finally saw Ile again. The Imperial Guard commander had summoned all cadets of my cohort. Everything I'm about to say is classified. Once understood, cut off all external communications. The Imperial Guard commander spoke from the podium. He scanned the cadets, letting his gaze rest on me briefly. I met the commander's gaze, then looked around. Ile was also standing stiffly, waiting for the commander's words. As of this moment, we are entering a special military operation. The commander's explanation was lengthy. In short, it boiled down to this. First, a rebellion had broken out. Second, the cadets of the Imperial Guard would enter combat as platoon leaders. Third, one of the families involved with the rebels was the Ramones family. The Ramones family, the family of Lillian, the woman who I had rejected. It was also the family of Claude, whom I'd had to kill. That family is now a house of traitors, a target for purging. How do I feel about this? Absolutely shitty. Chapter 21. The Empire initiated information control. The rebellion was downplayed as mere unrest, and suppression began under the guise of a special military operation. 3 families defied the Empire. Apart from the Ramones family, I had no connection with the others. No ties bound us, nor was I curious about their motives for rebellion. The critical point was that the Ramones family was targeted for purging. Their entire line, including even the hired staff. Lillian Ramones. She, too, was marked for elimination. That was why Ile had been so anxious. Since he belonged to the Karthika family, he likely knew in advance of the Ramones family's rebellion. We were to purge a family and a woman with whom he had ties. Regardless, I had to head to the battlefield, so I was undergoing a thorough inspection and maintenance. Click, click. The maintenance android moved its 4 arms. Tools worked over my limbs, prodding and probing. A checklist floated as a hologram, while information on replaced components scrolled by. The durability metric of my prosthetic gradually climbed in its hexagonal parameter display. The battlefield was harsher than ordinary conditions. That's why I prioritized durability in the adjustment of my prosthetic. Luka, would you like to conduct a test maneuver? The android, having completed basic adjustments, spoke. I stood up and bounced a few times. It felt as refreshing as going out after a bath. My body moved smoothly, as though shedding old grime. Squeak. I stretched my fist forward, then opened and closed my fingers. Moving at high speed, my fingers left a faint afterimage. Under normal circumstances, I would have been satisfied with that speed. But not this time. Lately, I had felt my prosthetic struggling to keep up with my awareness. There was a delay between my consciousness and my actions. I looked at the maintenance android and spoke. Increase the feedback speed of the prosthetic signal and expand the bandwidth. By accelerating the signal between my brain and the prosthetic, the reaction speed would improve, and with expanded bandwidth, finer control, and more precise movement would be possible. The android responded negatively to my command. Its eyes blinked red 3 times. Warning, further increase would exceed safe regulatory limits. We recommend attaching an auxiliary processing unit to compensate for signal attenuation. The auxiliary processing unit converted the sharp, artificial cybernetic signals into a more natural biological signal. Essential for ultra-high-performance prosthetics like the Legion, it eased the strain on the brain. However, there was a drawback. The greater the reliance on the auxiliary unit, the duller the senses became. Furthermore, it created a sense of disconnection, making the prosthetic feel like it belonged to someone else. I don't need additional parts. I spoke as I lay back in the maintenance chair. The android connected cables to my limbs and began system calibration. Configuration has been completed as specified. However, you must pass the safety test before deployment. Failure to pass will result in the settings being restored to safe limits. I scowled instinctively, sighing as I imagined smashing in the face of that inflexible android. Proceed. I will increase the cybernetic signal load level. A hologram appeared before my eyes. I saw a circular gauge displaying the signal load. The needle, which had been resting in the lower left corner, trembled and slowly began moving to the right. The gauge was 70% green and 30% red. The end of the green zone marked the signal threshold I had set, while the red indicated overload. The safety test required enduring in the red zone for over a minute. The needle tilted upward and surged to the 12 o'clock position. The unnaturally amplified dummy signal jarred my mind unpleasantly. Even though I sat still, it felt as though the world was spinning. I can do this. This wasn't arrogant confidence, but an undeniable fact. I was a compatible candidate for Arky's combat method. In other words, my brain's information processing capability exceeded that of others. I could withstand levels beyond regulation limits. Snap! I heard a sound like a blood vessel opening in my head. I focused intently, drawing my concentration into a single point. As if on cue, the cybernetic signal clawed through my nervous system, racing toward my brain. Creak! The gauge's needle passed the green zone. Then, a map of my central nervous system appeared next to the gauge, each overloaded region lighting up red and blinking. As my nervous system entered an overdrive state, my pupils began darting in all directions of their own accord. My visions spun along with them. Crunch! The armrest I was gripping shattered instantly. My clenched jaw ground my molars, and the grit from my teeth scraped across my tongue. Plop! Blood vessels around my eyes burst. Blood trickled from my nose as well. The probability of permanent damage to your nervous system is increasing. Would you like to stop? With only about 10 seconds left, the android was spouting nonsense like that. Barely managing to focus my gaze, I glared at the android. If you end this test on your own, I swear, I'll smash you to pieces myself. There was no way my threat would work, but I felt that saying something like that was the only way I could keep going. Soon, I'd be heading to the battlefield. Who knew what might happen there? If I had any untapped potential left, I needed to draw it all out here. SSCIC. The needle, which had reached the far right, quickly sank back to the left. The amplified signal that had been tearing through my mind vanished as if it had never been there. I passed the safety test. That was a relief, both for me and the android. Is it done now? You bastard. I pushed the android's face aside with my palm as I stood up. The android staggered briefly before regaining its balance. Excellent, Luka, but please refrain from making violent remarks, even as a joke. I am an asset of the Empire, the android spoke flatly. I wasn't joking. The android fell silent for a moment. Its eyes flickered as if transmitting data. It had probably just reported my words to higher-ups. There'd be a point deduction for that. But honestly, petty point deductions like this no longer mattered to me. The Imperial Guard was a versatile, elite force. Guardsmen could adapt seamlessly to any military division within the Empire. Even as a mere cadet, I'd been trained to handle everything from a basic infantry role to field command. But training was only training. I'd never actually commanded a platoon on a large-scale battlefield. The Guard's superiors decided to treat this rebellion as an opportunity for training as well. They deployed numerous cadets and assigned them to platoon leader positions. For the first time, we'd be leading lower-ranked soldiers in combat. My name is Luka. As of this moment, I am the commander of Suppression Force 21st Platoon. I spoke as I looked down at the assembled platoon members. The Empire had newly organized the Suppression Force to quell the rebellion. The unit I was assigned to was the 21st Platoon. By now, the other cadets had likely met their own platoons. Ile would have as well. I hadn't had a private conversation with Ile since we'd received word of the rebellion. "Salute!" The lieutenant crisply commanded the platoon to salute. I nodded as I returned their salute. This platoon had military discipline ingrained into them. They seemed well-trained. Well, that made sense when I thought about it. The longer a rebellion smolders, the more it flares up. The Empire likely organized the suppression force primarily with battle-hardened veterans. Especially since, no matter how elite our training, cadet platoon leaders are still green on the battlefield. The higher-ups had made sure to assign experienced lieutenants to support us. I knew everything about the platoon members' personal details. The lieutenant assigned under me was a man who had seen it all. His combat gear bore the brutal marks of real battle. Lieutenant Kodrak, Master Sergeant, he would serve as my hands and feet throughout this mission. In the structure of the 21st Platoon, I was the platoon leader, with Kodrak as my lieutenant and deputy platoon leader. Below us were 1st Platoon Leader Sergeant Bayan and 2nd Platoon Leader Corporal Zalan, each commanding 11 and 12 soldiers, respectively. Including myself, the platoon totaled 27 members. SRRK. The platoon members were watching me. Just as I was observing them, they were studying me. Their gazes were intense, almost to the point of defiance. To them, I wasn't a particularly welcome presence. They knew they were being used as tools for training, on a battlefield where they could die at any moment. No matter how accustomed Imperial soldiers were to rank and command structure, they weren't foolish enough to pledge blind loyalty to a new officer whose capabilities had yet to be proven. This was a test for me as a cadet. Though these soldiers might be lower in rank, their experience outstripped mine. I had to prove my competence and command them effectively. "Platoon leader, it's almost our turn." Kodrak approached me and murmured. I turned my gaze to the train station. The suppression force was scheduled to travel to the rebel area by magnetic levitation train. I saw soldiers boarding in orderly succession. Soon, it was our turn, the 21st Platoon. Kodrak skillfully led the platoon members onto the train. For now, I silently observed the situation. Click. Each train car accommodated one platoon. The interior was equipped for rest and even basic maintenance. Thud, thud. The platoon members moved with familiarity, stowing their gear and finding their seats. Here, platoon leader. Kodrak had prepared the head seat for me. He handled a young superior like me with finesse, or rather, he managed me well. He was courteous enough to maintain my pride while subtly guiding the platoon to function as he wished. PSSSHHH. Steam vented as the train doors locked securely. With a low hum, the train lifted from the ground. Beep. Numbers appeared on the display panel. In 2 hours, the train would arrive in the area where the rebels were located. I sat in my seat, watching the platoon members. After the formal greeting, they ignored me and chatted among themselves, as if I weren't there. Not that I had any reason to take offense. To them, I was just someone passing through. So, what should I do now? I had 2 options. The first option was to leave everything to Master Sergeant Kodrak. If I gave a vague order, Kodrak would handle it himself. That would be the usual choice. The second option was to stir up resentment among them, then crush them under my own authority. Honestly, I'd already made my choice a while ago. The first option, that didn't suit my personality, so the second option was. As soon as I spoke, the chatter among the platoon members ceased. All eyes turned toward me. I am superior to all of you. Therefore, you will obey my orders unconditionally, and disobedience will be met with severe punishment. A ripple of unease spread through them. The platoon members looked silently at Kodrak. "Platoon leader Luka, may I speak with you for a moment?" Kodrak reached for my arm, attempting to lead me to the next compartment. His intention was to stop me from acting impulsively. Whoosh, I threw Kodrak off my arm. Thud. Kodrak spun in midair and landed among the platoon members. Their gazes grew narrow and fierce. Good, this is exactly the hostile environment I like. I don't care for people who are friendly from the get-go. In my life, people who have been friendly from the start generally fell into one of 2 categories: those who thought little of me, or those who intended to use me. I come from the same lower districts as you. I grew up in a double-digit orphanage. So, why is there such a gap between my rank and yours, even though I'm younger? If you're not idiots, you should already know. It's because I'm vastly superior to you. I narrowed my eyes as I stared down at the platoon members. Breaking through the cold silence, I continued. You won't understand it now, but soon you will. I'll be the most exceptional platoon leader you've ever met. Kodrak, how long do you plan to lie there? And don't ever lay a hand on me without permission again. Kodrak dusted off his combat uniform as he stood up. He didn't even get angry. Instead, he smiled good-naturedly. He knew, too, that I hadn't chosen the easy route. I apologize for my rudeness. I'll be more cautious from now on. Platoon Leader Luka. Chapter 22. The place where the Empire's suppression force arrived was on the northern outskirts. It was said that the insurgent forces were gathering there. Wuong, it was when we got off the train and were about to set up camp. From the sky, an airship for high-ranking officers was descending. There's no sign of combat airships or airborne vehicles. No matter where I looked, I couldn't spot any combat aircraft. I found it a bit strange that we'd be fighting without air support. There had to be some reason for it. Beep. I heard the call sound and checked the message on my retinal display. A meeting for officers was scheduled in 5 minutes. Kodrak, I'll leave the rest to you. Kodrak, who had been directing the squad to construct the encampment, nodded. All around the camp, soldiers and androids were busy setting up barracks. The camp was built according to the designated layout. All facilities were located in the same positions. To soldiers of the Empire, even an unfamiliar camp felt like home due to its familiar structure. Ile and I met, as arranged, halfway between our assigned posts. When he saw me, Ile gave a slight nod as he approached. There's not much time to talk, Luka, Ile said in a calm voice as we walked toward the command post. Is it because of the Ramonis family? Every time I said that name, a bitter smile came over me. Claude Ramonis. Killed by a paladin on the mission I was commanding, he didn't even realize he was dying. Everything ended before he had a chance to feel fear. That was the only consolation, I suppose. And then there was his sister, Lillian Ramonis. I had treated her harshly, but that didn't mean I hated or despised her. I simply didn't care. Yeah, it's because of the Ramonis family, Ile answered, sounding defeated. I know you're close with them, but there's nothing we can do, Ile. If you take the side of the traitors, even the Karthika A family won't be able to protect you. I'm not hoping for a miracle, but Luka, if there's a chance, I hope we can somehow save Lillian. I couldn't answer easily. My gaze remained fixed on Ile, unblinking. I used all my insight to read his emotions. Normally, Ile wouldn't let his feelings slip under my scrutiny, but right now, he was in a precarious state. To be honest, I didn't think he should be out on the battlefield. He couldn't even control his own emotions. Do you have feelings for Lillian Ramonis? I had struck a nerve. Ile stiffly turned his head, his lips trembling as though they might crumble. Not anymore. She was my first love. I let out a short, hollow laugh. You tried to set me up with the woman you first loved. You really are something else. Lillian hates the idea of marrying a nobleman. Ile spoke bitterly. Lillian hated the idea of being with a nobleman. I was puzzled, but I didn't bother asking why. It wasn't what mattered at the moment. Hey, get a grip. I've put up with your antics so far, but not this time. I stated it bluntly. Even if I'd been feeling a bit soft, my answer would have been the same. Trying to save Lillian was genuinely reckless. This wasn't something that would end with a slap on the wrist. If we were caught, the higher-ups wouldn't even bother with an explanation. They'd execute us on the spot. At some point, other platoon leader had started to hover nearby. The command post was closed. Ile, this is the end of the talk about Lillian. Don't bring it up again. Lillian Ramonis had to die. Whether Ile accepted it or not, that was the truth. The higher-ups were using a large transport ship as the command center. The transport ship, firmly anchored to the ground, looked like a permanent structure. A sleek, triangular airship devoid of any exterior features stood there like a pyramid. Ile and I entered the command post's conference room. It was a space large enough to fit at least 100 people. In the center of the room, a holographic map was slowly rotating. I took a place close to the wall, waiting for the meeting to begin. Cadets and lower-ranking officers like me stood around the perimeter of the room, while senior officers took their seats one by one. Luka, how's your squad? Ile tapped my forearm lightly as he spoke. The surroundings were bustling, as the meeting had yet to start. Some cadets attended with their lieutenants, relying heavily on them, it seemed. That was one approach, I supposed. We'll see. At my curt reply, Ile gave a knowing smile, as if he'd already figured out my situation. Couldn't hold back and already had it out with them, huh? I just made the first move before the lieutenant could treat me like a kid. From their perspective, we are just kids. If you keep playing nice like that, the subordinates will start ignoring you. Despite my words, I wasn't actually worried about Ile's platoon. He was shrewd and knew how to handle his men, coaxing them when needed. I was more concerned he might try to see Lillian. As we were talking, the lights in the conference room went out. The chatter and noise ceased as if on cue. Even without orders, a perfect silence took over the room. In the darkness, the holographic map glowed even brighter. Our gaze shifted from it to the platform. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Hemilas Castoria, stood on the platform. Dressed in his uniform, he began the briefing. The Empire's military was always direct and to the point. Extraneous procedures and formalities were kept to a minimum. The rebel forces are stationed at an arcane ruin. The holographic map zoomed out, revealing the arcane ruin. A brief stir spread through the conference room. The arcane ruin looked like a fortress to anyone. It seemed to have been used as one long ago. The ruins were surrounded by a massive, double-layered wall. A fortress. On planet Novus, traces of the ancient arcane civilization and their ruins were scattered everywhere. These ruins took various forms, but fortress-like structures were rare. There wasn't any problem with the ruin being a simple arcane fortress. Most ruins had become inoperative anyway. But this time, something felt off. The rebels had taken position in a fortress, and the Imperial Guard commander was emphasizing this. The rebels have figured out how to operate the arcane fortress. A high-density force shield is covering the entire fortress in a dome shape, and turrets, likely arcane weapons, are shooting down any aircraft that approach. Footage, captured with difficulty, played on the display behind the commander. Bluish energy beams pierced through the aircraft mercilessly. Because of this, it seemed the suppression force had given up on air support and planned to proceed with a ground assault. It appears there are 5 turrets. The 11th Armored Brigade will lead the charge, break through the fortress, and destroy the turrets. After that, the entire force will surround and storm the place. On the map, red dots flickered, marking the turret locations as predicted by the strategy computer. The Armored Brigade, even if not Legion class, was a high-level unit equipped with military-grade armored prosthetics. The Empire was deploying significant power for this suppression. The activation of an arcane fortress. I glanced over at Ile. Ile was always interested in the arcane civilization. A boyish curiosity was likely brewing in his mind. Or maybe he was too worried about Lillian to even entertain such thoughts. The operation will commence at 14:10. That was an hour and a half from now. The operation was going to be swift and decisive. The lights in the conference room turned back on. As the meeting ended, murmurs arose from all directions. The primary concern was the activation of the arcane fortress. Everyone assumed there was some connection between the arcane fortress and this rebellion. Ile, leaning against the wall, rested his chin in thought. Ile, let's go. I tapped Ile on the shoulder as I spoke. He nodded and exited the conference room with me. Beep. A single-use, short-term data packet had been transmitted to our devices. It was the manual for this operation, with guidelines for handling various contingencies. If we didn't familiarize ourselves with the single-use data in time, it would automatically vanish, a security measure. As we walked, Ile and I reviewed the operation details. About 2 minutes later, we almost simultaneously took our eyes off our devices. Well, as expected, we're just playing a supporting role. I wasn't thrilled. The main forces of the suppression force would enter the fortress and break through the defensive line. Units led by cadet platoon leaders like us were meant to enter only after the situation was more or less under control. I suppose that's only natural. The higher-ups don't exactly want us dead, Ile said, tucking his device into the inner pocket of his jacket. So what's the difference between this and a field trip? That was a pretty war-crazed comment just now, Luka. I shrugged. I wasn't a war fanatic, but if I was on the battlefield, I wanted to make my mark. I knew it was a bit reckless to say. Still, I felt like I could accomplish something. An impatience to show my strength and abilities was starting to build up. Being left out of real missions for so long probably played a part in this feeling. Halt. We stopped at a fork in the path. My squad's barracks were to the right, while Ile's were to the left. Ile, don't do anything reckless. That's not advice, it's a warning. I pointed a finger at him as I stepped backward. A fleeting sadness flickered in his eyes for a brief moment. I know, but my instincts told me that his words were a lie. If he met Lillian, he intended to find a way to help her escape. Please, let Lillian Ramonis die amidst the chaos so that she isn't found alive by us. I fervently wished for that. Chapter 23. I felt the constriction of the combat suit around my neck. The chest protector was a blend of dull silver and black. The section protecting the chest was slightly thicker. The important parts are the head and chest. I alternated between touching my helmet and chest protector. As long as these parts weren't blown off, a soldier of the Empire wouldn't die. If you were still breathing and supplying blood to your brain, the Empire would somehow revive you through cybernetic technology. Because of this, soldiers of the Empire, even low-ranking ones from poor backgrounds, would increasingly become close to full-body prosthetics the longer they served. Although rare, there were cases where someone started as a low-ranking soldier, survived one battlefront after another, and eventually rose to high-ranking officer status. Clank, I checked my gun and sword. They were perfectly clean. The gun gleamed without residue, and the blade's edge was so sharp it could chill your ears. We're moving out, Kodrak. I checked the time and stood up from my position. The resting platoon members followed my lead. Step, step. As we exited the barracks, the camp was bustling with soldiers on the move. In the lead, I saw the armored brigade, wearing black full-body armor. Aside from special forces like the Imperial Guard, they boasted the strongest combat power. Creak. We boarded a heavy assault vehicle. Although it was meant to hold 50, it comfortably fit 2 platoons and, if squeezed, could even take in 3. Thud, thud, the assault vehicle's caterpillar tracks rotated roughly. Whir, the interior display of the vehicle activated. Through the 8 cameras installed around the vehicle, the outside was visible in a full 360-degree view. The atmosphere was somber. The platoon that boarded with us wasn't saying much either. Platoon Commander Luka, Kodrak, sitting next to me, spoke up. I turned my head to look at him. Say what you have to, I answered briefly. Kodrak let out a small sigh before he spoke. I know better than anyone that the platoon leader is exceptional. I, too, thoroughly check the background of my superiors. Kodrak spoke to me with a conciliatory tone. He wasn't the average personality. Even though I'd been aggressive toward him, he was keeping his composure and showing goodwill. By this point, it was difficult for me to say anything harsh to Kodrak. It's not easy to spit on a smiling face. So, when we're in the field, I hope you'll consider my advice. I've served in the Imperial Army for 10 years. While I may not be on the lieutenant's level, I'm not entirely incompetent. You don't need to worry about that. If necessary, I'll listen to anyone's advice. I gave a slight nod as I spoke. Only then did Kodrak seem to relax, a faint smile appearing on his face. Creak, creak. The assault vehicle was advancing toward the front line. We would wait just beyond the turret range of the arcane fortress. Once the armored brigade takes out the turrets, we'll charge into the fortress. That was the outline of the operation. Surround the fortress, forming a siege, and conduct an annihilation mission. It was clear we were determined not to let a single rat escape. Screech, the assault vehicle halted. Not only our vehicle, but dozens of assault vehicles lined up in formation. Between the stopped vehicles, a member of the armored brigade walked forward. The armored brigade, equipped with sleek full-body armor, charged toward the arcane fortress. Their model of full-body armor was the mass-produced Myrmidon. The jet-black Myrmidons included a mix of second- and third-generation units. From a distance, it looked like a swarm of black soldier ants rushing forward. Around 100 Myrmidons entered the effective range of the turrets. We couldn't even swallow, staring at the display, watching the unfolding battle beyond. The arcane fortress, half collapsed from the ravages of time, compensated for its lack of structural defense with a force shield. Parts of the bluish force shield were opening, as if crumbling. The bombardment is about to begin. Due to the opaque force shield, visually pinpointing the exact locations of the turrets was challenging. Vroom. Within the force shield, light particles were gathering and compressing, glowing brightly. Soon, a beam of energy fired from the arcane fortress, slicing through the ground in a straight line. Boom! The impact shook the assault vehicles. Whine, whine. Blue smoke began to rise over the ground. The myrmidons scattered to dodge the beam. They continued their advance toward the fortress without slowing down. Whir! Another energy beam shot out from a different direction. While the full-body armor units were large, they were still humanoid in form. Compared to vehicles or ships, they were ridiculously small targets. Their agility and unpredictable movements made it difficult for turrets to hit them. The myrmidons dispersed, evading the energy beams. Some were caught within the beam's range, but only about 4 or 5 units were lost. Finally, some of the myrmidons collided with the dome-shaped force shield. They simultaneously drew spears from their backs and swung them. The spearheads of the myrmidons were crafted from a special mineral called holy stone. Holy stone created a neutralizing reaction with force energy, causing the shield to temporarily rip open. These weapons were specially designed for this operation. The torn gap was narrow, and it would soon be restored. However, it provided the myrmidons with enough space and time to infiltrate the fortress. "They've breached," the silent platoon members murmured. In this battle, the success of the myrmidons was crucial. If they failed, the situation on the battlefield would become dire. We couldn't see what was happening inside the force shield. All we could do was wait for the myrmidons to come out and report on the turret's status. A minute passed. According to the strategic computer, they had enough time to neutralize the turrets. We focused down to each passing second. Even if the myrmidons failed to handle the turrets, the suppression force would still advance. In that case, we would suffer massive casualties and deaths would quickly follow. The time limit was approaching. The faces of the platoon members were tense and rigid. Some were shaking, unable to control their nerves. Bzzzt. Noise crackled from the communicator. We stared at the screen. One myrmidon emerged from within, tearing through the force shield from the inside. "Turrets have been neutralized. Proceed to the next phase." Sighs of relief were heard all around. Unconsciously, I felt the corner of my mouth twitch into a faint smile. The battlefield is a terrible place. Losing one's life is a tragedy. Yes, I know that well. But what could I do? I am the kind of person who finds enjoyment and a sense of accomplishment in this terrible tragedy. If I weren't, I would have lost my mind long ago. Now, it's finally my turn to prove my skills. The arcane fortress had a basic, straightforward structure. The force shield and a dual-layer metal wall protected the interior. However, with the wall now half-collapsed, its defensive function was practically non-existent. Vroom! With help from the myrmidons, our assault vehicle also neutralized the force shield and reached the wall. As soon as the hatch opened, we climbed over the wall and entered the interior. Inside the walls, the myrmidons, having neutralized the turrets, were already subduing the ground forces. We will clear the underground interior. This was the mission assigned to me and the other infantry. The rebels had modified facilities that were now located in the fortress's underground levels. The entrance to these underground facilities was narrow, specifically to prevent entry by full-body armor units. This was the limit of the myrmidons' operation. Beep! I checked the tactical map displayed on my retina. The command had sent us the entry route. All infantry platoons would enter simultaneously through various access points. We would leave the rebels no place to escape. Once inside, use only anti-personnel firepower. Unauthorized use of heavy firepower is strictly prohibited. I spoke as I watched the entrance to the underground open. The Empire had conducted a full investigation of this place in the past. A map of the underground was created back then, but now that the rebels had modified the interior, it probably wouldn't be entirely accurate. If anything, blindly relying on an old map could just lead us straight into a trap. The arcane fortress's underground was structured like a maze. Entering without a map would feel like wandering a labyrinth. Even the known depth exceeded 100 meters. The entrance was barely wide enough for one person to pass through. We sent a reconnaissance drone inside to confirm the area's safety before we entered. As we descended the stairs, the passage gradually widened. Still, it was only enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side, and the ceiling was low enough that we had to slightly bend our backs and necks to keep our helmets from hitting it. Just getting inside took a considerable amount of time. Whatever the rebels had planned, this passage was ideal for stalling. Luka, we're taking this path. The cadet platoon leader, who entered through the same entrance, spoke up at a fork in the path. I wished him good luck and moved in the opposite direction. I'll take points from here. At my words, Lieutenant Kodrak flinched. Taking points in a place like this is dangerous, sir. The chance of encountering traps or an ambush ahead was very high. In such cases, the lead scout was often the first to die. Are you worried about being reprimanded if I die? The lieutenant is also something of a guardian for a rookie platoon leader. I was well aware of this. To be honest, yes. Kodrak spoke without pretense. To be honest, I rather liked Kodrak. He kept up well with my capricious behavior. In many ways, he was a seasoned lieutenant. That's true. Even if I'm an irregular, I'm still a cadet of the Imperial Guard. I spoke casually, as if giving his words some thought. A trace of relief flickered in Kodrak's eyes. If you understand. I didn't let Kodrak finish. But you see, Kodrak, I don't care what happens after I die. Whether you or the platoon get demoted or penalized doesn't concern me. I grinned savagely and grabbed the shoulder of the platoon member at the front, shoving him back. I'll say it again. I'm taking points. Just watch my back and follow, you fools. I felt a chilling sensation, as if the platoon's guns were pointed at the back of my head. Someone was likely indulging in a thrilling fantasy of killing their superior right about now, but they wouldn't turn that thought into reality. After all, they too were loyal soldiers of the Empire, just as I was. Chapter 24. Chijik. From a certain point, static noise crackled through the communicator attached to my helmet. Whether it was due to interference from the arcane ruins, or simply because we were underground, all external communication had been completely cut off. Step, I moved forward, checking the underground map visible on my retinal display. From far off, the sound of gunfire echoed faintly, resonating like a distant murmur before scattering in all directions. Because of this, it was difficult to pinpoint the exact direction of the gunfire. One thing was certain. Somewhere in this labyrinth, combat had begun. Soon, we would also face the enemy. Buzzing. The reconnaissance drone moved first, responding to my hand signal. It had been about 5 minutes since we entered the underground. The passage that had initially felt stiflingly narrow had gradually widened enough for vehicles to pass through. Russell, standing at the corner, I signaled to halt. The platoon members fell silent, stopping in their tracks. They were probably looking at me with puzzled expressions. Even with the reconnaissance drone equipped with high-precision sensors, there was nothing visible. But something's off. I couldn't explain it exactly. It was simply an unsettling feeling that stemmed from intuition. It felt as if my toes had halted at the edge of a cliff, like taking even one step further would lead to a fatal fall. The silence lingered as we waited. There was no reaction. Unable to bear the weight any longer, Kodrak moved closer, about to offer some advice. Ting! At that moment, there was the sound of a metal wire snapping. Boom! A deafening noise erupted from the ceiling, and at the same time, metal spheres came tumbling down. The reconnaissance drone, exposed to the attack, was shattered by dozens of falling spheres. Those that missed embedded themselves deeply into the floor with lethal force. Had we proceeded without any suspicion, several of us, including myself, might have been killed instantly or seriously injured. A classic trap. The simpler the trap, lacking any electronic systems, the easier it was for the reconnaissance drone to overlook it. How did you know? An astonished Kodrak muttered, though he didn't expect an answer, and I had no intention of giving one. This is going to be a headache. If every passage was going to be like this, our entry would be delayed. I felt a growing impatience. I was having thoughts unbecoming of a soldier. The self-disgust made me frown involuntarily. I want to encounter Lilian Ramones before Ile does. If that woman is still alive, that is. I didn't want Ile and Lilian to meet. Ile would surely try to save her. Ile was also an outstanding soldier. If he decided to expend his platoon members, he could quickly push through these types of traps. The same goes for me. If I placed my platoon members in the lead, expanding them one by one, I could descend to the underground faster than anyone else. If it were truly necessary for the mission, I would have done so. But the reason I was in such a hurry now was purely personal. I didn't want to waste loyal soldiers for my own personal emotions and goals. Then I have no choice but to take on the risks myself. I closed my eyes and raised each of my senses one by one. When you focus on one sense, the others naturally become dull. However, I expanded my awareness through the Archi's combat method. Thanks to this, I could heighten all my senses to their peak, balancing them evenly. Like flipping a switch, I activated my hearing, touch, smell, and even taste. I slightly parted my lips and extended my tongue. By allowing the particles in the air to touch my taste buds, I could gather substantial information. Rustle. I opened my eyes, half-lidded. Vision holds the most information of all senses. With vision this heightened, it was sharp enough to bring on a headache. My brain processed the overwhelming flood of data from my enhanced senses. My awakened mind craved energy voraciously. Thump, thump, thump. As my heart pounded harder, my blood vessels expanded. The surging blood constantly supplied glucose to my brain. "I'm going in." I gestured silently and moved forward. Suddenly, I found the sluggish movements of the platoon member following me bothersome, though, in truth, he wasn't even that slow. Damn it, it irritated me. Everything around me suddenly grated on my nerves. My anger surged to the point where I wanted to smash Kodrak's face with my elbow. Emotionally, I wanted to kill him. All of this was because my brain was under severe pressure. Knowing this, I forcibly suppressed my emotions. The irrational and unreasonable anxiety and rage I felt now were simply the cost of this power. My brain, overwhelmed by pain, seemed ready to scream. Certainly, there was a reason that prolonged training in Archi's combat method drove one's mind to the brink. Everything breaks when pushed beyond its limits. I had vaguely understood this, but now I felt it firsthand. On the battlefield, the information one must process increases drastically. It seemed my men had sensed my fierce presence. I too sensed their unease. Bang! I swiftly reached out and fired my handgun. The automatic turret mounted on the ceiling shattered. The moment I detected a threat, I eliminated it like a machine. After passing through the corridor guarded by the automated turret, a door appeared. Kodrak didn't even bother to warn me about the danger anymore. With my left hand, I drew my blade and sliced through the hinges, then kicked the metal door straight ahead. Graya! A scream echoed briefly before it faded. The rebel hit by the flying metal door was flung back against the wall, crumpling on impact. This! The enemy's voices came out in short gasps. My actions had been so fast that they couldn't keep up. I leapt in without hesitation, shooting and slashing as if I knew their positions in advance. Swoosh! My blade grazed a rebel's neck. The severed head dropped lightly, and I kicked it, sending it flying into the face of another enemy standing dumbfounded. The guy seemed weak-hearted. As soon as he caught the head, he slipped and fell backward. In the midst of this, one rebel soldier, who at least looked like a veteran, moved his gun toward me, attempting to take aim. But getting a bead on me was impossible for him. I used my high-energy output prosthetic limbs to dart between the walls and ceiling. My position never aligned directly with his line of fire. Suspended in midair, I calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced the forehead of the rebel who'd been aiming at me. As I landed, I stepped on the head of the nervous one who had collapsed earlier. Crunch! Under my foot, the enemy's skull shattered, and his flesh squashed like tenderized meat. All the rebels beyond the door were dead. I swung my blade in the air, flicking off the blood. Stop standing around like idiots and keep up. I spoke as if I were angry. In truth, I was indeed angry, though the exact target of my anger was unclear. This level of emotional outburst was inevitable. Right now, my nerves were so sharp that I felt like screaming for no reason. A platoon member who'd been watching like an onlooker crossed through the door belatedly, wearing a reluctant expression. Without understanding why, they followed behind me in silence. The same situation repeated twice more. Leading at the front, I dealt with enemy ambushes and surprise attacks on my own. Even Kodrak eventually dropped any trace of concern, looking at me with a mix of disbelief. The subtle hostility the platoon members had harbored toward me had vanished entirely. This was my way, or rather, the Empire's way, to press down and gain compliance through sheer force. As we descended further, the underground of the fortress expanded even more. There were places where corridors branched off into rooms on either side. From here on, it wasn't just a corridor, it was an inhabited area where people moved and conducted their activities. And with that, the resistance intensified. Rebels, taking cover in the spacious areas, unleashed fierce firepower. They're establishing a defensive line here. A good tactical decision. Our advance, which had been cutting through with unstoppable force, was halted at the entrance to a large open chamber. Using a mirror, I checked the enemy's defensive line. Bang! The mirror shattered from a bullet, but that brief glance was enough. I reviewed the image I'd committed to memory, like a photograph. There were about 100 soldiers in the defensive line. Behind them were retreating noncombatants, including some who looked like nobility. We've caught up to them. Lillian might even be among them. I considered how best to break through. Sir, reinforcements should be here soon. The other platoons entering from different routes will probably converge on this position. Or we might have a platoon approaching from the rear, given the layout of the passages on both sides. Kodrak, undeterred, offered his advice once more. His persistence deserved some credit, and he had a point. But our platoon's advance had been faster than the others. It would take quite some time for another platoon to catch up with us. Waiting might be fine, too. I closed my eyes to cool my head. I had pushed myself hard. It had been a long time since I'd driven my brain to this extent. My nervous system was under strain, close to the level of pain tolerance training. Yes, right now I was essentially torturing myself. Bang! Gunfire rang out from the rebels' defensive line, though it wasn't directed at us. There was commotion behind the rebel line. Just as Kodrak had said, there was another platoon approaching from the rear. It seemed that there was another platoon that had managed to push through the underground labyrinth at a similar pace to ours. And I knew exactly who that would be. Ile Karthika? I bit my lower lip, sure of it. Aside from me, the only other platoon leader who would rush this much was him. Even if the others had the capability, they would have matched their pace to the average of the other platoons. In any case, the enemy's firepower was now divided between the front and the rear. Now's our chance. We're going in. I quickly gave the signal. The moment I ordered the entry sequence and the directions for engagement, we surged forward. 2 soldiers carrying shields the size of their bodies took the lead. Each platoon had 1 shield bearer, though it was a position often avoided due to the high mortality rate. We pressed tightly behind the shield bearers as we advanced through the narrow passage. The moment the narrow corridor opened up, we would split off and begin our counterattack. Bang! Boom! The enemy firepower pounded relentlessly against the shields. It's hard for a single type of metal to withstand explosions, gunfire, and even energy weapons. That's why the Empire uses layered shields made by stacking metals with different protective properties. But they're not invincible. The multi-layered outer surface was breaking down under cumulative damage. It wouldn't hold for much longer than a few seconds. Wait, not yet, just a little more. From behind the shield bearers, I assessed the enemy. I categorized them by threat level and identified the lines of fire from high-power weapons. There were about 8 weapons that could take me down in a single shot. I'll advance to the center. Once they focus their fire on me, spread out to the sides and find cover. Kodrak's eyes widened at my command, but I was already preparing to leap, my hand gripping the shield bearer's shoulder. Kodrak was a capable lieutenant. He'd follow my lead without missing a beat. Whish! I vaulted over the shield bearer's head, curling my body to shield my head and torso. Ting! Light gunfire couldn't penetrate my limbs. The real threat was the high-power weapons, so I timed my move for when about half of them were in the middle of reloading. Thud! The moment I landed, I pushed off the ground, charging forward. I had about 2 seconds to go straight ahead without issue. The startled enemies unleashed a torrent of fire toward me. I ignored handgun and rifle shots. With my helmet and chest armor, as long as I protected my face, I'd be fine. I covered my neck and head with my left hand while raising my handgun with my right to aim. Bang! Bang! I targeted the soldiers aiming high-power weapons first. With each shot, they collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Screams and panic rippled beyond their defensive line. I fired methodically, following the order I'd predetermined. Not a single high-power weapon from the enemy had a chance to fire. Neutralize immediate threats first. That way, no matter how many enemies there are, it's like facing only a few. In theory, Anyone with a prosthetic as advanced as mine could do this. But in reality, 9 out of 10 would fail. Real combat has countless variables, making it impossible to achieve perfect precision like a choreographed routine. But if you could account for all those variables, the story changes. Arky's combat method. That's what made the impossible possible. This was as far as my role went. Taking advantage of the focus of fire on me, my platoon had moved into position. They advanced, spreading out to the left and right. They were breaking through the defensive lines smoothly. Compared to the rebels, our suppression force was elite, and we had far superior equipment. That didn't mean we were without casualties. One soldier had died, and 3 or 4 others were injured badly enough that moving was difficult. Still, considering the scale of the victory, the damage was minimal. Surrender. We surrender? As I reached the very front of the defensive line, a man who looked like a nobleman shouted out. He and the remaining soldiers surrendered. Kodrak, restrain them. I accepted their surrender, restraining my intense urge to decapitate the nobleman. He would die after enduring unspeakable torture anyway. If he had any sense, he'd have taken his own life instead. I left the handling of the prisoners to Kodrak and advanced further. The defensive line on the opposite side was nearly cleared. A moment later, I could see the platoon that had broken through from the rear of the enemy's defenses. As expected, it was him. Ile. At my voice, the figure standing among the corpses lifted his head. He looked at me with a bloodied face. His welcoming smile was gentle, but it was a mask. I figured it was you fighting on the opposite side, Luka. Looks like you kept a good number of your platoon alive. I've thought about this before. You're surprisingly soft-hearted. I looked past Ile's shoulder. Only about a single unit from Ile's entire platoon remained. He had expended nearly half of them to get this far. Join up with us here and regroup, Ile Karthika, I said, and at my words, relief spread across the faces of Ile's platoon members. It seemed they'd really pushed themselves to the limit to get here. Luka, remember I said I'd ask a favor soon? It won't be a difficult one. Take care of things here. I'll keep pursuing. I sensed the urgency in Ile. Did you see something? He had likely found a trace of Lilian Ramonis or seen her in person. Ile gave an awkward smile, rubbing his blood-stained neck. Haha, I think I've been around you too long. You know me better than my own family. Well then, I'll be off. Before I could even try to stop him, Ile rallied his platoon and headed further down. If I were alone, it'd be one thing, but as a platoon leader with subordinates, I couldn't just follow him immediately. I exhaled and sat down briefly, reaching for my canteen to take a drink. Damn you, Ile Karthika, and damn you, Lilian Ramonis. I didn't want to care, but it lingered in my mind, gnawing at me. Crack. I didn't even get a sip of water. Unintentionally, I'd gripped the canteen so hard that it burst in my hand. Swipe. I wiped the water from my face with my palm. There was no time for hesitation. In battle, decisions must be made quickly. If I'd thought about it, I needed to act on it. Kodrak? At my call, Kodrak came running. Chapter 25. In principle, this was something I should never do. I knew that well. That's why I was angrier with myself than with anyone else. I felt like contradictions were tearing me apart. I almost wished there were 2 of me. One would be the loyal soldier of the Empire, and the other would be someone wanting to help Ile. Both of these facets were also parts of me. But a conflict had arisen between those 2 roles. Choosing one meant I had to give up the other. Holding my throbbing head, I thought it over. One way or another, I had to follow Ile. That was my conclusion. If I go, I can save Ile without making him a traitor. My plan was simple. As soon as I encountered Lilian Ramonis, I would kill her. Even if Ile was watching, it didn't matter. Even if Ile ends up hating me, at least I'll save his life. And given time, once the heat of emotion cooled, Ile would understand. He wouldn't hold a lifelong grudge over my killing Lilian. That's what I believed. Kodrak, secure the captives here until the other platoon arrives. I'll leave the rest to you once you join up. Kodrak nodded at my command, but added a comment. You're an exceptional soldier, platoon leader. I'll never forget today's battle for the rest of my life. You handled a task of extraordinary magnitude as if it were nothing. It went beyond admiration. I was stunned. I couldn't laugh. His compliment had thorns in it. I understood what he meant. Go on, say what you want to say. But as a leader, you're flawed. I closed my eyes, then opened them in a half-lidded gaze. If I hadn't been the platoon leader, the damage would have been much worse. I think I racked up enough achievements. What exactly is your complaint? Kodrak sighed. You've never really led. You broke through everything using only your own skills. Someday. I stood up, cutting off Kodrak's words with a laugh. The reason my method seems so self-centered is because you lack strength. None of you could keep up with my abilities. You can't understand or follow my style of command or combat. What difference does it make if a wolf fights alongside a day-old pup? Fighting alone would be the same. Watching those who were useless whining about not being used, it's truly absurd. Kodrak's pupils gradually dulled. His gaze darkened, stained by anger and humiliation. You, too, platoon leader, will someday need the help of someone weaker than yourself. You can't always be the strongest. Then, when that time comes, feel free to laugh at me, Kodrak. Go on, say, see, wasn't I right? I'll remember that, platoon leader Luka. Now I'll go carry out your orders. Kodrak turned to leave. I glanced briefly in the direction Ile had disappeared, then called out to Kodrak again. Kodrak, but remember the advice of my first lieutenant. If the day comes when I realize my way was wrong, I'll keep your advice in mind and try to think differently. Kodrak flinched, his eyes widening. He smirked, twitching one corner of his mouth. For the first time, I've just realized that arrogance and flexibility can coexist. Then, I wish you good fortune. I nodded slightly and turned away. I had to admit one thing. As cringeworthy as it sounded, Ile was my friend. We had a relationship that went beyond mere comrades. He was the first peer with whom I'd connected deeply on equal terms. Ile, you're using Imperial soldiers for personal reasons. I was following Ile's trail. Corpses of his platoon members appeared at scattered corners. Prioritizing speed inevitably led to casualties. They wouldn't have had to die under normal circumstances. Any other platoon wouldn't take such sacrifices just to pursue rebels. The suppression force surrounded the entire fortress. Just driving them back gradually would fulfill our role. Even if you manage to secure Lillian, how do you plan to escape? No matter how much I thought it over, I couldn't see any feasible solution. Lillian would have to die in the end. I get that she was someone you cared for, but there's no need to die with her. From where I stood, Ile's actions were nothing short of suicide. He was clearly out of control. Not that I'm in a position to talk. Breaking off from my platoon to pursue Ile wasn't a wise decision either. I frowned and pressed forward. There was another confrontation here. I examined the scorched walls and bullet casings. There were also corpses of nobles. They seemed to have wielded unfamiliar guns in an attempt to buy time. Even the nobles, who weren't soldiers, died fighting with guns. It shows just how hard the rebels are pressing in. It wasn't just this corridor. Similar scenes were likely happening throughout the underground sections of the fortress. A substantial portion of the suppression force must have entered the residential areas and were sweeping through the rebels. Creak, creak, there was a faint noise. I turned my head, focusing on the source of the sound. A nobleman's severed head was blinking. It seemed he was equipped with a remarkably expensive life support system. I surrender. I'm from the Ramones family. The nobleman struggled to speak, barely clinging to consciousness. Do you know where Lillian Ramones went? I lifted the nobleman's head and asked. Lillian. As for a direct descendant, I don't know exactly where she went. For a split second, his pupils shifted sideways. One of those habits that means he is lying. Crunch. I jammed my fingers into his eye, crushing it. The powder leaking from the broken eye was entirely composed of fine mechanical parts. It was a very costly mechanical eye. What are you doing? I said I surrender, but I didn't hear the scream I'd expected. Now that I thought about it, he'd probably suppressed his pain when his neck was severed. For someone with a fully mechanical body, physical torture held little meaning. What mattered was the mind and brain inside. Whir. I extended my blade and traced a circle around his temple. Like slicing open a piece of fruit, his head opened, and a pinkish gel, like brain fluid, oozed out. Squish, squish. I scooped aside the gel-like cushioning with my hand and gripped the container holding his brain. As I squeezed, the restraints creaked as if on the verge of snapping. Creak, it made a fairly chilling sound. I liked it. Stop. What are you doing? Arg aya? A scream burst out, laced with terror. Smiling, I looked down at him. "This is your last chance, noble sir. Where did Lilian Ramonus go?" I had no time to waste. If his answer dragged on, I planned to kill him and move forward without hesitation. The nobleman must have sensed my intent. "She went down. She went down." "Down? Are you kidding me? If she's trying to escape, she has to get to the surface eventually. There must be another escape route leading upward, right? I don't know the details. Really. They don't tell collateral members important things. His mental state wasn't stable enough for him to lie. It seemed safe to trust what he was saying. "Have you seen Ille Karthika?" I asked. The nobleman, leaking the remaining artificial fluids as if they were tears and snot, replied, I saw him. He's gone mad. Even though we're acquaintances, he attacked us even after we said we'd surrender." Sorry, but I had no intention of listening to him any longer. Crunch, the metal container crumpled in my grip, and brain matter seeped out in jagged clumps. Soon, the squishy pink flesh sagged, spilling out. He was destined for purging anyway. Even those noblemen who surrendered would end up tortured to death in the end. Perhaps killing him like this was an act of mercy. I wiped my dirty hands on my pants. I never felt guilt over killing, but today I was especially numb. The battlefield was always like this. I continued tracking Ille's platoon. Since I'd heard he'd gone deeper, there was no need to wander. Choosing a path even in the intersecting corridors was easy. Before long, I heard gunfire and screams. It was close, not far at all. At last, I'd caught up to Ille. Even while spending time with Ille, there was always one concern lingering in my mind. What would I do if Ille ever turned against the Empire? I could overlook the occasional deviations he sometimes displayed. But if he ever took actions against the Empire's interests, or worse, committed acts that could be considered treason, what would I do? Now, the time had come to answer that question I'd been putting off. Following the sounds of gunfire and bodies, I entered a vast banquet hall. The long table stretched far enough to seat dozens, but instead of a lavish feast, it was lined with corpses. In the center of that table stood Ille, as if he were about to give a speech. "Ille!" I shouted. At the same time, Ille's finger moved. Bang! Ille shot his own lieutenant. His lieutenant collapsed backward with a hollow stare. A clean hole pierced through his forehead, all the way to the other side. "After all I asked of you, you still came, Luka." Ille murmured my name, his lips barely moving. Scattered around him were the bodies of Imperial soldiers, his own platoon members. "So you finally did it, Ille." At first, disbelief chilled my emotions. Then, from somewhere deep in my chest, a surge of volcanic anger erupted. Every one of Ille's platoon members had been loyal soldiers. They'd followed his unreasonable commands and orders without a word. Ille had killed his own men with his own hands, all for the sake of that one woman. For that, creak. Only my right mechanical eye moved. I spotted members of the Ramonus family on one side of the banquet hall. The instant my analysis finished, their identities flashed onto my retinal display. The head of the Ramonus family and his direct descendants. There were 5 of them. Hugo Ramonus, the head of the family, along with his wife, 2 sons, and 1 daughter. That daughter was Lilian Ramonus. With an anxious expression, she looked back and forth between me and Ille. The 3 families that had instigated the rebellion, one of their leaders was right there. Ille let out a long sigh and looked at me. His eyes glinted like shards of ice between the blood-soaked strands of his hair. "Luka, Luka, Luka, I suppose you won't just let this one go either." Muttering to himself, Ille let his right hand holding the pistol fall to his side, and with his left, he drew his sword. The tip of his blade was aimed directly at me. I suppressed the overwhelming anger rising inside me. This wasn't an opponent I could afford to fight out of emotion. Surprisingly, calm words slipped from my mouth. "In the name of His Majesty, the Emperor and the citizens of the Empire, I will judge you." The emotions I had forced down were so cold that they made my front teeth ache. Chapter 26. I must now fight Ille. If I think about it rationally, I have the upper hand. As long as I don't make any mistakes, I'll win. However, reality rarely unfolds as planned. Click, click. My right mechanical eye moved on its own, tracking the Ramonus family. I reminded myself of my purpose. Amid countless inferences and thoughts, I constantly reassessed what the optimal decision would be. For now, I was grateful for the cognitive expansion granted by Arki's combat method. There's no need to engage Ille head-on. Ile is trying to protect the Ramones family, more precisely, Lillian Ramones. I need to kill Lillian. Even if it creates animosity for the future, I can save Ile for now. Even if it meant becoming mortal enemies with Ile and severing ties, it didn't matter. At least this way, I wouldn't have to kill him with my own hands. Eliminate the Ramones family and all witnesses, and erase Ile's rampage as if it never happened. Even if there are suspicious circumstances, as a member of the Karthika family, it would be brushed under the rug. Having made my decision, I felt a pang of self-loathing. My resolve to judge Ile had long since been pushed aside. My mind was solely focused on concocting a scheme to save him. I must be some kind of pathetic idiot. Luka, you're planning to ignore me and attack Lillian, aren't you? Ile spoke sharply, as expected of someone so capable. Feigning a scratch at my head, I pretended to answer, then suddenly sprinted forward. Bang! Ile pulled the trigger to stop me. Gunshots followed in rapid succession. For those like us, who rely on ballistic trajectory prediction as standard, single shots won't work. It was merely suppressive fire meant to slow me down. In the past, I would have flinched to dodge the bullets. But before heading to the battlefield, I had pushed the speed and bandwidth of my cybernetic signals to their limits. With the upgrade complete, I could move faster and more precisely than Ile's predictions. I advanced without reducing my speed. I could sense Ile's growing frustration from his increasingly erratic shots. The last bullet missed so widely, I didn't even need to consciously evade it. With this, I've taken the lead. Ile belatedly charged forward to block my path, avoid direct confrontation with Ile. It's nearly impossible to subdue him quickly. Meanwhile, the Ramones family would escape. Exhaling a sharp breath, I pushed my leg's energy output to its maximum. There wasn't a significant difference in the performance of our prosthetics. However, with my superior reaction speed, my acceleration outmatched his. Boom! I accelerated in a straight line between the Ramones family and myself, breaking through Ile's defensive line. From now on, he would have to chase me from behind. There was nothing else. My gaze was locked on the Ramones family. In 2 seconds, we would collide. I could feel Ile's presence behind me, but I ignored it. Everything would be over before he caught up. The 2 sons of the Ramones family raised their guns to confront me. They were trained soldiers, though not members of the Imperial Guard. "Don't resist," Ile shouted. At the same moment, I reached the 2 sons. With my sword and pistol drawn, I lunged at them. Their eyes widened as they tried to pull the trigger. Too slow, incredibly slow, pathetically late. They were so slow it made me sigh. Fools who couldn't even grasp the gap in our capabilities. They were men who wouldn't have passed the Imperial Guard selection process. From the looks of it, the Ramones family must have pinned all their hopes on Claude. I pulled the trigger, leaving a gaping hole in the first son's forehead. Then, with my sword, I split the second son's head vertically. A glimpse of his brain's cross-section briefly caught my eye. Thud, I landed between the 2 sons. They staggered before collapsing to the ground. That left 3. Hugo Ramones, his wife, and Lillian. Hugo Ramones had witnessed the deaths of his 2 sons right before his eyes. He tried to shout something at me. Squelch! I drove my blood-stained sword, still wet with the second son's blood, into Hugo's chin, piercing all the way to the top of his skull. The sensation of soft brain tissue being pierced was vivid. Creak! I twisted the blade to ensure Hugo's brain was thoroughly destroyed. His body convulsed with residual signals, his eyes rolling back. Hurry, Luka. Ile will soon be at your back. There was no time to pull the sword from Hugo's impaled skull. Deciding quickly, I raised the edge of my hand and struck Hugo's wife's temple. Crack crunch. Her head shattered horizontally, splitting from cheek to cheek along the line of my strike. The remains of her head, now reduced to a disfigured lower jaw, were grotesque. Her body, now without the brain's control, flailed like a broken toy. From a distance, it might have resembled the erratic movements of a drunken dancer. 4 deaths in the blink of an eye, all that remained was Lillian. Ah! At last, Lillian's lips moved. Unlike Ile and me, she lacked the ability for high-speed reasoning. It had taken her this long to grasp the reality unfolding before her. Her family had been slaughtered right in front of her eyes. The trauma would scar her for life. But she wouldn't have to endure it for long, she was next. Soon, Lillian would let out a horrific scream. Spinning my body around, I aimed my gun at Lillian's head. Even without looking, I could blow her head off. But I didn't pull the trigger right away. Lillian was a victim of chaos. I knew that well. And in the past, she had approached me with kindness. I thought it was only right to see her final expression, whether it was hatred or despair. Either way, I would never forget her for the rest of my life. At least, not until whatever conscience I had left completely evaporated. When something unexpected happens, our brains momentarily blank out. That's exactly what happened to me now. She's smiling. I couldn't pull the trigger after seeing Lillian's expression. Her tear-filled eyes were weeping, but the corners of her eyes and lips twitched as if she were smiling. The emotion on Lillian's face was joy. The tears spilling from her eyes shimmered with ecstasy. Why is she smiling? Her reaction was bizarre, and because of that, I hesitated. It was enough time for Ile to catch up. Luka! Ile swung his sword, forcing himself between me and Lillian. It was the first time I had ever seen him this enraged. Pale blue light gleamed from his eyes like flames. I tried to pull the trigger, albeit belatedly, to shoot Lillian in the head. Ping, but the bullet was effortlessly deflected by Ile's sword. Stay calm. This isn't going as planned, but the situation isn't unfavorable to me. After all, the entire Ramonis family, except for Lillian, had been dealt with. I could subdue Ile here and kill Lillian afterward. The one who has lost their composure is Ile. I need to treat him like a wounded beast. If I sever all his limbs, he won't be able to do anything. It was a bit odd, but I found myself grinning with anticipation and excitement. A worthy opponent who could withstand my full strength was standing right before me. I knew this wasn't a situation to be smiling about, but I didn't deny the innate violence within me. I didn't want to dismiss the instincts that had brought me this far as something bad. To put it positively, I simply possessed the aggression necessary for a soldier. Dark crimson emotions were welling up inside me, but I couldn't let them consume me. If I did, I might end up killing Ile right here. Don't smile, Luka, Ile said, standing protectively in front of Lillian like a knight guarding his princess. I had just made a mistake. Seeing my sinister smile, Ile had regained his composure. At this rate, it wouldn't end easily. Ile, did you see that woman's expression just now? Her family is dead, yet she's happy. Isn't that strange? I stepped back, speaking mockingly. Ile must have seen Lillian's bizarre expression too. If my words could unsettle him, it would work to my advantage. It's not strange, she's finally free. Ile spoke as if he understood why Lillian was smiling. There was no hesitation in his eyes. I narrowed my gaze. The atmosphere between Lillian and Ile felt peculiar. It didn't seem like it was just unrequited love on Ile's part. Lillian means more to you than just a first love. Ile didn't answer. I was likely right. I wiped the blood off my sword by rubbing it against my pants. Ile waited silently for my next move. King, extending my arm, I pointed the now cleaned blade at Ile. Well, fine, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's begin. We, as cadets of the Imperial Guard, are different from ordinary people. Throughout our training, our nervous systems were enhanced through chemotherapy and synthetic drugs. High-performance combat prosthetics cannot be handled by a natural brain. The prosthetics move faster than human reaction limits and exchange high-intensity signals strong enough to rupture the muscles of a biological body. That's why ordinary people can't even respond to our movements. Ile and I clashed in high-speed combat. Lillian, standing behind us, couldn't even begin to comprehend how we were moving. King. I swung my arm, slashing with my sword. The blade's trajectory was so fast it seemed to bend like a whip. Clang. Ile extended his sword to block my attack. My fingers gripping the sword felt like they were about to break. Ile must have felt the same. Our blades clashed again and again, so quickly it seemed as if there were multiple blades. As identical metals collided repeatedly, the edges of our swords began to chip. At a glance, the fight might have seemed even, but both Ile and I knew the truth. I'm the one who's going to win. In the past, we were equals, but Ile lacked the desire to grow stronger. While I honed myself to a razor's edge, he had been consumed by strange ideologies and distractions. No matter how desperate he is now, he can't summon strength that isn't there. Ile was fighting desperately. He knew he would lose, yet he was scraping the bottom of his reserves, drawing out every ounce of strength he had. Is Lilian Ramonis really worth all this? That's what I wanted to ask. Ile was throwing everything he had to protect Lilian, even though the odds were abysmally low. Who? I exhaled briefly. For me, this much was enough. However, Ile's shoulders were rising and falling as if he were out of breath. It was fun, Ile. I spoke as I widened the distance between us. Don't talk like it's over. Ile replied, his trembling hand betraying him. He gave a bitter smile, as if aware of how unconvincing his words sounded, even to himself. You're smart, don't act so foolishly. It's not too late. This isn't worth it over just one woman, is it? My breathing had already calmed. In contrast, Ile's breaths were still ragged. If I attack now, I could overpower him easily. Luka, you don't understand anything. Ile didn't seem inclined to respond to my persuasion. Haha, and I don't want to. I don't care about the thoughts of someone who killed their own subordinates. Ile fell silent at my mockery. Even he must feel some guilt about that. Families like the Ramonis, labeled as traitors, never raised a rebellion. The Empire just slapped on a justification, but in reality, this is a purge. You're just spouting nonsense. Buying time won't change anything. It's true I want to catch my breath, but I'm not making this up. If they had really prepared for a rebellion, their counterattack wouldn't have been this sloppy. At best, all they had were their household troops. If they were serious about rebelling against the Empire, they would have sought help from Korite or Bellato. At the very least, they could have hired alien mercenaries. Families like theirs had the resources for it. I couldn't immediately retort. Even though I didn't want to think about it, my mind worked on its own. What he's saying is true. For an alliance of 3 families, the scale of the rebellion is far too small, and there's no external support. Only the entry into the arcane fortress was challenging. Once inside, everything was over in an instant. The Holy Korite Alliance and the Bellato Federation had long been waiting for an opportunity to fracture the Empire. If prominent imperial families had truly rebelled, the world was full of powers willing to support them. The answer to my doubts came from behind Ile. It's because of this that the Empire targeted our family. Lilian spoke as she rummaged through her father's corpse. She pulled out a cube, a softly glowing cube. I felt that knowledge I shouldn't know was about to spill from Lilian's lips. I couldn't let her speak any further. I had to subdue Ile immediately and cut down Lilian. The instincts of a soldier engraved deep within me crept up to the nape of my neck. Yet an equally powerful curiosity suppressed the dark intent rising inside me. I ended up continuing to listen to Lilian. This is an arcane artifact. It's thanks to this that we were able to activate the fortress, which had slumbered for untold ages. Lilian released the arcane cube. It hovered slightly above her palm, spinning gently. Its appearance resembled other arcane artifacts I had seen before. No, your family is nothing but traitors. You must have stolen the arcane artifact and studied it without authorization. I spoke as coldly as I could. Luka, the Ramonis family, was tasked by His Majesty the Emperor to investigate and study arcane artifacts. They're innocent. Ile tried to argue passionately, but Lilian shook her head. She cut him off, intercepting his words. No, saying our family is innocent is incorrect. My father was indeed preparing for rebellion. As soon as he discovered how to activate the fortress using the arcane artifact, he hid it instead of reporting it. He believed it might even grant him power surpassing the Emperor. Lilian, now is not the time. Ile shouted at Lilian, his voice filled with desperation. To be honest, I could have subdued both of them at any moment. But my interest in Lilian was piqued. Despite witnessing her family's slaughter right before her eyes, Lilian was responding calmly to the situation. She wasn't pretending to be a victim either. I never imagined she would be this kind of woman. I had assumed she was just another self-indulgent noble daughter. Luka, you care deeply about Ile, don't you? Ile can't live the life he desires within the Empire. But now he has a chance to escape. With me, I hesitated. Memories of the past surfaced. Ile had once tried to flee the Empire, but stayed behind because of the injuries I had inflicted on him. My aggression subsided somewhat. Ile and Lilian must have sensed it as well. But there's nowhere to run. The Imperial Army has the entire fortress surrounded. You're probably counting on some secret passage, but they've already uncovered everything. I spoke as though offering a compromise. Even if Ile and I miraculously joined forces, escaping with Lillian was impossible. There's a spatial transport device beneath the fortress. According to the materials my father deciphered, it can transfer living beings as well. It must have been a last resort escape mechanism in case the fortress fell. I tilted my head slightly. A spatial transport device? Luka, if you want to kill me, go ahead. I'm no fool. Ile's skills are inferior to yours. If I die, it all ends here, and I don't want to ruin his life. But if this arcane artifact activates the spatial transport device, Ile and I can escape the Empire. You could just say you never saw us. It was tempting. Whether Lillian lived or died wasn't my concern. Ile could leave the Empire. This is a battlefield, so it'd be easy to disguise it as him going missing or being killed. This was what piqued my interest. Let's say I dealt with Lillian and somehow saved Ile. He wouldn't survive for long. Eventually, he'd find himself in a situation where even his family's influence couldn't save his life. King. I spun my sword in a circle before sliding it back into its sheath. Ile's expression brightened at my gesture. Lu, shut it, Ile. Promise me one thing. If the spatial transport device Lillian mentioned doesn't exist or doesn't work, don't stop me anymore. You heard her, didn't you? Lillian doesn't want to see you end up in trouble. Ile bit his lower lip and turned to Lillian. She nodded willingly. For the first time, I found myself liking Lillian. If I'd known she was this kind of woman, I might have even considered a romantic relationship with her. I promise, Luka. Reluctant words spilled from Ile's lips. Chapter 27. I must have truly lost my mind. Right now, I was helping Ile assist Lillian Ramonis in her escape. If the higher-ups learned about this, I was as good as dead. Ile, you're already a screwed-up bastard, so fine, whatever. Lillian, what the hell kind of woman are you? I spoke as I led the way. Both Ile and I were in a state where the heat from our prosthetics was considerably high due to high-speed combat. We had to move slowly while cooling down. Have you always been this rude? I'm always like this. Were you expecting polite speech from a lowborn like me? Besides, I'm the one who wiped out your entire family. And yet you're talking to me so calmly. I was curious about what went on inside Lillian's mind. Her face, smiling even after witnessing her family's massacre, lingered in my head. I didn't exactly have a good relationship with my family. I snorted at her response. No matter how bad the relationship, could someone really laugh after witnessing the deaths of their blood relatives? It was ridiculous. But I didn't press further. To be precise, I didn't have the luxury or time to dig deeper. There were more urgent matters to deal with. If we're discovered by the suppression force, it's over for us. We were escorting Lillian Ramonis. If the Imperial forces caught us in the act, there wouldn't be room for any excuses. Teleportation device or whatever, I grumbled. Our plan was simple. Activate the teleportation device located in the basement and smuggle Lillian out. If there's time to spare, Ile too. I glanced at Ile. He was walking with an exhausted expression, clearly mentally overwhelmed. He hadn't even bothered to wipe off the blood staining his face or his limp hair. Ile, hold on for a moment. Wipe your face before the blood dries. Noticing my gaze, Lillian pulled out a handkerchief and started wiping Ile's face. If, by some miracle, you two make it out alive, why don't you just settle down and start a household together? I spoke mockingly. Ile gave a weak smile, his face now free of blood. If Lillian were willing, maybe. Lillian flinched at Ile's self-deprecating remark. She harbored a sense of debt toward him. Naturally, she should. Ile, I never thought you'd go this far for me, not in my wildest dreams. You were also my teacher, the one who showed me the world beyond. I remained silent, listening to their conversation. This might very well be their final exchange. They shared a bond and history that I couldn't understand. All for a reason as trivial as that? It's not trivial to me. It changed the way I see the world. Thanks to you, I was able to understand the root of my frustrations and confusion. If it weren't for you, I would have gone mad a long time ago. I'm not strange, just different. I furrowed my brow. While I couldn't grasp the full details from their conversation, I could get the gist. Lillian is the woman who influenced Ile's subversive ideas. And as I considered my current situation, a sigh escaped me. Subversive ideas were like a plague. Once they spread, they took root in people and propagated further. Slowly but surely, they ate away at the empire from the inside out. Lillian, Ile, and me. Little by little, the seeds of subversion had spread. If people like us grew in number, the empire would weaken and eventually collapse. No, before that, it would likely be destroyed under the attack of the Bellato Federation or the Holy Korite Alliance. Right now, I'm moving for Ile's sake. Yet, I didn't wish for the empire to fall. If Ile weren't my friend, I would have killed him long ago. I am not a subversive. I repeated those words to myself, engraving them deeply into my heart. I just have my priorities wrong. I had chosen my friendship with Ile over my loyalty to the empire. Of course, this alone was subversive enough. If we manage to escape from here, I'll head to Border City. If we get separated, let's meet there. Luka, if you're considering leaving the empire, Border City might be a good option for you. I've got no business there, I answered curtly. I didn't know much about Border City. All I knew was that it belonged to the Bellato Federation. Border City. Ile seemed to momentarily lose himself in thought, pondering what he knew about the place. Thankfully, we hadn't encountered any rebels or Imperial forces. There were no Imperial troops ahead of us, and it seemed the rebels hadn't considered descending this far underground. Perhaps only the direct line of the Ramonis family knew about the teleportation device's existence. Those unaware of the teleportation device likely sought other routes to the surface. As we delved deeper underground, we found a brief moment to catch our breath. Lillian, while talking to Ile, eventually began speaking about her father. My father, Hugo Ramonis, was an ambitious man. He spent his own fortune to obtain Imperial permission for arcane research, but everything was within the Emperor's grasp. Before my father could consolidate power, the Emperor boldly struck first. My father believed he could deceive and use the Imperial court, but in the end, he was the one being used. Lillian's demeanor was calm. From her tone, it sounded like she was speaking about a stranger, not her own father. In any case, I'm exhausted. Today has been an incredibly long day. I had pushed my mind and body to their limits multiple times. My sharp judgment was beginning to dull. Perhaps even my decision to help Ile was a mistake born from my fraying mental state. But I couldn't allow my mind to rest. I needed to keep my senses sharp and stay vigilant of my surroundings. I also had to think ahead about how I would report this once it was over. The fortunate thing is that the commander of the Imperial Guard sees me favorably. I'm the only one capable of spying on Kinuan. Even if some suspicions arose, I was confident I wouldn't face execution. After all, Ile and Lillian are merely a cadet and a noblewoman. They aren't significant figures. No one will dig too deeply. They weren't the core of the rebellion, merely individuals acting out of line. Having sorted out my thoughts, I focused on the passage ahead. At the end of the corridor stood a door. There was no further path. This was the final destination. Ile, prepare yourself, if there's no teleportation device in here. It's over, I warned Ile, who nodded silently. Clunk, the old door opened without resistance. From that moment, something felt off. My nerves, dulled by fatigue, quickly snapped to attention. My senses heightened, absorbing every anomaly in the surroundings like a sponge. Luka, you need to identify the source of this unease. If you fail to understand it, you'll die. This is more than intuition, it's almost a premonition. Creak. The door opened just a sliver. Inside, it was brightly lit. There was nothing unusual about that. The fortress's systems had activated, powering all the lighting. But the air was different. I shut my eyes and quickly analyzed the scents. The first thing I noticed was the fresh smell of blood, sharp and unmistakable. Then came the pungent mix of oil and metal, yet there was no trace of the unique scent of living bodies. I bit my lower lip and opened my eyes. No matter how I thought about it, there was only one conclusion. Ile, it's the Imperial Guard, I whispered softly. Somehow, the Imperial Guard had arrived before us and seized the teleportation device. Ile must have been shaken as well, but I had no time to check his reaction. As the door fully opened, the interior was revealed. VRRing, the first thing that caught my eye was the circular capsule at the center of the room. It was large enough to fit 3 or 4 people. If there was a teleportation device here, it had to be that capsule. Surrounding the capsule were 4 Imperial Guards clad in crimson-black uniforms. Their heavy cloaks hung low, almost dragging the ground. The sharp gazes of the Imperial Guards locked onto us. To be honest, our plan was completely ruined. From this point on, there was no way to save Lillian. If it were just one Imperial Guard without full-body prosthetics, I might have squeezed every last ounce of strength to try something with Ile. But there were 4 guards standing before us. It was a waste of brainpower to even think of a plan. Escaping them was impossible. I had already ruled out Lillian's survival. What can I do now to save Ile? Even capturing Lillian alive would lead to the worst-case scenario. She wouldn't be able to endure interrogation and torture. No matter how resolute her will, she was still just a civilian. She hadn't been trained like us to ignore pain. The moment Lillian was captured alive, every act of rebellion committed by Ile and me would inevitably reach the higher-ups. If I thought about it rationally, there was only one course of action left to us. We kill Lillian ourselves, without hesitation. Doing so would allow us to craft an excuse, even if it aroused some suspicion. It might convince the higher-ups to let us off the hook. But this was the Lillian that Ile had gone to such lengths to save. Would he be able to maintain his sanity after watching her death right before his eyes? If he lost control and charged at the Imperial Guard in a frenzy, it would all be over. Luka and Ile, just as I've heard, you're impressive, to have made it this far. One of the Imperial Guards spoke, recognizing us. There was no time left. Hesitation would only deepen their suspicions. This was the final chance. There's no other way. I raised my sword, preparing to sever Lillian's neck. But as I turned, my eyes widened in shock. Ile? A gunshot rang out before I could act. Bang! Ile had already aimed his gun at the center of Lillian's forehead and pulled the trigger. A swift execution. Slump. Lillian lay sprawled on the ground, a hole in her forehead. The sight felt slightly surreal to me. Perhaps I too had briefly succumbed to the sweet delusion that we might be able to save her. Thud. Lillian collapsed backward, her body sprawled out. Pinkish fluid was pooling in the hole in her forehead. Get it together, Luka. It's time to return to reality. From the start, Lillian's chances of survival had been slim to none. I quickly checked Ile's condition. He couldn't lift his head, and even without seeing his face, I could feel his agitation. He barely managed to force out a sentence. My position made more sense, Luka. Ile was right. It would have looked strange for me, who had just opened the door, to turn around and kill Lillian. It was far more logical for Ile, who was next to her, to carry out the execution. But logic aside, I couldn't help but be shocked. I hadn't imagined Ile would kill Lillian with his own hands. I had even considered the worst-case scenario of him losing control. What was that gunshot just now? One of the Imperial Guards spoke, walking toward us. I couldn't let them notice Ile's unease. I grabbed Lillian's lifeless head by the hair and dragged her forward to the approaching guard. I executed a useless prisoner. I pulled a cube-shaped arcane artifact from Lillian's belongings. The Imperial Guard's gazes immediately locked onto the artifact. The guards stepped back slightly and began whispering among themselves. After a brief discussion, one of them stepped forward toward me. Clack! The guard stood at attention with military precision and gestured toward me with his chin. Report the situation so far, Luka. I clasped my hands behind my back and began my report. Chapter 28. The rebellion of the 3 families ended with a purge. The captured nobles would either die after torture or live in a state worse than death. Well done, Luka, leader of the 21st Platoon. The Imperial Guard commander leaned back lazily in his chair. His interlocked fingers rested on his stomach. Now that the rebellion had been suppressed, he seemed much more relaxed, understandable, given that he had been one of the busiest people during the chaos. The suppression force had not yet returned to the capital, Akbaran. Post-battle cleanup was as crucial a task as the battle itself. I had been summoned by the Imperial Guard commander alone. There could be several reasons for this. In the worst case, it might be because he suspects my actions. The Imperial Guard commander had taken an interest in me. It was both a blessing and a curse. Thank you, sir. Well, I read your report thoroughly. Right after the fierce battle, you judged that the exhausted platoon members couldn't move effectively, so you pursued the Ramones family alone. Afterward, you joined Ile to eliminate Hugo Ramones and his family. The Imperial Guard commander summarized my report. I replied briefly, "Yes, sir," and waited for his next question. You didn't execute Lillian Ramonis on the spot, but brought her down to the lowest level. The report mentions your reasoning, but I'd like to hear it directly from you. The Imperial Guard commander narrowed his eyes. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. We discovered the existence of the teleportation device through Lillian Ramonis. We intended to secure it in advance to prevent the rebels from escaping. So, you moved to the lowest level with Lillian Ramonis as your guide, secured the teleportation device, and executed her immediately after. Why did you specifically choose Lillian as your guide? I stood without a flicker of movement. There was no need to show any agitation. I had already constructed a coherent lie. Among the Ramonis family members, Lillian Ramonis was the least capable in combat. In a battlefield where variables are unpredictable, I selected the prisoner who would be the easiest to control. A reasonable judgment. But Luka, I have more questions. May I ask? It had come to this. Of course, the Imperial Guard commander would have noticed. Before he could press further, I intended to take the initiative. It was a somewhat bold move, but it was the better option. Are you referring to my relationship with Lillian? It's not just you. You and Ile had interactions with Lillian Ramonis. I frowned slightly. Based on past experience, the Imperial Guard commander often favored my insolent demeanor. Ile and I are highly capable. Although we had personal interactions with Lillian Ramonis, we are not fools who would jeopardize our mission because of it. No one knows this better than you, Commander. My lips moved slightly before I continued speaking in a torrent. And to be honest, I wanted to give Lillian a glimmer of hope. I'm not devoid of emotions, after all. Lillian died believing she might survive after guiding us to the device. At the very last moment, she probably didn't even realize her death was imminent. This was the most humane thing Ile and I could do for her. I didn't include this emotional detail in the report because it would make us appear weak. That seemed unnecessary. Lies are most convincing when blended with the truth. What I had just said was an example of that. The Imperial Guard commander, who had been listening intently, leaned forward, resting his heavy chin on his hands. That should be enough, shouldn't it? I shouted internally. The time the commander could afford to spend on me wasn't endless. He had an entire queue of others waiting to report to him. I see. That clears up the ambiguity, Luka. What you just said will not be recorded. As you mentioned, it might make you seem soft. A wave of relief surged through my chest. It felt like all the tension had suddenly unraveled. If the commander had been convinced, there would be no further interrogation on this matter. Besides, nothing catastrophic had come from our actions. On the contrary, Ile and I had accomplished a notable feat. Well then, let's consider this case closed. You must be tired. Then I'll take my— No, hold on. There's still another matter to discuss. As I attempted to leave, the commander shook his head. He pulled up another report on the hologram. Kodrak's report. It was a report from Kodrak, my lieutenant. Kodrak spoke highly of you, particularly about your combat abilities, stating that you are the best he's seen among all the platoon leaders and cadets so far. It seems Arky's combat method have significantly improved your skills. I feigned surprise. I hadn't expected Kodrak to give me such high praise, but he also noted that your ability to build bonds with subordinates was lacking. Do you have anything to say about that? I do not, sir. It is true that I have taken an aggressive approach when dealing with my subordinates. My intent was to establish authority as a superior within a short period. That's one way of doing things, I suppose. However, no, never mind. If you need advice on managing subordinates, Kinuan would be the one to learn from. His methods might suit you better. Kinuan's name suddenly came up. I didn't voice my question, but merely nodded. I swallowed my curiosity. It really felt like things were wrapping up now. Then I'll take my leave. Ah, Luka. I had turned halfway around when I stopped. The Imperial Guard commander casually took a sip of water and spoke as if it were nothing. By the way, the Ramonis family was surprisingly skilled. Who would have thought they'd take out Ile's platoon so cleanly? It was all written in the report already. Ile's platoon had been wiped out after rushing into a pursuit and falling into the Ramonis family's ambush. I had no reason to be flustered. But what was the intent behind this probing remark? Swear words nearly reached the tip of my tongue. Just a slight disruption in my breathing would have caused cold sweat to pour down. That wouldn't have happened to me. Looks like I'll be at the top of this class after all. At my response, the Imperial Guard commander laughed heartily, looking forward to it. The maglev train was silent, with only occasional high-pitched frequencies scratching at my nerves. I fell into a near-unconscious sleep during the journey back to the capital. It was no wonder. Days of constant activity and unrelenting tension had taken their toll. So much had happened, and every last bit of it was utterly wretched. Ile Karthika, Lilian Ramonis, the Imperial Guard commander Hemila's Custoria, the arcane fortress and the artifact, the teleportation device. Scenes and people flashed through my mind. Border City. That was where Lilian wanted to go. She died without ever escaping the Empire, struck down by Ile's gun, the man she thought was a knight. It was tragic, but I didn't want to feel pity for her. Ile and Lilian had both acted selfishly. If anyone was the victim of their recklessness, it was me. After returning to the capital, Akbaran, we underwent maintenance and rested. Distributing rewards and playing politics were matters for those above. For people like us at the bottom, all we could do was wait for the next orders. And 2 days later, I called Ile to meet me behind the barracks. Crash! I grabbed Ile by the collar and slammed him against the wall. He didn't resist and just stared at me with an empty expression. You, quit being a cadet right now. You're not fit to be a soldier, you piece of trash. I scowled menacingly, my expression filled with contempt. I still hadn't forgotten what happened that day. Ile killed his subordinates because of his personal feelings. That was something I could never accept, not with my values. For a brief moment, I had felt genuine hatred and murderous intent toward Ile. I'd quit if I could. Ile turned his face to the side as he spoke. Should I make you permanently unable to get back up? Luka, unless you kill me here and now, my family will make sure I become part of the Imperial Guard. It's been my assigned role since birth. If you want to take out your anger, I'll let you hit me. Ile didn't resist. I lost my steam as well. Crash! I struck Ile squarely in the solar plexus with just enough force to avoid killing him. A few of his ribs cracked audibly. Though staggering, Ile somehow managed not to collapse. He coughed up blood and then looked at me. What's wrong? Didn't you say you'd take it? Didn't think I'd actually hit you. Well, I feel a bit better now, so let's talk. I shrugged. Ile, clutching his chest with one hand, slumped against the wall, trying to catch his breath. I didn't think you'd actually break my ribs. This hurts more than I expected. Maybe you damaged an organ? If it's broken, just replace it with a prosthetic. Quit whining. Ile and I reviewed the details of our report again. We were deceiving the higher-ups. Even with all our caution, we couldn't afford any mistakes. After double-checking, there were no discrepancies. We had reported the same story to the higher-ups. I didn't think you'd kill Lilian. Honestly, I figured you'd charge at the Imperial Guard despite having no chance. If I'd been alone, I probably would have. Ile spoke matter-of-factly. So that's how it was. It was the response I had expected. Ile wouldn't have killed Lilian out of fear for his own life. He made the best decision he could because I was there. I could see Ile's thought process clearly. At that moment, Ile didn't care about his survival. What mattered to him was Lilian's life and mine, and since only one life could be saved, he prioritized mine. If I hadn't joined him, Ile would have met his end with Lilian. I felt sorry for Lilian, but I had achieved my goal. I saved Ile, that's enough. Only now did my mind feel at ease. Taking a step back, I leaned against the wall and looked up at the sky. The weather in the capital, Akbaran, was usually gloomy, and today was no different. My family's pleased that I took down the Ramonis family. Funny, considering how often we had dealings with them. But that's the aristocracy for you. Anyway, you and I might even get medals of valor for this. Ile spoke as he rummaged through his pocket. A strange object emerged from his belongings. A cigarette? My lieutenant was a chain smoker. I started smoking to get closer to him. He really enjoyed watching me cough my lungs out. A cigarette is. Well, whatever. I didn't stop him. Ile awkwardly held the cigarette in his mouth and lit it. His coughing mingled with the drifting cigarette smoke as it swirled away in the breeze. My gaze followed the trail of smoke. Luka, Ile suddenly called my name. I deliberately avoided looking at his face. His voice, calling out to me, was tinged with a faint sob. What? What the hell have I done? Ile slid down the wall, sitting on the ground. With his face buried in his knees, his shoulders shook. The cigarette smoke trickled past his ears and dissipated. I stopped myself from cursing and instead waited for him in silence. Emotions that are suppressed because they're unnecessary for combat can come rushing back like an aftershock when one returns to everyday life. Ile isn't a murderer. There's no way he feels no guilt about killing his subordinates. Even if we have a low aversion to killing, we're not unfeeling machines. Moreover, after all that chaos, he couldn't even save Lillian. I couldn't begin to imagine the level of self-loathing he was experiencing. I had achieved my goal, but Ile had failed at everything. And now I was certain. Ile's place wasn't in the Empire. He didn't belong here. Sooner or later, he would die, whether it was his mind or his body that gave out. Chapter 29. Clatter. I stared at the medal of military merit resting on my palm. Shaped like a cross blade, its edges were sharp. If someone touched it carelessly, they might prick their fingers. On the blade's surface, the numeral VII was engraved, signifying 7. The 7th Class Cross Blade Medal of Military Merit, a testament to significant achievements in battle. Among the Imperial Guard cadets, only Ile and I had received the medal. The other cadets and instructors reacted as though it were expected. From what I'd heard from the instructors, it seemed there hadn't been cadets as outstanding as Ile and me for several intakes. Ridiculous, isn't it, that I, of all people, would receive a medal? Ile spoke, slipping his cross-blade medal of military merit into the pocket of his coat with a faint smile. A month had passed since Lillian's death. Before I knew it, the commendation ceremony was over, and the events of that day were gradually fading from everyone's memory. Ile, too, seemed to have regained his composure, wearing his usual relaxed smile. Yet I could see the anxiety lurking behind it. Luka, for the first time in my life, I regret neglecting my training. It was a relief that I was the one hearing this. For someone like him, who was held in high regard as a prodigy, to call himself lazy, it would have been enough to make other cadets clutch their heads in frustration if they'd heard it. Training wouldn't have changed anything. There were 4 Imperial Guards there. By that point, it was already over. I gazed at the distant crowd. They were prospective officers and Imperial Guard cadets. The Empire had expedited the recruitment of cadets. News of the rebellion had reached the ears of the noble families. To demonstrate their loyalty, nobles were sending their children to enroll as cadets. They're flocking in like there's a prize to be won, I murmured. Ile was also looking in the same direction as me. I heard the standards have been relaxed. Apparently, even the dullest fool can at least make it as a low-ranking officer. Memories of the past came rushing back. 3 years ago, I had been part of that crowd. It felt like just yesterday that I'd had my first meeting with the commander of the Imperial Guard. Luka, I'm thinking of taking leave to visit my family estate. I didn't ask Ile why he was returning to his family estate. I could only vaguely guess that it had to do with some internal resolve. We were approaching the final year of our cadet training. Starting in the 4th year, we would be treated as provisional members of the Imperial Guard. Essentially, we would be no different from guards who lacked full combat prosthetics. After a pause, I voiced a question that had lingered in my mind for some time. Why did Lillian smile even though her family was killed? Saying they didn't get along isn't enough to explain it. If she had lost her mind, I might understand, but that wasn't the case either. I brought up Lillian's story. I felt I had the right to know at least this much. Ile leaned his arms on the railing and rested his chin on them. With eyes that were more unfocused than relaxed, he gazed down at the city below. The inorganic buildings rose tall, like a dense forest. Beyond the low-saturation high-rises, the chaotic neon signs of the lower district flickered faintly. Just like I'm destined to become part of the Imperial Guard, Lillian was meant to be a bridge between her family and another. An arranged marriage? It sounded like the obvious answer. Ile, watching the setting sun, continued speaking. That's putting it mildly. Lillian Ramonis had her marriage partner decided from birth. He was a man more than 50 years older. So, did she rebel against her parents because of that? Just listen. The man was a widower. After losing his previous wife, he made a proposal to the Ramonis family, offering an enormous dowry. But the conditions he demanded were extremely specific. Even I, who had been listening half-heartedly, was beginning to feel curious about the story. What kind of conditions? He sent photos, videos, and records of his late wife, along with a ridiculous demand: raise her to be exactly like my late wife. From her appearance to her speech, down to the smallest habits and mannerisms. Even her name, Lillian, was chosen for that reason. I frowned, first in disbelief, then in disgust. It was a revolting request. Lillian was raised by the Ramones family like livestock, tailored to the customer's order. Like a custom-made product. The only fortunate aspect was that the man's late wife had a strong connection to Bellotto. Because of that, Lillian had access to books and knowledge about Bellotto. There was even a condition. She must be well-versed in Bellotto culture. Then the Lillian we know, her appearance wasn't originally hers, was it? No one knows what Lillian's original face looked like. Not even she knew. Her appearance was changed through surgeries every year to simulate natural growth. Her eye color was altered, and her facial bones were shaved and augmented. To match the voice, her vocal cords were replaced with a machine early on. It must have been excruciating. Even when she reached adulthood, when it would have been easier to completely reconstruct her face, the customer wouldn't allow it. He insisted that her physical identity remain fixed. I felt anew how twisted and oppressive desires become when intertwined with power. She was abused from the moment she was born. Lillian had to live with even her tastes and habits predetermined. Whenever she stepped out of line, she faced brutal punishments. Among her family, the only one who showed her any sympathy was Claude, who was closer to her in age. Now, even I felt a small amount of pity for Lillian. It seemed she had lived a rather miserable life. As I listened to the story, a question came to mind. Then, what was the meaning behind Claude introducing Lillian to me? You said her marriage partner was decided from birth. Ile gave an awkward smile. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke cautiously. To tell you the truth, it was something Lillian and I planned. We told Claude that you were the hidden son of the commander of the Imperial Guard. That's why Claude approached you with that proposal. You, what? Wait, did Claude actually believe that? Come on, anyone could see how much the commander of the Imperial Guard paid special attention to you. Besides, if you were the commander's illegitimate son, it would explain how you climbed all the way from a double-digit orphanage to become an Imperial Guard cadet. Unbelievable. This guy, that guy, what a mess. I let out an irritated sigh. The commander of the guard is from the Castoria family. If Lillian married you and bore a child with Castoria blood, she thought she might finally be freed. I agreed to some extent, so I gave Lillian your information in advance. This is absolutely disgusting. They schemed above my head and tried to use me. Whatever pity I felt for Lillian evaporated instantly. I'm sorry, Luka. I just wanted to help Lillian that badly. And to be honest, I thought you and Lillian would be a good match. Spare me the pretty words. Anyway, it was a lie that would have been exposed sooner or later. How were you planning to handle the aftermath? Ile scratched his chin and laughed. By the time it was exposed, you would have been an official Imperial Guard. A promising rookie under the favor of the current commander of the Imperial Guard. Neither the Ramones family nor her fiancé would have been able to touch you easily, and I would have supported you as much as I could. Besides, we had no idea back then that the Ramones family would end up being the main force behind the rebellion. Claude's proposal and Lillian's approach hadn't been coincidences. It was all a carefully planned scheme. I felt both anger and a sense of futility. I shifted my gaze to glare at Ile. He avoided making eye contact with me. Ile was my friend, but Ile wasn't a good person. If necessary, he would use and deceive others. He had killed his own subordinate with his own hands, and he had lied to me. However, funnily enough, I still trust Ile. If he were ever forced to weigh his life against mine, he would undoubtedly act in my favor. In the hierarchy of priorities that governs his actions, my life ranks quite high. Ile cares about me. Of that, I'm certain. I felt it even during the Lillian incident. Ile, has the rib I broke last time healed yet? I asked calmly. Ile, who had been holding a cigarette in his mouth, tilted his head. Ever since returning from the last battle, he had taken up smoking occasionally. Oh, you've been thinking about that? Not fully. Wait, hold on. This isn't, hey, come on. Ile belatedly realized the intent behind my question and panicked. The cigarette fell from his lips. I clenched my fist. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking was oddly satisfying. Feeling considerably lighter, I pulled out my terminal and called for the medical team. The androids would be arriving soon. I regularly visited Kinuan. Today, too, he was sipping tea and reading a book. In many ways, he was an old-fashioned man. Well, look who's here. Our war hero has finally arrived. I heard you received the Cross-Blade Medal of Military Merit. Kinuan greeted me, closing his book. However, his words were far from praise. He was anti-empire, after all. It's just a 7th-class medal that anyone can get. Nowhere near as illustrious as your dazzling record, instructor. Without waiting for an invitation, I casually perched on a nearby chair. Formalities had long since disappeared between Kinuan and me. We were more like master and apprentice than superior and subordinate. I've read your report too. You took the lead quite proactively. Definitely a commendable effort deserving of the medal. A truly enthusiastic and exemplary soldier. You're particularly sarcastic today. I wanted to test Arky's combat method in real combat. It was also an opportunity to gauge my limits. I was half serious. I had been waiting for large-scale real combat like this. It was a chance to verify my abilities. Of course, my active involvement in the recent underground operations was largely due to Lillian and Ile. In any case, my actions, which were equal parts genuine and calculated, rarely raised suspicion from others. Everyone already knew I had an unusually strong drive to achieve. When I look at your combat records, it's clear you used Arky's combat method well. However, it seems your battles relied heavily on your personal skills. As a leader, that's a flaw. Did your subordinates not follow orders well? No, they were all exemplary soldiers of the Empire. The kind who would leap into the jaws of death even under the orders of an unfamiliar platoon leader. Hearing my response, Kinuan stroked his chin, lost in thought for a moment. After a brief pause, he took the teapot and poured tea into my cup. Then I suppose you're a kind-hearted leader. Pardon? A phrase suddenly came to mind. It was something I had heard in a tense situation, and I hadn't paid much attention until now, but Ile had said something similar to me once. Luka, quite a few of your platoon members survived. I've thought about this for a while. You're just too kind. I now realized the meaning of his words was likely the same as Kinuan's. You chose to shoulder more of the risk yourself rather than expend your platoon members. That's why I said you were kind. Because it minimizes operational losses, I replied evenly. I had kept my platoon's losses to a minimum while continuing the fight. Do you really think it causes no losses? By pushing yourself to the front in combat, you accumulate neural fatigue. That dulls the judgment critical for a leader. To put it bluntly, preserving your combat effectiveness and decision-making is more important than the lives of 1 or 2 subordinates. What if you get injured or killed? That loss would outweigh the combined worth of all your platoon members. So, you're saying I should have sacrificed my platoon members instead? I replied in a somewhat bitter tone. A truly outstanding leader knows when to expend their subordinates. I'll do that when the time comes. Based on the combat records, your platoon should have suffered twice the casualties it did. You took on that damage yourself instead. To be honest, I couldn't help but think, shouldn't I be praised for that? Kinuan seemed to sense my thoughts, chuckling softly. But that's what I like about you, Luka. It's what makes you different. I'll be sure to actively sacrifice my subordinates from now on. I responded coldly. Kinuan simply smiled faintly in reply. Chapter 30. Kinuan was under my surveillance. However, I felt comfortable being with him. He was well aware that I was acting under the orders of the Imperial Guard commander. In many ways, our relationship was subtle. On further reflection, this was true for the majority of people I interacted with. As the topic of subordinates came up, I posed a question to Kinuan. The other day, the guard commander said something interesting. He mentioned that if it's about handling subordinates, Instructor Kinuan knows best. Hemilas said that. Haha, he's overestimating me. Well, I wouldn't say I can't give advice. After all, I am your master for now. Kinuan rested his tilted head on the back of his hand. With the other hand, he tapped on the table. Viving. A holographic portrait emerged. It displayed a man and a woman, Gilda and Gabriel. Gilda and Gabriel can currently be seen as your collaborators in the lower district. You've extended grace to both of them. You saved Gilda from a gang and covered Gabriel's medical expenses. These two would readily assist you. Thinking back now, Kinnuan had effectively been teaching me how to build allies all along. Of course, I've done things for them after all. But it's still not enough. If faced with truly dangerous situations, they would betray you. You must foster deeper relationships with them through emotional exchanges, like family or friends. I found myself questioning. Like family and friends? Yes, sometimes even like lovers. Only when you're emotionally close enough will they be willing to risk their lives for you. However, you must always maintain psychological distance from them. If your relationships grow too deep, you'll become hesitant to expend them. Kinnuan spoke as if delivering a lecture. His words were chilling. I don't like the idea. Frankly, I felt it might be better to control people through violence and fear. Here's the point: be loved, but do not love. That's the secret to maintaining dominance in all human relationships. I didn't bother to hide the repulsion rising within me. Imperial soldiers will march to their deaths at the mere command. I don't think there's any need to go through the trouble of forming bonds. Kinnuan merely smiled at my rebuttal. There will come a time when you must command those who are not soldiers. Not every soldier of the Empire is as valiant as you suggest. More importantly, Kinnuan paused, lacing his fingers together and lowering his eyelids slightly. The light seeping through his eyes felt cold and piercing. If you consume subordinates through orders, it tarnishes your reputation and breeds resentment. However, if a subordinate willingly sacrifices their life, it becomes a heroic tale, enhancing your reputation. As this dynamic continues, those swept up in the crowd mentality will gladly offer themselves for you. Humans who entrust their identities to a greater flow easily throw away their lives, deluded into thinking it's worthwhile. I remained silent, lost in thought. The guard commander was right. Kinnuan had an exceptional understanding of how to manage people, far beyond what one would expect from an ordinary Imperial Guard member. His speech carried the tone of someone who had led groups for a significant period. Imperial Guards occasionally serve as commanders. However, Kinnuan's words struck at a more fundamental level. This wasn't insight gained from dabbling in field command a few times. I fixed my gaze on Kinnuan, refusing to look away. Even so, it was difficult to discern his intentions and thoughts. Why was he telling me all of this? I understand. It's certainly an area where I'm lacking. Even as an empty platitude, it was hard to claim that I was skilled in interpersonal relations. If anything, I leaned toward being exclusive. I wasn't sure if I could effectively apply his advice, but I do have a question, instructor. Kinnuan waited for me to speak, signaling for me to continue. What if your mind cannot endure the act of consuming others? For instance, due to pangs of conscience or guilt. You'll have to get used to it, Kinnuan replied effortlessly. I pressed further. And if you can't get used to it, then it means you lack the qualifications to command anyone. It simply indicates that you aren't the kind of person meant to stand above others. I nodded very slowly. This wasn't a matter of agreement or disagreement. It was reality and truth. The Empire boasts numerous educational institutions. Just as not all nobles become soldiers, not all institutions are military academies. One such institution is the Royal Accretia Academy. Named after His Majesty the Emperor, it's said that anyone who aspires to become an elite bureaucrat, the backbone of the Empire, must pass through the Accretia Academy. Or so the guard commander, Hemilas Custoria, had explained. I had rushed here after being summoned by the guard commander. Accretia Academy? I had no interest in it, nor did it concern me. No, more accurately, it hadn't concerned me until now. What? That single word revealed my complete bewilderment. When had I ever questioned a superior like this? At least, not in my memory. It seems the term dispatch surprised you, Luka. The guard commander, who had been explaining the Accretia Academy, was smiling as if amused. It's not a joke, is it? I muttered quietly. The guard commander, seemingly understanding my reaction, added further explanation. It's only a 2-month dispatch. It'll be a valuable experience for you as well. I thought I'd be excluded. It's been tradition to select participants based on training performance. Ile declined. He mentioned wanting to rest at his family home for a while. Then I'll decline as well, I said firmly. However, the guard commander responded without the slightest hesitation. I reject your refusal. You've never experienced noble society. Through this, you'll get at least an indirect taste of it, especially if you genuinely intend to become a part of the Custoria family. With that, I had no retort. To summarize, it was simple. I would be a student of the Royal Academy for the next 2 months. It was absurd, but it was also the Guard Commander's order. I already knew that, in the 4th year of training, the top-performing cadets were sent to the Royal Academy for 2 months. However, I never thought I'd be included, originating from the lower district. If you think this experience is necessary for me, I'll gladly go, I said, snapping my feet together and saluting crisply. I had no intention of showing any more unsoldierly behavior. If it was an order, I would carry it out. "Oh, and Luka," the guard commander called out, stopping me as I turned to leave. "I've arranged a guide for you. Let's see. Pack your things and head to the airfield tomorrow at 1:20 p.m. I parted my lips slightly. A guide? The thought crossed my mind, but I didn't voice it. I'd find out soon enough tomorrow. The next day. Beep. I heard the chime from the wristwatch synced to my terminal. The current time was precisely 1:20 p.m. The engine noise of the aircraft buzzed through the airfield. A 6-seater aerial vehicle landed before me. Its exterior was black, lined with red lights that shimmered stylishly along its edges. A faint seam on the side opened up, and the wing-like door lifted upward. I stood still and peered inside. The interior was exceptionally luxurious. Where seats should have been, there were amenities like a refrigerator and displays. The floor was lined with gray fabric mats, giving it a calm, subdued atmosphere. "Don't just stand there. Get in." It was a woman's voice. She was seated inside, out of view from the outside. There was a hint of irritation in her tone. "Well, it's a vehicle and a person sent on the guard commander's orders, after all." I shrugged and stepped inside. As expected, everything was luxurious. The fabric under my feet felt soft. Although the aerial vehicle was designed for 6 passengers, the convenience facilities reduced the actual seating to 4. "Imperial Guard Cadet Luka," I said, addressing the owner of the voice. "I already know your name, so there's no need to announce it," she replied. Her attitude was aggressively dismissive. It seemed as if she'd never been called on for her lack of manners before. That could only mean one thing: she must be a noble. I observed the woman. I wasn't staring directly at her, just glancing enough to take her measure. "She's about my age, isn't she?" Judging by her breathing and demeanor, she wasn't using a full-body prosthetic. Most nobles adopted full-body prosthetics upon reaching adulthood. A noble without one was either underage or an exception to the norm. The woman sat with her arms crossed, staring out the window. She didn't seem inclined to properly introduce herself. Her hair was a deep, dark blue, a shade that might lead one to think she was battling depression. Depending on the lighting, it almost looked black. "I'm here under the guard commander's orders. Is our destination the Accretia Academy?" "You're well informed," she replied before falling silent again. I could feel my patience evaporating. "Understood, Lady Custoria." For the first time, the woman looked at me properly. Her eyes widened momentarily before narrowing into a scowl. "How did you figure that out?" It was a simple deduction. If you were merely an errand runner or a retainer of the Custoria family, no matter how dissatisfied you were internally, you wouldn't dare openly express discontent after receiving orders from Guard Commander Hemila's Custoria. That makes it clear you're a noble of the Custoria family. Despite my explanation, the woman didn't mask her displeasure. "You didn't know my identity beforehand? If you're curious, you can ask your father," I replied confidently. Even within the Custoria family, a branch or minor member wouldn't have the audacity to maintain such a defiant attitude under the guard commander's command. This meant she was either a direct descendant or someone with a close relationship to him. Most likely, the woman in front of me was the guard commander's daughter. If my guess was wrong, I'd merely suffer a momentary embarrassment. Fortunately, my gamble paid off. The woman, perhaps intrigued by my deduction, softened her tone slightly. "Jaisel Custoria, I've been assigned by my father to act as your guide." I wasn't sure if I should be pleased or not. There was no real reason to send his daughter as my guide. In truth, Jaisel seemed annoyed, not understanding why she had to take on this role. The situation itself signified that the guard commander was treating me with special consideration. Luka Custoria, and it was also a declaration that he intended to keep that promise. Your insight is decent, but don't ever speak as if you're above me again. It's unpleasant, Giselle said, resuming her cold demeanor. It was clear she had no intention of being amicable. For some reason, Lillian Ramonis came to mind. Compared to Giselle, Lillian had been agreeable from the start. At the very least, she hadn't looked down on me. If my words upset you, I apologize. I stopped mid-sentence and let out a deep sigh. The woman in front of me was a civilian. She wasn't my superior. Why should I grovel? I'd shown enough restraint. Even the guard commander would understand. Forget it. I'd rather bite my tongue and die than flatter someone who dislikes me. Let's just stick to what we've been ordered to do. You guide me, I follow. Is that satisfactory? Giselle looked shocked by my words. She stared blankly at me for a long moment before biting her lower lip in frustration and turning her head away without responding. What an insufferable girl. Not figuratively, I genuinely hoped I'd get a chance to physically knock her down someday. I crossed my arms and gazed out the window. The guard training grounds had long disappeared from view, and with it, the Accretia Academy drew closer. Chapter 31. As soon as I arrived at the Royal Accretia Academy, I could feel the stares gathering around me. The students walking around the airfield were looking at me. Their gazes carried a quiet curiosity. They must be wondering why Giselle Custoria and I are disembarking together. The Custoria family was one of the renowned households in the Empire. Giselle, the daughter of the head of the family, would undoubtedly be a prominent figure within the academy. The academy students' identification color is purple, with low saturation. Giselle, who was walking ahead, spoke without even looking at me. She tapped her terminal a few times, BZZT. A brief current flowed across Giselle's coat. The electrochromic function activated, and her clothing turned a shade of purple. Come to think of it, while the students' outfits varied in style, the consistent theme was the color purple. The color's pretty nice. I shrugged as I spoke. The Imperial Guard cadet uniform was a plain gray. No color-changing function? This lady seemed to assume every piece of clothing came with a color-changing feature. Cadets don't need that kind of thing. I didn't expect you to come so unprepared. Well, I'm sorry about that. I answered nonchalantly. Giselle's expression turned indignant at my hollow response. Watching her reaction was quite amusing. No matter how prideful a lady might be, she wouldn't dare openly defy her extraordinary father. That's why, even though she was clearly irritated, she was silently fulfilling her role as my guide. Follow me, I'll take you to the dormitory where you'll be staying for the time being. I followed Giselle, observing the academy's interior as we walked. Royal Accretia Academy. It struck me again that I was now standing on the same level as individuals from prominent backgrounds. Unlike the desolate training camp, the landscaping here was immaculate. Passing through the garden, I noticed a towering statue of the first emperor. Beneath it was an inscription of praise. Praise Dino Accretia, the founder of the empire, the first emperor, the father of the nation, the guardian of humanity. I turned my gaze away. Every student passing by was equipped with high-grade prosthetics. It wasn't just their high-energy output that made them premium. Their craftsmanship was exquisite. Some were custom-made, so exclusive that even their model names weren't identifiable. It was impossible to estimate how much those would cost. The prosthetics of these aristocratic students didn't emit the usual mechanical noise. Their artificial skin was so meticulously crafted that it mimicked every detail, down to the sweat glands. Even on a student exercising shirtless, there wasn't a seam visible on their shoulder. I spotted a familiar face while passing through the exercise field. At the same time, he also saw me. Ah, Luka. He was an Imperial Guard cadet dispatched here, just like me. His name was Felix Eigen. The Eigen family was also a renowned household. Perhaps because of that, Felix seemed to know quite a few people at the academy. Surrounded by acquaintances, Felix made his way toward me, seemingly intending to have a conversation. I glanced at Giselle's expression. She stood still, her face expressionless, simply waiting. It seemed she had recognized Felix Eigen's status as well and didn't intend to interrupt our conversation. Giselle Custoria, I believe we've met once before. I'm Felix Eigen, an Imperial Guard cadet in the same class as Luka. May I have a word with Luka for a moment? Felix placed a hand on his chest and gave a slight bow. His polite demeanor prompted Giselle to respond with equal courtesy. Giselle stepped aside, giving us some space and distance. I, too, felt a sense of relief. For the Custoria family's lady to be sticking close to you, I guess the rumors are true. Don't even start. Honestly, I'd have preferred coming alone. What rumors? I had a vague idea, but I asked anyway. The rumor that the guard commander is giving you special treatment. Now he's making it obvious, going so far as to place his daughter by your side. It's hard to believe she's the commander's daughter, given how unruly she is. She's been disrespecting me since the first day. If we were outside, I'd have already broken her nose. At my grumbling, Felix burst into hearty laughter. He and I weren't particularly close, but we'd spent 3 years together as cadets. We'd endured countless hardships and, at times, entrusted each other with our very lives. Because of that, cadets of the same class shared a bond that transcended their backgrounds, allowing us to speak freely. I didn't expect you to be dispatched to the Royal Accretia Academy. This place is different from the Imperial Guard training camp, so you're bound to face a lot of uncomfortable situations. It's not just Giselle who'll show hostility. Felix indirectly referred to my background. It was reasonable advice, devoid of malice or disdain, purely well-intentioned. Among my peers, none had ever looked down on me for my origins. However, at the Royal Accretia Academy, there would undoubtedly be plenty of fools who would try to demean me over my background. I had anticipated as much. I didn't want to come either, but it was an order. An order is an order, I suppose. Still, it's odd they sent you here. Then again, if you look at it this way, it makes sense. The guard commander likely wants you to gain some exposure to aristocratic society for your future. After all, the people you'll deal with someday will mostly be nobles. Felix's insight was sharp. Most of it was correct. The guard commander, indeed, intended to help me adapt to aristocratic society. Haha, or maybe the guard commander just wanted to see me struggle in difficult situations. I tried to laugh it off. Felix smiled and lightly tapped my shoulder. Don't kid yourself. No matter how strict the guard commander might be, he'd still cherish his daughter. After all, Giselle Custoria is sticking close to you. Who knows, he might even be planning to take you in as a son-in-law. Felix's reasoning was nearly spot on. There was a secret agreement between the guard commander and me. In exchange for keeping an eye on Kinnuin, I would be integrated into the Custoria family. Though, not as a son-in-law, but as an adopted son. If I imagined the scenario of becoming a son-in-law, I wouldn't stand for someone like Giselle. My personality wasn't exactly mild, so if my spouse had an even worse temperament, what kind of life would that be? Just thinking about it was awful. Luka, so are you heading to the academy dormitory? Felix asked with some concern in his voice. Would something bad happen if I went to the dormitory? Not really, but if you'd prefer, you're welcome to stay with me instead of the dorm during your time here. I have a house in xperrif, and I commute using an aerial vehicle. I understood what Felix was hinting at. Ah, so the dormitory is where the poor students stay. Exactly. It's where faux nobles and those from lower classes end up. That's why the other students don't look favorably upon the dorm. Even though I knew Giselle was waiting, I continued my conversation with Felix. He provided far more valuable information than Giselle, who was technically supposed to be my guide. Besides, I had no intention of currying favor with Giselle. As long as Felix was around, she wouldn't dare cut our conversation short. The dormitory situation was simple. It was a place where students from lower classes, whose talent had been recognized, and the heirs of fallen noble families stayed out of necessity. Their financial situations didn't allow them to secure housing in the upper-class zones. I propped my chin on my hand and thought for a moment before shaking my head. Thanks for the offer, but instead, it's made me more determined. The guard commander wouldn't have sent me here expecting me to live comfortably. I figured you'd refuse. I only said it to score some points with you. Felix withdrew without protest. He, like the rest of my peers, understood my personality well. After chatting with Felix a little longer, I was about to take my leave. Felix generously shared all the information I'd need to navigate life at the academy. I had a feeling that by the end of this assignment, he and I would become much closer. Lastly, Luka, have you had that part modified? I felt Felix's gaze. Following his eyes, I looked down at my lower body. Here. No, not yet. So far, I've only had prosthetics for my arms, legs, right eye, and parts of my hip joint. Felix rummaged through his belongings as if he'd expected my answer. Cadets dispatched for assignments have traditionally been quite popular with women. With a knowing smile, Felix placed something in my palm. I glanced down to see what it was without moving my head. It was contraception. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Royal Accretia Academy dormitory was a pristine white building. Though only 4 stories tall, it stretched far to the sides with over 100 visible windows. From its exterior, it was hard to believe it housed fallen nobles and people from the lower classes. Well, the Royal Accretia Academy was one of the Empire's top educational institutions. There wouldn't be a single detail left unattended. From here, you'll be guided by the dormitory manager and android staff, and this is my terminal's unique number, Giselle said, showing me the screen of her terminal. Exchanging numbers. Don't you dislike me? I replied indifferently. While you're living at the academy, contact me if anything happens. I don't intend to ignore the mission my father gave me. Giselle seemed to have a sense of responsibility after all. My impression of her improved slightly, like adding a drop of ink to a lake. I doubt I'll have any reason to call you, though. I meant it sincerely, not as a joke. I hope so too, Giselle said before turning back the way she had come. I ignored her and looked up at the dormitory, where I'd be staying for the next 2 months. Upon entering, an android greeted me with a bow. The interior was as clean as the exterior. Androids were stationed on each floor, taking care of mundane tasks. This is the room assigned to Luka, if there is anything else you require. No, this is more than enough. It's practically a palace. I sent the android away. Is this really where fallen nobles and lower-class people live? That was my first thought upon entering. The room was twice the size of the one I used at the training camp. A large window offered a view of the outside, and below it sat a stylish 4-seater sofa. Opposite the sofa, an entire wall was taken up by a display screen. The best of the best, really, is on another level. The Empire has several academies. Among them, the best is undoubtedly the Royal Accretia Academy, named after the Emperor. A place for those who are unsuited for military service but possess exceptional talents. Irregulars who excel in areas different from mine gather here. Honestly, I couldn't deny I was a little intrigued. Perhaps I'd even find common ground with some of them. My schedule for today was empty. According to the android, the dormitory manager was supposed to come find me after classes ended. In the meantime, I decided to clear my mind. SRRK. Sitting on the floor, I studied my breathing. Even without sleeping, meditation accelerated recovery for the brain and nervous system. Unlike sleep, which requires a transition period before full wakefulness, meditation allows for immediate, heightened concentration right afterward. Handling high-performance prosthetics, which cause rapid neural fatigue, requires mental discipline as well. Time flew by while I meditated. Before long, I heard footsteps outside the door. It wasn't an android, it was a human. Opening my eyes, I stood up. A quick glance at the time confirmed that it was when the dormitory manager was supposed to arrive. Before they could ring the doorbell, I stood at the door. The sensor recognized me, and the door slid open. Hello, I'm the D-dormitory manager. The woman, about a head shorter than me, spoke nervously, clearly startled. Feeling slightly awkward, I rubbed the back of my neck. I'm Luka, a cadet dispatched from the Imperial Guard. As I introduced myself, I observed her. She wore clothing in the Academy's signature purple hues, but her sleeves and collar were heavily worn. More noticeably, her arms and legs were biological rather than prosthetic. There were no signs of cybernetic parts or implants. Not a noble. Her tone lacked the stiffness or refinement typical of nobility. Nice to meet you, Luka. My name is Barbara. As expected, she didn't have a surname. Not all people from the lower classes lack surnames, but if someone doesn't have one, it's almost certain they're from the lower class. Occasionally, when names overlap, some adopt a surname they like for clarity. There's no need to be nervous. I'm from the lower district too. Oh, so that rumor's true? That's amazing. Rising from the lower district to become an Imperial Guard cadet. Incredible. Being acknowledged always feels good. Feel free to just call me Luka, and I'm not the only one who's made it from the lower district. You're here at the Empire's top educational institution, Barbara. And being a dormitory manager is a success story in its own right. I spoke as if offering an empty compliment, and Barbara, unsure of how to respond, ended up laughing. I felt a sense of fondness for Barbara. It wasn't a romantic emotion, just a feeling of kinship stemming from our shared background as lower-class citizens. Barbara must have worked just as hard as I did to make it this far. That alone was enough to make me view her favorably. Barbara closed her eyes, taking a deep breath in and then exhaling. As she opened her eyes, she quickly blurted out her next words. "Follow me, Luka. I'll explain everything about the dormitory from now on. Refusal isn't an option, it's my duty as dormitory manager." It seemed like a line she had prepared in advance to come across as witty. I nodded and followed Barbara out into the hallway. Walking behind her, I caught the pleasant scent of freshly washed hair from her vibrant reddish-gold locks, as though she'd just stepped out of the shower. Her hair still had traces of moisture, confirming the impression. She must have come here right after finishing class and managed to wash up beforehand. She must have been pressed for time. The instincts honed through Archie's Victima training kicked in on their own. I felt a subtle sense of unease. Still, if Barbara had a diligent personality, that would explain everything. Chapter 32. The Imperial Guard cadets' dispatch to the Academy was a long-standing tradition that had continued since the Empire's establishment. Not only Imperial Guard cadets, but talents were also recruited from various educational institutions to engage in similar exchanges. Though they were currently cadets or students, exceptional talents would eventually meet again in the Empire's upper echelons. These dispatches also served as a kind of social gathering. Everyone's really interested. There's a rumor going around that one of the dispatched cadets is an irregular. Ah, it's not a rumor, it's true. Barbara spoke as she guided me through the dormitory's facilities. The facilities that caught my interest were the fitness training room and the cybernetic maintenance room. Compared to the Imperial Guard training camp, these are just basic facilities. Naturally, the Accrescia Academy didn't focus on teaching full-fledged combat methods. In such areas, it was far inferior to the training camp I came from. That kind of interest isn't always a good thing, is it? That's true, I suppose. Barbara stammered, clearly flustered. She's a bit difficult to deal with. The people around me were never intimidated by my aggressive and rigid demeanor or words. However, Barbara was overly passive to an extreme degree, reacting sensitively even to my offhand remarks. Barbara was talented enough to have entered the Accrescia Academy on her own merit. She had every right to be confident. Her timid attitude was hard for me to understand. So far, Barbara has struck me as someone very different from my expectations. She exuded the same listless atmosphere as the losers scattered throughout the lower district. Well, there are all kinds of people in the world. Leading me on, Barbara climbed to the top floor and opened the door to the rooftop. This is my favorite spot. It's great for clearing my head. The sun had set, and the outside was dim. From the dormitory rooftop, the lights of the lower district stretched out in the distance, resembling a sea of stars. Even the chaotic glow from the depths looked quite beautiful from afar. I remained silent, unsure of what to say. Conversations with a soft tone like this didn't suit me. Barbara didn't seem to mind my silence. She walked to the railing, extended her finger, and pointed. On clear days, I can see the neighborhood where I used to live from here. Barbara gazed wistfully at the lights of the lower district. I waited for her. Anyway, the rooftop is always open, so feel free to come up anytime. Realizing my silence, Barbara spoke again. Together, we descended to the lower floors. In the corridor, other students passed by. They glanced at me and Barbara briefly as they walked. Thunk! I blinked and looked to my side. A male student walking toward us bumped shoulders with Barbara. That was intentional. It wasn't an accident caused by carelessness. The male student had deliberately pushed Barbara. He then frowned at her as if it were her fault. "Be careful, Barbara." Sorry. I silently listened to the strange exchange. The male student was clearly at fault, yet it was Barbara who apologized. It was blatant behavior meant to belittle Barbara. If he had acted that way toward me, his face would have met the wall. As the male student walked away, Barbara let out a sigh of relief. "I don't like this," I muttered under my breath. Barbara's eyes widened in surprise. It's fine, really. What I don't like isn't that man, Barbara. It's your behavior." "Pardon?" I stood in front of my door. The sensor lit up briefly, and the door opened. The reason we clawed our way up from the bottom wasn't to bow our heads in submission. It was to live on the same level as them. There must have been disdain in my voice. Barbara looked at me with tearful eyes before lowering her head. Leaving her behind, I entered my room. Hiss! The door closed. I hadn't expected much from life at the academy. I just wanted to get through it quickly and return to the training camp. Staying here too long felt like it would dull me. The curriculum has been set, so you just need to attend the classes as scheduled. Wear this uniform. Giselle had visited me early in the morning to say this. I was sitting there, tousling my disheveled hair as I looked at her. Giselle Custoria, poor attitude, but at least she does her job. I pulled the clothing Giselle had placed down toward me. It was a stiff yet soft-to-the-touch shirt. The buttons on the cuffs served as an interface for controlling electrochromic settings. Swoosh! I took off the shirt I was wearing and tossed it onto the sofa. Giselle frowned. Can't you at least wait until I leave before you change? If the size doesn't fit, I'll need to exchange it. Better to try it on while you're here. Shrugging, I put on the shirt. There was no way it wouldn't fit. Giselle likely had every bit of data about me at her disposal. Changing the color settings will probably be difficult, so I'll adjust them for you. Giselle stopped mid-sentence, her gaze frozen on my actions. The sleeve had 3 buttons, each designated for adjusting color, saturation, and brightness. By fiddling with them, I quickly understood their functions. A desaturated purple. I handled the sleeve buttons. At first, it felt unfamiliar, but after a few tries, it became intuitive. A slight electric current coursed through, and the shirt shifted to a subdued purple. It might sound arrogant, but I had an exceptional ability to learn. Ever since mastering Arky's combat method, I had gained a unique insight that even surprised me. Dressed in the uniform, I checked the curriculum on the terminal. There were no classes related to combat or physical training. The Empire's history of the 7 major corporations, immortality and eternal life, basics of social events, and so on, listing any more might have put me to sleep. Can't these be changed? My father arranged them personally. I shut my mouth immediately. If it was an order from the commander of the Imperial Guard, I couldn't argue. Is that all you needed to inform me about? I'll be waiting in the lobby, so get washed up and come out. I'll be attending classes with you for the next week. That's my father's order as well. Giselle spoke with a blank expression, as if determined not to expend any emotion. She must have spent the night contemplating my impertinent behavior. So, her conclusion is to avoid showing emotion. Even if she disliked me, we would inevitably continue seeing each other. It wasn't as though she could defy her father's orders. From my perspective, this was better. If Giselle remained strictly businesslike, I had no reason to provoke her further. After showering, I stepped out of my room. Many students were heading toward the main building for morning classes. It didn't take long for the unfamiliar figure that was me to draw their attention. They're observing because they don't know what kind of person I am. The students neither approached nor antagonized me. They were likely trying to determine whether befriending me would be advantageous. That's why the commander of the Imperial Guard placed Giselle by my side. The presence of Giselle Custoria was proof that Hemilas Custoria, the commander of the Imperial Guard, favored and acknowledged me. From another perspective, Giselle had every right to be annoyed. A noblewoman raised in comfort, now relegated to playing second fiddle to someone like me, a person from the lower district. Luka. The person who addressed me just now was Barbara. She was also on her way to class. Last night, I harshly criticized her timid attitude. Yet here she was, mustering the courage to speak to me. I silently stared at Barbara. She hesitated, then gave me an awkward smile. How was your first night in the dormitory? I've been trained to sleep soundly anywhere. Even tea training like that in the Imperial Guard. That's amazing. Was she trying to flatter me? What would she gain from that? Right now, Barbara looked like a dog wagging its tail even after being kicked. Despite my cold response, Barbara persistently tried to make conversation. The moment we stepped out of the dormitory's front gate, Giselle spotted us. She looked at me first, then narrowed her eyes upon noticing Barbara. Get out of my sight, Barbara. Giselle bared her teeth as she spoke. Barbara shrank back, her face tense, and hid behind my back. It seemed Giselle and Barbara had some kind of history. And just as she was with me, Giselle was equally hostile toward Barbara. I had no intention of mediating between the two. Stepping aside, I let them face each other. It's been a while, Giselle. Didn't you hear what I just said? I just wanted to greet you. You always seem to avoid me. I began to understand why Barbara had stuck to me since the morning. She was trying to use me as a way to approach Giselle. Giselle glanced at me, then bit her lower lip. Hello, Barbara. And goodbye, is that enough? Luka, hurry and follow me. We can't be late for the first class. I left Barbara behind and moved to stand beside Giselle. Barbara remained where she was, waving a hand at us. Do you know Barbara well? My curiosity about the two of them had been piqued. Just barely. We enrolled around the same time, that's all. Giselle's curt answer suggested she didn't want to say more. You dislike Barbara. That seemed to be a trigger. Giselle suddenly stopped in her tracks and glared at me. Luka, this is the first time I'll be giving you advice out of genuine goodwill. Don't get close to that girl. And why is that? She's a Crusher Academy's worst psycho. I grinned widely. Giselle's comment didn't just pique my curiosity, it made me intensely interested. Giselle didn't mention Barbara again after that, as if even speaking her name left a bad taste in her mouth. I won't be able to get any more information about Barbara out of Giselle. There was no one I knew at a Crusher Academy. Though 2 other cadets had been dispatched with me, they likely didn't know much about the Academy's internal affairs either. As we approached the main building, the number of students passing by increased. They were all dressed in clothes accented with purple. The corridors of the main building were wide enough for vehicles to pass through. Even with dozens of students moving through, there was ample space, making it feel spacious. I occasionally caught snippets of their gazes and conversations. They were all murmuring about me being with Giselle Custoria. Speculations about my relationship with her were being tossed around. At this rate, they won't dare to look down on me for being from the lower district, unless they're complete fools. But fools exist everywhere. Just as someone like me emerged from the lower district, there were bound to be idiots among the nobility too. After enduring the tedious classes, lunchtime arrived, and Giselle and I went our separate ways. She didn't stay with me for the meal. I felt a sense of relief. I had no desire to eat in such an uncomfortable atmosphere. Sitting on a bench near the main building, I chewed on a bar-shaped ration. Your name's Luka, right? The Imperial Guard cadet? A male student stood in front of me. I looked up at him from my seated position. What do you want? I spoke while swallowing my food. My tone was as stiff as the ration in my mouth, making the male student furrow his brow before letting out a sigh. What's your relationship with Giselle Custoria? He asked as if commanding a servant. Do I have a reason to answer that? Do you even know who It was so predictable it was almost funny. The kind of idiot you'd think came straight out of a caricature. How would I know if you don't introduce yourself? I'm Luka, an Imperial Guard cadet. I extended my hand while still seated. The male student hesitated but eventually shook it. I'm Enrico Lagan. If you want to talk, sit down. Want some? I pulled another bar-shaped ration from my pocket and offered it. Enrico hesitated for a moment before sitting on the bench. Taking a bite of the ration, he grimaced. This tastes awful. It's like chocolate made out of sand. That's military rations for you. So you're curious about my relationship with Giselle? Why, have you fallen for her or something? I threw out a casual, teasing remark. Thunk. Enrico dropped the ration. He looked at me with wide eyes. How did you know? I was equally dumbfounded. Wait, was this for real? He had fallen for someone like her? Chapter 33. Enrico Lagan was, of course, a noble. He seemed like someone who had grown up completely unaware of hardship, his demeanor often clueless. As I spoke, he twirled a lock of his wavy brown bangs around his finger, listening. So, you're saying that your relationship with Giselle isn't that of an arranged marriage or anything like that? Hearing my explanation, Enrico sighed in relief and patted his chest. If anything, Giselle is closer to hating me. If we were on good terms, would I really be eating alone like this? Enrico nodded repeatedly in agreement. That's true. No matter how much they champion meritocracy, there's no way a renowned household like the Custoria would take in someone from the lower classes as one of their own. I misunderstood for no reason. Yeah. He was casually spouting such words right in front of me, and yet I didn't even feel angry. There wasn't the slightest hint of malice in his words. He disregarded the lower district as naturally as breathing. Many nobles probably thought and acted just like Enrico. Even among my fellow cadets, it was the same. Most of them were nobles full of a sense of entitlement. The only thing that set me apart was that they acknowledged me as an equal. It was a striking reality. Having spent so much time at the training camp, I had unconsciously downplayed the differences in our backgrounds. Enrico, I've used my time to answer your questions. It's only fair if you answer mine. I spoke as though it was the most natural thing in the world. Well, I mean, it's not like I'm busy or anything. Go ahead. Enrico made a reluctant face at my demand, likely because he didn't see me as an equal. Is Giselle naturally that rude, or is it just her personality? Enrico would know well, given he liked her. Watch your mouth. How dare you say such a thing about? Enrico's tone became openly hostile, but I didn't let him finish. Spare me the empty threats. You don't have the ability to harm me nor the authority to cause me any real trouble. However, I am capable of killing you in less than a second. I spoke calmly. Understanding my words, Enrico's face turned bright red as he began to rise from his seat. Grab, I reached out and pulled Enrico's arm. Halfway out of his seat, he toppled back onto the bench as if he'd been dragged. W, what are you doing? Even if I left you half dead here and now, the worst I'd face is probation or a pay cut. They wouldn't send me back to the lower district. The Empire has invested a lot of time and resources into me. Besides, my training scores are excellent. I even received a Medal of Military Merit not long ago. Are you threatening me right now? Fear spread across Enrico's face. If you try to stand up without permission one more time, I'll shatter those expensive legs of yours. If you're curious whether I'm joking, go ahead and test me. I let go of Enrico's arm. He didn't get up. Violent and barbaric, just like someone from the lower district. Enrico spat out the only resistance he could muster. That much I could let slide with a laugh. Explain it well to this barbarian, will you, young master? I said it lightly, as if making a joke. If I pushed harder, Enrico might very well try to stand, even if it meant breaking his legs. He had that much pride, at least. But I had no real intention of harming Enrico. It was nothing more than an empty threat. Enrico closed his eyes briefly before opening them again to speak. Giselle is a bit cold, but that's part of her charm. A bit, I scoffed, chuckling. She's from the Custoria family, after all. And not just anyone, she's the daughter of the current commander of the Imperial Guard. Plenty of people would stick to her, desperately trying to get on her good side. It's only natural for her to be reserved. In some ways, you could say it's pitiable. Enrico spoke bitterly. I didn't agree with his sentiment, but chose to let it go. Let's set Giselle aside. What about Barbara? Do you know anything about her? Which Barbara? That was an odd response. I needed to confirm if the Barbara he mentioned was the same one I knew. You're talking about the dormitory manager, Barbara. Yeah, that's her. Her nickname is the Witch. I doubt anyone in the academy likes her. She's the dormitory manager. Nobody wants that position. It's nothing but annoying chores with no rewards. She's practically a servant for the dormitory. So, being the dormitory manager isn't about recognition of competence. I finally understood. Barbara wasn't just disliked, she was outright ostracized by the entire academy. Aren't you curious why she's called the Witch now? Enrico, seemingly more relaxed, flashed a small smile. Does she curse people like a proper witch? Heh, something like that. Do you know the malfunction rate of Android AI, by any chance? Enrico's expression turned uneasy. All I know is that it's extremely low. 0.8%. And most of those cases are minor malfunctions, nowhere near full-blown rampages. When an AI malfunction caused an android to become uncontrollable, it was called a rampage. At that point, disposal was the only solution. Incidents of android rampages occasionally occur throughout the Empire. I've dealt with rampaging androids myself. Among the tasks assigned to cadets, it was considered a relatively simple one. So, everyone who got close to Barbara ended up involved in an android rampage. There have been 5 injury cases over the past 3 years. We call it Barbara's curse. I was a bit surprised. Enrico, noticing my expression, smiled in satisfaction. That's statistically impossible. The rational conclusion is that someone is tampering with the androids. Exactly right, but no evidence or traces of tampering were ever found. The only connection is that all the victims were people who got close to Barbara. My questions persisted. But that's not Barbara's fault. That's exactly what's so unsettling about her. She knows that anyone who gets close to her ends up hurt, yet she keeps clinging to people. That's why everyone treats her so coldly. And Enrico trailed off, taking his time to build suspense. He did have a knack for storytelling. I couldn't help but press him to continue. And there's even a rumor that Barbara is the one causing the android rampages. How? Barbara was granted special admission because of her recognized talent in engineering, specifically artificial intelligence. Still, the idea that she could manipulate androids without leaving any evidence is far-fetched, even to me. Besides, why would she do it? And above all, Barbara couldn't possibly have that level of skill. I considered the possibility of Barbara orchestrating the android malfunctions. If Barbara is deliberately causing android malfunctions and targeting only people close to her. If it were an act of revenge against those who look down on her for being from the lower district, it might make sense. But attacking those close to her? That didn't add up. Unless she's completely unhinged. That thought immediately brought Giselle's words to mind. The worst psycho in the history of a Crescia Academy. It was what she'd said about Barbara. I was starting to wonder exactly what she had meant. Anyway, that's why people call Barbara a witch. It's not normal to keep trying to make friends even when you know it'll bring them harm. If it were me, I'd have dropped out or lived quietly on my own. After organizing the information, I raised my final question. What's the relationship between Giselle and Barbara? They seem to know each other well. The moment Giselle's name came up, Enrico, who had been eagerly sharing, hesitated. I'll tell Giselle that Enrico is a kind and good guy. Not sure if she'll take my word for it, though. At my words, Enrico sighed and began to speak. The second victim of the curse was Giselle. Since the young lady of the Custoria family was attacked, it naturally caused an uproar. Even then, no evidence of artificial tampering was found. Giselle, who had been injured, only returned to the academy a month later. I was surprised in many ways. You said only close acquaintances get attacked. So Giselle and Barbara were close? They were pretty close. Giselle is an aspiring engineer after all. That was where our conversation ended. From a distance, Giselle was walking toward us. Enrico saw her as well and immediately tried to get up, as if fleeing. Why don't you at least say hello to Giselle before you leave? You like her, don't you? I am fine just watching her from afar for now. Luka, don't forget our deal. Say something nice about me. Blushing, Enrico hurriedly left. By the time I turned back, Giselle had already walked up to me and was staring at me silently. She must have seen Enrico and me together. You seem to have made a friend already. Oh, well, I guess you could say that. Enrico Lagan is a kind and decent guy. Recalling Enrico's request, I didn't forget to praise him. Is that so? Honestly, he gives me an unpleasant feeling. It's like he's always hovering around me. Giselle said this while giving a slight shrug of her shoulders. Sorry, Enrico. It doesn't seem like you've got much of a chance. Barbara's curse piqued my interest. I hadn't expected myself to care about such gossip. It also meant that academy life was boring me. After living a life where mistakes could mean death, this environment was woefully unstimulating. I might lose my combat instincts at this rate. After a week of sitting through classes and staying at my desk, I felt like I was going insane. Unable to bear it, I went to find Felix, one of my peers. He seemed to be enjoying academy life. There were always students hanging around him. Felix, let's have a match. At my suggestion, Felix was momentarily surprised, but then stepped closer to me. Luka, I don't want my friends to see me lose, especially not in front of the girls. You're stronger than me. Felix whispered his refusal, and with that, I couldn't push him any further. I want a fight. It sounded crazy, but that's how I felt. I wished someone would pick a fight with me. I came to the harsh realization that I was nothing more than a war machine in human form. Throughout my cadet life, I was regularly administered synthetic drugs that altered the structure of my hormone receptors. I hadn't noticed it at the training camp. There, I always had opportunities to vent my aggression in one way or another. In particular, my aggression was higher than that of most cadets. Naturally, my patience wore thin much faster. What a pathetic sight, Luka. I tried to gather my wits and focused on channeling my frustration in other ways. I tossed my pocket knife upward, letting it fall toward my face. As the blade spun, I watched it carefully and snatched the tip right before it reached my eyes. I repeated this as I walked. There's no one crazier than me. I muttered to myself. If someone suddenly pointed a gun to my temple, it would have been a welcome stimulus. I was utterly starved for excitement. It's not like my aggression stays at its peak all the time. Once my brain recognizes there's no combat or training for a while, my hormone levels should regulate to a reasonable level. In hindsight, it was akin to withdrawal symptoms. If I could endure this difficult period, I'd eventually stabilize. Stop. On my way to the dormitory, I abruptly halted. Barbara was standing on the path leading to the dorm. She wasn't alone. 3 female students were standing in front of her. "Ah, sorry about that, Barbara. I'll wash your clothes for you, so just take them off here." One of the girls, holding an empty cup, said this. A sticky yellow drink had spread from Barbara's hair down to her top, staining it like paint. "All right here. It's fine, really." "Girls, did I just mishear her? Did someone like Barbara just refuse my kindness?" The other 2 girls behind her chimed in, accusing Barbara of being rude. It was childish bullying, plain and simple. I understood now why Barbara showered so often. This must have happened on my first day at the dormitory as well. That's why she had rushed to clean herself up. Splash. One of the girls standing behind Barbara poured her drink onto Barbara's pants. "Oh geez, I'm so clumsy. Sorry, Barbara. Looks like your pants need washing too. Hurry up and take them off. I'll wash them so clean they'll look brand new." Barbara squeezed her eyes shut and with trembling hands began unbuttoning her top. I was intrigued by Barbara, but that didn't mean I liked her. Normally, I might have just walked past such a scene. I had no desire to help someone who didn't even have the will to resist. But lucky you, Barbara. Right now, I can't stand anything that irritates me. Besides, an amusing idea had come to mind. Thunk, I threw my pocket knife. The blade pierced through the empty cup one of the girls was holding and passed cleanly through. "Kaya, who are you? Are you one of the dispatched cadets?" The girl who had screamed looked at me and widened her eyes. Everyone knew who the dispatched cadets were. I was practically a celebrity. "Stop messing around and get lost," I said curtly, walking toward them. "Do you even know what you're doing right now? I'll have you know this pattern was familiar. I wondered how many more times I'd have to hear the same words. I simply stared at them. The girl clamped her mouth shut. My expression must have been terrifyingly fierce just now. "I hit girls too, in the face," I said in a low, menacing tone, like a hungry predator. That was enough. After hesitating for a moment, the girls left with displeased expressions. Thank you, Luka," Barbara stammered, her face flushed as she looked at me, in a somewhat disheveled state. At this rate, does this mean I'm now close enough to Barbara to qualify for one of those android attacks? Chapter 34. There was a professor at the Accretia Academy who was a former member of the Imperial Guard. His name was Guide Albon, and he stayed at the academy to teach subjects like self-defense. I received a summons from Guide. "Luka, I hear you threw a knife at an academy student?" It was a pocket knife. Even if it hit them, it would have ended with just a scratch. Causing an injury is a problem. I had no intention of hurting anyone. My knife wouldn't have missed its mark anyway. Guide was reviewing a file containing my personal records. His eyes briefly widened as if surprised while going over my training results and evaluation scores. "Well, I understand that Accretia Academy isn't a comfortable place for you, but restrain yourself. I'm saying don't make things difficult for adults. You're smart enough to understand what I mean, right? Hemila's sent me a troublesome one." Guide muttered to himself. He didn't seem inclined to impose any punishment or disciplinary action on me either. I understand. This is the first time a cadet from the lower classes has been dispatched to the academy. Even me, I'm curious about Hemila's intentions. Guide waved his hand, dismissing the hologram. After briefly gazing out the window, he continued speaking. "You're no different from a wolf dropped among a flock of gentle lambs. The kids here aren't learning how to fight." I couldn't disagree with that. But they all act as if they're immune to my teeth. At my comment, Guide burst out laughing. "As a former Imperial Guard myself, I appreciate people like you. Your record is impressive. Outstanding training results, overflowing real combat experience, and even a medal for military merit. With that kind of profile, there's no doubt you'll rise in rank, irregular or not." I can see why Hamila's values you so much. By now, I'd heard that kind of praise so often it didn't faze me. I waited for Guide's next words. But in the end, it's the elite bureaucrats from this academy who will command soldiers like us with a flick of their fingers. These students may look like lambs to you, but among them there are monsters hiding in lamb's clothing, being far more terrifying than a mere wolf. I'll keep that in mind, I replied perfunctorily. Guide chuckled, as though he hadn't expected much from my response. It's good to have youthful vigor, but be careful not to confront a monster. The way the students looked at me had changed. Before, it was neutral observation, but now there was open hostility. It was because the story of me throwing a knife at a student had gotten out, and all for that witch Barbara, no less. I spent lunch sitting on the same bench every day, eating a simple meal on the go. It was always the same spot. You messed with a troublesome woman, Luka. Enrico Lagan approached me, his expression itching as if he couldn't wait to explain something. Everyone I've met here has been troublesome anyway. I spoke as if it were no big deal. Enrico hesitated for a moment before asking me quietly, "Have you, by any chance, mentioned me to Giselle?" "Oh, I did mention you. Giselle remembers you as a good person. If you ask me, I think she's secretly conscious of you." At my lie, Enrico clenched his fist and broke into a joyous expression. As if to repay me, he started spouting things I hadn't even asked about. "The woman you tangled with is Kaelsa Kano." "I know the name. Doesn't seem like her family's that influential, though." I was familiar with the Empire's prominent families. Not publicly, no. The Kano family has deep ties to the lower districts. They run gangs from behind the scenes and make money through illegal businesses. You're from the lower district too, right? You should warn your family to be careful. They're probably digging into your background as we speak. I'm an orphanage kid anyway. Digging into my past won't get them anywhere. There's no one I care about enough to worry over. I chuckled lightly. At most, there was Gabriel, Gilda, or the people from Orphanage 72. Whether they lived or died wasn't my concern. I had no family or acquaintances in the lower district who could be used against me. Is that so? Either way, be careful. Kaelsa is the type who has to repay any slight she suffers, and she absolutely despises Barbara. One of Barbara's curse victims happens to be Kaelsa's boyfriend. I'll keep that in mind. Then about Giselle again, I know. I'll subtly bring you up. The reason Enrico was trying to befriend me was simple. He didn't have the courage to approach Giselle directly. I'd like to help Enrico if I can, but... I scratched my chin as I watched him leave. There are some things in this world that are just physically impossible. I intentionally avoided returning to the dormitory until late at night. There seemed to be a curfew, but receiving demerits wasn't a big deal. As the sky grew darker, the crowds at the academy thinned out. I deliberately wandered near the sparsely populated training ground and storage areas. It's been a while. I massaged my shoulders and lightly loosened up my body. I activated my nervous system to be ready to respond to external stimuli at any moment. Barbara's curse. Everyone at the academy knew I had helped Barbara. According to the rumors, a rampage android would come to attack me. Androids were indispensable to the Empire. Despite knowing the risks of malfunction and rampage, the Empire actively employed them. Eliminating an efficient worker over minor issues wasn't an option. I was curious about the truth behind the rumor, and my body was itching for action. I wouldn't mind smashing an android, but breaking a perfectly functional one wasn't an option. Beep. My terminal rang. It was a message from Barbara. I checked the message through my retinal display. Barbara was worried since I hadn't shown up past curfew. Ever since the last incident, she seemed to think we'd grown closer and often reached out. I was about to reply when I looked up. There was movement beyond the corner. 3. I counted the footsteps and watched as a group rounded the corner. You're Luka, the dispatched cadet, right? It was 3 burly male students who looked rough around the edges. They were snickering among themselves as they approached me. Do you need something from me? I didn't bother hiding my disappointment. I'd thrown out bait, but the wrong fish had taken it. Kaelsa asked us to send her regards. It's the Kano family's creed to repay any debts in full. Just asking, though, you wouldn't go crying to the higher-ups about getting beaten up by regular students, would you? A grand cadet from the Imperial Guard like yourself? The largest of the 3 spoke with a cocky tone. Judging by his demeanor, he was likely a member of the Kano family. So, not a lamb. The large one seemed accustomed to fighting. But not a wolf either. He gave off more of a back alley gang vibe. It seemed true that the Kano family was tied to the lower district gangs. "I'll give you one last chance," dispatched Cadet. "Kaelsa says she'll let it slide if you kneel and apologize to her." The big one chuckled as he spoke. The two male students behind him chimed in, fawning like lackeys eager to please their leader. "I'll also give you one last chance to walk out of here with your limbs intact. I'm not like you. I've been professionally trained in the art of killing." I issued a formal warning. What's so great about that? Quit showing off. He wasn't the type to back down with words. Not that I expected him to. Some people only learn by experiencing it firsthand. Crunch. The large student clenched his teeth tightly. It was the signal to switch his prosthetics into combat mode. Whir. A mechanical hum signaled an increase in energy output from his arms and legs. A faint vibration rippled across his entire body. At a glance, it was an intimidating sight. He's using high-energy output prosthetics beyond his limits. That's why he must have restricted the energy output under normal circumstances. Since his brain couldn't handle it, he relied on a physical switch to change modes. Stagger. His steps wavered. Sweat poured down his face as though it were raining, and the veins on his forehead bulged. "All three of you coming at once. Might as well save us all some time." I bounced lightly in place as I spoke. Seeing their state, I didn't feel even the slightest tension, just amusement. Step, step. The large student and I walked toward each other. The two behind him were recording the scene on their terminals. They must have wanted to capture the moment they took down a cadet from the Imperial Guard. Sure, it'd be something to brag about if they could actually pull it off. A feat worth telling even their great-grandchildren about. Beep, beep. Our steps halted. An android patrolling the area spotted us and emitted a warning sound. "Do you require assistance?" The android approached, its metallic, emotionless face lit by faintly glowing optical lenses. "You idiot! Are you sure you checked properly? You said there were no patrols here at this time." The large student exploded in anger at one of the others, his irritation and agitation painfully obvious. His nervous system was already showing signs of overload. I checked thoroughly. There aren't supposed to be androids patrolling this area." "Then why the hell is that tin can here?" "Hey," dispatched Cadet. "Let's call it a day for now and pick a better time later. Once we fight, win or lose, we'll settle things cleanly." The large student spat on the ground and clenched his teeth again. The vibration stopped as his prosthetics' energy output decreased. "Hold it! Stay where you are, all of you." I warned them, my tone sharp. My instincts had picked up on danger. "You want to fight in front of an android. Security will be on us immediately." The large student ignored my warning. The other male students, looking deflated, started retreating. "What timing, you tin can?" One of the students shoved the android aside. Do you require assistance?" The pushed android staggered before regaining its posture. "We don't, so get lost." "That is, I am, impossible. I am." It was then that the student flinched. The android's voice was riddled with static. Its movements were bizarre. While slightly hunched over, its head twisted erratically in every direction. Startled by the android's unsettling behavior, the student instinctively stepped back. Thud, the android spun around and extended its arm. Its metal fist struck the student square in the face. Wow, what a clean hit. The human head shattered as if it were a lie. The patrol androids were equipped for combat. Destroying a human skull in one blow was well within their capabilities. The student's skull had been crushed, with pink brain matter and flesh bursting out the back of his head in fragments. What?" The large student and the other one stared at the scene in stunned disbelief. Their eyes, filled with confusion, betrayed their shock at witnessing such a gruesome sight for the first time. Whir! The android's optical sensors were now glowing red. It had entered combat mode and was identifying the surrounding students as hostiles. Screech, the android, crouched like a beast, leaped toward another student to attack. I bent my waist and knees, then launched myself off the ground. Passing by the large student, I intercepted the android. Bang! My foot slammed into the android's side. It flew a dozen meters, dragging its fingers across the ground to slow itself down. "Do you require assistance?" The spot where my kick landed had only left its outer shell slightly dented. The android's crimson optics locked onto me. "B. Barbara's curse. The witch's curse is real. It's real." The student who had survived thanks to my intervention fell flat on his back, screaming hysterically. How disgraceful for a student of the prestigious Accretia Academy to believe in curses. Tusk. I smirked and advanced toward the android. Vrrrrrrum. A deafening noise erupted from the android, which now crouched like a quadrupedal beast. The energy output far exceeded its standard capacity, causing vibrations so intense that the surrounding dirt trembled. Smoke was rising from the joints of its frame. It was outputting at a level it couldn't sustain for more than a few minutes. Its internal components would already be dislodging one by one. It knows it needs this level of energy output to fight me. This wasn't just a rampage caused by a simple malfunction. Everything about the situation fit together perfectly. This is someone's doing. I spread my legs and steadied my breathing. Chapter 35. No matter how advanced artificial intelligence and android technology become, war is fought by humans. The Imperial Army's main force is, after all, human soldiers. Artificial intelligence, androids, and drones serve only as auxiliary roles. There are two main reasons for this. First, the cost of manufacturing combat androids is more expensive than training human soldiers. Second, androids cannot actively respond to the myriad variables on the battlefield. The second reason carried the most weight. The more variables there were, the higher the probability of androids malfunctioning. This is why those who had served in the military for a long time tended not to trust androids. But to put it differently, the more controlled the variables, the more efficient androids are compared to humans. Android efficiency emerges in environments where rules are set and variables are controlled. For instance, in a boxing match, it would be exceedingly difficult for a human of the same specifications to defeat an android. For the average person, it would be nearly impossible. Creak, creak, I stared at the rampaging android. Even now, this was a kind of controlled environment. That android was dedicating its entire computational capacity to predicting my movements. Crunch, crunch, the android extended its neck and stood hunched over. Bloodied claws protruded from its dangling hands. It looked almost like a werewolf, a hunting dog type that prioritizes pursuit. If necessary, it could even run on all fours. Well, it's just a patrol android, so its computational ability probably isn't exceptional. Plus, it's in a rampaging state. I had learned how to deal with androids during training. The principle is simple: overlap actions that require computation to induce an overload. When variables pile up, the computational demand on androids increases exponentially. It's a weakness that androids, unlike humans, cannot ignore trivial details. Of course, it's not as easy as it sounds. You have to withstand the android's attacks and exchange moves with it first. Clang! The android kicked off the ground and leaped at me in an instant. Its steel claws aimed for my chest and throat. I tilted my upper body and head back, narrowly dodging the claws by a hair's breadth. The attack was sharp and terrifying. For something in a rampaging state, its responses were surprisingly quick. Its movements seemed to be powered by a well-crafted combat program. Swish! I stepped back, bringing my hand to the small of my back. To an android, this motion would most likely signal that I was reaching for a gun. Kayayat. The android charged straight at me, trying to prevent me from drawing. But I didn't have a gun. Whoosh! I tossed a pocket knife into the air. The android immediately glanced up, trying to identify the object I had thrown. A series of meaningless actions. It was all just to overload its processing. The more meaningless my actions, the more calculations the android would perform to deduce their purpose. They always need a rational reason for everything. The android's hesitation was brief, but it was all I needed. Grabbing the android's left arm, I pivoted behind it. Crack! Its left arm twisted backward and broke. Parts and fragments fell from the joint. The android tried to retaliate, turning back toward me. I stomped hard on the back of its right knee. Crunch! The android collapsed, its right knee smashing into the ground, completely shattered. Clench! I stomped on its back, yanking out its right arm with a twist. Now only its left leg remained intact as the immobilized android stared at me. Do you require assistance? I looked down at the android in silence. No matter how I considered it, this wasn't a simple case of malfunction. Regaining my breath, I turned toward the hulking figure still lying on the ground. My lips were likely twisted in a vicious grin. My craving wasn't yet satisfied. A mere android like this wasn't enough to unleash my pent-up desires. "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to fight me? Come on, restrain me. I've warmed up plenty this time." I spoke as I shattered the android's remaining left leg. The hulking figure that had confronted me earlier now gaped at me, his face pale as ash. Later," he stammered, clinging to a shred of pride. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Before long, the sirens of the Civil Security Force's aerial vehicle echoed above us. Its lights beamed down, illuminating me. The Civil Security Force was part of the military, but operated differently from a typical unit. As the name suggested, their role was to maintain public order within the Empire. They didn't fight external threats, but focused on internal enforcement. For the Empire's order and peace. The Civil Security Force's motto came to mind. Imperial Guard Cadet Luka. The investigator's voice was notably deep and resonant, with an intimidating timbre. To someone weak to authority, that voice alone would compel immediate compliance. The investigator had likely modified his vocal cords to a low-frequency tone for professional efficiency. I've written down everything I know in the report. I found the current situation unpleasant. Under the pretext of being a reference, the investigator had detained me at the Civil Security Center. The Imperial Guard had probably been informed by now. "I've read it. You write a better report than my subordinates." The investigator chuckled softly. After standing, he sat down across from me. We stared at each other across the table. His name was Gillian Campbell. He wasn't a noble. Campbell was a surname commonly found in the lower district. If you want to find the culprit, you should be interrogating the android, not me. The smart ones will analyze the android. My job is the legwork. Gillian placed a cigarette in his mouth. He lit it and took a slow drag of smoke. It didn't seem like he was planning to let me go anytime soon. Taking the opportunity, I asked him about Barbara's curse. I heard that android rampages have occasionally occurred at a Crusha Academy. But even when incidents happened, no one dared interrogate the elite heirs of prestigious families. Wandering through the academy to investigate was out of the question. Has the situation changed now? This is the first time there's been a fatality. That's made things serious enough. The higher-ups have approved more proactive and aggressive investigations. Even the Civil Security Force was aware of the android rampages occurring at a Crusha Academy. They simply hadn't been able to intervene until now. In my experience, a Crusha Academy students aren't likely to be cooperative with an investigation. They're extraordinary people in many ways. Gillian laughed as he said this. He stubbed out his half-burned cigarette with his fingers and discarded it into the trash. As you probably already know, the Academy calls the android rampages Barbara's curse. I shared information with the Civil Security Force. It was clear they detained me to facilitate that exchange. They likely thought someone from the lower district, like me, would be easy to communicate with. I know about Barbara. She's the centerpiece of the bizarre rumors. Only students who are close to her seem to end up as victims of these incidents, right? There are also rumors that Barbara manipulated the androids. We don't believe such baseless rumors. A mere student, especially one from the lower district, manipulating androids without leaving a trace? Ridiculous. It's more plausible that a noble heir with the backing of their household is involved. Logically, the likelihood of Barbara being the culprit was extremely low. Above all, there was no benefit for Barbara to gain from the incidents. It was only natural for investigator Gillian to say such things. If Barbara isn't the culprit, then it's someone's scheme to isolate her within the academy. A very meticulous yet tedious method. The list of suspects remained frustratingly broad. Beep. Gillian checked his terminal. He glanced at me and gave a faint smile. I sent a request for investigative assistance to the Imperial Guard earlier. Just now, I received a reply. I frowned. This was why he'd been dragging out time. Beep. My terminal also emitted a brief sound. I checked the instructions from my superiors. Cooperate with investigator Gillian Campbell. Although I intended to follow the order, I made no effort to hide my displeasure. After all, Gillian wasn't my direct superior. What do you want from me? Nobles hate being investigated by someone like me. It probably feels like being bitten by a dog they've raised. I need you to observe the atmosphere within the academy and narrow down suspicious individuals. I'm just a cadet. I don't know how to investigate, nor have I ever been trained for it. Saying this wouldn't make Jillian withdraw his request for cooperation. I merely wanted to vent my discontent. Users of Arky's combat method possess exceptional insight. That alone already makes you an excellent investigator. I flinched. I hadn't realized that my file contained information about my training in Arky's combat method. Noticing my reaction, Jillian gave a faint smile. He tapped the table with his fingers while looking at me. I wouldn't exactly call it compensation for your cooperation, but let me share something interesting. Users of Arky's Victima are notable enough to be kept on a special list. Of course, it's not for back-alley thugs, but for individuals like you who have been properly trained. Arky's Victima was the formal name for Arky's combat method. It had been a while since I'd heard the term. Why is that? Not that I expected him to answer, but asking wouldn't hurt. I can't tell you more than that. If you're curious, ask the person who taught you Arky's combat method. I returned to Accrescio Academy. Surprisingly, the first person to greet me was the hulking figure whose name I still didn't know. He was a low-ranking noble of the Kano family. Cadet on assignment, try to understand my position. When it comes to Kilsa, I have to do whatever she says, even pretend to die if necessary. Thankfully, once I dodged a near-death experience, Kilsa let up a bit and stopped pushing so hard. Among nobles, especially within the same family, there were clear hierarchies. The hulking figure made it clear he didn't want to antagonize me. There were no hard feelings between us anyway. It would pass like water under the bridge. But be careful of Kilsa. She's my boss, but she's a woman who holds grudges. Just look at how she's still tormenting Barbara over what happened 2 years ago. It's enough to exhaust even me. Every day? I asked. The hulking figure shrugged his shoulders. Not every day, but maybe 3 times a week. Barbara, that woman, isn't ordinary either. If it were me, I would have dropped out by now. Then again, Accrescio Academy is a massive opportunity for someone from the lower district. I reevaluated Barbara. She wasn't as fragile as I'd initially thought. Even after 2 years of harassment from Kilsa, she was still at the academy. The second person to approach me was Giselle Custoria. From a distance, her expression was already twisted into a scowl, as if she was ready to slap me. I told you to stay away from Barbara. I went out of my way to warn you, and this is how you behave. You'll pay dearly for trampling on my goodwill. She was seething with rage. I couldn't just stand by and watch a group gang up on one person. I answered half-heartedly. There was a lot I wanted to ask Giselle, but I doubted she'd answer properly. For now, stay out of sight. If you fail to complete your time at the academy, my reputation will take a hit too. It was clear Giselle had her own reasons for working hard. I'm planning to keep a low profile anyway. Kilsa's got her sights set on you. If she can't overpower you with brute force, she'll resort to other means. She doesn't have many ways to harm me. Perhaps due to my twisted personality, I found myself looking forward to Kilsa's revenge. I was curious about the creative methods she might use to attack me. When I smiled, Giselle bit her lower lip. I hadn't intended to provoke her further, but it seemed she and I simply didn't get along. I'll meet with Kilsa Kano and request mediation, Giselle said, completely catching me off guard. For the record, bowing my head and apologizing is out of the question. Even as a cadet, I carry at least a sliver of the Imperial Guard's honor on my shoulders. I meant it. Unless it was a direct order from the commander of the Imperial Guard, I wouldn't apologize, even if it killed me. Besides, I didn't think I was in the wrong to begin with. Fine, if I say something, Kilsa will likely come to a reasonable compromise. I narrowed my eyes. Giselle and Kilsa are acquainted. That was the impression I got. In my mind, I visualized the shifting positions of the individuals involved and the connections between them. Giselle Custoria, Kilsa Kano, Barbara. As the relationships rearranged themselves in my head, I rubbed my neck lightly before speaking. Let's take this opportunity to go see Kilsa together. We can't have something like this happening again. Giselle hesitated, visibly surprised by my suggestion, but eventually nodded her head. Chapter 36. Kilsa Kano waited for us in the chess room. I glanced at the neatly stacked chessboards and pieces lined up against the wall. Nobles often indulged in old-world pastimes, with chess being among their favorites. While chess is a game of skill, its purpose here seemed more social than competitive. If not for Giselle's request, I wouldn't have met with you like this. Kaelsa spoke while seated in a chair with her back to the window. On either side of her stood two female students like attendants. In this small chess room, she seemed to be playing queen, a clear display of her power-hungry nature. If not for Giselle, I'd have started this conversation by kicking your face in. I smiled as I spoke. Kaelsa's face hardened instantly. Crunch. Giselle stepped on my foot and shot me a fierce glare. The fact that you both agreed to meet must mean you're willing to reconcile, right? Giselle positioned herself between me and Kaelsa as she spoke. I'm willing to accept an apology if that thing grovels first. Kaelsa crossed her arms and cast a sharp look my way. An apology? I'd have to be in the wrong first. All I did was help the dormitory manager. You butted in without knowing anything. That wench Barbara was trying to steal my boyfriend. I remembered hearing about this from Enrico. The reason Kaelsa started bullying Barbara. Her boyfriend had grown close to Barbara, only to get caught up in the android rampage incident. Since then, Kaelsa harbored a deep grudge against Barbara. That was the surface-level story. If I were your boyfriend, I'd run away too. You're terrifying. Someone sweet like Barbara would be much better. I deliberately provoked her. Kaelsa slammed her hands on the table and shot to her feet. You worthless insect. Her shrill voice stabbed my eardrums like needles. Calm down, Kaelsa. Giselle's voice was calm but firm. Kaelsa, face flushed with rage, jabbed her finger in my direction. But this little bastard dared to, however. She couldn't finish her sentence under Giselle's cold, piercing gaze. Sweating nervously, Kaelsa averted her eyes. Are you planning to ignore what I just said? Giselle's overwhelming presence silenced her. So, it's true. Not even someone as volatile as Kaelsa dared to defy Giselle. In the end, Kaelsa will reconcile with me while saving face. Kaelsa couldn't go against Giselle's will. I'd wanted to confirm this. Something felt off from the moment Giselle said she would mediate. Knowing Kaelsa's personality, she wouldn't have accepted any mediation otherwise. However, Giselle confidently stepped in as a mediator. She knew she could crush Kaelsa underfoot if necessary. A hierarchy so clear that even the pride I provoked her with had to be set aside. My guess was spot on. I twitched my lips slightly. Investigator Jillian's words suddenly came to mind. He once said that users of Aki's combat techniques possess exceptional insight, making them suited for investigative work. So that was true after all. I was entirely focused now, paying close attention to every word and action from Giselle and Kaelsa. It's true I overstepped as an outsider. Maybe Barbara's curse really does exist. Someone even lost their life because of it. We shouldn't waste time on petty emotional disputes. I spoke calmly. I'd already gathered all the information I needed. There was no reason to provoke Kaelsa any further. Both Giselle and Kaelsa seemed quite surprised by my sudden change in attitude. I don't want trouble with an Imperial Guard cadet either. Let's just put this incident behind us. Kaelsa's tone softened as well. Once the ice was broken, the mediation proceeded smoothly. In the end, Kaelsa and I shook hands. The tension between us hadn't entirely disappeared, but we both knew we'd steer clear of each other at the academy from now on. You can leave first, Luka. Giselle dismissed me from the chess room and continued her conversation with Kaelsa. Since I had no intention of eavesdropping further, I stepped into the hallway. Leaning against the wall, I began piecing my thoughts together. As fragments of information aligned, several theories emerged in my mind. It makes sense that investigator Jillian might struggle here. He can't exactly interrogate noble heirs. Before long, Giselle stepped into the corridor, her sharp gaze landing on me. I've smoothed things over this time, so stop causing trouble and stay away from Barbara. The recent death happened because you ignored my warning. Do you seriously believe in Barbara's curse? That kind of superstition? I smirked as we walked side by side down the corridor. Whether I believe it or not doesn't matter. People really do suffer accidents when they get close to Barbara. If it's not just coincidence, that means someone's behind it and there's a real culprit, Giselle. Do you fancy yourself a detective now? Her sharp remark stung. Perhaps I'd been too obvious. That's not it, but I was a victim of the attack too. It's only natural to wonder who caused the android rampage. That's none of your business. Now that someone's died, the investigators will take action. I'm sure they'll have a great time investigating noble heirs. Giselle stopped walking. Are you mocking me? I'm just stating the obvious. By the way, Kaelsa seems completely powerless against you. In noble society, a family's influence is everything. Kaelsa isn't in a position to defy me. That's all there is to it. I paused for a moment before speaking again. So, did you use Kaelsa to torment Barbara? Giselle's pupils wavered. I carefully observed her reaction, determined not to miss even the slightest emotional signal she emitted. Didn't you hear the explanation earlier? The reason Kaelsa bullies Barbara is… I cut her off before she could finish her thought. Because of her boyfriend. Do you really think the guy who dated Kaelsa would have willingly gotten close to Barbara? With Kaelsa's personality, he'd know better than to talk to another girl. If it were me, I'd stay far away out of fear. What exactly are you implying? Kaelsa needed a reason to target Barbara, one she could justify. Someone created that excuse on purpose. Giselle placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head back, staring at the sky. She let out a long, frustrated sigh. From where I stood, it seemed like she was avoiding meeting my eyes. Do you suffer from delusions? One of the known side effects of high-performance prosthetics is brain dysfunction. Overloaded neural systems can cause psychiatric issues. Maybe you should get a thorough mental evaluation. Giselle spoke coldly and walked away. I silently watched her retreating figure. There I stood, feeling somewhat awkward and alone. The situation could only mean one of two things. Either I really was delusional, or I had struck a nerve with Giselle. I was certain it was the latter. I quickly sent a message to investigator Jillian through my terminal. Kaelsa's ex-boyfriend had already graduated, making him unreachable to me. I decided to leave that line of investigation to Jillian. I found myself deeply invested in investigating Barbara's so-called curse, far more than I'd expected. The mystery was intriguing. It was lunchtime again, and I headed to my usual bench. To my surprise, a girl with vibrant red-gold hair was already sitting there. It was Barbara. Lunch, I made it. Myself. She held out a neatly packed lunchbox with trembling hands. Barbara held out the lunchbox toward me. It seemed the rumor that I survived on bland emergency rations for lunch had already spread around the academy. Barbara, I appreciate this, but what's the meaning behind it? You helped me, and because of that, you got caught up in the android rampage incident. I'm just glad you're safe. Someone else died in my place, though. I answered coldly, and Barbara's expression wilted. While you're staying at the academy, would it be okay if I made your lunch? She spoke hesitantly, summoning every ounce of courage she could muster. For a moment, I wondered if she liked me. If she saw me as more than a friend, things would get complicated, because I didn't feel the same way about her. I opened the lunchbox. It was surprisingly well made, a simple sandwich, perfect for eating on a bench like this. I thought, you might prefer something easy to eat. She was right. I hated complicated meals. It's delicious, but I can't accept this again. People will misunderstand. I spoke after taking a bite of the sandwich. By now, dozens of curious gazes were fixed on us. By this evening, rumors would be flying that Barbara and I were dating. Since the recent android rampage incident and the resulting death, the bullying against Barbara had practically vanished. On top of that, as an Imperial Guard cadet, I'd publicly protected her. Only a fool would dare approach her now. At least until I leave the academy, no one will mess with Barbara. Barbara hesitated, fidgeting at my words. Her timid behavior annoyed me. I don't mind if people misunderstand. A blush bloomed on her cheeks. I kept chewing the sandwich without even noticing its taste. One thing's been bothering me, Barbara. What is it? Barbara flinched, her voice trembling with surprise. In moments like this, she seemed almost endearingly cute. You know people get caught up in android rampages if they get close to you, so why do you keep approaching me? Do you want me to be targeted? For a brief moment, all emotion drained from Barbara's face. I caught a glimpse of her utterly expressionless look, one so empty I couldn't decipher its meaning. I'm sorry, Luka, I just didn't want to believe I was cursed. So, you believe in the curse too, don't you? I don't believe in curses, but it's a fact that people get into accidents when they get close to you. I experienced it myself. I don't know why. Why this keeps happening. I tried to read Barbara's true feelings, but she was hard to read. I needed to be more direct and provoke her emotions. Kelsa bullied you relentlessly because Giselle ordered her to. I hope to draw a reaction from her with that statement. I already know. Barbara spoke calmly, surprising me instead. For once, my prediction was wrong. Do you have any idea why Giselle despises you? I questioned her like an interrogator. Barbara slowly lifted her head and smiled sweetly. At that moment, a cold chill crawled down my spine. Luka, do I need a reason to tell you that? Her voice stretched unnaturally at the end, sending another wave of unease through me. Maybe Barbara was far more calculating than Giselle or Kelsa. Despite being a head shorter than me, she exuded an inexplicable sense of menace. But among them, there's one who wears the sheep's skin, something far scarier than a wolf, a monstrous being of a different kind. That old saying echoed in my mind. Perhaps the real monster had been closer than I'd thought. Chapter 37. Investigator Jillian acted swiftly. 2 days later, he contacted me. On the other side of the terminal screen, I could see Jillian's face. He was walking along a street, likely just finishing his investigation. I met Kelsa's boyfriend, or to be precise, her ex-boyfriend. As you said, his background, personality, and abilities. He's not the type of man who could stand up to Kelsa Kano. That much was as I had anticipated. Kelsa had deliberately orchestrated a situation where her boyfriend would come into contact with Barbara. She needed a pretext to harass Barbara. Looks like you're making progress. Choosing you was the right call. If I point out a suspect, can your investigative capacity ensure they're properly investigated? I can dig into 1 or 2 individuals, sure. But if it turns out to be a dead end, I'll take a serious hit as well. Then, I suppose there's no real reason to push yourself too hard. I found myself questioning Investigator Jillian's enthusiasm. Including your case, there have now been 6 incidents of android rampages. This time, there were fatalities. It's obviously the work of a person. But because it happened within the academy, we haven't been able to conduct a proper investigation up until now. I didn't realize you were so dedicated to justice. Jillian burst into laughter and shook his head. It's not about justice. It's because my personality's all twisted. To think that someone could pull off something like this. Fully confident there won't be an investigation or that they won't get caught. I want to slap cuffs on the wrist of a culprit who's that sure of themselves. I felt a sense of camaraderie. If I were in his shoes, my mood would be just as warped. Even if it meant tearing myself apart, I would want to catch the perpetrator. Have you looked into Barbara? Barbara, do you think she's the culprit? Jillian raised a questioning brow. Assuming Barbara is the culprit, even I admit that her motive would be odd. Logically, it doesn't make sense. She's been isolating herself by targeting her own friends at the academy. But for some reason, she's been on my mind. Barbara is from a lower-class background. She gained admission to Cratio Academy on special exemption due to her exceptional skills in robotics and AI engineering. That level of talent should be enough to manipulate an android, don't you think? According to experts, it's practically impossible. Neither you nor I are well-versed in engineering, so trusting the experts seems appropriate. If Barbara had manipulated it, it would mean a mere student bypassed the Academy's security. The Academy's androids operate on a closed network. To manipulate an android, one would first need to break through the Academy's security. How would a noble manipulate an android then? Nobles have the means to make it physically possible. They could intervene during the manufacturing or distribution process of the androids sent to the Academy, pre-installing malicious programs or tampering with them. With enough power and money, bribery is always an option. That also doesn't seem very plausible. It's still more credible than your assumption. Similar cases have actually occurred. The mention of similar incidents left me without a rebuttal. They were the experts on crime, after all. Oh, and this might help. Barbara's patron is the Custoria family. That could indeed be useful. After sharing this information with Jillian, I ended the communication. It feels like things are connected, yet they aren't. Everything was linked somehow. Yet like stepping stones with gaps in between, the facts and motives didn't fully align. The direction was clear, but the path wasn't. Leaning back in my chair, I stared at the ceiling. Torture would be the most definitive method. Giselle and Barbara were merely outstanding students. They wouldn't have undergone pain tolerance training or learned how to endure torture. The problem is that it's not an option. There was an easier way, but I had to take the roundabout route. I sought out Giselle Custoria for the first time. Until now, she had always been the one to seek me out. Giselle was practicing prosthetic maintenance. She stood by a workbench where prosthetic legs and arms lay scattered. Her hands moved deftly over the tools, showing considerable skill. It seemed her enrollment at the Royal Kratia Academy wasn't merely due to her family's influence. Wait a moment, Luka. With that, Giselle returned to her work. Standing at a distance, I surveyed the maintenance room. The students worked with serious expressions, entirely absorbed in their tasks. Nobles didn't simply idle away their time. Even noble society has its struggles. Inept nobles were weeded out. Those who failed to fulfill their roles within their families were treated like vermin. Even among the Imperial Guard trainees, children from prestigious families pushed themselves relentlessly, sometimes even risking their lives. Giselle Custoria, proud as she was, still cared about her status and reputation within her family, which meant even someone like me, born as a commoner, was not beneath her notice. "What brings you here?" Giselle asked after finishing her work and taking a sip of water. "I just wanted to see you," I replied indifferently. Giselle nearly spat out the water she was drinking. "Have you lost your mind?" Her face didn't even flush. Instead, she looked at me with a mixture of contempt and disgust. It was clear she genuinely disliked me. That was a relief in its own way. "Just as you said, it seems I've developed a mental illness as a side effect of my high-performance prosthetics. Your sarcasm is top-notch. Now tell me the real reason you're here. I'm a busy person, after all." I glanced around. The break room was empty except for Giselle and me. "From this moment on, I expect you to neither lie nor hide anything from me, Giselle Custoria. I don't appreciate the tone of your interrogation. I have an official investigation request from the security forces." Giselle's eyebrows twitched. "Are you really planning to play detective? A soldier simply follows orders. Even the Imperial Guard has asked for my cooperation, so I have no choice." At the mention of the Imperial Guard, Giselle couldn't argue further. "I hate to bring this up, but let me remind you once again that I am the daughter of the captain of the Imperial Guard." It was a thinly veiled warning, a reminder that she had the power to cause me trouble if she chose to. But such threats had no effect on me. I knew the captain's character well. He wasn't the sort of person who would take his daughter's word at face value and penalize me unjustly. "Are you tormenting Barbara because you want her expelled from the academy?" I looked into it, and it seems the Custoria family is sponsoring her. "Is that related to this?" I didn't bother to be subtle. There was something between Giselle and Barbara. If I could understand the nature of their relationship, I might uncover a clue. "You know I'm the second victim of the curse, don't you? Isn't that reason enough for me to dislike Barbara? We were friends before that. If you were truly friends, you wouldn't hate Barbara to this extent just because of what happened. You'd be trying to solve the curse together." I spoke as if accusing her. We weren't close enough to go that far for each other. Giselle made a move to leave. She was definitely hiding something. The security forces consider the android rampage to have been a deliberate manipulation. Based on motive alone, Giselle Custoria, you are currently the prime suspect. I quickly spoke to stop Giselle from leaving. "You think I did it? I'm a victim of Barbara's curse too. It's a common alibi for a perpetrator to hide by posing as a victim. You're from the Custoria family, and as an aspiring engineer, you have knowledge of androids. You possess the skills to manipulate them subtly. You've completely lost it, Luka. Stay out of this." Giselle flared up, as expected. It was a natural reaction. "I don't actually think you manipulated the androids, Giselle, so, if you know anything, tell me everything. My gut tells me it's probably." My intuition pointed to Barbara. I was about to say her name but held my tongue. Chick, the door to the break room slid open. Standing there was Barbara, holding a lunchbox. "Ah, Luka, I was looking for you. You weren't in your usual spot." Barbara smiled brightly, but to me, it felt like she was mocking me. How had she found me? If she'd been following me, I would have noticed long ago. I narrowed my eyes, unconsciously gritting my teeth. I restrained myself. The urge to grab her by the neck and slam her against the wall surged through me. I wanted to tear through her facade, dragging out the truth with fear and pain. Violence tends to extract the purest truths. "Don't smile, Barbara. It's annoying." I spoke through clenched lips, my irritation apparent. Barbara acted like she was above me, as if she had me under her thumb. She was nothing more than an ordinary civilian. Luka, why are you speaking to me like that? Barbara's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. Soon, her eyes began to glisten with tears, as if she were the most pitiable person in the world. A perpetrator posing as a victim. The phrase I had used earlier came to mind. It applied perfectly to Barbara as well, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Barbara wasn't a sheep. She had fangs and claws. My acquaintances have been attacked one after another, and I've endured 2 years of harassment. No one in their right mind would wear a bright smile in such a situation, but I had no evidence. To accuse Barbara as the culprit, I needed proof. Even if I have a talent for investigation, it's not a good fit for me. Gathering evidence and pressing for answers wasn't my way of doing things. Locking the door and 10 minutes would be enough, just 10 minutes, and I could pull every truth from Barbara's lips, but I had to suppress this urge. My specialty was breaking people. I like you, Luka. You saved me after all. So if there's a misunderstanding, I'd like to resolve it, with words. Hearing those words made me feel sick. Bang, I hurled a chair to the side, right next to Barbara. The metal chair crumpled as if it had been struck by a car. Luka, what do you think you're doing? Giselle shouted, her voice sharp. Releasing just a fragment of my anger, I stared calmly at Barbara. Slowly, the smile slipped from her face. So far, this has been your little game to pass the time, hasn't it? But from now on, I'm serious, Barbara. You've underestimated me. Barbara didn't scream or react. She simply stared at me with a vacant expression. That empty, emotionless look, this was her true face. Barbara doesn't know what you mean. Ooh. Barbara forced a smile by pushing up the corners of her mouth with her index fingers. Tilting her head to the side, she gazed at us. Her pupils, unfocused, seemed as if they were staring into the void. Ah! Giselle's face froze solid, her expression stiff. Her shoulders noticeably trembled, her fear unmistakable. It coiled around her like a snake, constricting her movements. Barbara walked toward the rigid Giselle, her steps sharp and deliberate. I'll leave the lunchbox here. Enjoy it, Luka. And, Giselle, it was nice seeing you. Let's meet again. Setting the lunchbox on the table, Barbara brushed her fingers lightly against the back of Giselle's hand before stepping away. Giselle turned her head, avoiding Barbara's gaze. Ha! Seated, I let out a hollow laugh. Even I had been mistaken. The power dynamics in this room were now crystal clear. Giselle was afraid of Barbara. Clack, clack. Barbara backed away, her gaze fixed on us until the very end, before vanishing beyond the doorway. Giselle. I called out her name. She was covering her face with both hands. What could possibly make the young lady of the Castoria family so frightened? Her father was the captain of the Imperial Guard, after all. Don't ask me anything. Just spend some quiet time and then leave the academy. Please, Luka. Giselle's words lacked the hostility and contempt they once carried. Now, they were simply a pure, earnest plea. Chapter 38. Let's summarize the situation so far, Detective Luka. The main person who bullied Barbara was Kaelsa Kanoda. And Kaelsa was following Giselle's orders, meaning Giselle was the one who instigated Barbara's torment. However, the very person Giselle feared was none other than Barbara. Based on the circumstances, Barbara wanted to be bullied. It was incomprehensible from a normal perspective. Giselle Castoria is afraid of Barbara. Giselle was completely trapped, as if Barbara had some kind of hold over her. This is slowly going beyond my discretion. That thought crossed my mind. If Giselle was being threatened, I needed to report it to the commander of the Imperial Guard. If his daughter was in trouble, he would take action. Through the holographic interface of my terminal, I reported everything that had happened so far to Commander of the Imperial Guard Halas. After listening to my story, he responded without so much as a change in expression. Luka, continue to act based on your judgment. I'll leave it to your discretion. At first, I thought I had misheard. I wanted to question him immediately, but my military instincts locked my lips shut. Understood. The moment I ended the communication, I frowned. There was a reason he sent me to Cratia Academy. The same goes for having Giselle Castoria stay by my side. The commander of the Imperial Guard was certain I would get caught up in Barbara's curse. It wasn't a coincidence that I had become so deeply involved in this case. Why? A question arose in my mind. If the guard took direct action, they would uncover the truth of this case in no time. Unlike the Security Enforcement Division, the guard had that level of authority. However, instead of getting involved directly, they were watching from a distance, using me as an intermediary. And this case involves the commander of the Imperial Guard's daughter, no less. I ran my palm down my face. People were drawing a grand picture over my head, and I was nothing more than a pawn moving at their command. That was the role of a soldier, after all, but it's pissing me off. I opened my eyes between my fingers. I didn't like this one bit. Barbara's curse. My gut told me it was all an act. But so far, no one had found any evidence of an android rampage. Investigator Jillian isn't an idiot. From the way he handles his work, he's quite capable. And like he said, a lower-class girl like Barbara would have a hard time manipulating an android. Based on the information I had gathered so far, I pieced together the puzzle. I had more information about Barbara's curse than anyone else who had attempted to investigate it. No one had gotten closer to the truth than I had. I accelerated my thoughts, fitting the pieces of the case together from multiple angles. I tested every possible assumption, eliminating the unlikely ones until only the most logical scenario remained. As I repeated the process of deduction and elimination, the tangled thread began to unravel. When I finally reached a conclusion, my eyes widened. Giselle and Barbara were accomplices in causing the android rampage. I let out a dry chuckle. If my deduction was correct, this was going to be a real headache. Giselle was a member of the Custoria family. If she were exposed as the culprit behind the android rampage, the Custoria family's reputation and honor would suffer a severe blow. As I idly ran my fingers over my terminal, I contacted Enrico Lagan. He had a crush on Giselle. There were a few secluded spots within Cracia Academy. Since noble students made up the majority, there had to be places where they could have private conversations. To protect student privacy, patrol drones and androids only monitored the main roads. The garden where I stood now was quiet. The setting sun painted the space in a deep red hue. For someone with a sentimental nature, it was the kind of scene that could stir emotions. Hidden behind a tree, I observed the situation in the garden. I like you, Lady Giselle Custoria." Enrico Lagan was courageously confessing his feelings. Standing in front of him was Giselle, who had come at his request. She looked haggard, as if she hadn't been sleeping well. With hollow eyes, she glared at Enrico. "This important thing you had to tell me. Was just this." At Giselle's sharp words, Enrico visibly flinched in shock. I felt a little guilty and closed my eyes for a moment. I was the one who had encouraged him to confess to Giselle. I had told him that now was the perfect time, that he had a good chance of success. It seemed Enrico hadn't even considered the possibility of failure. He was at a complete loss for words. "Well, since we're alone, I'll say this clearly, Enrico Lagan. I have no interest in you. No, it's more than that. I find your very presence uncomfortable. I wish you'd stop hovering around me for no reason." Wow, I didn't think she'd go that far. Someday, if Enrico Lagan ever needed my help for something, I would gladly assist him. I did have a conscience, after all. KHHH. HNGH. Enrico stood there, stunned, before his face crumpled as he fought back tears. Then, as if fleeing for his life, he ran out of the garden. Giselle, meanwhile, pressed a hand to her forehead, as if struck by a headache. She, too, turned to leave. Once I was certain Enrico's presence had completely vanished, I stepped out from my hiding spot. "Giselle Custoria." At my sudden appearance, Giselle scowled. "I had a feeling." She quickly grasped the context of the situation. "I assumed you wouldn't respond if I summoned you directly, and if you did come, it would be with Barbara. Maybe you'd even try using an android again." With Barbara by her side, there was no way to extract the truth from Giselle. From the way she reacted, her fear of Barbara was deeply embedded, like a thorn lodged in her skin. "I won't tolerate this any longer. I'll inform my father about your disrespect." "It's useless. I've already reported to the commander of the Imperial Guard that you're involved in this incident. He didn't show much reaction. That leaves us with two possibilities. Either he doesn't care about his daughter, or he already knows something about the truth of the situation. Maybe it's both." Giselle staggered as if she'd been struck. You told my father?" "My father." "You?" Her reaction was far stronger than I had anticipated. It's only natural for a subordinate to report to a superior. Giselle didn't respond. Instead, she bit down hard on her thumbnail, grinding her teeth against it. Her glare at me was filled with venom, her face twisted so much that it nearly ruined her delicate features. My father knows, my father. What exactly did you tell him? There's no reason for me to tell you that. You're not my superior, and besides, you've never been cooperative. Giselle spun in place, pacing in frantic circles. She was in a state of panic, unable to think properly. Unfortunately for her, this was exactly what I had aimed for. When people are anxious, they instinctively seek support. In extreme panic, even someone they dislike can seem like an anchor. If you speak now, I can still help you. Tell me everything you know. This is all your fault. If you had never come here, none of this would have happened. It's all because of you. Her words were becoming simpler. That was a sign her anxiety was eating away at her mind. I'm on your side. Remember, I'm a cadet of the Guard. As I stepped closer to Giselle, I spoke to her. At first, she tried to push me away, but eventually she grabbed onto my collar, using me for support. I didn't do anything wrong. If you cooperate with me, I'll help you. You can't help me. This is about my standing within my family. You're just a mere cadet. I hesitated for a moment before speaking. What if I become a member of the Custoria family? Giselle looked up at me with tearful eyes. What did you just say? Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. I might become part of the Custoria family one day. No matter how you look at it, isn't it odd that someone of your noble status has been assigned as my guide, despite me being just a cadet? I spoke calmly. There was no need to lie, it was the truth. You, becoming a member of the Custoria family? If I continue building my career smoothly, it's possible. Among the cadets, I'm considered a rare genius, someone who appears maybe once every few years. I even received a military medal recently. It wouldn't be strange for a military family to recruit me. It might sound arrogant coming from me, but the commander of the Imperial Guard seems to favor me quite a bit. If I were to become part of the Custoria family, my position wouldn't be insignificant. I gently pushed Giselle back and met her gaze. Are you serious? Regardless of any blemishes you may have, I will support you. Resolving this incident properly will increase my chances of being accepted as the commander of the Imperial Guard's adopted son. When our interests align, trust naturally follows. I guided Giselle to sit on the bench. Staring at the ground, she finally spoke. I manipulated the androids. Barbara's curse, I created it. From Giselle's lips, the truth behind the curse and their twisted fate was revealed. As I listened to Giselle's story, I pieced everything together. Barbara and Giselle's connection began 3 years ago. They entered Cratio Academy in the same year. Barbara had been admitted through Custoria's sponsorship. Sponsored students were expected to serve their benefactor's household or become vassals after graduation. Giselle, knowing that Barbara would eventually become a Custoria vassal, tried to grow close to her. It would mean gaining another loyal supporter for herself in the future. Since they had similar majors and interests, it wasn't difficult for them to become friends. In fact, they bonded surprisingly fast, almost too fast. To be honest, Barbara was practically my first real friend. Not just someone I knew, but someone I could truly call a friend for the first time. Giselle added her words with a lonely expression. It was hard to imagine someone as cold and aggressive as Giselle genuinely being friends with a girl from the lower class. But perhaps that noble demeanor of hers was just a mask. Her true nature was likely much softer and more delicate. I had caught a glimpse of it earlier when she was in a panic. Barbara was sociable and always smiling. That natural brightness of hers drew Giselle in. Furthermore, Barbara had been admitted to Cratio Academy as a special exception due to Custoria's sponsorship. She was a prodigy. Despite her lower-class origins, she was impressive in ways that made it difficult to believe she came from such a background. At the time, there was a boy who took an interest in Barbara. She was popular because of her bright personality and smile. I assumed she wouldn't be interested in him, but then, she confessed to me that she liked him, but I didn't want to lose my only friend to some boy. I was young back then. It had all started with a small, childish jealousy. At first, I just wanted to mess with him because I hated him, so I built a fake android. A robot that only looked like one. Giselle had used the robot to intimidate the boy. She programmed it to play an audio file telling him to stay away from Barbara, and then had it chase him around at night. But what had started as a mere prank quickly spiraled beyond her control. The boy fell and hit his head badly. The injury was severe enough that he had to drop out. Giselle dismantled and disposed of the robot. But since the incident had resulted in bodily harm, an investigation had begun. Barbara was the first to figure out that I was responsible. I had assembled robots in front of her several times before. At that moment, I realized that none of this had happened by coincidence. Giselle fell into a trap. Things had escalated beyond what she had ever intended. Barbara said she had a solution, that if I became another victim, people wouldn't suspect me. If it was just an internal academy incident, the investigation wouldn't have gone too deep. If you had just stayed put, it probably would have faded away on its own. I interjected, and Giselle clenched the fist resting on her thigh. The veins on her hand trembled. I was too young to realize that. I was just terrified. So, you willingly became the second victim of the so-called curse? Giselle nodded. I usually handle the maintenance of the Academy's androids. That's when Barbara gave me a chip. I attached it to an android. Normally, external input shouldn't be able to manipulate its AI, but somehow. After that, the android came looking for me, then malfunctioned and went berserk. That's how I became the second victim. So that's when the rumors started spreading, that anyone who got close to Barbara would get caught up in an android rampage. Giselle bit down hard on her lower lip. Blood trickled down her chin, dripping onto the ground. Barbara started acting strange from that point on. She began making bizarre requests, saying that for a perfect crime, she needed to be isolated from the rest of the academy, that there needed to be a steady stream of victims. She wasn't acting strange. She was always that kind of person. Thinking back now, you're right, I just wanted to graduate quietly. That's why I genuinely hoped no one would approach Barbara. Her story raised a few questions. However, I doubted she was lying. This was likely all she knew. CHHHKK. A burst of static cut through the air. At first, I thought it was coming from my terminal. You told our secret to a man. The noise came from Giselle's terminal. Given that she was from a prestigious family, the security level of her device should have been exceptionally high. Yet, it had been hacked. Traitor Giselle, and yet my lovely Giselle. I listened carefully. The sound from the terminal wasn't the only problem. A faint propeller noise reached my ears. There was a drone nearby. I couldn't pinpoint its exact location, but it was close. Every instinct and sense within me screamed a warning. We had to get out of here. Lou, I threw myself to the side, pulling Giselle into my arms as we rolled across the ground. PFFF, the unmistakable thin crack of a silenced gunshot. Damn it. A sharp pain flared in my left side. I looked down. A hole big enough to fit a finger had been punched into my side. Blood gushed out like an open faucet. Ugh! I didn't make a fuss. Instead, I bit down on my sleeve and tore off a strip of fabric. Without hesitation, I wadded it up and shoved it roughly into the wound. This should slow the bleeding. Do the guards not feel pain even when they get shot? Giselle stared at my stomach, asking a question so dumb that I nearly lost it. She must have been so panicked that her IQ had dropped. Of course, it hurts. What kind of question is that? I snapped in irritation as my eyes darted around, scanning for the shooter. Chapter 39. The Barbara's curse incident was shrouded in mystery. There were still numerous unresolved aspects. But first and foremost, survival was the priority. I ignored the pain creeping up from my side. Blocking out unnecessary sensations, I focused on detecting any external threats. Attack drone. Drones were highly efficient as weapons. Despite their weak defenses, they could attack enemies unilaterally from a safe distance. I pinpointed the drone's location by carefully listening to the direction of the gunfire and the sound of its movement. It was approaching from the north side of the garden. I quickly took cover behind a marble pillar taking Giselle. I don't have a weapon on hand right now. I was practically unarmed. The only thing I had was a mere pocket knife, barely more useful than a can opener. But taking down the drone is easy enough, but now that I had located it, I was confident I could dodge its shots. The drone's reaction speed wasn't fast enough to hit me. The only reason I had been caught off guard earlier was because of a surprise attack from long range without any prior warning. If Giselle hadn't been there, I might have narrowly avoided it. The problem is that if I move at high speed, my wound might worsen. If there were more enemies lurking around, I had to be cautious. There was no point in recklessly pushing my body to its limits just to take down a single drone. Gunfire rang out, but the drone was equipped with a silencer, making it questionable whether anyone nearby would even notice. For now, I had to assume that escaping on my own was my only option. "I swear I'll smash your face in, you damn woman." Picturing Barbara's face in my mind, I steeled my resolve. "Do you have a mirror?" At my request, Giselle pulled a compact mirror from her inner pocket. Snatching it from her, I used its reflection to get a clear view of the drone's position. The drone's form was faintly visible, its matte black surface blending seamlessly into the night sky. "Focus, Luka." I steadied myself, closing my eyes for a brief moment before reopening them. As my senses sharpened, the surrounding objects became crystal clear. Whoosh! Spinning swiftly, I leaped out from behind the marble pillar. Using the rotational force of my body, I hurled the pocket knife like a projectile. A silver arc shot forward in a straight trajectory. The pocket knife streaked through the air like a guided missile, heading straight for the drone. Cock-lang! A metallic clang resounded as sparks flew. The pocket knife tangled with the propeller, causing a loud, jarring noise. Tujujujuju. The drone, now crippled like a bird with shredded wings, spiraled downward while firing wildly in all directions. To avoid getting hit by stray bullets, I pressed myself flat against the ground, shielding my head. I didn't check the condition of the fallen drone. Smashing it completely with just a pocket knife was impossible. If I got too close, I could have been shot. But at least I had disabled its flight function, so it wouldn't be chasing us anymore. While I was fighting, Giselle had regained her senses and was fiddling with her terminal. "Is the communication function working?" When I asked, Giselle shook her head. "No, both internal and external communication are down." Mine was the same. The screen stuttered like an old terminal that had been in use for over a decade before displaying an error message. Could a mere student really pull this off? Absolutely not. There was something more going on that we didn't know. Barbara had some kind of background. Static. A burst of noise crackled from Giselle's terminal. "Giselle. I tried to protect you, so why did you betray me? And Luka?" Barbara's voice, distorted by static, sounded even more eerie. "I like you, so I want you to despise me even more." I snatched the terminal from Giselle and crushed it in my grip. Tiny fragments of the device crumbled into dust, scattering across my palm. "There's no need to listen to the ramblings of a lunatic. This incident is probably..." I trailed off, clutching my side. No matter how much she was the daughter of the commander of the Imperial Guard, Giselle was still a civilian. I couldn't say any more. They're operating on a level above me. I recalled the commander of the Imperial Guard's lukewarm response. Not just me, he even used his own daughter as bait. The misplaced pieces were finally falling into place in my mind. He's my superior, but he's ruthless. I prepared to take Giselle to a safer location. At the entrance of the garden stood a familiar face. It was Felix Eigen, another Imperial Guard cadet dispatched like me. "Felix, is this an order from higher up?" The moment I saw him, I asked. He had come equipped with a sword and a handgun, seemingly to support me. "Yeah, looks like you're getting special treatment again. I didn't receive a single heads-up about this operation." Felix shrugged and chuckled. "I wasn't informed beforehand either. I only realized I was following their plan after everything started." The Imperial Guard was working on a larger scale. Even as mere cadets, they kept us in the dark, ensuring secrecy at all costs. "Wait, hold on. Are you saying this was all my father's plan?" Felix and I were soldiers, so being treated as expendable tools was something we had come to accept. But Giselle couldn't take it as easily. Of course, it made sense. After all, the orders had come from her own father. It was only natural for her to be shaken. Felix, however, was more concerned about me than Giselle's reaction. His gaze stopped at my wounded side. "Is it serious? If I don't get treated soon, they might find my corpse by morning. So it's not a problem yet." I smirked. Felix kept the sword for himself and tossed me the handgun since I was injured. He then pulled out his terminal to report to command. His device seemed to be functioning properly. Right now, Luka and Giselle Custo, Felix never got to finish his report. Bang, a gunshot rang out. The bullet shattered Felix's terminal and took his right hand with it. Felix didn't even scream. As if we had rehearsed it beforehand, we immediately scattered to the left and right, pressing against the garden entrance walls. Crying. I pulled Giselle behind me and placed my finger on the pistol's trigger. I locked eyes with Felix, who was hiding against the opposite wall. A seasoned opponent. We had been ambushed, yet we hadn't sensed the enemy at all. The shot was fired from close range. It wasn't a long-distance sniper. Whoever had attacked us was trained in stealth and ambush tactics, skilled enough to fool even the senses of Imperial Guard cadets like us. "Luka, cover me." Felix mouthed the words silently. He was planning to charge toward the direction of the gunfire with his sword. If we focused, we could deflect a few bullets. I nodded and steadied my breathing. "Hey, let's have a chat. If I had really aimed for your heads, one of you would already be dead." The attacker spoke from the end of the path leading to the garden entrance. They had deliberately revealed their position, letting us pinpoint their location. They were extremely confident in their skills. Felix and I quickly exchanged hand signals and adjusted our plan. While I distract the attacker, Felix will circle around and strike from behind. The plan was made in an instant. Felix kicked off his shoes and moved without a sound. Meanwhile, I raised my voice. "A chat? Shouldn't you at least know who we are before asking for one?" The enemy wouldn't even suspect we had already devised a counterattack. It was almost as if I had responded without thinking. "I know very well. Aren't you the adorable little cadet?" The attacker sneered before continuing. "I don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. Hand over Giselle Custoria. Planning to ransom her off for a hefty price? I was trying to buy time, no matter what. Our princess wants her. I don't really want to do this to kids either. But you're a soldier, so you get it, right? Orders are orders, whether you like them or not." My eyes widened at his words. Something felt off. "He said you, not you all." The attacker knew Felix was flanking him. I had no choice. I braced myself to take a bullet and leaned out from behind the wall, head and shoulders exposed. I had to cover Felix now. Crack! The sound hit me before anything else. The sickening snap of bone breaking and twisting out of place. It wasn't loud, just a sharp, precise rupture that cut through the silence. "Felix is down." I quickly assessed the situation. The attacker had Felix by the throat. With one hand, he had snapped Felix's neck and was now staring directly at me. Felix's limbs dangled limply, twitching sporadically. His sword lay abandoned on the ground. I shoved my emotions aside. Now wasn't the time. I had to focus on the enemy. Crying. The attacker was clad in a full-body combat suit, completely sealed with no exposed gaps. Its surface shimmered, shifting colors seamlessly to match the surroundings. Camouflage technology, no wonder we hadn't noticed him. So that's why we couldn't detect him. The attacker tossed Felix's body aside like a ragdoll and turned toward me. Crying. His helmet emitted a faint hum, and two pairs of glowing red eyes flared to life. The suit's camouflage faded, locking into a solid black color. He no longer needed to hide. Bang! I fired at his head, wanting to test his reaction speed. The attacker tilted his head to the side, dodging the bullet with ease. Fast enough that Felix hadn't stood a chance. That meant his combat skills were on par with an Imperial Guard. This is going to be rough. I curled one side of my lip. Giselle, the moment I start fighting, you run at full speed. Don't look back. I'll buy as much time as I can. I clamped my palm over Giselle's mouth. There's no time to argue, just do as I say. I bared my teeth, growling low. This was the best option. Besides, the enemy's goal was to capture Giselle alive. If she ran, it would at least divide his attention. I stepped out from behind the cover of the wall. I don't really want to kill two juniors in a single night. The attacker muttered as he looked at me. Junior? That word momentarily distracted me. Whoosh! In an instant, the attacker had closed the distance. His speed was insane. The red glow of his helmet's optics flickered along the path he had taken. Wham! I crossed my arms to block his kick, but the force still sent me flying a good 20 meters. You're surprisingly good at throwing off my senses. Cute, really. The attacker let out a cheerful laugh as he sent me crashing. Clench. I bit my tongue hard in frustration. The pain snapped me back to focus. Even if I put everything I had into this fight, winning was uncertain. I couldn't afford any distractions. What was I doing? Pathetic Luka. The one fortunate, yet infuriating, thing was that my opponent was underestimating me. He hadn't used his sword or gun, he hadn't even followed up with another attack. And he had given me time to prepare. Creak, creak. My right cybernetic eye spun rapidly, almost frantically. A movement impossible for a biological eye. A flood of visual data poured into my brain. It felt as though my occipital lobe, the part responsible for processing vision, was heating up. I reconstructed the visual information into a three-dimensional map inside my head. Within a 100-meter radius, I could perceive everything, as if I had lived in this place for decades. Aki's combat technique. At its core, it was an extreme form of analysis and insight, pushing past the brain's limitations, even if it meant risking damage. It started by expanding the senses, allowing me to grasp my surroundings with near-perfect clarity. A throbbing headache pounded in my skull, and a feverish heat spread across my forehead. Bang! I fired a series of shots at the attacker. Whoosh! He weaved left and right, dodging the bullets while closing the gap between us. For just a fraction of a second, his gaze flickered toward Giselle as she fled. I tossed aside my empty pistol and moved. Backpedaling swiftly, I hugged the wall near the garden entrance before leaping over it without even looking. The mental 3D map in my head matched reality perfectly. As I cleared the wall, I kicked off at midair to propel myself even farther. Not a single motion was wasted. Even if my speed wasn't overwhelming, my efficiency was, leaving no openings for the attacker to catch up. Borrowing this, Felix. I landed beside Felix's corpse and grabbed his sword, twirling it in my grip. The moment I started high-speed movement, the bleeding from my side worsened. You didn't even look, yet you accurately gauged your surroundings and moved accordingly. That's Aki's optimization, isn't it? The attacker crouched atop the wall, pointing at me. I didn't bother responding. He stroked his chin as if deep in thought before continuing. Since you seem to have learned Aki's victima, I won't kill you. I raised an eyebrow, my brow furrowing. The way he spoke, as if he was above me, as if he had any authority over my life, disgusted me. I didn't like most people, but this bastard, he was exactly the kind I hated the most. Chapter 40. My close-quarters combat skills were among the top even among the cadets. I had a certain pride in that. However, the assailant mercilessly shattered my pride. He was clearly superior to me. Every time he lightly extended the back of his hand or his palm, my sword was deflected to the side as if it were a lie. He was parrying my sword strikes with his bare hands. Ka-ang! I barely managed to pull back my sword and aimed for the assailant's neck once more. The assailant tilted his upper body at an angle and targeted my chest with his palm. Quaduk, I blocked the assailant's attack with the bottom of my sword hilt. I felt a shock so intense that it seemed as if my fingers would break as I was sent flying backward. He's going easy on me. If he weren't, I would have been dead already. Not even 5 seconds had passed since the fight began. In extreme situations, one's sense of time becomes distorted. A single second, which would normally pass in an instant, now felt as long as a full minute. The assailant was exceptional. His martial prowess was so impressive that it made me want to admire him. If he weren't my enemy, I would have wanted to learn from him. Step back, kid. I don't want to kill you. If you understand who you're up against, your superior won't blame you. The Imperial Guard wouldn't have taught you to waste your life meaninglessly. The assailant spoke leisurely, revealing information about himself. I had an idea of his identity. No matter how strictly the Empire controlled information, they couldn't stop rumors from spreading through word of mouth. An anti-imperialist terrorist group. The so-called enemy of the Empire, known only through speculation and whispers, now stood right before me. Everything made sense. The Imperial Guard had been moving to flush out the terrorists. If a high-ranking unit moved too soon, the terrorist would disappear without a trace. That meant they had approached this operation with caution. Someone like me was merely a pawn in a much larger plan. Whatever. None of that mattered. The bastard in front of me was looking down on me. A traitor to the Empire dared to belittle me. A breath escaped my lips and scattered in the air. This might be my last. From now on, I will ignore my injuries. I raised my sword upright, bringing it level with my eyes. From this moment on, I am my sword. The outcome would be one of two things: either I break or I cut him down first. The enemy was stronger than me. If I wanted to compensate for my lack of ability and increase my chances of victory even slightly, I had to establish one condition: believe that he doesn't want to kill me. That way, I could disregard survival and defense, focusing solely on offense. It was an inadequate solution, but it was the only way to make up for my shortcomings, even a little. Quagic. I kicked off the ground and lunged forward. With my prosthetics output maximized, the force of my leap surged up to my crown. PSSHT. Blood seeped from the gunshot wound in my side. But the fight would be decided before I bled out, so it didn't matter. Kong, gripping the hilt with both hands, I struck down with full force. The assailant deftly tilted his upper body to the side, evading my attack. Thump. I took a wide step forward, spinning my body as I swung my sword. My blade curved sharply, as if it were chasing him. Ujuk, the unbearable acceleration twisted my waist. I heard the sound of my skin tearing further at the wound in my side. Since I was focusing entirely on offense, my openings were fully exposed to the assailant. A chill ran down my spine. His counterattack could crush my heart or my head at any moment. But I didn't flinch. I didn't dodge or defend, only attack. The enemy wavered. It lasted only for a fleeting moment, but he hesitated. If you're going to kill me, then do it. For some reason, he was reluctant to kill a user of Aki's combat techniques. I had to believe in that and press forward. Wirek, the assailant, closed in on me. I neither defended nor retreated. Instead, I thrust my sword straight at his head. Flinch, he braked abruptly, stepping back. Clicking his tongue, he seemed visibly irritated. You've trained to this extent at your age, and yet you're willing to throw your life away for the Empire. Do you think I can't kill you? If he truly intended to kill me, he wouldn't be running his mouth. The blood seeping from my side had already pooled around my feet. I didn't need to look at it to confirm. I could tell how serious it was just from the cold spreading through my body. Even my razor-sharp focus would soon start to waver. The Empire aside, your tone alone is insufferable. I could barely stand it. To be honest, that was probably the real reason I was still fighting. I didn't like him. I wanted to prove that his arrogance, the way he spoke as if I wasn't even a threat, was wrong. Maybe that was just my nature. That rebellious spirit of yours, I like it, kid. You're definitely more like us. The assailant shook his shoulders as he laughed. He opened the mouthpiece of his helmet, revealing a faint smile on his lips. Then he continued speaking in a calm tone. My name is Rick Kaiser. I'm a Republican. Aha, so a terrorist? I'd prefer if you called us the Resistance. So basically, I should just call you a son of a bitch from now on. What kind of name is son of a bitch? That's pretty weird. The assailant said nothing and simply closed the mouthpiece of his helmet. His lenses glowed crimson. Looked like he was pissed off, maybe a lot. Thump. The assailant lightly bounced in place. A mechanical whine rang out as his output surged. Then, just as he hopped again, he vanished from my sight, only to reappear right in front of me. His crimson eyes locked onto me fiercely. He clenched his fist tightly and thrust it straight toward my face. A perfectly aimed strike at my head. He was trying to kill me. Seemed like he had changed his mind. It was too late to dodge. Still gripping my sword, I crossed my arms to block. This wasn't a defense for survival, it was to buy even the slightest bit of time. Quazizijic, my crossed arms were being crushed. Amidst the scattering parts and fragments, I caught sight of his fist, sharp like a spike. Everything slowed down, like a scene replayed in slow motion. I was pulling up my leg. My toes were aimed at his jaw. Even if my head shattered first, my leg would still carry out the command my brain had given. Fine, go ahead and break my skull. I'll smash your jaw in return. If I'm lucky, we might both die together. Quagic, impact. The world, which had been moving so slowly, suddenly snapped back to its original speed. I blinked. I was still alive. Kuuk, the assailant, was gripping the back of my neck. Somehow, he had managed to control the force of his own punch, despite its terrifying speed. I'd bet he could even catch a bullet with his bare hands. Tuduk, tuck. My finishing kick had been reduced to scrap metal, falling uselessly to the ground. The assailant had blocked it effortlessly with his other hand, then crushed my right leg completely. I lost. The difference in power was overwhelming. He had countered even my final, desperate move. He was using a better prosthetic than mine. But this defeat wasn't because of the difference in performance. Even if we had used prosthetics of the same output, I still would have lost. That was an undeniable fact. Both of my arms had been shattered below the elbows, and my right foot was crushed where his grip had left its mark. You piss me off. This is your last chance, beg for your life. If you do, I'll let you live. The assailant spoke while gripping the back of my neck. Forcing my lips upward, I smiled. Kang. With my only intact limb, my left foot, I kicked him in the groin. A metallic clang rang out. He must have been wearing proper protection. Ha, good. Let's see if the universe is on your side. If you somehow survive, send my regards to Kinuan. Tell him I'm doing just fine. With those final words, he tightened his grip on my neck. You Duke, the last thing I heard that day was the sound of my own neck breaking. Not an unfamiliar experience. Most organic humans die when their necks are broken. Most of them, anyway. I stared at the metal spike lodged into my nape, a traction device holding my fractured vertebrae in place. Running my fingers over the back of my neck, I felt cold metal. An external spinal cord had been implanted, stretching from my nape down to my tailbone, temporarily replacing my severed central nervous system. Thanks to it, I could move my arms and legs. Aside from being unable to freely turn my head, I was in decent condition. Hey, Felix, can you talk? I turned my upper body and looked at Felix, lying in the hospital bed. You. Luka, it hurts. You idiot. Of course it hurts, you're trying to move your neck. Felix lay there with a blank expression. The confident, cheerful guy I once knew was gone. Drool dribbled from the corner of his mouth, soaking into his pillow. I looked at him and gave a bitter smile. He was beyond recovery. His brain damage was severe. He had been left untreated for too long with a broken neck. Meanwhile, I had been lucky. I heard that 4 Imperial Guards had arrived with Giselle right after the assailant took me down. Thanks to their quick emergency care, I had avoided brain damage. The image of the terrorist who broke my neck was burned deep into my mind. Even when I closed my eyes, I could see him clearly. A kind of trauma. Rick Kaiser. That was the name of the terrorist who stood before me. I woke up 15 days after he took me down. Ridiculous. A so-called Republican with the name Kaiser. Kaiser meant emperor. A cruel, ironic joke. Outside the hospital room where Felix and I were staying, an Imperial Guard stood watch. As the door opened, Commander Hamilas came to see us. More precisely, he came to see me. Felix was incapable of communication. Creak. The commander, dressed in his uniform, stood before me. Since I couldn't move my neck, all I could see was his chest. There's no need to stand. Stay seated and rest. He lowered himself into a chair, leaning forward to match my eye level. His gaze briefly shifted past me to Felix. A hint of unease flickered in his eyes before disappearing. Felix carried out his role to the very end. Before making my report, I mentioned Felix. It was the least I could do. Then, I verbally relayed the details of the incident to the commander. After listening, he told me there was no need to submit a written report for this case. Rick Kaiser. Real name, Rick Silva Nunez. He's a top priority fugitive of the Empire. I've never heard of him. Not all fugitives are publicly wanted, especially those tied to the Empire's stains. I flinched. The Empire's stains. The Empire was supposed to be flawless and infallible. Calling something a stain implied imperfection, even corruption. And yet, those words had just come from the mouth of the Imperial Guard commander. Rick was once part of the Imperial Guard, wasn't he? Did he say so himself? He referred to Felix and me as his juniors. The commander nodded. A terrorist with a background in the Imperial Guard, it made sense why he was classified as a secret fugitive. It's only fair that I tell you the full story of this operation. There's no need to refuse, you deserve to hear it. I waited in silence. He seemed to be deciding where to begin. Operation Juliet has been in preparation for 5 years. Its objective is to infiltrate the leadership of the anti-imperialist terrorist group, Nemesis. Infiltration, not extermination. The commander placed a terminal in front of me. Its holographic lens glowed before projecting a 3-dimensional organizational chart, a structural analysis of the terrorist group. The chart was disorganized, its connections appearing weak and fragmented. Nemesis operates as a thoroughly compartmentalized cell organization. It's impossible to eradicate them through conventional methods. No matter how many branches you cut off, they keep growing back. Unless we sever the head, it's meaningless. I thought of Rick Kaiser. He was likely a key figure within Nemesis. Was capturing him the true goal of this operation? Since we failed to capture Rick alive, does that mean the mission was a failure? That would mean Felix's death was in vain. The thought unsettled me. The wrinkles at the corners of the commander's mouth deepened. He shook his head with a faint smile. We succeeded brilliantly, Luka. We managed to infiltrate one of our own into the core of Nemesis. I didn't fully understand what he meant. For the first time in a while, I felt like an idiot. What do you mean? The fact that even you are confused proves just how successful this operation was. The commander swiped the holographic display to the side. My eyes widened at the next screen. Barbara's face appeared in the hologram. Barbara is our person. Nemesis recruited her as a hacker. They must have had their eyes on her for a long time. Of course, we made sure they did. My grip on the bed railing tightened. It was a good thing my original prosthetics had been destroyed. If I still had them, I would have crushed the railing by now. Just how many people had been deceived for the sake of this operation? Among them was the commander's own daughter, Giselle. Does Giselle know? I couldn't hold back the question. My emotions were written all over my voice. She knows nothing. And it's best if she never does. Do you understand why I'm telling you all this? The commander narrowed his eyes. My heart sank. Elimination. That was my first thought. No matter how skilled I was still expendable. A pawn that could be discarded at any moment. Especially since I had no background or connections, it would be even easier to get rid of me. Read it and sign. The commander pulled an electronic document from his coat. Tense as I was, I let out a hollow chuckle the moment I saw it. It was an adoption document. The signature of Commander Hemilas Castoria was already on it. The only blank space was the section for my name. Welcome to the Castoria family, Luka. Hemilas rose from his seat. Chapter 41. Jiying. I felt the vibration crawl up my spine. My pupils and lips trembled involuntarily. The android was removing the external spine embedded in my back. As the securing screws on either side of my spine came loose, blood trickled down my back. You will experience some foreign body sensation and pain for a while. The android placed the blood-stained screws onto a tray one by one as it spoke. On the wall-mounted display, my medical chart was visible. I had suffered a fatal cervical fracture. This wasn't something that could be overcome through sheer willpower or determination, so this time, I didn't attempt an early discharge. Crack! I rubbed the back of my neck and moved my head. The muscles around my barely reattached cervical vertebrae were stiff. I almost ended up living with an external spine. Whether external or internal, having a cybernetic artificial spine implanted would mean an extended rehabilitation period. Recovering my original level of performance with an artificial spine would take a long time. Even in full-body prosthetic procedures, the spine, dense with neural connections, was the most difficult and intricate part to operate on. I closed my eyes and focused on the changes in my body. The neural signals that had been rerouted through the artificial spinal cord now traveled through my natural central nervous system again. I had grown accustomed to the external spine, so at first, my body felt unfamiliar, like it wasn't mine. But my brain and body felt more in sync now. My reaction speed had actually increased to the point that I nearly dropped a cup when I tried to pick it up. For an Imperial Guard cadet, this kind of foreign sensation would resolve itself in a day or two. My brain would quickly adjust and compensate for any gaps or discrepancies. Our brains have been modified to be compatible with cybernetic implants and combat. I stood up and slipped on my cadet uniform jacket. Finally, I stopped in front of Felix's hospital bed. It was fun, Felix. Luka, are you leaving? Felix was still lying down, wearing a neck brace. He had moved around too much and worsened his injuries multiple times. His cognitive function had regressed to that of a toddler. I have to go. I had no reason to worry about Felix's future. He was part of a prestigious family that even ran corporate enterprises. They wouldn't let him starve just because he had lost his usefulness. In fact, nobles with impressive statuses had come to visit him in the hospital. Luka. Just before I walked out, Felix mustered all his strength to speak. When I turned around, he was straining to articulate his words clearly. May fortune be with you? I gave him a slight nod. I move forward. Felix remains here, that's all there is to it, but I will remember Felix, just as I remember all those who have died. Jying. I felt the vibration crawl up my spine. My pupils and lips trembled involuntarily. The android was removing the external spine embedded in my back. As the securing screws on either side of my spine came loose, blood trickled down my back. You will experience some foreign body sensation and pain for a while. The android placed the blood-stained screws onto a tray one by one as it spoke. On the wall-mounted display, my medical chart was visible. I had suffered a fatal cervical fracture. This wasn't something that could be overcome through sheer willpower or determination, so this time, I didn't attempt an early discharge. Crack! I rubbed the back of my neck and moved my head. The muscles around my barely reattached cervical vertebrae were stiff. I almost ended up living with an external spine. Whether external or internal, having a cybernetic artificial spine implanted would mean an extended rehabilitation period. Recovering my original level of performance with an artificial spine would take a long time. Even in full-body prosthetic procedures, the spine, dense with neural connections, was the most difficult and intricate part to operate on. I closed my eyes and focused on the changes in my body. The neural signals that had been rerouted through the artificial spinal cord now traveled through my natural central nervous system again. I had grown accustomed to the external spine, so at first, my body felt unfamiliar, like it wasn't mine. But my brain and body felt more in sync now. My reaction speed had actually increased to the point that I nearly dropped a cup when I tried to pick it up. For an Imperial Guard cadet, this kind of foreign sensation would resolve itself in a day or two. My brain would quickly adjust and compensate for any gaps or discrepancies. Our brains have been modified to be compatible with cybernetic implants and combat. I stood up and slipped on my cadet uniform jacket. Finally, I stopped in front of Felix's hospital bed. It was fun, Felix. Luka, are you leaving? Felix was still lying down, wearing a neck brace. He had moved around too much and worsened his injuries multiple times. His cognitive function had regressed to that of a toddler. I have to go. I had no reason to worry about Felix's future. He was part of a prestigious family that even ran corporate enterprises. They wouldn't let him starve just because he had lost his usefulness. In fact, nobles with impressive statuses had come to visit him in the hospital. Luka. Just before I walked out, Felix mustered all his strength to speak. When I turned around, he was straining to articulate his words clearly. May fortune be with you. I gave him a slight nod. I moved forward. Felix remains here, that's all there is to it, but I will remember Felix, just as I remember all those who have died. The fact that I had been admitted into the Custoria family had not yet spread. According to the commander of the Imperial Guard, it would take quite some time for the official paperwork to be processed. The family has strict elders, you see. Well, there's nothing to worry about. This much will go through without a hitch. I recalled the commander's words. In the Custoria family, members served on the front lines of the family's affairs for 40 to 50 years before stepping back as elders. Among noble families, Custoria had one of the more flexible and active generational transition systems thanks to this elder system. Many noble families had no generational shift until the predecessor died. Some of the empire's nobles lived for over 200 years. From my perspective, not even having lived a full century, that was an unfathomable amount of time. As I walked down the corridor of the Imperial Guard training facility's main building, my mind drifted through various thoughts. Which Barbara? I checked the Empire's wanted profiles. When sorted by the most recent updates, Barbara's name appeared. Barbara's bizarre behavior, her deviations, and the series of incidents known as her curses. If the Empire had been involved, the so-called android rampage, attributed to Barbara's curse, suddenly made sense. However, the exact boundary between the Empire's operations and Barbara's own actions remained unclear. That ambiguity was why Nemesis took the bait. They saw Barbara as a genius hacker capable of toying with even the Royal Kratia Academy and recruited her. But Barbara was an agent working for the Empire, a spy meticulously prepared to infiltrate the core of the terrorist group Nemesis. Several years, no, perhaps over a decade. I still didn't know what Barbara truly was. She wasn't just an irregular from the lower class. It was possible she had been designed for this mission from the genetic level. The eerie behaviors I had witnessed from Barbara weren't just an act. The fact that she was a twisted human being was undeniable. In the end, nothing is a coincidence. At the academy, I had simply been walking along a path that had already been laid out by those above. I had deluded myself into thinking it was my own choice and will. The more I learned, the more the depth of the Empire became immeasurable. Even my encounter with Kinuan and my training in Aki's combat techniques must have been part of their plan. Now, I was sure of it. Just as Kinuan had said, this was not my free will. The higher-ups had subtly guided me toward meeting Kinuan. Doubt bred more doubt. Everything started to feel off. The fact that I had risen as an irregular from a double-digit orphanage. Maybe I was never an irregular to begin with. Maybe I had the potential to enter a single-digit orphanage all along. It had always felt strange. Back in the orphanage, I felt like the only odd one. As if I were a different species, I couldn't connect with the others. It wasn't until I arrived at the Imperial Guard training facility that I finally felt a sense of belonging with my peers. So, it wasn't that I overcame a harsh environment and unfavorable genetics through sheer effort. Perhaps I was destined to become an elite soldier from the very beginning, and the entire plan had been structured around me. Ile's words came to mind. He had said that people needed irregulars like me to believe in the possibility of social mobility, to accept the current system and hierarchy as fair. Stop it, Luka. I closed my eyes. My thoughts were spiraling. I couldn't afford to think like a dissident. All of this was just my own delusions and baseless speculation. Even the commander of the Imperial Guard telling me the truth behind this incident, perhaps that too was a test. A way to see if my loyalty to the Empire and my discipline as a soldier would waver. This is my chance to change my life. Luka Custoria, a position I had seized with my own hands, but it was too soon to feel secure. The moment I loosened my grip, it would vanish like smoke. I couldn't let that happen. I kept walking with my eyes closed until I abruptly stopped. When I opened them, Kinuan's office stood before me. Chiik. The door slid open, revealing a familiar sight. Kinuan sat at his desk, a teacup and a book beside him. From the shelf by the window, fragrant smoke curled into the air. "Oh, Luka, did you enjoy your youth at the academy?" He said things like that so effortlessly, even when he knew the truth. By now, I was used to his way of speaking. It was so enjoyable that I nearly never made it back to the training facility. What happened to Felix is unfortunate. He was a promising cadet. Did he truly find it unfortunate? The words nearly escaped my lips. Thanks to your teachings, instructor, I managed to survive. So for now, I'm grateful. I still remember how frustrated you were, struggling to master Aki's combat techniques, only to complain that they were useless when wearing Legion armor. Well, I don't think much has changed on that front, I replied as I took a seat. Kinuan poured tea and handed me a cup, bitter and astringent as always. The fact that this stuff cost more than my monthly salary still baffled me. Lowering the cup, I met Kinuan's gaze. My thoughts drifted to the terrorist, Rick Silva Nunez, or rather, damn it, let's just call him Rick Kaiser. That was easier. Either way, the bastard who broke my neck. Rick asked me to pass along his regards to you. Said he's doing well. Ah, Rick Silva Nunez? Well, I'm glad to hear he's doing fine. Kinuan answered calmly, not even his eyebrows twitched. Rick is a first-class wanted criminal, a terrorist. He's the one who broke my neck. Unlucky, or should I say lucky, you met him and still survived. Well, Rick always had a soft personality. I see that hasn't changed. I frowned. He was speaking about a terrorist as if they were close. You know him well? Of course. We were in the same Imperial Guard training cohort. We called him Rick Lapidus. It means fast. Just like his nickname, his reflexes were extraordinarily quick. If his prosthetics were up to par, he could even catch a flying bullet with his fingers. Nowadays, there are quite a few people capable of such feats thanks to technological advancements, but back then, he was in a league of his own. The world was a vast place indeed. Kinuan spoke as if there were many warriors of Rick's caliber. So you don't keep in touch anymore? You're misunderstanding something. I may be a retired soldier, but I'm still on the Empire's payroll. I wouldn't go so far as to exchange messages with a terrorist. Judging by your reaction, I take it you haven't mentioned Rick's regards to the commander of the Imperial Guard. I hesitated for a moment before answering. That's because it's something that could get you executed on the spot. At the very least, I wanted to confirm it with my own eyes and ears before reporting it. Half of it was the truth. The other half was an attempt to win some favor. There's no need to be so considerate. If something like this could get me disposed of, it would have happened long ago. But I'll accept your concern nonetheless. And if you were to be disposed of, I wanted to learn more about Aki's combat techniques first. I've heard quite a few things. Haha, I find that more believable than your claim of looking out for me. I took a moment to organize my thoughts. Aki's victima users are classified as high-risk individuals. Their names are kept on a special list. That was what investigator Gillian Campbell had said. Since it seems like you've learned Aki's victima, I won't kill you. That was why terrorist Rick Kaiser hadn't crushed my skull completely. He had left me alive, barely. I needed to find out exactly what Aki's victima was. It was more than just a combat technique. It had to be. So what exactly is Aki's combat? I didn't beat around the bush. I relayed everything Gillian Campbell and Rick Kaiser had mentioned to Kinnuan, word for word. Kinnuan took a sip of his cooling tea as he gazed out the window. Then, as if he had been waiting for my question, he smiled. You've reached this point faster than I expected, Luka Custoria. You've already heard about it. At my words, Kinnuan maintained his impenetrable smile. It seemed his information network extended even to the upper echelons. He was truly an unreadable man. Well, of course, you're getting close to the center now. For someone at the fringes, you know far too much. You understand what that means, don't you? I understand perfectly. If any secrets or classified information slipped from my lips, I was as good as dead. And even if I kept silent, if the upper ranks decided they wanted to bury certain incidents and truths altogether, then I would be in danger as well. The Custoria name would offer some degree of protection, but that was precisely why the commander of the Imperial Guard had rushed to have me admitted into the family. The history of Aki's victima runs far deeper than you think. We would have to go back to the era before the Empire settled on planet Novus, and its founder was. Kinnuan's smile faded. With a blank expression, he continued speaking. Noel Mulliskane, the leader of the first recorded rebellion in Imperial history, in the year 3518. A rebel leader, the creator of Aki's victima, and the theorist behind meta-combat techniques. Aki's victima had been a subversive combat style from the very beginning. Chapter 42. 3518, the First Rebellion. It was a year buried in the distant past, more than 200 years ago. To me, who hadn't even lived a full century, it felt like something from an unfathomable time. Kinnuan had said that there was a rebellion in the Empire in 3518. I've never heard of it before. Is it a part of history the Empire is hiding? They don't hide it, but they don't teach it either. If you're not interested, you'll never know. I hesitated, wondering if I should ask more. Kinnuan must have sensed my dilemma because he waited in silence. So, an Aki's victima user is highly likely to be connected to the rebels, or rather, terrorists, one way or another. It's all about their roots, after all. After some deliberation, I spoke. That's why the Empire keeps track of Aki's victima users and compiles a list. But even investigator Gillian Campbell probably only knows that Aki's victima has ties to the rebels. He has no idea that it was Noel Mulliskane who created the technique. The connection between Noel Mulliskane and Aki's victima was classified information. I turned the thought over in my mind. Is the fact that Noel was the founder of Aki's victima really that important? To be precise, the Empire wants to conceal the fact that Noel was a groundbreaking combat theorist. Being the leader of the rebels is a brand of disgrace the Empire would never accept. But the combat theories Noel established, including Aki's victima, continue to influence the Imperial military today. He's both a contributor to the Empire and its worst criminal. As soon as I heard Kinnuan's words, countless questions surfaced in my mind at once. Aki's victima isn't an Imperial standard combat technique. Its philosophy is completely different. As I said earlier, Aki's victima is just one of the combat techniques Noel created. It was his final work, too. I found myself growing more curious about Noel Mulliskane. Just how many combat techniques did he create if something like Aki's Victima was only one of them? It was almost impossible to believe. No wonder Kinnuan had called him a genius. If he hadn't been a traitor, the Empire would have revered him as a great figure. Kinnuan didn't deny it, he simply smiled. It was a seditious thought, even though I was the one who had voiced it. A traitor and a great figure at the same time. Kinnuan seemed to be deciding where to begin the story. Finally, he slowly parted his lips and spoke. From the day our human ancestors crushed a rival's skull with a stone in the African wilderness, to the moment we ventured beyond the solar system to explore the galaxy, we humans have always fought with the blood and flesh we were born with. Thousands of years passed, and at last, the era of superhumans arrived, thanks to advances in biotechnology and machinery. We had transcended our natural biological limits. But no one grandly called it superhuman anymore, not when such enhancements were now considered part of the general human category. But the humans of the past must have seen it differently. Back when everyone was purely organic, someone who strengthened their neural system and replaced their limbs with machines would have looked like a superhuman or a monster. Just as the rise of firearms turned cold weapon combat techniques into mere relics. In the era of superhumans, the battle techniques of organic humans became obsolete. Cybernetic technology didn't wait for humanity to catch up, it advanced at an unrelenting pace. With each leap in progress, combat methods evolved repeatedly, and before long, humans could even dodge bullets. So, new combat methods and theories were necessary. There was a transition period spanning hundreds of years, starting from partial prosthetics to the era of full-body cybernetics. Countless combat techniques and theories emerged and faded away in that time. And then, as if to consolidate all of that knowledge, a single genius appeared. A genius called forth by the times. That was Noel Mullies-Kane, the inevitable figure who marked the end of the transitional period and ushered in an era of stability. Such figures existed in every field. When the right combination of time, luck, and talent aligned perfectly, a great person emerged. The ballistic trajectory system taught in the Imperial Guard. That was also created by Noel Mullies-Kane. Before that, dodging and deflecting bullets was a skill only legendary soldiers and mercenaries could achieve, those who had survived countless battlefields and honed their instincts and intuition to the extreme. But Noel systematized and theorized it, making it accessible even to elite soldiers. That was astonishing. To think that the ballistic trajectory system had already been established 200 years ago. Kinnuan listed a few of Noel Mullies-Kane's achievements. It wasn't even a comprehensive list, just a fraction of them, yet I recognized many of the combat techniques and theories he mentioned. Even the golden ratio for optimizing agility, based on the power output, volume, and weight of cybernetic prosthetics, was a direct result of Noel's formulas. For reasons and circumstances unknown, Noel Mullies-Kane, who had once been a non-permanent advisor to the Imperial Army, turned against the Empire. But an all-out war was impossible. The Imperial Army was already too powerful. So Noel developed an entirely new combat technique, one fundamentally different in direction, designed for guerrilla warfare. That was Aki's Victima. At last, I fully grasped the uniqueness of Aki's Victima. If it was designed for guerrilla warfare, then all the flaws I had previously seen in it weren't flaws at all. So, brain dysfunction wasn't a concern. No one expected to live long anyway, and they fought with that in mind. And since they were an irregular force, they wouldn't have a standardized system or formal training regimen. They needed a highly adaptable combat style that could adjust to individual circumstances and environments. Establishing training camps to improve unit cohesion would have been difficult, so they must have focused on training an elite few. I trailed off, realizing Kinnuan wasn't finished speaking yet. Noel only took those suited for Aki's Victima as his close aides and officers. That elite few became the backbone, the brain of the rebel forces. The rest were just disposable limbs meant to be cut off at any time. That was how Noel's rebels resisted the Empire. Even when the Empire launched large-scale eradication operations, it only seemed like the rebellion had been wiped out. In reality, the select few who had mastered Aki's Victima managed to survive and scatter across the Empire, carrying out local skirmishes and guerrilla operations. And since there were always people dissatisfied with the Empire, they could easily recruit expendable soldiers. No matter how many times the rebellion was crushed, it sprouted again like weeds. Aki's victima users, by their very nature, would always find a way to survive. And since they could fight without relying on high-performance prosthetics, they could easily blend into society as ordinary citizens. Let's think about this for a moment. Would anyone suspect that someone with a non-combat cybernetic implant was actually a key figure in the rebellion? Even if they were stopped in a random security check and confronted by 4 or 5 soldiers with military-grade combat prosthetics, an Aki's victima user would still be able to escape with ease. A vivid image formed in my mind. Aki's victima users scattering across the Empire, launching precise strikes against critical Imperial facilities. And when one of them was cornered, they would simply throw local recruits to the wolves as decoys before slipping away to another region. Since they could fight effectively without high-end cybernetics, tracking them down would have been nearly impossible. Then, how did the Empire manage to eradicate the rebellion at its roots? At that moment, a terrifying thought crossed my mind. I wanted to know if my suspicions were correct. How did the Empire suppress Noel's rebellion at the time? They couldn't tell friend from foe, so they killed anyone suspicious. Back then, if you didn't have someone to vouch for your identity, you were as good as dead. The Empire took an extreme hardline approach, and even Aki's victima users were hunted down one by one. Civilians would report any outsiders on site, fearing that their entire region might be razed in a mass purge. I didn't ask how many innocent people had died. The scale of it was beyond my imagination. And Noel. Is that how he died as well? A secret execution. Noel Mulliskane, once a key contributor to the Empire, had turned traitor. The Empire had carried out mass killings in response to his rebellion. And considering how the Empire had suffered at the hands of guerrilla warfare, it was only natural that they would continue to monitor Aki's victima users. This was not something that should ever be made public, especially since Noel Mulliskane's legacy still influenced the Imperial military today. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Then, straightening my back, I lifted my head and looked directly at Kinuan. The reason the commander of the Imperial Guard sent me here, is it because he suspects you of having ties to the terrorists? Kinuan clapped his hands twice. Correct, Luka. If you find proof that I'm colluding with Nemesis, or if you can expose anything incriminating, you'll rise straight to the center of the Imperial Guard. That was ridiculous. How could an Imperial Guard officer, a decorated instructor, no less, be colluding with terrorists? And if the commander truly suspected Kinuan, why was he still allowing him to roam free? I stared at Kinuan, searching for answers. But his depths were unfathomable. In contrast, he seemed to know everything about me. I don't believe you're involved with the terrorists. You might not, but the commander of the Imperial Guard does. Since we're on the topic, let me give you a little tip for your career. Look into the traces of my past from when I was in the lower districts. Kinuan's words felt like a provocation. I frowned. I will report everything I heard today to the commander of the Imperial Guard. See you next time, Luka. Kinuan stood up and personally opened the door to see me out. Once I stepped outside the main building of the training facility, I came to a halt. Taking a deep breath, I tried to steady my emotions. To put it bluntly, these bastards all thought they could toy with me. Both the commander of the Imperial Guard and Kinuan were using me to gauge each other's intentions. This was dangerous. If things went sideways, I had a high chance of being expendable. But I wasn't going to let that happen. I hadn't clawed my way up to this point just to be discarded like that. The next day, I accessed the network to investigate Noel Mulliskane and the First Rebellion. I knew that my browsing history would be visible to my superiors, but it didn't matter. They were already aware that I had stepped deep enough into this to start digging. As expected, there was almost no information. All I found was a basic record stating that a major rebellion occurred in 3518 and that the Empire had successfully suppressed it. That was the extent of what I could access at my clearance level. In particular, it was clear that any detailed records on Noel Mulliskane had been deliberately erased. He was only mentioned as the leader of the rebellion, nothing more. There was no indication that he had been a combat theorist or had contributed to the military. Not even a single photograph remained. 200 years of erasure had done its job, there was barely a trace left. The same applied to Aki's victima. It was dismissed as nothing more than a third-rate combat technique with an unknown origin. It was obvious, there was no way to get what I needed through official channels. If I wanted to uncover Kinuan's past, I would have to go to the lower districts. I submitted a request for an audience with the commander of the Imperial Guard, and in less than 20 minutes, it was approved. For any other cadet, it would have taken at least a day or two. Chapter 43. Instructor Kinuan is provoking us. I deliberately used the word us when speaking to the commander of the Imperial Guard. I relayed Kinuan's impure words to him exactly as they were spoken. Luka, do you remember when I told you that Kinuan was assigned an unofficial mission in the past? I nodded in response. Unofficial missions left no records. Because of that, even the commander of the Imperial Guard did not have a clear grasp of Kinuan's true nature. Even he was not someone who could access all information. Like me, he was merely following orders from those above. The same goes for the terrorist, Rick Silva Nunez. It seems Rick and Kinuan primarily carried out unofficial missions around the same time. There must be some connection between the two. One is an instructor, the other a wanted fugitive. By now, you must be wondering, if Kinuan is so suspicious, why have we left him alone all this time? It was true, I was incredibly curious, but survival took priority. If there is a reason I shouldn't know, I will shut my ears to it. The commander of the Imperial Guard crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He leaned back against his chair in a relaxed manner before opening them again. I've decided to trust you, Luka. The investigation into Kinuan isn't being handled by the Imperial Guard. The orders came from even higher up. The upper ranks believe Kinuan could be a key to getting closer to the terrorist group Nemesis. We could kill him at any moment, but we let him be, and Kinuan knows that well. There was no other choice. No form of torture would ever make Kinuan talk. And yet, you gave such an unstable man an important position as an instructor. I spoke in a bitter tone. He said he would leave if we didn't. Well, not that he'd ever leave the Imperial Guard alive. Besides, he's a competent instructor. Has that satisfied your curiosity? I've spent quite some time by Kinuan's side, but to be honest, I haven't seen any gaps in his defenses. He is meticulous in self-discipline and never reveals his true thoughts. Kinuan was far more calculating than I was, a difficult man to read. Quit whining and do your best. You're the only one fit for this job. Over the past decade, we've assigned multiple cadets to Kinuan, but none have gotten as close to him as you have. Kinuan likes you. I mulled over the commander of the Imperial Guard's words. There was no way for me to walk away from this. Then, I'll need authority beyond that of a cadet. I listed the authorizations I needed: unrestricted access between the lower and upper sectors, a personal weapon permit, higher-level database access than I currently had, and a reasonable investigation budget. This much isn't difficult. Anything else? The commander of the Imperial Guard approved without hesitation. I know this isn't something a soldier should say, but I don't want to die over some grim business like this, especially not for knowing too much. I'm not going to lie to you. Let's be upfront. If orders come from above, I have to erase this incident like it never happened. That means tying up loose ends, yourself included. But at the very least, I'll do everything within my power. That much, I promise you. That's why I incorporated you into our family. Your official identification should be ready within 2 or 3 days. This was the best I could get. The Empire was ruthless. I knew that well. Just hearing that is enough for me. It wasn't enough, but I couldn't afford to ask for more. My life was entirely at the discretion of the commander of the Imperial Guard. Imperial Guard cadets used standardized military equipment. Their typical armament included a melee weapon, such as a monomolecular-coated spear or blade, and a handgun. Additional gear was issued as needed for specific missions. I had always been dissatisfied with monomolecular blades. At first, their cutting ability was exceptional, but after a few uses, the coating gradually wore off. It was a chronic issue. Once the coating was gone, all that remained was a sturdy but unremarkable blade. I understood why, of course. The monomolecular coating itself was a product of advanced manufacturing, a high-performance weapon rarely seen on the market. Naturally, it was expensive, and it would be impractical to supply cadets with anything better. The issued handgun, on the other hand, was nothing special. While it was well-made and had all the necessary conveniences, its firepower was average at best. I visited the Empire's armory. A workshop technician assigned to the Imperial Guard gave me a once-over. "You got a personal weapon permit? That's unusual for a cadet." It was rare for cadets to come here. At most, they might show up running errands. Inside the Empire's armory, technicians and androids moved about busily. They were crafting equipment for senior officers who had received personal weapon permits. The air carried a faint metallic scent mixed with acrid fumes. It just turned out that way. The technician didn't ask any further. A wise decision. "You need a catalog?" The workshop technician had an additional auxiliary arm attached to his back. With it, extending from his shoulder blades, he handed me an electronic catalog. I waved my hand over the screen, flipping through the pages quickly. I had already given this some thought before coming here. I want to use a high-compression heavyweight weapon, in the form of a sword. I pointed to the section listing heavyweight weapons. You know it's a difficult weapon to handle, right? As a professional, I wouldn't recommend it. You still have a lot of biological parts. I'm aware. The technician shrugged at my expression. Not my problem. If you order it, I just make it. You already know this, but your personal contribution will be deducted in installments from your salary. The cost of production at the Empire's armory was as high as its quality. Ordering decent equipment would normally require a cadet to sink 2 or 3 years' worth of salary into it. However, with Imperial support, my personal cost was only 10%. Manageable. Even with compression, it'll be a bit bigger than the sword you've been using. I expected that. Oh, and a single-edged design should be fine, right? It distributes weight more efficiently and is easier to handle. You're not planning to thrust with a heavyweight weapon anyway. I nodded. As expected of a master craftsman from the Imperial Armory, he understood my intent perfectly. Heavyweight weapons were, as the name suggested, designed with increased mass to enhance destructive power. High compression was a process that refined such a weapon to match my physique and needs, condensing the weight while maintaining its density. A high-compression heavyweight weapon. It might not sound like much, but outside the Imperial Armory, it would be impossible to manufacture. To maintain the tensile strength of compressed metal, atomic-level restructuring was required, something about reprocessing at the molecular bonding scale. If I was curious, I could just read the catalog's explanation. I placed an order for a high-compression heavyweight sword. Simply put, its outward appearance would be no different from the sword I had been using, except that it would be absurdly heavy. Without high-performance prosthetics, one wouldn't even be able to lift it, let alone wield it properly. However, in exchange, it didn't need monomolecular coating to maintain lethal sharpness and cutting power. And I'd like to order a handgun as well. I need something with high single-shot power. I don't need any shooting assistance or cybernetic integration, so keep the electronic components to a minimum. I waited for the technician's recommendation. While I could choose a sword myself, firearms were another matter. The master craftsman would find the best weapon to suit my needs. After just a few conversations, I already trusted the craftsman before me. Wait a sec. A high-power, single-shot weapon, but still in handgun form. The technician's irises glowed faintly. He was searching for something. It's for close-range shooting rather than long distance. I don't mind a low ammo capacity, I added. Expecting a high-powered handgun to perform well at long range was unrealistic. If that was what I wanted, I should just use a rifle. A shock pistol would be a good fit. Have you used one before? I know how it works. It required a brief preheat before the first shot, but its firepower was overwhelming. It was already one of the options I had considered. You'll need both energy cartridges and conventional rounds. I'll set the power output at the highest level for a personal firearm. The bullets should have cryogenic casings, otherwise, the gun will overheat and break after just 2 consecutive shots. A bit of a hassle to maintain. But I had no complaints. I was the one making demanding requests after all. When should I come pick it up? A week. Fast, considering how difficult the order was. This was the Empire's armory, after all. Less than a year remained in my cadet training. After that, I would become a full-fledged Imperial Guard. In the meantime, I was freed from trivial assignments. Ile still hasn't returned. Ile, who had gone back to his family's estate, hadn't returned to the training center yet. I didn't bother reaching out to him first. I had no reason to, and I wasn't about to send some awkward, sentimental message just to check in. Luka, Custoria, how the hell did you pull this off? Sure, the commander favored you, but becoming a Custoria heir? A fellow cadet confronted me in the lounge. The rumors had spread like wildfire. Luka Custoria. I had been officially adopted by the commander of the Imperial Guard. The paperwork was completed, and my registration was finalized. Not just cadets, but even instructors and some full-fledged Imperial Guards who occasionally crossed my path had started talking to me. They were all curious. They wanted to know how I had risen to this position. I wasn't born a noble. I came from a double-digit orphanage, a lower-tier institution. My rise in status was nothing short of a miracle, but I couldn't feel at ease. In exchange for joining the family, I had to carry out a perilous mission. I brushed off the curiosity of those who asked, telling them it was because I had saved Giselle Custoria at the academy. Since the commander had always shown me favor, it wasn't an unbelievable story. However, only the cadets bought my explanation. The instructors and full-fledged Imperial Guards likely assumed there was more to it, and they were right. On paper, we're father and son, but don't go calling me father just yet. That'd be embarrassing. The commander of the Imperial Guard stood at the airfield, waiting for me. You don't have to worry about that. I'm not exactly the affectionate type either. Father! The commander let out a dry chuckle. As I approached the aerial vehicle he had prepared, the door swung open. Step, step. I boarded the Custoria family's aerial transport. Sitting across from me was the commander himself. Nervous? I'd be lying if I said no. A little, yes. I was on my way to the Custoria estate, about to be formally introduced. Other than Giselle and the commander, I had never met anyone from the Custoria family before. I don't care for all these formalities and ceremonies either, the commander said. But since you're family now, introductions are necessary. If you tell me how I should conduct myself in front of the other family members, I'll follow your lead. The commander smirked, as if amused. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully before replying. Just act as you normally would. It'll be a refreshing experience for my children, too. He laughed, not as a commander, but like a mischievous man. Chapter 44. The higher one's status, the more they despise mingling with those below them. Even in the lower districts, people distinguish between neighborhoods that are merely struggling and those drowning in absolute poverty. The Custoria family, one of the Empire's prestigious houses, was no exception. The Custoria estate was located in the outskirts, far from the capital, Akbaran. There wasn't even a road leading to the mansion, as if land travel had never been a consideration. Surrounding the estate was an expanse of red wasteland, stark to the point of awkwardness. Our aerial vehicle ascended over the mansion. From above, I could see a garden and a fountain at the center of the estate. Greenery and water existed only within the mansion's confines, making it resemble an oasis in the desert. The estate itself consisted of 4 massive buildings, and the number of smaller annexes was too bothersome to count. I only visit the main house once every couple of months myself. Even though I spent my childhood here, I never grew attached to it. Hemilas, the commander of the Imperial Guard, spoke as he gazed down through the window. Beneath the aerial vehicle, the propulsion system made precise adjustments to stabilize our descent. The altitude gradually dropped. Several other aerial vehicles had already arrived at the mansion's airstrip before us. They're here to meet you. Some of them are my siblings. I've memorized all their faces and names. I replied as I felt the vibrations of our landing. Our aerial vehicle touched down smoothly on the airstrip. Click. The door of the vehicle opened upward. The commander of the Imperial Guard, or rather, Hemilas, I should call him that now. Our relationship was no longer just that of a superior and a subordinate. In any case, Hemilas was the first to step out of the vehicle. I followed closely behind. Ah, the family head has arrived, and this must be the new nephew. A man who bore a resemblance to Hemilas greeted us. Though his features were similar, his overall impression was much more fragile. I knew who he was, Arthur Custoria. He was Hemilas' older brother. And also, a fool who had lost the position of family head to a younger brother 10 years his junior. Was that too harsh? Hamilas had pushed him aside and been acknowledged as the head of the family. I had heard a rough account of the story beforehand. It's been a while, brother. Hamila's tone was polite, but his demeanor was arrogant. His cold eyes locked onto his brother, making their hierarchy unmistakably clear. Arthur's gaze shifted to me. I took a step forward to greet him. Luka, Custoria. Adding a grand title at the end felt awkward. Arthur must have noticed my discomfort because he chuckled. Yes, I suppose we'll be seeing each other often from now on. You're about the same age as my youngest son, get along well with him. Formal pleasantries were exchanged. Arthur was the first to enter the mansion. Following Hamila's lead, I greeted 2 of his sisters at the airstrip. They were my aunts. There were still 4 more to go. Hamila's had 7 siblings, and they were the ones currently at the forefront of the Custoria family. I was already starting to feel exhausted. Everyone here spoke words they didn't mean while closely observing one another. The rest are still on their way. Luka, go inside the mansion and get some rest for now. Your room should already be prepared. We headed toward the mansion's main building. I only moved my eyes, scanning the people coming and going. The mansion's hierarchy was divided into 3 broad tiers: members of the Custoria family, servants engaged in simple tasks, and the middle-ranking retainers and attendants. A noble family's retainers were mostly talented commoners who had earned recognition, or nobles of lower rank than the household they served. Each of them assisted the ruling family in their respective fields. They ranked above the servants, but were not considered part of the family. If they have enough skill and luck, they might be taken in as an adopted child or a son-in-law, becoming part of the family. The retainers' gazes, as they looked at me, were filled with envy and resentment. I had taken the position they longed for. Please follow me, young master. A servant who appeared to be a middle manager guided me to my room. The title young master tickled my ears. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call. Even the servant's polite attitude felt unfamiliar to me. I examined my room. It had the atmosphere of a soldier's quarters. Decorative spears and swords hung on the walls. The furniture looked like solid wood at first glance, but when I tapped the desk, a holographic interface immediately appeared. The wardrobe, too, was a thoroughly cutting-edge system when opened. Crackle, crackle, I stared at the fireplace. It wasn't a hologram, real logs were burning inside. The warmth heating the room came from it. Ridiculous. They had all sorts of state-of-the-art climate control systems, yet they still used a fireplace. It was an unreasonably cumbersome method. Above the fireplace, there was a smoke vent designed to mimic the shape of a chimney. In an era of interstellar travel, they were imitating an outdated architectural style using advanced technology. It was nothing short of ironic. This must be what they call luxury and ostentation. Inefficient and unnecessary. That's precisely why only nobles could afford to do it. When I thought about it carefully, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Even in the Imperial Guard, ostentatious displays of strength were sometimes practiced. In a way, inefficient displays were the privilege of the powerful. As I looked around the room, I stopped in front of the window. It was a large glass pane, wide enough for 2 people to pass through. My formal introduction would take place at dinner. Until then, I had time to myself. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. In an unfamiliar place, it was difficult to discern the presence with precision. I could only tell that it was a light-footed woman. Creak, the door opened. A familiar girl stepped inside. There were only a few members of the Custoria family that I was acquainted with. You've truly become a member of the Custoria family, Luka. Giselle Custoria spoke. She had tied her dark blue hair back. Every time it moved, it resembled the swaying night sky. I didn't expect to take on the Custoria name this quickly either. I replied indifferently. Giselle sat down on a chair, resting her elbow on the table and propping her cheek against her palm. She avoided my gaze for a moment before glancing at me. She seemed a little embarrassed. About last time, thank you, I never got the chance to properly say it. You were in a chaotic situation, and Felix Eigen is the one who deserves your gratitude more. I had rescued Giselle from a terrorist kidnapping plot. Barbara had an odd fixation on her. I visited Felix as well. He didn't recognize me. Giselle gave a bitter smile. She seemed weighed down by Felix's irreversible state. You can express your gratitude, but there's no need for guilt. Felix was simply fulfilling his duty as an Imperial Guard. Are you trying to comfort me? It's not comfort, it's just the truth. I'm not exactly the affectionate type. I already know what kind of person you are. You're like a blue flame. You seem cold, but in reality, you burn wilder and hotter than a red flame. She certainly has a way with words, fitting for someone well-educated. I shrugged my shoulders. Giselle's demeanor had changed from before. The sharp, prickly attitude had softened considerably. It was only natural. After all, I had risked my life to save her. Even nobles, if they have any sense, know how to be grateful. Giselle doesn't know about the Imperial Guard's operation. She has no idea that her father, Hemilas, used her as bait so thoroughly. If she ever learned the truth, she would be deeply hurt. Even Barbara's curse had been part of the higher-ups' plan. Perhaps Giselle's predicament hadn't been mere coincidence, but something preordained from the start. Hemilas was an excellent commander of the Imperial Guard, but a ruthless father. But I understood him. In the chaos where even friend and foe were difficult to distinguish, Barbara had been able to become part of a terrorist group. And I'd like to apologize for my disgraceful behavior back then. I was overwhelmed by my emotions. No, even saying that is just an excuse. It was conduct unbefitting a member of the Castoria family. The proud and strong-willed young lady slowly bowed her head in gratitude and apology. To be honest, I didn't mind it one bit. I was finally being treated properly, as a human being, regardless of my origins. It's only natural for an ordinary person to panic in a situation like that. You don't need to dwell on it. I kept my response brief. Giselle exhaled softly, closing her eyes for a moment. Thank you for saying that. Luka, do you remember what you said back then? That if you became a member of the Castoria family, you would support me. I knew that whatever came next was the real reason she was here. There was a purpose behind her humble approach so far. Now this was how a noble lady of the Empire should act, knowing how to secure her share and protect her interests. I liked that. Well, I wasn't lying. Aside from the commander of the Imperial Guard, you're the only Castoria I've actually had a proper conversation with, and you're the only one I think I can negotiate with. The word father still didn't come naturally to me. The moment she heard the word negotiate, Giselle paused for a moment, tapping her fingers lightly against the table. A holographic lens opened at the center of the table. Giselle synced her personal device with the table's hologram. One by one, she projected the faces of Castoria family members. Father probably hasn't told you much about the Castoria family members, has he? He always expects his children to figure things out on their own. He's certainly not the type to take care of everything for you. I'll share information with you. Consider it my way of repaying you for last time. I waited for Giselle's explanation. Luka, the people you need to be most cautious of are my two older brothers, the first and second sons. Your arrival has made them feel an immense sense of crisis. A sense of crisis? I'm just an adopted son. That's not true. Right now, among father's children, you're the only one who meets the conditions of an elite soldier. Even without a blood connection, you hold a position worth being wary of. No matter what anyone says, Castoria is a military family. I recalled what I knew about Hemila's two biological sons. The eldest, Nikolaos Castoria. He had graduated from the Kratia Academy and pursued a bureaucratic career. Judging by his record alone, he was a remarkable elite. The only flaw, from the Castoria family's perspective, was that he wasn't a soldier. The second son, Jup Castoria, a military officer who had graduated from a regular military academy. He wasn't part of a special unit like the Imperial Guard, and though he had been an officer for 10 years, he hadn't shown any particular achievements. He was just another noble-born officer, the kind you could find anywhere. Nikolaos was 20 years older than me, and Jup was 13 years my senior. In an ordinary family, a young adopted son wouldn't be seen as a threat. But Castoria was a military family, a prestigious one at that. They needed to consistently produce elite soldiers. The other children are still too young to even take their second aptitude test. Right now, among father's children, the one with the highest potential as a soldier is you, Luka. Their noble selves sure are worrying over nothing. I let out a small chuckle, but Giselle's expression remained serious. Everyone suspects that father brought you here to make you his successor. I recalled Hamilla's words. You'll be a fresh stimulus in many ways, even to my children. Was this what he meant? It seemed I had been quite the stimulus indeed. Chapter 45. The eldest son, Nikolaos, and the second son, Jup, are far from being elite soldiers. The eldest is an imperial bureaucrat, while the second is a regular officer. Being a regular officer does not mean one cannot succeed. However, Jup has served for over 10 years without achieving any notable accomplishments. His future is practically set in stone. If Jup were truly a talented soldier, he would have already built a record of achievements and received multiple military merit medals. Based on that, he should be holding an important position in a high-ranking or special forces unit. Nikolaos was born with thin nerve bundles. A congenital weakness of the nervous system is something even the Empire's technology cannot overcome. Giselle spoke about the eldest son. This was information I hadn't known. It was something only the family would be aware of. If his nervous system is weak, he wouldn't be able to use high-output prosthetics. Even if he wanted to be a soldier, he couldn't. Even for a re-echelon position, a minimum level of combat capability is required. If someone is born with a weak nervous system, there's no future for them as a soldier. Jup was never suited to be a soldier, but since they couldn't send both the first and second sons into bureaucracy, they forced him into the military somehow. Jup became a soldier for the sake of the family's honor. Nobles don't get to live their lives according to their own will. Their careers are determined by the family's intentions and interests. Even their spouses and lives are dictated by it. But the fact that both of them are wary of me means they have ambitions of becoming the family head, right? That's right. Nikolaos is the eldest and a highly competent bureaucrat, so he believes he is qualified to become the head of the family. In reality, he has already secured the support of many relatives and vassals. And Jup, despite being the second son, thinks that since he is a soldier, he can take the position in his brother's stead. Conservative relatives, though they acknowledged his slight lack of ability, supported him because of his military status. They each have their own flaws as candidates for family head. That means even I, despite the weakness of being an adopted son, have a chance. In truth, I have no chance. I became an adopted son through a transaction. Even the cold-headed Hamillas would feel the pull of blood ties, so he would never consider me as the next family head. Right now, if they belong to the Castoria family, they're probably scrutinizing and analyzing your career history in detail. And objectively speaking, you are an outstanding soldier. You have a very high chance of achieving success in the military. Many relatives, especially among the elders, value military ability and honor over blood ties. From the way she spoke, it seemed Giselle also held me in high regard. It was better for me to believe that as well. Should I be wary of an assassination attempt? I asked without hesitation. This was an important matter. If the possibility existed, I needed to prepare for it. I can't guarantee there won't be one, but the likelihood is very low. If they get caught, not only their status but even their lives would be at risk. If they were to attempt an assassination, they would have to be absolutely meticulous in their preparations. To kill me, they would need to bring in someone of considerable skill. Then for now, they'll try to crush me through other means. They'll try to humiliate you, especially by targeting your origins. Given father's personality, even though he personally brought you in, he won't go out of his way to protect you. I had to overcome the insults and attacks from my competitors on my own. Hamillas expected nothing less from me. I like it. What? I mean the competitive nature of this family. For an orphan like me, this is exactly the kind of family I always longed for. This wasn't arrogance or bravado. I truly believed it. At the orphanage, I had no real rivals to compete with. It wasn't until I arrived at the Imperial Guard training camp that I encountered true competition. And now, even in the training camp, there was no one left who could match me, except, perhaps, Ile Karthika. The way competition played out might be different, but the Castoria family had plenty of people eager to trample me underfoot. I would fight back with everything I had, and in the end, I would be the one standing victorious. Just imagining their expressions as they lay defeated at my feet sent a thrilling shiver down my spine. Yes, I was quite a twisted person. The harder someone tried to suppress me, the more violently I surged upward. Are you enjoying this right now? Seeing my smile, Jaisel spoke as if she couldn't comprehend it. Not that I expected her to understand me. Jaisel, let me ask you something. So far, you've only spoken about your two brothers. What about you? Do you have no intention of becoming the family head? I looked straight into her eyes. Even if she lied, her emotions would show through them. I don't see any reason to share that with you. Jaisel spoke coldly, just as she had when we first met. My smile only deepened. I have no intention of becoming the head of the family. The name Castoria alone is enough for me, but if someone tries to trample me, I won't just sit back and let it happen. What happens after that? It's none of my concern. If the opportunity comes, take it, Jaisel Castoria. That's my advice to you as your older brother. For the record, I was older than Jaisel. At first, she looked dumbfounded by the word brother, but soon after, she laughed. Her bright laughter was rare, making it all the more valuable to witness. If that time comes, will you support me? I made a promise. As long as you don't stand against me, I have no reason to hate or harm you. Hearing my words, Jaisel stood up from her chair and extended her hand toward me. Then I'll consider you an ally and act accordingly. I look forward to working with you, Luka or Aboni. I widened my eyes slightly before letting out a chuckle. Then, still seated, I took her hand and shook it. Oraboni, this will be the first and last time I call you that. Good, I don't care much for sentimental things either. Dang, dang. The antique wall clock chimed elegantly. It was now dinner time. Even nobles don't dine extravagantly every single day. Today, however, was an occasion where many members of the Castoria family had gathered. And this was the event where I would be introduced. Since it was a special day, a banquet was being held. A long dining table, large enough to seat at least 60 people, stretched out in a straight line, so long that voices from one end could barely reach the other. Behind the table, more than twice as many servants as there were seated guests moved about, attending to the meal. The number of dishes already laid out was overwhelming, yet plates continued to be brought in without pause. From the seating arrangement, I could discern the hierarchy among the relatives. Hemilas and his direct family sat at the foremost positions. Most honorably, I was included among them. Next in order were Hemilas's siblings, nieces, and nephews. Further down the table sat more distant cousins and relatives. At the very end, a few vassals were also seated. So, you're Luka. I've heard a lot about you. It had been a long time since I last heard such a gentle-sounding voice from a middle-aged woman. No, had I ever heard one before. The middle-aged women I had known were all nothing but tenacious and relentless. Eva Castoria, my adoptive mother, it wasn't until dinner began that I finally saw her face in person. On the surface, she appeared warm and amiable. Eva dislikes me. Not that I'm surprised. If you listen carefully, Eva's voice wasn't just dry, it carried a sharp edge, like thorns. To her, I was nothing more than a threat to her biological sons. There was no way she would welcome me. But there was nothing to be disappointed about. I had never expected a warm mother figure in the first place. Being treated with hostility was 100 times better than being pitied, no doubt about it. Welcome to the family, Luka. I'm the eldest, Nikolaus, and this here is the second son, Jup. A well-groomed man, Nikolaus, placed a hand over his chest as he introduced himself. Though he was a bureaucrat, his gaze was as sharp and cold as a soldier's. At first glance, he didn't appear weak or sickly. He was probably conscious of being seen as frail and made an effort to conceal it. Jup, whom Nikolaus introduced next, had the typical look of an imperial officer. He had a solid, imposing build, and his uniform was adorned with the standard medals that any long-serving officer would have received. Jup didn't seem pleased that Nikolaus had introduced him, instead of letting him speak for himself. Originally, Nikolaus and Jup had been rivals. It was no surprise they didn't get along. I've always wanted a brother in the military. Today, that wish came true. Good to meet you, Luka. Jup extended his hand toward me. His words were a blatant slight against Nikolaus. It was clear the two had not formed an alliance. How amusing. This was getting interesting. The more the atmosphere heated up, the more the long-standing fractures within the family were laid bare, like old scars turning red. I've also always wanted a reliable older brother. Flattery, I didn't even mean, slipped naturally from my mouth. My social skills had improved quite a bit Well done, Luka. Next, the younger siblings introduced themselves. To summarize Hamilas's children, there was the eldest son, Nikolaus, the second son, Jup, then me and Giselle in the older age group. Below us were 2 younger boys and 1 daughter. After we had all exchanged basic introductions, Eva intervened to stop more people from approaching. Those who had been about to greet me quietly returned to their seats. Now, let me introduce the newest member of the Castoria family, Luka's Castoria. Standing behind me, Eva placed her hands on my shoulders and smiled warmly. She was a woman well-versed in pretense and performance. Lukaus was the new name I had been given. Luka had sounded too much like a name from the lower districts. My original name was now just a nickname, but I didn't mind. Whether it was Luka or Lukaus, what did a name really matter? Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted from all around. I carefully studied their faces. The further they were from power, the less interest they showed in me. They likely didn't care who became the family head. The vassals, on the other hand, were the ones paying the most attention to me. They were in a position where choosing the right side was crucial. Some of them probably saw me as an opportunity for advancement, whether by supporting me or by opposing me. Praise be to the guardian of humanity, the father of the nation, and the first emperor of the empire, His Majesty Dino Acrescia. Hamilas murmured in a prayer-like manner. It was, in a way, a form of prayer. Before the banquet officially began, everyone clasped their hands together and closed their eyes. The moment they reopened them, the meal commenced. Clatter. The sound of utensils moving filled the air. I could feel Jup's gaze fixed on me. His eyes stopped at my hands. Looks like he's looking for something to criticize. He wanted to see how I handled my utensils. Noble dining had its own set of etiquette, and table manners were a part of that. Of course, I had studied proper table manners beforehand. If I simply followed the rules quietly, I could easily disappoint Jup's expectations. But a better idea crossed my mind. Avoiding conflict was never my style. I stabbed a piece of meat with my knife and shoved it into my mouth, chewing greedily. Jup spoke up as if he had been waiting for this moment. Luka. I picked up a poultry leg with my hand and feigned an innocent expression. Yes. What is it, Jup Hyungnim? Ah, the food is delicious. As I spoke, my eyes darted around. Nikolaus simply smiled in silence. Jup, however, was itching to call me out, just as I expected. The real threat was Nikolaus. Jup was an idiot. Luka, I didn't want to start things off like this, but... Jup put on a greasy smile, drawing out his words to make sure all eyes were on us. I feel I should correct your table manners. That's an elder brother's responsibility, after all. And as fellow soldiers, I don't know how you've lived until now, but you should at least observe the basics. It's about respecting the father who acknowledged you and, ultimately, the honor of the Castoria family. I cut him off. I think I'm doing a better job of honoring the Castoria name than someone who has served for 10 years without even earning a cross-blade medal. Even as a cadet, I've already been awarded a military merit medal. I'd say that matters a lot more than some table manners. I waved the poultry leg in my hand and grinned. Some of the relatives burst into laughter before hastily covering their mouths. Jup's face turned bright red in an instant, as if boiling water had been poured over him. He couldn't even control his emotions. It was almost embarrassing to think he shared Hamilas's bloodline. Why you, how dare you? He never expected me to talk back and retaliate. He was utterly lost for words. Chapter 46. The movement of utensils in the banquet hall came to a halt. Everyone was watching and listening to the confrontation between Jup and me. Anyone could see that Jup was the one cornered. He must have been tormented by his inferiority complex over his lack of military achievements. It was all too obvious. He never would have expected me to point out that weakness upon our first meeting. I may not have learned etiquette, but I do know how to fight quite well. I was taught by an excellent commander of the Imperial Guard. If you're curious, you're welcome to test it out. I twirled a dining knife around my fingers. The knife spun fiercely, dancing atop my hand. In the Castoria family, a noble's worth as a soldier takes precedence. Not everyone thought that way, but quite a few certainly did. Hamilas was observing our dispute with an impassive expression. Inwardly, he was probably smiling in satisfaction. After all, this was the role he had expected me to play. Luka, stop teasing Jup. Jup, you should stop as well. raising your voices on a joyous day when we've gained a new family member. Have you no shame? Taking advantage of the pause, the eldest son, Nikolaus, stepped in. With impeccable timing, he simultaneously rebuked Jup while showcasing his magnanimity. As the elder sibling, I was merely trying to teach my younger brother proper manners. Jup protested, as if deeply wronged. Our new brother is already well-versed in dining etiquette. He was only pretending not to know, as a joke. Isn't that right, Luka? I placed my utensils down properly, then used the correct knife and fork to cut a piece of meat and put it into my mouth. The taste was phenomenal. I had studied beforehand, but I just forgot for a moment. It's my first time in a setting like this, so I was nervous. Even the servant standing behind us could tell that my claim of being nervous was a lie. Jup had walked straight into my trap and become the object of ridicule. Jup shut his mouth and sat down. He glared at me while moving his utensils mechanically. Seizing control of the conversation, Nikolaus continued speaking. I heard you received the 7th Class Cross Blade Medal of Military Merit. I'm not a soldier myself, but I understand it's a difficult medal for a cadet to earn. Well, somewhere out there are people who served for 10 years and still never received it. I swallowed those words down. If I provoked Jup one more time, he might actually flip the table and hurl his utensils. Come to think of it, I wouldn't mind witnessing that mess firsthand. It's a common medal among the Imperial Guard, and I'm practically a junior guardsman myself. It's nothing much to boast about. Jup was probably boiling inside. I am the eldest son, but I was born with a weak constitution. That is why I could not become a soldier. I have always felt nothing but guilt for disappointing father, but knowing that you are an exceptional soldier puts my heart at ease. He certainly had a way with words. There was a reason he had risen through the ranks as a bureaucrat so quickly. If this weren't a military family, he would have been an undisputed successor. Brother, are you saying that I am not outstanding as a soldier? Jup couldn't hold back. He was digging his own grave. You must have misunderstood, Jup. As your elder brother, I know your abilities better than anyone. I have no doubt that you will achieve great merit in the future. I feel just as frustrated. Because father is the commander of the Imperial Guard, my superiors hesitate to send me into actual combat. Honestly, I wish we would go to full-scale war with Korate or Bellado. Then I would finally be deployed to the battlefield. Jup spoke while clinging to the last shred of his pride. To some extent, it was probably true. Given Hemiles's personality, he wouldn't punish a superior officer even if his son died. But it was entirely possible that lesser men were tiptoeing around him of their own accord. Hemiles neither affirmed nor denied Jup's words. People would believe whatever they wanted to believe. Thanks to Nikolaus's mediation, the tense atmosphere subsided. After that, the meal and banquet proceeded uneventfully. When the meal ended, relatives whose names I couldn't even be bothered to remember approached me to offer greetings. The conflict with Jup had made my presence known. Now, everyone understood what kind of person I was, and that I wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Well done, Giselle whispered as she passed by me. Nikolaus isn't an easy opponent, I muttered in response. He takes after father a lot. And with that, the introductions were over. That was my first day at the main house. I still had 2 more days to stay. Soldiers who use high-performance, high-output prosthetics are specially trained in the proper way to sleep. It even has a grand name, sleep regulation techniques. But in reality, sleep quality is critically important. No amount of emphasis is too much. We operate under several times the neural load of an ordinary person. While we have a higher threshold for enduring extreme stress, we are not invincible. That is why we go to great lengths to ensure our nervous systems get adequate rest, using everything from sleep regulation techniques to meditation, even methods that seem completely incompatible with military life. I was the same. No matter where I slept, I could fall into a deep sleep quickly. Anyway, even now, I had been sound asleep in an unfamiliar bed. That is, until 3 seconds ago. Who is it? Someone was entering my room. The lock disengaged smoothly and silently. It felt as if a syringe filled with stimulants had been injected straight into my brain. My mind snapped awake in an instant, rising from the depths of unconsciousness like a diver breaking through the ocean's surface. The abrupt shift from rest to combat readiness threw my breathing off. My body struggled to keep up with my forcibly awakened consciousness. My heart began working in overdrive, pumping blood at a faster rate. One by one, the senses I had suppressed for deep sleep flickered back to life. My prosthetic limbs prickled as if someone had pinched them. Waking up like this left my condition in shambles. I glared at the door, feeling a wave of irritation. Crying. As I sat up, I grabbed the defensive knife I had left by my bedside in a reverse grip. My body and mind had already completed their combat preparations. Still early morning. I glanced at the clock. It was 3 a.m., not a time for any normal visit. Quick reaction, Luka. Commander, I lowered my knife-wielding arm. The man standing in the dim light was Hemila's. Apologies for the late-night visit. I have to maintain the appearance of being in a neutral position. Hemilas shook a liquor bottle as he sat down in a chair. You drink as well, Commander? It was unexpected. Technically, alcohol and cigarettes were prohibited for the Imperial Guard. Of course, as long as they weren't blatant about it, no one really made an issue of it. The Imperial Guard wasn't that inflexible, but I never imagined Hemilas would drink. Doctors and scientists say that substances like alcohol and tobacco negatively affect a nervous system and hormonal balance optimized for combat. Want a drink? It wasn't just Imperial Guardsmen who deteriorated. Alcohol and cigarettes slowly killed people. Logically speaking, there was absolutely no reason to partake. I don't want to add unnecessary risk factors. Learning Aki's combat techniques is more than enough for me. I refused Hemilas's offer. He chuckled, as if he had expected my answer. Taking a sip of his drink, he wiped his lips with the back of his hand. Then let me offer you some advice, not as the commander of the Imperial Guard, but as a senior in the Guard. You need some irrational, inefficient impurities inside you if you want to last. That's the key to unlocking what we call humanity. I questioned him. Do we need humanity? The ones who spoke like you were always the first to be devoured by the Legion. My eyes must have wavered for a brief moment. Lowering my gaze cautiously, I spoke. You seem to be drunk, Commander. Of course, I knew he wasn't. Find yourself at least one hobby or habit that has nothing to do with combat, something that might even hinder it. Is that an order? No. Like I said, it's advice. Consider it a gift for becoming part of the family. I felt a roughness in my throat. There was nothing physically stuck there. It was purely psychological. I'll keep it in mind. My answer was closer to a rejection. Hemilas surely knew that. I was already struggling just to sharpen and refine myself. I had no room to take on additional impurities. Or perhaps I already had too many inside me, and now I was supposed to add more. I had no intention of becoming someone like Ile or Kinuan. DRRK. Hemilas rose from his seat. Tonight, he had shown me the most human side of himself I had ever seen. He gave me advice that held no benefit for himself, just like a father would to his son. The second day at the main house was just as unpleasant as the first, filled with tasks I had no interest in. The only enjoyable part was visiting the family's armory. Armory. It was hard to believe this belonged to a single noble family. The collection of weaponry was massive, ranging from relics that were centuries old to cutting-edge modern arms, all displayed along the walls. The Castoria family dedicated an entire building solely to storing weapons. The further inside we went, the older and heavier the weaponry became. Eventually, we arrived in front of the display of power armor and prosthetic suits. There were models of Legion and Myrmidon from different generations, including some that no longer existed. Is guiding me through the armory part of your job? I asked, looking at Giselle, who was walking beside me. Why do you think I'm studying mechanical engineering at the academy? In the Castoria family, women are responsible for managing and maintaining the armory. There are weapons here that can't be entrusted to outsiders. It's a pretty important role. Right now, Mother is in charge of the armory, but eventually I'll take over. You don't seem like the type to be covered in grease stains, I remarked, thinking of my stepmother, Eva. She was the very image of a noblewoman in my mind. Her skills are exceptional. Even now, she's the one who maintains Father's prosthetics and weaponry. Don't nobles usually have a lot of arranged marriages? What if they don't get along? I trailed off and glanced at Giselle. She nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. That's right. That's why the maintenance is entrusted to Mother. It's a long-standing family tradition. It's a way to show how strong our trust and faith in each other are. As I listened to Giselle, my steps came to a halt. I lifted my head, almost mesmerized, and stared at an old prosthetic armor suit. Faint traces of Legion technology were visible, but the design was cruder. It had undergone extensive modifications over time. Its parts were mismatched in color, with varying degrees of discoloration. The most distinct features were its single-horned head and asymmetrical arms. The right arm was larger and longer than the left, likely adapted for handling a specialized weapon. This was probably an ancient predecessor of the Legion models. The Custoria family had a long history with the Imperial Guard, after all. I found myself unable to look away from the old prosthetic armor. My gaze remained locked onto it. "Luka," Giselle tilted her head slightly, looking up at me. "I was just thinking. You have to see this before we leave, no matter how tired you are. It's a piece of our family's history. This is the prosthetic armor Scylla." She stood in front of the one-horned armor as she spoke. "Scylla, it's not a model name, just a name. There are no other suits like this one. This was the personal armor of Agatha Custoria, the founder of our family. It has never been taken outside. Nowadays, it's nothing more than an antique, weaker than a myrmidon, but it's still a family heirloom. Prosthetic armor Scylla and the founder, Agatha Custoria." I lifted my head and committed the image of Scylla to memory, as if taking a photograph in my mind. Chapter 47. The Custoria family had an annex called the Silver Moon Pavilion. It was set apart from the other buildings, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Silver Moon Pavilion is where the old folks who have retired from the front lines stay. Hemilas was walking ahead, dressed in his Imperial Guard uniform. He and I were on our way to the Silver Moon Pavilion. Servants or other relatives don't come near the Silver Moon Pavilion, do they? There had been no sign of anyone on our way there. Androids are enough for errands. Besides, the elders prefer to avoid contact with others. They must not exert direct influence. The elders are merely advisors, after all. Their role is to restrain the head of the family from going out of control. It seemed the elders did not directly interfere in decision-making. That made sense. If they did, the head of the family would be nothing more than a puppet. Hemilas explained about the elders of the Silver Moon Pavilion. There were 7 of them. Depending on how one looked at it, it was either a large or small number. Few managed to survive long enough to be considered elders in this family. They die or disappear for various reasons. The mere fact that they're still alive proves they have the qualifications to be elders. Was there no opposition to the adoption? 2 opposed, 4 remained silent, and only 1 agreed. There were more against it than in favor. Silence means they defer to the will of the head of the family. Because of that, most of the head's decisions go through without issue. Even opposition is usually just an expression of concern, so there's no need to take it too seriously. Hemilas and I stood before the main entrance of the Silver Moon Pavilion. The doors slid open to the sides on their own. The interior was dim, but as we stepped inside, the lights flickered on. The distinct musty scent of an old mansion stung my nose. This was, in fact, the oldest building among the Custoria estate. On the first floor, 2 curved staircases extended upwards on either side. I followed Hemilas up the stairs. Creak. The wooden steps groaned underfoot. I doubted whether they could support the weight of my prosthetics. "They're sturdier than they look, so don't worry." Seeing my hesitation, Hemilas chuckled. Upon reaching the second floor, a long hallway stretched out before us. We entered the room at the very end. The first thing that caught my eye was a large, 3-legged censer. It was the source of the faint scent I had noticed from the second-floor hallway. The censer sat at the center of the room, and beyond it, shadowy figures, elders, were seated. The censer's smoke formed a curtain between us and the elders. "Ah, Hemilas has arrived. Tisk, you should call him the head of the family. He's my grandson, so what does it matter? In that case, you're like my nephew. We're all getting old anyway, Tusk." Despite the dignified and stately atmosphere, their conversation was surprisingly mundane. I suppressed a chuckle and maintained a neutral expression. "Ahem." Hemilas cleared his throat. Only then did the elders' chatter cease. Beyond the darkness and smoke, it was impossible to distinguish the elders' genders. They wore black robes that draped down to their feet, and their faces were concealed by veils that obscured their features. Even their voices sounded similar, as if they had been altered. "This child is Lukaus," Hemilas introduced me. Even he wasn't yet accustomed to my new name. Judging by his tone, he would likely continue calling me Luka. That would be more convenient for me as well. "So, this is the child." He looks sharp. Just from his face, you can tell he's the type to survive, even if he has to devour his own father and mother to do it. The elder who had just spoken had quite the keen insight. The elders murmured among themselves, each throwing in their own remarks about me. Their whispers grew louder, but Hemilas and I simply waited in silence. "Come closer, Lukaus," one of the elders spoke. I stepped toward the large censer in the center. "You may pass through the smoke." The elder who had called me extended a hand, gesturing me forward. The murmurs of the other elders gradually subsided. "Closer," I moved mechanically. Soon I was close enough that I could reach out and touch the seated elders. Swish! One of them stood, their long robe trailing behind them. Reaching out, they placed a hand on my cheek. I lifted my head, but I couldn't discern any expression beyond the veil. "Child, make sure you survive for a long time. To do that, you must not be swept away by chaos, you must consume it, even if it tears your throat to shreds." The elder looked down at me as they spoke. They likely knew much about me and about the complicated circumstances surrounding me. "That is my intention." Unsure of how to respond, I simply voiced the first thought that came to mind. I had a feeling. The elder who had touched my cheek was likely the one who had supported my adoption. The elder returned to their seat and gestured for me to leave. I stepped past the censer and rejoined Hemilas. After that, the elders resumed their idle chatter. My adoption had already been decided. My purpose here was simply to show my face. For quite some time, I listened to words that could be either well wishes or veiled insults. I couldn't tell which. "Why don't you all shut your mouths? Let's move on to the next agenda, head of the family." The elder seated at the far right finally lost patience and spoke up. Only then did Hemilas open his mouth, as if he had been waiting for this moment. "Then, from this point on, before that, Lukaus needs to leave. We have matters to discuss." Hearing the elder's words, I turned to exit. Tap. Hemilas stopped me by placing a hand on my shoulder. "Lukaus can stay." The elders whispered among themselves in hushed voices. If that is the head's decision, then so be it. And so, I remained in place, listening to the discussion between the elders and the head of the family for an entire hour. Some parts were intriguing, but the majority was mind-numbingly dull. Creak, thud. When the meeting finally ended, Hemilas and I left the room. As soon as we stepped outside the Silver Moon Pavilion's main entrance, I turned to him and asked, "Why did you let me stay for the meeting?" Even Nikolaus and Jup had likely never attended an elders' meeting before. "You have to find the answer yourself, Luka." Hemilas spoke without so much as glancing back. This must be his way of teaching. No wonder his children had a hard time. It was the morning of my last day at the main estate. As I stepped out of my room, a small child, at least a full head shorter than me, was aiming a pistol at me. "Dad says people like you can dodge bullets. Is that true?" His voice was innocent and carefree. I stared at him. I knew both his face and his name well. Nikolaus's eldest son, Emilio Castoria. Should I call him my nephew? I really didn't want to. Calling him a reckless pup would be more fitting. "Emilio, you do know I'm your uncle, right?" "Yeah, I know, but you're a filthy-blooded lowborn." Even calling him a reckless pup was too generous. He was an ill-bred maggot. Emilio stood about 2 steps away, aiming at my head. I could dodge, but a single mistake would be fatal. "If you don't put that gun away, I'll beat your ass until it's on fire," I warned him. "You, lay a hand on me? Don't make me laugh," I sighed. Nikolaus seemed smart, but it looked like he had completely failed at raising his son. Click. The sound of gun parts locking into place rang out. That crazy little bastard had actually pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the air. I remained still. Despite the close range, I had expected him to miss. "Why didn't you dodge? You were supposed to move and avoid it." Emilio stomped his feet in frustration. He tried to aim the gun at me again. Smack. I reached out. The barrel of the gun caught on my fingers and jerked upward. In the same motion, I twisted it out of his grip and took it for myself. He's only 8, maybe 9, when I was his age. I was getting into fistfights with other kids at the orphanage over a single piece of bread. The thought alone irritated me. "Hey, are you going to hit me?" Emilio stammered, stepping back in alarm. I shook my head and raised the stolen gun, aiming it squarely at his forehead. "No, I'm going to kill you." His pupils dilated. His legs gave out. The moment I had been waiting for, I pulled the trigger. Bang. The bullet grazed the top of his head and embedded itself into the floor. "Aya, why, you actually shot me?" Emilio sat there in shock, staring up at me with wide, dazed eyes. His pants were soaked in yellow liquid, and a pungent smell rose from him. "Go run to your daddy. Tell him your uncle tried to kill you." I kicked him in the chest, sending him tumbling down the stairs. His small, round body rolled pathetically. Hearing the gunshot, servants rushed in from all directions. At first, none of them understood what had happened. "Emilio, are you all right?" Nikolaos arrived, immediately picking up Emilio in his arms. The boy clung to him, sobbing and sniffling uncontrollably. "What happened here, Luka?" Nikolaos's voice was cold as he glared at me. He pointed a gun at an adult, so I gave him a lesson. One that would make sure he never tries it again. I spun the pistol in my hand and held it out, grip first, toward Nikolaos. He examined the gun and sighed. "So that's what happened, but, I was starting to get annoyed. If it had been anyone else in my place, Emilio could have killed them. Even at his young age, he treated human lives as if they were nothing. He would see those beneath him as mere playthings. Ha! Can we speak privately for a moment?" Nikolaos handed Emilio off to a nanny and stepped into my room. I followed him inside and shut the door behind us. Thud, the door closed. "All right, Luka. From the outside, people will think we're having a serious conflict." Nikolaos sat down by the window, smiling as if he had never worn a serious expression in the first place. I frowned. I could already tell what was going on. "You set this up so we could meet alone, knowing that if we did, others would assume we were forming an alliance, didn't you?" Last night, Nikolaos must have provoked Emilio's reckless behavior. "As expected, you're impressive. Your mind works 3 times faster than Jup's. Emilio's life could have been in real danger. What is he, some stray you picked up?" "No, he's my biological son, but even if something happened to him, I can always have another. I still have plenty of sperm left. If Emilio had died in front of me, no matter the reason, I would have been in deep trouble. After all, that would mean the Castoria family's eldest grandson was dead. You think you can have a casual conversation with me after setting a trap like that?" I moved toward the door, intending to throw Nikolaos out. "I already know you've allied with Giselle." I stopped, gripping the doorknob, and turned my head slightly. "And I can more or less guess what Giselle told you. She probably made it sound like I had the upper hand. But the truth is different. If things continue like this, Jup will be the next head of the family. And if that happens, I might not survive. I can't afford to sweat the small stuff." To Nikolaos, his son's life was nothing more than a small matter. Honestly, I was starting to find Nikolaos a little interesting. I sat down across from him and glanced at the wall clock. 5 minutes. "Thanks for sparing me your valuable time." Chapter 48. With your insight, you must have a rough idea of what kind of people Jup and I are. You must have also had Giselle's advice. Nikolaos spoke as if setting the stage. I had my doubts. In the battle for the position of family head, it didn't seem like Nikolaos would lose to Jup. Compared to Jup, Nikolaos was cold-headed and intelligent. He also had the eloquence to skillfully rally both kin and vassals to his side. "Please continue." I crossed my legs as I sat in front of Nikolaos. "If that bastard Jup becomes the family head, I'll probably die. Would he really go so far as to risk the danger of killing his own brother after becoming the family head?" In reality, Arthur, who had fought with Hamilas for the position of family head, was still alive and well. His circumstances were just a little humbler. If one side holds overwhelming power, there's no need to eliminate the competition. But the gap between Jup and me isn't that big. No matter who becomes the family head, the other will inevitably become an obstacle to leading the family. As I listened, I came to understand. Especially if Jup wins, that would be even more the case. You seem to be more adept at scheming than Jup. It's nice to talk to someone who understands. If I become the family head, I can keep Jup alive, but Jup won't let me live. It was a difference in dominance. Jup didn't have the capability to keep Nikolaos as a subordinate, but Nikolaos had the ability to keep Jup beneath him. The most important thing is, why do you think you'll lose to Jup? From what Giselle has said, and from what I've observed, it doesn't seem like Jup would be able to take control of the family. Right now, it might look like I have the advantage because I've swayed more people to my side. The number of definite allies I have is certainly greater than Jup's, but when it comes time for the actual selection of the family head, there will be more forces supporting Jup. Does Jup have some exceptional personal charisma? It's a combination of factors. Some of our kin prefer a leader from a military background. Some would rather have the straightforward Jup than someone as calculating as me. And then there are those who, as a reaction against our current family head, our father, do not want a strong leader. For various reasons, those who are now claiming neutrality will ultimately support Jup. Different experiences and knowledge lead to different perspectives on the same situation. Nikolaus was skilled in politics. His view was different from mine and Giselle's. He saw the fluid neutral faction as ultimately siding with Jup. There's something to learn here. Nikolaus hadn't been rising through the ranks as a bureaucrat for nothing. He knew how to read the power dynamics of a faction. So, what is it that you want from me? It's simple. Pretend to oppose me while building your reputation and gaining influence within the family. A chill ran down my spine, and I let out a small laugh. Nikolaus was truly a cunning man. The stronger my position becomes, the weaker Jup gets. Is that what you're saying? The kin who prefer a family head with a military background will naturally gravitate toward you. The more you publicly oppose me, the more those who dislike me will support you. If you take away a portion of Jup's supporters and divide them with me, then I, who already have a solid neutral base, will be able to secure the position of family head. In just 2 days since meeting me, Nikolaus had already devised and begun executing a plan to secure his victory, even at the cost of putting his own son in danger. Just as Giselle said, Nikolaus really does resemble Hamilla's. Nikolaus was like a serpent, and yet I preferred him over Jup. Even in a favorable situation, he remained vigilant and meticulously prepared. The one who deserved victory wasn't Jup, it was Nikolaus. But what if I become so powerful that I start eyeing the position of family head myself? If you really had such intentions, you wouldn't be asking that question. And even if you were to become the family head, you wouldn't kill me. The head of House Luka's Custoria would still need someone like me to manage the family affairs. Isn't that right? You have the ability to handle me. That's amusing. And I mean that sincerely, not sarcastically. Back when I was rummaging through trash, I thought all nobles lived without a care in the world. Everyone has their own struggles. Now, let me put it simply. The deal between us is this: regardless of which one of us becomes the family head, we won't kill each other. We have the ability to compensate for each other's weaknesses. And in the meantime, if you ever need anything, I'll support you. For now, I do hold a minor position in the high-ranking bureaucracy. It was an appealing offer. As you know, I maintain a cooperative relationship with Giselle. You don't need to worry about Giselle. Even if you choose to support her, that child won't be able to become the family head. Giselle isn't our competitor, so there's no need to eliminate her. If you wish to stay loyal, you're free to tell her everything we've discussed. I had no intention of telling Giselle. Nikolaus's proposal wasn't a request for my support. He simply wanted me to strip Jup of his power. Even without Nikolaus's proposal, I would have absorbed Jup's faction first. Since we shared a military background, it was inevitable. What Nikolaus fears the most is my cooperation with Jup. What he's truly worried about is me supporting Jup. As long as that didn't happen, Nikolaus wouldn't consider me an enemy. The situation could change later, but for now, that was the case. This isn't an alliance, it's a transaction, brother. It lasts only as long as our interests align. Haha, in the world I live in, we usually call that an alliance. Around here, people only move based on calculations. Having finished his business, Nikolaus stood up. It had been exactly 4 minutes and 50 seconds since our conversation began. The moment he stepped outside, he pointed a finger back into the room and shouted. To others, it would look as if Nikolaus and I had just had a heated argument. Luka, no matter how great you think you are, you won't be recognized as a true Custoria if you ignore your brothers. He's quite the actor. I barely stopped myself from clapping at his performance. My stay at the main house was coming to an end. It had only been 3 days, yet it felt like I had been here for a week. From now on, I would visit the Custoria estate from time to time. Most of the time, it would be with Hamilas. In any case, today, I would be returning to the Imperial Guard with Hamilas. Officially, my residence was the Custoria estate, but I was already starting to miss the small room in the training facility's dormitory. How was it, Luka? Hamilas didn't ask for the details of what had happened at the estate. He remained an observer when it came to my interactions with Nikolaos, Jaisel, and Jup. That was good for me, as his adopted son. He didn't show favoritism toward his biological children. Everyone here is such a good person. I think I'll get along with them just fine. You've gotten better at joking. Hamilas laughed as he boarded the air vehicle. Behind us, our kin and the servants who had come to see us off stood watching. As the destination was set, the propulsion system beneath the vehicle activated. The vehicle gradually lifted off, then accelerated, quickly leaving the estate behind. Whirr! Hamilas projected a holographic display and immediately began working on his backlog of tasks in front of me. He must have been handling work even during our stay at the main house. No matter how many times I saw it, the workload of the commander of the Imperial Guard was beyond imagination. No ordinary person could withstand it. Beep! I felt the propulsion system beneath the air vehicle shift. There was no reason for a mid-course change in direction. I lifted my head and looked out the window. The air vehicle was moving away from Akbaran. There's no need to panic, Luka. This was expected. Hamilas closed all the holographic displays and stood up. Did we have another scheduled stop? This air vehicle has been hacked. It'll crash soon, so let's prepare for that first. From this moment on, consider this an official mission. I had trouble understanding his words, but the moment he said mission, my initial unease froze into focus. Before he even finished speaking, the air vehicle accelerated sharply, as if determined to burn through every last drop of fuel. The scenery outside blurred past at dizzying speed, and in a matter of seconds, the capital, Akbaran, had shrunk to the size of my palm. Clunk! Hamilas opened the storage compartment. He pulled out a pistol and a knife, then tossed them to me. Without a word, I armed myself and waited for his next command. Recognizing the situation as an emergency, my mind turned cold and clear. I'll keep this simple. We're about to be attacked by terrorists. Support will arrive from Akbaran in 10 minutes. We just need to hold out until then. Understood. Should we prepare for a parachute drop? There were emergency parachutes on board. No. That would make us easy targets. It's safer inside the vehicle. Still, we need to land before we reach the enemy's designated ambush site. Hamilas calmly walked up to the control console. I hadn't known the commander of the Imperial Guard was skilled in electronic warfare as well. Then again, at his level, he probably had to be proficient in everything. Crack. Or so I thought, just before he opted for a more direct solution. Hamilas's fist smashed through the control screen. His grip tore out a bundle of crucial wires and components, sending electric sparks flying in all directions. Wheeing, a deafening alarm blared. The air vehicle was now in free fall. Hamilas had called this landing. I widened my eyes slightly. Apparently, even the commander of the Imperial Guard didn't always use the most sophisticated methods. It's amusing to see you so surprised. I'm not amused. I grabbed onto the handles attached to the walls and ceiling, anchoring myself in place. The propulsion system of the air vehicle, now completely out of control, fired in erratic bursts. Like a spinning top caught in free fall, the vehicle tumbled in every direction, pulled down by gravity. With each violent rotation, my body tilted and swayed along with it. Naturally, the interior was in utter chaos. Loose objects were flung around, battering against me. I scowled, shielding my face with one hand. Schlurp. A pinkish liquid seeped from the seams of the interior walls, quickly solidifying into a thin coating. It was an impact-absorbing gel. Luka, let's have a quick quiz while we wait. What do you make of this situation? Hamilas spoke from his seat. The strangest thing was that he remained seated and completely balanced despite the violent spinning. Did he glue himself down or something? I was more curious about that, but his question refocused my thoughts. You've made yourself the bait, Commander. The answer was obvious. That was the kind of man Hamilas was. He wouldn't send only his subordinates or children into the jaws of death. If necessary, he was willing to spend even himself. Exactly. After this incident, Barbara will gain credibility within Nemesis. She managed to create a situation where the commander of the Imperial Guard could be ambushed. Barbara. Again, whether she was an ally or an enemy, I just wanted to punch that woman square in the face. I wasn't planning to kill her, just flatten her nose so badly it turned into a featureless smear. That would be satisfying enough with sweet fantasies. Time to return to harsh reality. The gel-coated windows were foggy, but I could tell the ground was getting dangerously close. Ki-yang, we were plummeting at full speed. This wasn't just a crash landing, this was a nosedive straight into the ground. Even I had no choice but to shut my eyes for a moment. I could only hope that when I opened them again, my limbs and organs would still be in their rightful places. A corpse from a crash? I'd seen one before. It was horrific. A person didn't just die, they became a rag, and I don't mean that metaphorically. KWAANG? A deafening explosion ripped through the air. It lasted only an instant. Chapter 49, The Empire's technology was the best. It was a moment when I felt proud to be an Imperial soldier. Even amid the crash and explosion of the aerial vehicle, I was still alive. My only injuries were bruises on my organic parts and abrasions on my synthetic skin. An unforgettable experience, truly. Thanks to the shock-absorbing gel, we emerged without a single broken bone. The gel had absorbed the full impact of both the crash and the explosion. Once its job was done, the gel separated into 3 distinct layers. The outermost part, which had directly absorbed the shock and blast, had hardened. The middle layer remained soft and pliable. The inner layer, which had been in contact with our skin, had solidified to a rubber-like consistency. I raised my creaking body. Drawing my blade, I sliced away the gel that had wedged itself into the doorframe. Quagic. Then, as if pushing forward with my foreleg, I kicked at the door, which had been crushed and refused to open. The door flew off, revealing the outside. Acrid smoke seeped into my nose. I stepped out first to secure the area. There were no enemies nearby yet. They will come, drawn by the sight of our crash. Hemilas spoke calmly as he stepped out of the aerial vehicle. Watching the flames growing along its hull, I felt an unease creeping in. It's going to explode soon. If it were me, I would have sprinted far from the wreckage already. In fact, I had already put a considerable distance between us. Quang, the downed aerial vehicle succumbed to the raging fire and exploded. The shockwave swept over Hemilas' back as it passed. Hemilas, as if merely catching a sea breeze, tugged at his collar to keep his clothes from billowing. Embers clung to the hem of his coat, smoldering briefly before dying out. Ki-yang. Hemilas reached inside his coat and pulled out a rod the length of his forearm. With a forceful swing of his arm, the rod extended at both ends, and from the top, a spearhead emerged. The spear was as tall as Hemilas himself, so long that it would be cumbersome for anyone but a skilled user. Wirik. Hemilas spun the spear in his grip, limbering up his hands. In his left hand, seemingly retrieved at some unknown moment, was a handgun. Judging by its electronic dual-barrel structure, it appeared to be a compact railgun. A compact railgun boasted high power but suffered from a firing delay. Since it wasn't an instant-fire weapon, one had to account for predictive shooting, making it impractical as a personal firearm. For these reasons, it was never mass-produced and only existed as a custom-made weapon, a fitting combination of melee and ranged weaponry for the leader of the Imperial Guard. The battle of the commander of the Imperial Guard. It was a rare sight. Someone of his rank hardly ever fought on the front lines. He only stepped in for truly critical battles. Ki-yang. Hemilas turned his head to the west. The edges of his pupils glowed red. Tuung. Hemilas fired. A beat after he pulled the trigger, the projectile left a faint trajectory as it flew westward. I didn't even know what Hemilas was shooting at, but he wouldn't fire without reason. He was engaging enemies I couldn't see. Luka, you'll be able to identify the enemy in 12 seconds as well. Hemilas said that as he fired again. It wasn't a matter of my cybernetic eye's performance. He was shooting at enemies beyond my field of vision. How? I instinctively looked up. The sky, darkening with twilight, stretched overhead. It was clear, without a single cloud. Good thing the weather is nice today. Visibility is excellent. Hemilas remarked as he swapped out the railgun's magazine. You're firing using satellite coordinates? Well, I am the commander of the Imperial Guard. It's only natural I'd be allocated at least one military satellite for personal use. He spoke nonchalantly as he fired again. Now, I could faintly hear explosions and distant screams. This was sniping at a level beyond what even the most skilled individual could imitate. It wasn't just about having access to a military satellite. It required immense computational assistance as well. It might have looked simple, but it was essentially tactical-grade fire support. Beyond the horizon of the wasteland, the attackers began to emerge. I spotted 3 enemies clad in outdated full-body prosthetics, accompanied by 32 armed rebels. There had likely been more of them initially, but Hemilla's sniping had already taken out a significant number. Bang! I tilted my head to the side. A bullet grazed the spot where my forehead had been just moments ago. If I had been distracted, I would have died. It was a precise shot, despite the considerable distance. These people had come to kill the commander of the Imperial Guard. They wouldn't have come unprepared. Kaying. Hemilla's deflected incoming projectiles with his spear, wielding it in one hand as he spun it effortlessly. The attacker's firepower was concentrated entirely on him. I'll take care of the full-body prosthetics. As for you, well, just try to stay alive. Vague orders and instructions are a failing of a superior officer, are they not? I replied with irritation. Hemilla's shrugged, dragging his spear downward in a long arc. The heavy tip scraped along the ground as it moved. Luka, if you want to climb the ranks, you need to interpret shitty orders as if they were clear as day. The world is full of incompetent superiors, after all. I couldn't argue with that. He was absolutely right. The attackers advanced quickly, unleashing a storm of gunfire. Before long, the battle had shifted to close combat. Both friend and foe weaved through the hail of bullets, swinging spears and blades. They're skilled and bold. They fired without concern for their own allies getting hit. They didn't hesitate to throw their lives away like a suicide squad. For terrorists, they were rather formidable warriors. Kracia's hounds, they were referring to us. Not an inaccurate label, but the Imperial Guard took pride in being the Emperor's hounds. They were twisting a title of honor into an insult. 4 attackers had closed in on me. They must have judged that this was enough, not something to take as an offense. Commander Hemilla's was one of the strongest soldiers in the Empire. Even without a Legion-class full-body prosthetic, he was a monster. The majority of the attackers had charged at him. And as for the 4 assigned to me, once again, they were good. They weren't just some disposable grunts who could be taken down in a single strike. Aki's combat techniques? I widened my eyes slightly as I observed one of their movements. There was a distinct sense of discord in the way an Aki's practitioner moved. A user of Aki's combat techniques extended their senses to pre-map their surroundings in a 3-dimensional model, optimizing their movements. They executed maneuvers in live combat that usually required repeated drills and rehearsals. Our eyes met. He was looking at me. He had realized that I, too, was an Aki's combat techniques practitioner, just as I had recognized him. Aki's victima really does have deep ties with terrorists. Someone with the talent and skill to master Aki's combat techniques could have risen through the ranks of the Imperial military. A shame, he would die by my hands. Bang. I fired my handgun while swinging it sharply, sending the bullet on an erratic trajectory. A shot like this wasn't meant for precision, but if I fired cleanly, he wouldn't have been hit at all. I had to rely on luck. Kahak, the Aki's practitioner, coughed up blood. By sheer fortune, my bullet had pierced his chest. I hadn't expected it to work. It was just pure luck. If he had been even slightly more skilled in Aki's combat techniques, he wouldn't have been hit. Someone like Kinuan wouldn't have fallen for such a crude improvisation. The most capable among my attackers was down. Their formation crumbled, and the remaining 3 scattered like a broken mob. It seemed they always operated as a 4-man team. You bastard! As soon as their comrade fell, one of them, overcome with emotion, attacked me. A shotgun, capable of blowing my head off in a single shot, was aimed directly at me. Kang, I swung my blade, striking the barrel of the shotgun aside. Thung! A gunshot rang out, and instead of hitting me, the shotgun blast pierced through the chest of his own ally. Even when consumed by emotion, one must never let their combat instincts falter. I was an elite soldier trained to ensure that never happened. They were not. As a result, they failed to land even a scratch on me. The only injury I had sustained was from the impact of the aerial vehicle crash. I turned to the side. Bodies were strewn around Hamilla's. While I had been handling 4 opponents, he had taken care of nearly all the remaining attackers. Quagic. The last full-body prosthetic enemy convulsed with electricity, its body impaled from chin to crown by Hamilla's spear. A shame. I had been too focused on keeping myself alive to properly observe Hamilla's combat. This wasn't a situation where I had the luxury to spectate. Thud. As Hamilla's withdrew his spear, the full-body prosthetic warrior collapsed to its knees before toppling forward. For an operation targeting the commander of the Imperial Guard, this was rather sloppy. Rick Kaiser was waiting in the distance. If I had been injured during the crash or the battle, he would have rushed in to finish me off. But if they failed to kill me in time, he would have been at risk of getting captured instead, so he chose to wait and watch. Rick Kaiser of the terrorist group Nemesis. I followed Hamilla's gaze. Unlike him, I didn't have satellite vision, so naturally, I couldn't see Rick. This had been an important opportunity for Nemesis, but the same was true for us. Eliminating or capturing a high-value target like Rick Kaiser would have been an enormous victory. Then wouldn't it have been better for us to set a trap instead, so we could take down Rick? Hamilla's shook his head. To the higher-ups, both Rick and I are nothing more than replaceable parts. Capturing Rick would have dealt a blow to Nemesis, but it wouldn't have destroyed them. What truly mattered in this operation was solidifying Barbara's position. If we had set a trap for Rick, it would have cost us Barbara, who we had infiltrated among them. That would have rendered years of the higher-ups' efforts meaningless. From the direction of the capital, Akbaran, an aerial vehicle was approaching, too late. Even the commander of the Imperial Guard is just a replaceable part. A sudden curiosity struck me. The kind of person who is truly irreplaceable in the Empire. I trailed off before finishing the sentence. It felt blasphemous, but Hamilla's had already understood my question. He raised his index finger and pointed upward. There is only one. People like Hamilla's and me, dozens of us could die or disappear, and it wouldn't matter. At most, it would be like a few bricks falling from the Empire's massive fortress. But if the Emperor were to die, the Empire itself would collapse. Then, for terrorists dreaming of toppling the Empire, their objective would converge onto a single point: the Emperor's life. A chill ran down my spine. It was obvious when I thought about it, yet I had never felt it so viscerally before. In the end, they had to target the head. If they could sever the head, it wouldn't matter how many limbs they lost in the process. Wee-eyeing. The support unit's aerial vehicle hovered over us. Soldiers quickly disembarked, forming a perimeter around me and Hamilla's, standing guard. They were preparing for the possibility of a second wave of attackers. It was a little amusing to see them moving so diligently after everything had already ended, but they were simply doing their duty. Under their escort, Hamilla's and I safely returned to the Imperial Guard. I needed to focus on personal maintenance for a while. My cybernetic implants required upgrades and recalibrations, and I had to retrieve the custom weapon I had ordered. I thought I might have a quiet period for a while, but even if I stayed still, the world continued to change rapidly. So did people. Ile Karthika, who had taken an extended leave to visit the Karthika family's main estate, returned to the Imperial Guard. Chapter 50. Extended leave was a privilege. Ile was from a good family, had been exemplary throughout his cadet life, and had excellent training scores. That was why he was granted extended leave despite still being a cadet. Ile. He didn't seem like that kind of guy. He was just hiding his ambition behind a smiling face. He's no ordinary person. I listened to my fellow cadets' conversation. They were quick with information about noble society. Unlike me, a noble in name only. Ile must have done something. Today, Ile was the talk of the academy. Now that he had returned, he was probably undergoing a series of tests, psychological evaluations included. What happened? It was hard to wait until I met Ile. I approached the cadets chattering in the lounge. Luka, you don't know? Ile didn't tell you before he left. I wouldn't be asking if I knew. Am I that guy's wife or something? You think I'd know everything? I snapped in irritation. My fellow cadets were used to my attitude, so they only shrugged. Ile rendered his own brother completely incapable of recovering. Basically, he left him half-crippled. Now, they say Ile is the strongest candidate to be the next head of the Karthika family. I couldn't laugh along with the others. What the hell did he do? Ile had never cared about the head position or rising through the ranks. And from what little I had heard, he wasn't on bad terms with his brother. But now, Ile had nearly killed his own brother and was aiming for the position of the next head. I had a vague idea. Lillian Lamon's death had shaken Ile to the core, maybe even enough to change his entire life's purpose. I waited in front of Ile's room for him to return. But even though he should have finished his tests by now, he still hadn't come back. There's no way something went wrong with the psychological evaluation, right? The last time I saw Ile, his mental state had been deeply unstable. I sat on the stair railing and stared at the ceiling. The cold tiles gleamed without a single stain. Luka, or should I start calling you Lukaus Castoria now? Ile spoke as he climbed the stairs. Just Luka, Lukaus my ass. Give me a sec. I'll just toss my bag inside and come out. Waiting for me like this on my return day, I'm touched. Ile made a meaningless remark and entered his room. I waited outside the dormitory building for him to come back out. We usually had our conversations outside the building. At times, our words were less than appropriate. But it wasn't just us who did this. There were implicit spots all over the training center where cadets could talk in private. It was an unspoken rule to leave if someone else was already there. You killed your brother? I spoke as I watched Ile approach. I didn't kill him, I just gave him a little beating. To become the head of the Karthika family? Well, I thought I'd give it a shot. Ile spoke as if he were deciding on a new hobby. Because of that woman? I didn't say Lillian's name outright. Ile closed his eyes briefly, then opened them in a narrow gaze. Luka, I'm not running away anymore. If there's a problem with my family, I'll fix it as the head. If I have issues with the Empire, I'll climb high enough to change it. Depending on how one listened, his words could be problematic. But I liked Ile's ambition. My friend wasn't some idiot who just whined and never lifted a finger. If Ile had made up his mind, I had nothing to say. He had more than enough ability. Until now, he'd simply lacked a reason and a motive. You sure made your way to the heir position by beating up your brother. Was the Karthika family always this messed up? It was an official duel. My brother's always been simple-minded, easy to provoke. How'd you provoke him? Under normal circumstances, duels between brothers weren't allowed. Especially not to the point where one's life was on the line. I slept with his lover. Guess I'm better looking, she came over pretty easily. I was at a loss for words for a moment. You're a real piece of trash. I scowled at the handsome piece of trash in front of me. I do feel bad for him. I told him I wasn't interested in the head position, then stabbed him in the back. Ile's brother, whoever he was, had failed to see his siblings' true capabilities and had fallen for the provocation. He was never cut out to be a great head of the family to begin with. The Karthika family is probably welcoming Ile now that he's revealed his ambitions. He's the most capable of all their children. I could guess as much. Ile had read the atmosphere of his family well enough to act boldly. We exchanged stories about what had happened during our time apart. I only shared what I could. Things like the truth behind the Barbara incident. I couldn't even tell Ile about that. It wasn't a joke. If the truth behind the Barbara incident got out, both Ile and I would either be disposed of or receive a punishment close to it. The operation had been years in the making by the Empire's upper echelons. What kind of dangerous deal did you make? No noble family would take someone in as an adopted son under normal conditions. Of course, I couldn't tell him the details. Ile didn't expect me to. My whole life has always been a tightrope walk. Nothing's changed now. Even the best acrobat falls on his head at least once. That doesn't mean he stops performing, does it? I had no other options. From the start, I never had a choice. Unlike Ile, this wasn't a matter of making up my mind or not. If I don't do it, I die. And gaining entry into the Castoria family was a reward I could be satisfied with. Anyway, welcome back, Ile. If you want to be head of the family, you'll have to work twice as hard as you are now. I came back prepared to work 4 times as hard, not just twice. Ile proved those words weren't empty. The next day, he voluntarily took on a mission and formed a squad. Their task was to exterminate the native creatures of planet Novus. 999, I finally visited the Empire's workshop. A technician led me to the weapon testing room. The room was cluttered with various dummies and protective gear. I picked up the high-compression heavy weapon I had ordered. It was in the form of a sword, which I preferred, but it was different from what I had used before. It was longer and had a single-edged blade. I had been briefed beforehand, but it still took time to adjust. Clang. The weighty blade dragged against the floor on its own. I increased the output of my prosthetic and lifted the sword. Thrust. The moment the thought crossed my mind, my body moved. Swish. The sword wasn't designed primarily for thrusting, but it wasn't impossible, just slightly inefficient. Whoom, I raised the sword and brought it down in a slash. The sheer weight of the blade exaggerated my movements beyond usual, but its power increased accordingly. Most protective gear wouldn't withstand the destructive force of this weapon. It was too much. And at a glance, it didn't even look like a heavy weapon, making it perfect for catching opponents off guard. I'll probably have to fight someone stronger than me, like Rick Kaiser. A straightforward approach wouldn't work against him. That meant I would have to rely on irregular, adaptive combat using Aki's battle techniques. I only needed it to work once. I didn't expect it to work twice or 3 times, just once would be enough. How is it? Just holding it makes my prosthetic feel like it's being stretched taut. If I lower the output even a little, I think I'll drop it. That one's name is Crucis. The workshop technician squinted one eye as he spoke, as if telling me to remember it properly. I had heard that some technicians named each weapon they created. Apparently, the one who made mine belonged to that sentimental type. I saw it. It was engraved in small letters under the blade. What does Crucis mean? It's an old word. Means calamity, ruin, something like that. The gun's name is Ruina. That one means destruction. Both of them are girls, so treat them like lovers. So, my first love would be a gun and a sword. I chuckled and gripped one in each hand, Crucis in one, Ruina in the other. I had no idea which one would be the main wife. BZZZT. I extended the hand holding the shock pistol and aimed. I had just learned its name, but calling it Ruina felt a bit ridiculous. I wasn't some kid playing pretend. The shock pistol used both an energy cartridge and live rounds. The downside was that it took time to bind the energy with the bullet. Since the substance was unstable, pre-binding it in advance would risk the gun exploding. Fortunately, once the magazine was loaded, it could fire continuously. I held my aim and waited for the energy binding to complete. VRRRRR. A faint vibration traveled sharply up my arm. Thwoom! The gun jerked upward as I pulled the trigger. The recoil was far stronger than I had expected. I would have to properly train with it. The coolant casing ejected, still burning hot, distorting the air with its heat. For the record, bullets using coolant casings were absurdly expensive. My entire day's wage had just evaporated into thin air, but the power was satisfying. Whistling, I observed the shattered dummy. Even though the shot had barely grazed it, the humanoid target clad in protective gear had been obliterated. Scorched fragments crackled with electricity and smoke. Damn, you're something else, Ruina. Before I knew it, I was repeating that embarrassing name in my head. I was already starting to fall for it. Pretty damn amazing, huh? The workshop technician grinned when he saw my expression. Realizing my face had heated up, I gave a sheepish smile. If I had even a little more nerve, I might have called the man in front of me father-in-law. I'll put them to good use. And make sure to kill plenty. These kids were born as weapons, they'll crave blood. I nodded at the grim words of encouragement. Then, I left the Empire's workshop. I wouldn't be coming back here for a while. Now, what should I do? I had 2 choices. One was to tail Kinuan again. The other was to go down to the lower district alone. The answer was obvious. I didn't even need to think about it. Staying near Kinuan wouldn't get me any new information for now. Besides, I had secured a transit pass allowing me to travel to the lower district alone. It was time to put it to use. I took the express lift down to the checkpoint. My pass was already registered, so the guards didn't stop me. I tilted my head as I inhaled the acrid air of the lower district. Being here without Kinuan felt strange. I must have grown quite used to the upper district. Lately, all I had seen were luxurious buildings, whether it was the academy or the Castoria estate. Now, crumbling concrete and rusted metal tiles came into view. The wires, tangled like dozens of layers of spiderwebs, stretched in so many directions that I couldn't tell where they began or ended. As I moved further in, the crowds grew denser. The farther I got from the upper district, the fewer well-dressed people I saw, and the more beggars in tattered clothes appeared. "SB spare some change, mister?" A beggar approached me, trying to discreetly slip his hand into my pocket. Crunch! I grabbed his hand and twisted it. His wrist tore apart, wires and mechanical components spilling out. "Gee-ga!" the beggar screamed and bolted into a dark alley. Good. I was getting used to this again. This was how things worked in this part of town. I pulled out my terminal and called Gabriel. It had been a while since I last contacted him. Maybe that was why he didn't answer, even after several minutes. I decided to check the address I had saved for him. I wasn't sure if he still lived there, but if he was ignoring my call and lazing around, I was ready to break his nose. Screech! When I opened the door, I found Gabriel, but he hadn't been ignoring my call while lounging at home. He simply wasn't in a condition to answer. "Are you dead?" I nudged Gabriel's body with my foot. The pool of blood around him was still fresh. "Not quite yet." Gabriel barely managed to answer, coughing up blood. He had been shot. "You don't have money, do you? Want me to cover your medical bill?" When I asked, Gabriel's already ugly face twisted even further. "Fuck." Reluctantly, he nodded. I pulled out my terminal and called for a private emergency medical unit. Chapter 51. The hospital in the lower district was as shabby as it could get. Every time the door to the patient room opened and closed, the cobweb-covered ceiling light creaked and swayed. If at least the price were cheap, there would be less to complain about, but even a place like this charged a hefty sum by the lower district standards. Gabriel woke up from surgery with a face still numb from the anesthetic and looked at me. "I only paid for 1 day of hospitalization. You're getting discharged tomorrow," I told Gabriel. He had taken 4 bullets to the chest and abdomen. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. "You don't have to be so cold about it. I wasn't planning on fattening up some money-grubbing bastard anyway." "What happened?" I got a warning. "Things are getting rough around here these days. Everyone started rallying for power." "But you're not in a gang?" Gabriel was a freelancer who lived off violence. He fought in arenas and took jobs like a fixer when necessary. And that's exactly the problem. When things are peaceful, guys like me are left alone, but when a power struggle starts, you're either an ally or an enemy. They shot at me out of nowhere, telling me not to mess around. I don't even have a clue who those bastards are. Gabriel ground his teeth. "Guess they weren't trying to kill you. They didn't aim for your head." I shaped my hand into a gun and tapped my temple. It was just a warning. For most people, getting hit like this is enough to make a comeback impossible. Or, at the very least, scare them into seeking protection from a gang. "You should join a gang too. The way you're going, I doubt you'll last long on your own." It was my way of offering advice. "I'd rather die. No way. That means working under all kinds of trash. Anyway, why are you here? Haven't seen you in months, and now you show up out of nowhere." "I had business around here. I'll be back at this time tomorrow, so get the strongest painkillers you can and be ready." "I just had surgery." "That's why I said to take the painkillers." "Got a problem with that?" I crossed my arms and tilted my head to the side. Gabriel scowled even harder as I stared him down. "Fine, fine. A couple of gunshot wounds are nothing, whatever." Even as he grumbled, Gabriel would follow my orders. He valued loyalty and wasn't the type to betray someone he owed. That's why I kept investing in him. I left Gabriel in his hospital room and stepped outside. Armed guards were patrolling the hospital. He would be safe here. Find traces of Kinnuan in the lower district. I had previously heard that Kinnuan had been quite close with the former arena manager. If I can figure out what Kinnuan was doing in the lower district in the past, I might find a lead. I didn't return to my lodging in the upper district. I planned to stay in the lower district for a few days. As I exited the private hospital, I found myself in a busy commercial area. Since this was a medical district, most of the buildings were either hospitals or cybernetic repair shops. Kaiman Corp's latest combat prosthetics, special sale, genuine guarantee, you won't find this price again. Additional discounts for full-body prosthetics. Announcement from Welfare Center 7. Our friend, Ravan Purin, passed away today, but Ravan's heart is still beating strong and his lungs are completely free of tumors. Purchase fresh organs now to support Ravan Purin's surviving children. We manufacture rainbows ourselves. Apricot to red-green shades, only cheap prices. Only contact if you know. Cheap holographic ads flickered as I walked, flashing across my face before passing through me. I frowned. Everyone else moved past them as if the piercing lights didn't bother them. Seeing this, I realized I really had been absorbed into life in the upper district. Wuong. A large hospital was using an old, rusted air vehicle for emergency transport from its rooftop. Gabriel and I had ridden in something just like that. I walked through the lower district all night, taking in the sights. Moving through the city's flow, I transitioned from the bustling commercial areas to crime-ridden zones and sometimes lingered in the border areas where the upper district loomed above. And then, my footsteps halted in front of a rundown building. Orphanage 72, the place where I grew up. The long, 4-story building had peeling walls, exposing raw concrete underneath. Nearby, I saw a lot that doubled as both a playground and an open space. There was also a warehouse on one side. Most of the lights in the building were off. It was late at night. The orphanage had strict communal living rules. If you got caught wandering around at this hour, you'd be punished. Of course, if you didn't get caught, that was another story. It hadn't even been 4 years since I left the orphanage, but it felt like something from a distant past. Life as a cadet had been that intense. A single day felt like 3 or 4. My memories of life at the orphanage were far from abundant, but compared to the street orphans who never even made it here, I had it better. At least the orphanage, though cramped, had a place to sleep. The food was lacking, but it existed. The bare minimum for survival was guaranteed. I stood across the road, staring at the orphanage building. Kidding. A truck pulled up in front of the orphanage. The front gate opened, and the truck drove inside, backing up close to the warehouse. I quietly observed. Before long, the fat orphanage director struck a deal with the truck driver and received a credit chip. Embezzling again? That pig of a bastard. A familiar sight. The orphanage director siphoned off supplies meant for the children and sold them on the private market. The low-ranking officials who were supposed to monitor him took bribes and turned a blind eye. Even if I interfered, nothing would change. At best, the orphanage director might be more careful for a few months. But unless someone kept watching, things would return to how they were. Even if things improved here, this was just one orphanage. I couldn't go around monitoring every single one in the empire. The world doesn't change. The only thing I could change was myself. I lifted my gaze to the windows. Some of the children had woken up and were peeking outside. The older ones, those who had grown sharp enough, would understand exactly what the director was doing, just as I had once figured it out. But they had no power to stop the embezzlement. Even if they tried to fight back, the only result would be harsher punishments, several times worse. Or worse yet, they might be thrown out onto the streets and found dead a few days later. The weak could not defy the strong. I lowered my head, scratching my temple. After a brief moment of thought, I crossed the road and entered the orphanage grounds. The workers moving supplies from the warehouse and the open lot turned to look at me. A pointless act, I knew that. This wouldn't change the world. At best, it would let the children here eat well for a few months. And if that was all, then it was worth it. That was what I decided at that moment. You've gone soft, Luka. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get lost. One of the workers moving the cargo glared at me. They weren't fighters, just laborers hauling supplies. Crunch, I kicked the man's knee. It didn't just buckle, it shattered completely. Mechanical components burst apart, scattering in all directions. Oh? The truck driver and the workers stared at me. Some clumsily reached for their guns. My hand twitched. I suppressed my combat reflexes. If I hadn't, the man aiming at me would have had his skull caved in by my fist. If you don't want to die, put it away. If you'd rather lose a limb or two, be my guest. I pointed my index finger at the man holding the gun, warning him. I knew it too, empty threats wouldn't work. Bang, a gunshot rang out. I extended my palm, then clenched my fist. Ah, the man who fired the shot could only gape in shock. I opened my hand. The flattened bullet fell to the ground at my feet. A weak pistol like that couldn't even penetrate my prosthetic body. Move! I walked forward, passing between the workers and the truck driver. They didn't even dare to think about attacking me, retreating instinctively. A threat backed by action was effective. You, Luka. The orphanage director recognized me and let out an awkward laugh. It's been a while, director. Truly, you've kayak? I cut him off by striking his jaw from below. He rolled on the ground in a panic, as if he had bitten his tongue. You're still pulling this kind of crap. Haven't you hoarded enough money by now? Why are you doing this, Luka? I treated you well, I even gave you extra rations later on. After my screening results came out, I was given special treatment. I no longer went hungry. Unlike the other kids, I had enough to eat. I appreciate that. That's why I'm not snapping your neck right now. I smiled as I spoke. My chilling words made the truck driver and the workers prepare to flee. I turned my back on the director and looked at the truck driver. My cybernetic eyes must have been glowing like they were piercing straight through them. I don't know what's going on, but we're leaving. Smart choice. I came from higher up. You know what'll happen if I find out this orphanage is still doing business with you, right? I raised a finger, mixing truth with deception. I had no authority to stop them. I wouldn't be able to keep watch over this place forever. But if they valued their lives, they'd tread carefully. It wouldn't last more than a year at best. The truck driver nodded and gestured to the workers. They quickly fled, leaving only the orphanage director behind. I was wrong. I made a mistake. Tell me what you're unhappy about. I'll do anything to make it right. Left alone, the director shouted, his face consumed by fear. I wasn't looking for an apology or anything. I just happened to come by, got annoyed, and decided to step in. Pure coincidence. I had no intention of looking after the orphanage I grew up in out of some sense of duty. Charity was best left to the whims and hypocrisy of the rich. This will never happen again. I truly regret it. Until now, no one ever stopped me or punished me. But now, I've been reborn. Thanks to you. I listened in silence to the orphanage director's pathetic rambling. Make sure the kids eat well tomorrow. I felt drained. He wasn't even worth hitting or killing. Even if a new director took his place, nothing would really change. I glanced up at the windows. Some of the children were watching. One of them even waved at me with bright eyes. I turned my back and started to walk away from the orphanage. Stepping in like this felt out of character. I wasn't the type to meddle. Then, I stopped at the front gate. Suddenly, memories of my starving childhood resurfaced. There were nights I had snuck out, rummaging through roadside trash bins just to find something to eat. Yet the orphanage director, the same man who used to pat my head, had fingers so plump that his joints seemed to fold into the fat. Now I'm really pissed. Luka! I turned around and approached the orphanage director. Crack. My fist sank into his face. His skull collapsed inward, molding around my knuckles. The pressure forced one of his eyeballs halfway out of its socket. His front teeth shattered entirely, and the broken shards of his nasal bone caved in, pushing inward. I had held back, he wouldn't die. If I had hit him seriously, his head would have burst open. Gook! Gug! Clutching his ruined face, the orphanage director let out a choking, blood-filled groan. Thinking about it, I guess I was angrier than I thought. Leaving him in his wrecked state, I walked out of the orphanage. The street was silent. Now, I planned to head back to the hospital where Gabriel was. I'd get some sleep there, then visit the arena with him. I made my way through the empty night streets and returned to the hospital. Leaning back in the guardian's chair beside Gabriel's bed, I quickly fell asleep. Thanks to my training, I was usually good at getting deep rest. But tonight, I slept so well that it was hard to believe I was in a chair. I woke up feeling refreshed for the first time in a while. Even seeing Gabriel's ugly face first thing in the morning didn't piss me off. Yeah, I knew exactly why I slept so well. Beating the shit out of someone who pisses you off is good for your mental health. I couldn't deny it. Chapter 52. Gabriel, heavily dosed with painkillers, followed me outside. Damn it, it hurts like hell, Gabriel shouted irritably. I frowned, annoyed by his loud voice. Stop exaggerating. You're wasting your size. I got shot just a few days ago. Shot. I wasn't the one who shot you, so why the hell are you bitching at me? Do you even have a heart? Ignoring Gabriel's complaints, I headed toward the black market. Gabriel knew the way well. Move. Gabriel spoke harshly as he pushed through the crowd. Thanks to him, the path was wide open, and even pickpockets didn't dare approach us. After leaving the long, winding alleyway, clusters of illegally extended buildings came into view. With no consideration for sunlight, many areas remained as dark as night despite it being midday. The black market was close. At the outskirts of the black market, vagrants who couldn't even secure gang approval were peddling stolen goods. Further inside, the market became more substantial, with larger stalls and proper shops. Gabriel, heard you got shot. Lucky you're alive. The rumor's already out. Whoever those bastards are, I'll definitely kill them. It still hurts like hell. Gabriel chatted loudly with an acquaintance. The acquaintance's lens-shaped eyes glowed faintly as he revealed metallic front teeth. Who's the guy next to you? Ah, this guy. Him? Gabriel hesitated, unsure how to introduce me. Slightly narrowing my eyes, I answered instead. I'm Gabriel's boss. Gabriel stared at me when I said that. Why are you my boss? Fine, let's call it employer. Well, that's not exactly wrong, but... Gabriel's acquaintance, overhearing our conversation, laughed. A young master out sightseeing in the black market, huh? You've chosen your escort well. Gabriel is trustworthy. At least he's not the type to stab you in the back after taking your money. He seemed to think I was a noble young master from the upper districts. He wasn't entirely wrong. We continued walking. Through the crowd, the arena building began to appear. You have a good reputation, Gabriel. When you work alone, reputation matters. There's a reason I've survived this long. Gabriel shrugged proudly. The wing tattoo engraved on his shoulder blade seemed to flutter slightly. You got shot because your reputation's good. No, those bastards who shot me were just trash. If they had any guts, they would have at least shown their faces when they shot me. We stood at the entrance of the black market. A gang member on guard duty stepped out and tilted his head upon seeing Gabriel. Gabriel. Heard you got shot? It's not even your match day. Just how far did this rumor spread? Anyway, we have business with Aleph, not me this guy. And who's this kid? It's Good Boy. The guy who fought a few matches before. The guard finally recognized me, his eyes widening. Oh, the one who beat you down back then. Wow, it's been months. Hold on a sec. Hey, it's me. Tell Aleph Hyung that Gabriel and Good Boy are here. The guard radioed, placing his hand to his ear. External circuitry connecting from his ear to his eye glowed briefly. After receiving a reply, he opened the door to the arena office. Oh, Gabriel, heard you got shot. Are you all right? And Good Boy, it's been a while. Aleph, whose expression was as sharp as ever, rose to greet us like welcoming honored guests. Call me Luka, not Good Boy. So your teacher isn't joining you today. Aleph licked his lips, displaying an emotion somewhere between relief and disappointment. Teacher was the term referring to Kinuan. Today I came for my own matters. Looking to arrange a match? Not exactly. Before we talk, I'd prefer if you sent your men away. I glanced meaningfully at the two men behind Aleph. The armed gangsters stood intimidatingly. That won't do. I'm not exactly good at fighting. Let's just say I need a safety measure. Aleph raised his index finger, wagging it side to side. To me, those two behind you are no more than scarecrows. They're meaningless as protection. If you're curious, you can test it out. From the moment I walked in here, your lives have been in my hands. At my words, the two guards scowled angrily, gripping their guns tighter. Hey, Good Boy, I told you it's Luka. I spoke coldly. Good Boy or Luka, don't get cocky just because you can fight a bit. I respect your teacher, but that doesn't give you the right to cross the line. Aleph spoke as he placed a cigarette between his lips. Gabriel, block the door with your body. Huh, I moved, hearing Gabriel's confused reply. Thud, I slightly bent my knees and jumped. My fingers dug into the concrete ceiling. Hanging upside down from above, I stared down at the two guards. Their guns moved slower than my actions. I lacked a talent for persuasion. I'd have to seize control through force. Kwang, I rotated sharply, clawing at the ceiling as I fell. My foot kicked upward, deflecting the muzzle of a guard's gun. Bang! The distorted barrel uselessly discharged a bullet. The other guard tried to aim at me. Whish! I leaned down, ducking out of the line of fire. A gunshot echoed as a bullet passed through the space where my head had just been. Grab! Standing up between the two guards, I extended my arms outward, gripping a gun barrel in each hand. Crush! The barrels were crushed under my grip. If they tried pulling the trigger now, the guns would explode in their hands. I was no longer the fighter they'd seen in the arena before. Even several of my former selves attacking simultaneously wouldn't defeat the current me. I'd grown significantly over the past few months. You're right, those guards are meaningless. Aleph frowned, waving his hand to dismiss them. Maintaining their pride until the end, the guards spat on the floor as they exited the office. Good boy. No, Luka, you're military, aren't you? And probably from a fairly elite unit at that. Then, was Teacher Kinuan military as well? Aleph spoke sharply. I'd noticed it before, but he wasn't managing the arena by luck. He had an exceptional sense for danger. He knew exactly when to step in or withdraw. Think whatever you want. Look, threaten me as much as you like, but if this involves the military, count me out. We're just bottom feeders trying to survive. I don't want to end up dead. Despite witnessing my strength firsthand, Aleph still refused cooperation. I appreciated his wise judgment, but I still needed his help. I'm not asking you to do anything directly. I just need information. It's the same thing. I don't involve myself in matters beyond my ability. I briefly considered grabbing Aleph by the throat and pushing him against the wall, threatening him into submission. But I knew he'd never surrender to such methods. Scratching my head, I took out my terminal. Then verify my identity, Aleph. Knowing you're a noble's son doesn't change anything. My background might prove more useful than you think. On my terminal's screen, a complex code verifying my identity rotated continuously in a circular pattern. It changed in real time, making forgery or duplication nearly impossible due to the advanced security measures. Aleph reluctantly scanned my code with his own terminal. Aleph's terminal must have been somewhat outdated, as it took a moment to decode and interpret my security code, though it still only took about 5 seconds. Checking his screen, Aleph covered his mouth with one hand. Slowly, he lifted his head and stared at me. His pupils dilated immensely, and even his fingertips began to tremble. Luka's Custoria. My personal information had appeared on his terminal. Not just any ordinary family or status. My household was that of the current commander of the Imperial Guard. Though I was adopted, I was officially the son of the commander. Aleph's terminal wouldn't show the fact that I was an adopted child. This certainly seems worth the risk. Ha ha ha. With a shaking hand, Aleph lit a cigarette. He sat down, contemplating for a long while. His leg was visibly trembling. Aleph, ready to talk now? Growing impatient, I spoke first. Let me ask you something first, young master. If I help you, what's in it for me? Isn't placing me in your debt already enough? Aleph, regaining his composure slightly, stared at me clearly. It is, but I'd like to be a bit greedy. If I'm risking danger, I need clear compensation. Don't you agree? If things go well, and we find ourselves on the same page, we could have continuous dealings in the future. That's not enough. Could I perhaps serve directly under you? Actually, let me be clear. Appoint me as your retainer. Aleph quickly made his demand. Essentially, a master-servant contract. Aleph was asking to become my retainer with my backing. Those sponsored as retainers would gain residency rights in the upper districts, but in exchange, they had to become their master's loyal servants. This matter required careful consideration. If Aleph caused trouble in the upper district, I'd bear responsibility for his actions. Our retainer, should I even be hearing this? Behind me, Gabriel tilted his head, struggling to follow our conversation. Aleph and I ignored Gabriel, keeping our eyes locked on each other. Within my family, I didn't yet have a firm enough standing to personally appoint retainers. Moreover, I was still a minor and thus had no authority to do so. I'm still a minor. I know, for now, your promise is enough. In a year, you'll gain appointment rights. Until then, I'll prove myself worthy. I'm not asking for something for nothing. I nodded and extended my hand. It was verbal, but our agreement was established. Good, just leave everything to me, young master. From today onward, I'm your servant. Aleph shook my hand with a satisfied smile. Investigate Torah, the previous arena manager. Everything about him, down to the smallest details. Torah, Aleph's predecessor, had a close relationship with Kinuan. By looking into Torah, I might find traces leading to Kinuan. Torah, you say? Well, I won't ask why. I'll contact you as soon as the investigation's complete. Aleph was perceptive. He didn't ask unnecessary questions. Had I come from a mediocre noble family, Aleph wouldn't have cooperated so readily. But it was a different matter entirely with the Custoria family involved. With the Custoria family's backing, one would be treated better than most lower-ranking nobles. The halo of Custoria was useful. This, too, was power that I had secured. After finishing my business with Aleph, I left the office alongside Gabriel. He hesitated for a long while before finally speaking. Should I start calling you Lord Luka, too? Your status must be incredibly high if even Aleph bows down to you. Gabriel probably recalled all the insults and disrespect he'd shown me so far. He'd known I came from the upper districts, but he hadn't imagined I was a high-ranking noble. At best, he must have thought I was someone working under Kinuan. Do you want to call me that? Well, not exactly. You're such a rude boss, I mean. Then don't. Keep it casual like before. After all, I'm originally from around here too. I hate hearing awkward titles. Gabriel opened his eyes wide at my words and tilted his head curiously. From around here? What are you talking about? You're a noble. Think whatever you want. Gabriel frowned deeply, trying to interpret my words. But failing to find the answer, the wrinkles between his eyebrows only deepened. It was hard to imagine someone like me climbing up to this position. Even I couldn't have imagined it just a few years ago. The feeling was quite overwhelming.